My name is Su Fan, and I am an ordinary college student. 10 years ago, my father left us, leaving behind nothing but an almost impossible last wish. My mother is in poor health, so in order to support the family, I can only earn tuition by doing odd jobs. Fortunately, I passed the special welder certificate, which enabled me to get more work during the summer vacation. With the knowledge I learned in mechanical engineering in college, I started to take on some difficult metal model welding tasks. Although it was hard work, the pay was good, and after paying tuition, it was barely enough to support my mother and me. Late one night, I had just finished welding a batch of figures when I suddenly received a special order. The client asked me to make a 500 centimeter tall sci-fi mecha as a birthday gift for her scientist grandfather, and she also specifically emphasized there would be enough money. Faced with this extremely difficult challenge, I hesitated for a long time and almost decided to give up. But at this moment, I accidentally activated a Super God Technology system. Ding! First meeting, gift of Super God Technology Workbench LV1, gift of 1000 technology points. Transfer of scientific knowledge related to mecha manufacturing completed. I just felt as if fireworks exploded in my mind, and a huge amount of knowledge about system usage and mecha manufacturing instantly poured into my mind, instantly igniting my mind. It turns out that this system can help me create all kinds of super god technologies, and the shocking emotions brought about by the manufactured technological products can even be converted into technology points. With technology points, I can unlock and develop more cutting-edge technological products. I simply couldn't contain my inner ecstasy. My heart beat faster, and my breathing became rapid. My eyes quickly locked onto the first target, a deep-sea submersible. That was my father's unfulfilled wish and a dream he had buried in his heart for many years. I closed my eyes and began to picture the appearance of a top-level deep-sea submersible in my mind, a powerful power system, an impeccable shell design, and the most advanced detection equipment. However, the system's cold reminder instantly interrupted my fantasy. Insufficient technology points, currently unable to research and develop the target technology. Not only that, material funding is also a problem. I took a deep breath and realized that the most urgent thing is to complete the orders at hand and earn enough technology points and start up funds. It will definitely be done in just 2 days. I was full of confidence. Then I quickly replied to the customer's message. First pay a deposit of 1.5 million, and then pay the balance after receiving the goods. Not long after, the bank's incoming text message alert cheered me up. As I slid my finger across the screen and saw the huge sum of money coming in, I couldn't help but clench my fists, my heart filled with excitement. Let's get to work! I rubbed my hands together, jumped into my second-hand pickup truck, and headed straight for the steel market. On the vast high ocean, a private luxury cruise ship is sailing with the waves. Near the window, Wang leaned on a comfortable sofa. Her eyes were leisurely and her lips were slightly raised. She was wearing a light white dress, which set off her bright eyes, white teeth and jade-like skin, and she exuded a lively aura. The phone beeped, and after she confirmed the transfer information, she gently brushed her hair and asked the middle-aged man sitting next to her nonchalantly. Dad, does it really cost 3 million to make a 50-centimeter mecha model? 3 million? Wang Tianhao raised his eyebrows when he heard the number, and his tone was a little surprised. Which top craftsman? Is it Kai Qian? Well, Master Su. Master Su, you must not have heard of it. Wang Yixia coughed to cover up, her eyes a little vague. After all, this transfer directly cleared out her living expenses for a week. Wang Tianhao shook his head slightly, his tone calm. Alas, you were deceived, right? This is not the first time for you. He looked at his precious daughter, sighed, and finally said nothing more. A few million was just a small amount of money to him, and his daughter being tricked was not a big deal. However, Wang Yixia was a little nervous. She prayed secretly. Master Su, please make it cool and high-end for me, otherwise I will be so embarrassed in front of my father and grandfather. While thinking, she grabbed her phone and sent me another WeChat message. Master Su, it has to be grand. The more sci-fi, the better. After a moment, she seemed to have thought of something and quickly added. If it really doesn't work, you can pay more. Zhonghai City, Nanshan District. In a dark corner of an abandoned warehouse, the smell of rust and engine oil permeates the air, and there seems to be a hint of tension and secret expectation in the air. I threw my phone aside and turned around and strode towards the area filled with materials. Come on, let's make some big noise! Taking a deep breath, I took out the Super God Technology Workbench LV1 from the system space and placed it steadily in the center of the warehouse. The parts piled up like mountains around me seemed chaotic yet full of possibilities. I clapped my hands in satisfaction. Super God Technology Workbench, get to work! As soon as the words fell, a prompt sound rang out. Ding! Super God Technology Workbench LV1 has been activated. Asterisk host concept of mecha is being read. Data optimization and correction completed. Aerodynamic calculation completed. Miniature hydrogen energy module load adjustment completed. Vector propulsion device simulation proofreading completed. Start manufacturing, consume 900 technology points, estimated to take 26 hours. As the prompt ended, the roar of machinery suddenly sounded. 3 mechanical arms slid out smoothly, and their movements were so graceful that they seemed to be performing a mechanical waltz. Every detail is processed to the width of a hair, exuding a professional beauty that takes your breath away. The parts gradually took shape, shining silver, and were neatly arranged on the workbench. I stared at those precision parts, my heart beating faster, and I was as excited as when I was a child and found that my New Year's money had doubled. Half an hour later, the shelves next to the workbench were filled with parts, and the robotic arm began to assemble the outer shell parts in an orderly manner. I glanced at the time, locked the warehouse door, and prepared to go home. I got home just in time for dinner, and my mother popped her head out of the kitchen with a bowl of steaming rice. Xiaofan, what have you been busy with recently? Her tone was relaxed, but her eyes were scrutinizing. I'm very busy. What's wrong, Mom? I replied tentatively. You're already 22 years old, and you still don't have a girlfriend. Mom is really worried about you. She spoke with a serious look on her face, and sighed as she handed over the rice. Mom, can you not be so direct? The corners of my mouth twitched. The girl from my second uncle's neighbor's house is also studying at Shanghai University. She said she'd like to meet you. Let's make an appointment in a couple of days. Mom, I've been very busy lately and I really don't have time. I spread my hands helplessly. What do you know? Our family conditions are average, so we should find a partner early and spend less on the bride price. I heard from Aunt Lu that the bride price is now 88,000 yuan, and I don't know how much it will increase in the future. She was worried. I laughed dryly, lowered my head and ate my meal, without saying anything else. My mother was worried about the sky-high bride price, but I was thinking about the parts in the warehouse. The next morning, when I pushed open the door of the warehouse, I was stunned. Even though I had been mentally prepared the night before, the scene in front of me still left me dumbfounded. In the center of the warehouse, a 5-meter-tall mecha stood quietly. Its cold metal surface glowed with a breathtaking light under the light, full of power and technological beauty. Although it had not been painted yet, the initial shape of its appearance had already made me excited to the point of my scalp tingling. The robotic arm was incredibly flexible, welding the final parts at an elegant pace, and the sparks flew, lighting up the warehouse like fireworks. When I stood in front of the mecha, I realized that my height of 1.8 meters was not even as tall as its calf. The more sci-fi, the better, right? I stroked my chin, a sly smile on my face. See if this is shocking enough. As night fell and time flew by, I leaned back in my chair and closed my eyes for a nap. The low hum of the mechanical arm operating was in my ears. Ding! The Nameless Mecha version 1.0 has been completed and is waiting to be named. With the help of the robotic arm, I quickly wrapped the mecha tightly with red cloth, leaving no gaps from head to toe, to ensure that no one would see it before it was delivered. A few minutes later, I was driving a rented heavy-duty truck out of the warehouse, carrying this masterpiece of futuristic technology. The car lights flashed, and the vehicle blended into the night, as if hidden in the deep darkness. Yunning Manor stands on the hillside, and from a distance, the lights shine brightly, like a fairyland on earth. This is the private territory of Wang Tianhao, a tycoon in the southern business world. Tonight, this place will become the focus. Mr. Wang Baogua's 70th birthday banquet will be grandly opened here. The truck slowly drove into the gate of the manor. After passing the identity verification, I went straight to the open space in front of the villa. The scenery along the way is extremely luxurious, with pavilions and towers scattered in an orderly manner, waterfalls and springs complementing each other with exquisite sculptures. Even the peacocks and ostriches strolling on the lawn have a sense of nobility. But when the roar of the truck sounded, these elegant creatures immediately scattered, and the scene was funny and out of place. After parking the car, I carefully checked whether the red cloth was properly covered, and then I breathed a sigh of relief. 2 days and 2 nights of high-intensity work finally came to an end. Finally done, let's go back and have a good sleep. I muttered softly, threw down the truck keys, turned around and left tiredly. In the early morning, the sun shines on the mountains and the manor becomes lively. Guests arrive one after another, from Rolls-Royce to Maybach, each car shows wealth and status. The prominence of the Wang family undoubtedly attracted all the big names in the Zhonghai business community to attend, and each of them was very grand. Under the red cloth on the open ground, a huge object could be vaguely seen, attracting many people's attention, but no one dared to approach rashly. Everyone knew that this was the finale gift prepared for Mr. Wang's birthday banquet. Near noon, 3 military off-road vehicles drove into the manor. The heavy bodies and solemn atmosphere instantly made the whole place quiet. The car door opened, and soldiers armed with live ammunition quickly dispersed and surrounded the area. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn and tense. Then, an energetic old man wearing a Zhongshan suit walked out steadily from the central bulletproof car. "The eldest and second brother are doing this again. Didn't we say to keep it simple?" The old man muttered in a low voice. Although there was a hint of helplessness between his brows, his steps were still steady and powerful. In front of the villa, a hearty laugh rang out. "Ha ha, Mr. Wang, this is not like you. The birthday boy is actually late. Have you gotten stuck in your research again?" A white-haired old man walked out of the villa, wearing the same Zhongshan suit as Mr. Wang, with a hint of mockery in his smile. "Mr. Hua, you old fellow are here too?" Mr. Wang was slightly startled, then his eyes lit up and his pace quickened. The 2 old men smiled at each other, shook hands and greeted each other. Following behind them were a group of key scientific research personnel in Xia State's military industry. They are not ordinary guests. Wang Baogua and Hua Tianji, the 2 founders of the field of intelligent machinery in Xia country, and the real leaders in the contemporary scientific research community. In the luxurious banquet hall, guests were toasting and the place was packed with friends and relatives, but the topic of the 2 old men was obviously not related to the banquet. "Mr. Wang, there is something I need to tell you right away." Mr. Hua's voice was low, but he could not hide his urgency. "The research and development of exoskeleton armor must be accelerated." "What's wrong? What happened?" Mr. Wang's expression froze when he heard that. "We received news last night that the exoskeleton armor in the Northern Theater has entered the testing phase." "So fast?" Elder Wang frowned. "What are the test results?" "Very strong." Old Hua nodded, with a complex look between his brows. These few words made Mr. Wang fall into deep thought. The research and development of exoskeleton armor not only involves the allocation of military resources and financial support, but also concerns the scientific research competition of FACE, which cannot tolerate any slackness. At this time, a pretty girl ran over happily, holding an exquisite gift box in her hands. "Grandpa, happy birthday! This is my gift." The girl's voice was clear, with a hint of pride and playfulness. "This is the exoskeleton armor model that I asked my friend to get from Eagle Sauce," she said with a hint of boasting. "Exoskeleton armor?" The 2 old men's eyes lit up when they heard this, and they immediately surrounded them. After carefully opening the gift box, the 2 old scientists were immediately amazed by the exquisite craftsmanship of the model. "Mr. Hua, the design of these joints does show traces of reference to real objects." Mr. Wang stroked the model, a rare smile emerging on his face. "Ha ha, Xiaoning, Grandpa likes this gift very much." Mr. Wang's praise made the girl smile proudly. At the same time, another Rolls-Royce slowly drove into the manor. Wang Tianhao and his daughter Wang Yixue finally arrived before the banquet began. The banquet was very lively. When Mr. Wang saw Wang Yixue, his smile became even wider. "Xiao Yixue, I heard from your father that you also prepared a special gift for Grandpa? Take it out quickly!" Old Wang asked expectantly. Before she finished speaking, Wang Ning interrupted with a smile. "Sister, what gift did you prepare?" It won't be inferior to mine, right? Grandpa, please wait a moment. I don't know where the gift is, Wanishio said in a low voice, her tone full of anxiety. Her expression was like a lost kitten, helplessly trapped in the rain. Her fingers quickly tapped the screen of her phone, and messages were sent one after another, her tone becoming more and more urgent. Master Su, where are you? Why hasn't the mecha been delivered? I trust you, how can you lie to me? Call me back when you see the message. Wang Tianhao saw that his daughter looked upset and asked in a low voice. Ishio, could it be that you were deceived by Master Su? Wan Ishio's eyes were slightly red, with anger and regret intertwined in her heart. At this moment, Wan Ning came over with a teasing smile on her face and took Wang Yixue's arm affectionately. Sister, don't hide it, show everyone your gift. It's so mysterious, it must be very special, right? Wang Yixue's throat seemed to be blocked by a stone. Before she could finish her words, tears welled up in her eyes and her chin trembled slightly with grievance. Wang Ning was delighted when she saw this. She was secretly proud. From childhood to adulthood, this sister has always been better than me in everything. Today, she finally made a fool of herself. Let's see how proud she can be. But she pretended to be kind and said, Sister, don't worry. How about this, let's give my 10 centimeters armor model to Grandpa. He will definitely like it. Wang Yixio felt even more upset after hearing this. She held back her emotions and was about to explain when her cell phone suddenly beeped and a call came in. When she saw the caller ID, she was stunned. It was my number. She answered the call immediately and was about to speak angrily, but I spoke first. Ms. Wang, how did I lie to you? The goods were delivered last night. They were parked in the open space outside your villa. Did you really not see a 500 centimeter mecha, or were you pretending not to see it? 500 centimeters? Wang Yixue was stunned. Her mind went blank. She hurriedly looked through the previous chat records and suddenly found that she had accidentally added an extra 0 when placing the order. For a moment she gasped. The big thing covered by red cloth parked outside the villa turned out to be the mecha she customized. Master Su, don't get excited, she tried to explain. But I interrupted him. Stop talking nonsense. You haven't paid the balance yet? Either pay it off quickly, or I will call you every day to harass you and hire a lawyer to sue you. I'll transfer the money right away, don't worry, don't worry. Wang Yixue instantly became timid and switched from angry to trying to please mode in seconds. After hanging up the phone, she felt mixed emotions. It seemed that she had wronged Master Su, but could this 500 centimeter mecha really be good enough? The few words on the phone had already attracted the attention of the guests around. Wan Ning's eyes flashed with a sneer. How exquisite can such a big thing be? It's probably just a crudely made piece of iron. Sister, let's go and take a look first, maybe it's interesting, she suggested with a smile with hidden malice. Grandpa, why don't you take a look at other gifts first? Wang Yixue asked tentatively, hoping to unveil this, socially deadly, gift later. But Wan Ning was relentless. Oh, don't hide it, everyone wants to see it. But Mr. Wang waved his hand with a kind face. Okay, let's go and have a look. I will definitely like Xiao Yixue's kindness. The crowd surrounded Mr. Wang and walked towards the open space outside the villa. Wang Yixue walked at the end, feeling uneasy. Is this really going to be her social death? When Wang Yixue came to the giant object covered with red cloth, cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and she didn't dare to look up. She just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Wang Ning fanned the flames. Sister, open it quickly! Let everyone open their eyes. Yes, let's take a look. The guests around also echoed. Wang Yixue closed her eyes, took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, grabbed a corner of the red cloth, and pulled it hard. Voila! The red cloth slid down, and everyone was shocked by the scene before them. A giant red mecha stood in front of him, 5 meters high. The body had smooth lines and sharp edges, and the metal shell reflected a cold luster. The gleaming electronic eyes and the large caliber rail gun on the shoulder silently declared its dominance. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. The whole audience was silent for 3 seconds, and then burst into thunderous exclamations. Oh my God! Is this really a mecha? It's even cooler than the ones in the movies. It's so shocking. Old Wang and Old Hua excitedly circled around the mecha several times, as happy as children. Great! This is truly a powerful weapon for the country. Old Wang's face was full of excitement. Wan Ning, who was standing aside, had already collapsed on the ground, his face pale. The previous sarcasm seemed to have been blown away by the wind. She stared blankly at the giant mecha in front of her, with only a blank mind and countless question marks. The scarlet mecha descended from the sky and landed steadily on the open space in front of the villa. It was like a future warrior that had transcended time and space. Its huge body blocked out the sky and instantly filled the entire venue with a sense of oppression. With a loud bang, the crowd was in an uproar. What the hell? What kind of magical mecha is this? It can beat all the heroes in Marvel. My mother asked me why I was kneeling to watch the mecha. The young man's eyes were filled with an almost fanatical light, as if the person standing in front of him was the embodiment of his dream. The older guests couldn't help but open their mouths in shock for a long time, as if half of their souls were taken away by the future technology before their eyes. Sure enough, mechas are the romance of men. This thought spontaneously popped up in every man's mind. Even women are not immune. The little girl's eyes sparkled and they kept screaming. So handsome! So cool! Amid the excitement of the crowd, Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua looked at each other, walked to the corner tacitly, and pulled Wan Yishio, who was still standing there in a daze, aside. Xiao Yishio, where did this mecha come from? Old Hua asked in a low voice, mixed with curiosity and shock that was difficult to conceal. Wan Yishio blinked her eyes twice, stayed still for a moment, and then whispered, Grandpa Hua, if I said I spent 3 million to hire a welder to weld it, would you believe it? Nonsense! Elder Hua frowned. How can this thing look like it was welded? Really? Wan Yishio pouted, saying helplessly. It was Master Su on the phone, he welded it. Mr. Hua looked at Mr. Wang with doubt, his face full of confusion. This mecha is not only cool in appearance, but also very precise in details. The vector nozzle on the back, the rail gun on the shoulder, every design exudes a strong sense of future technology. This thing is not simple. An indescribable sense of amazement arose in old Wang's heart. At the same time, the atmosphere in the open space completely exploded. Even the chef and servants of the manor stopped what they were doing and came over to watch. It must be fake. It's so big, it must be hollow. Who said that? I think the cockpit is real. To see if it's real or not, we have to open it and take a look. I don't know who took the lead and shouted. Open the cockpit! Open the cockpit! The crowd suddenly became excited, shouts came one after another, and the atmosphere was extremely high. Wan Ning, standing in the crowd, had a livid face and her nails dug deep into her palms. Her eyes were complicated, filled with jealousy and deliberate ridicule. Humph, just playing tricks. Open the cockpit and the truth will be out. She sneered. Then she challenged. Sister Ishue, everyone is waiting, we can't let Grandpa down, right? All eyes turned to Wan Ishue. She gritted her teeth, took out her mobile phone, opened the app sent by Su Fan, and prayed silently in her heart, don't make a fool of yourself. She clicked the installation button with trembling fingers. After the program started, a series of mechanical click-click sounds were heard. The crowd instantly fell silent, and everyone seemed to be under a spell, their eyes fixed on the mecha. Really opened? There was only one start button on the app interface. Wan Yishue held her breath and pressed it with shaking hands. Boom! A low mechanical prompt sound shocked the whole audience, and the mecha's eyes suddenly lit up with a red light. Then, a majestic and deep mechanical voice sounded. Driving authority confirmed. Coolant injection completed. Mini hydrogen engine started. Phased array situational awareness system started. Jiantian No. 1 mecha started successfully. The crowd was in an uproar. The cockpit on the chest of the mecha slowly opened, revealing a futuristic operating cabin. The next second, a mechanical arm stretched out and lifted Wan Yishue to the cockpit door. Ah! Wan Yishue exclaimed. Just as she came to her senses, she was sent into the cockpit. The hatch closed, and she was surrounded by a high-tech dashboard and control system, with a holographic projection floating in front of her eyes and a cool holographic helmet in her hand. This is too realistic. Wan Yishue was so shocked that she trembled. This 3 million is worth it! Outside, the crowd went into a frenzy. This is a real mecha. Not a model. Even the cockpit is open, it's definitely the real thing. Fly one! Fly one! More than 100 people were so excited that their shouts almost broke through the sky. Wang Ning stood there, her face gloomy. Her nails dug deep into her palms, and she gritted her teeth and whispered, "Fly one? Humph, I don't believe she really dares to fly." When Wang Yishu had put on the holographic helmet, the world in front of her eyes changed instantly. She could clearly see everything in the outside world through the mecha, and all the obstructions seemed to become transparent, as if she was in the depths of the mecha's soul. Transparent operating prompts floated in her field of vision, and she felt like she was the mecha. Her heart couldn't help but beat violently. This unimaginable experience shocked her to the extreme. Could this really be something a welder could make? Unbelievable! The external sounds captured by the mecha's external sensors were transmitted to the ears in real time, and enthusiastic cheers came one after another. Fly one! Fly one! Wang Yishua's heart was pounding, and she could no longer refuse. Her trembling hands slowly reached for the joystick. At the same time, Wang Lao picked up Wang Yishua's mobile phone from the ground and found that the screen was connected to the internal and external cameras of the cockpit. The real-time data of the mecha was displayed in the lower right corner of the screen. Although most of them were zero, they were clear and accurate. The guests gathered around and watched with bated breath through their mobile phone screens. As everyone watched, Wang Yishua gripped the joystick tightly and pressed the climb button with her thumb. Click! A mechanical feedback came from the cockpit. Wang Yishua smiled indifferently and showed a sweet smile to the camera. She already knew that people outside were watching her through the screen. Although she didn't believe that this mecha could really fly, the realistic driving experience alone was enough to amaze her. When the people outside heard her announce, "Mission accomplished," although they felt a little unsatisfied, they were all envious of this spectacle. But some people were skeptical, especially Wang Ning. She sneered and said sarcastically, "I said no. If the Eagle Sauce can't come up with something, why can Shagwa do it?" Then, she cursed sarcastically. "Using a piece of iron to install speakers, rubbish!" As soon as these words were spoken, people around looked at him sideways, and even old Wang frowned slightly. However, at this moment, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded. "Alert! The mecha is about to enter the takeoff posture. Everyone please evacuate quickly." The harsh sound waves echoed in the manor, and everyone's heart trembled involuntarily. Old Wang clenched his fists. Although he didn't believe that the mecha could fly, his rationality began to waver when he saw the ground shaking and flames shooting out of the nozzles. Boom! An air wave spread from the center of the mecha, and pink flames gushed out from several nozzles on the back and body, and the ground shook more and more violently. Wang Yishio exclaimed, "Grandpa, it's really going to fly away." There was fear and helplessness in her voice. Old Wang looked solemn and ordered, "Organize everyone to evacuate the manor and block Yunlai Mountain. Quick!" In the cockpit, Wang Yishio listened to the prompt tone and her whole body tensed up. The hydrogen engine of the aircraft has been debugged, the vector port is connected correctly, the railgun is normal, the particle knife is mounted, and the final test is completed. 3, 2, 1, Jiantian number 1, set off. Boom! The entire Yunning manor shook violently. Countless people who had not yet had time to evacuate heard the sound of a violent gas explosion. The flame ejected from the mecha engine turned from pink to azure blue at this moment. A strong push on Wang Yishua's back was felt. If it weren't for the holographic helmet's auxiliary breathing function, she would have fainted. Under the gazes of countless people, the Jiantian number 1 mecha burst into a fierce flame. It rose from the ground and rushed straight into the sky. Countless people who were evacuating urgently suddenly stopped and looked up. His pupils contracted violently, and his expression froze like a statue, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Fuck, this mecha model actually flew! If I tell anyone, no one will believe it! I'm fucking shocked. Are there really mechas in the world? The crowd was stunned, and after a moment, they burst out with national quintessence one after another, with a tone of shock and disbelief. Even the usually mature and prudent Mr. Hua was dumbfounded at this moment, his face full of disbelief. "Mr. Wang, what do you think about this?" "This is outrageous." Old Wang swore rarely, and his eyes were filled with shock. The development of the matter has long gone beyond the two old men's understanding. Mr. Hua lowered his head and thought for a moment, then guessed. Do you think it was Lao Tian from the Eastern Theater who made this thing and showed it off? It's possible, but not very likely. Old Wang shook his head, but his tone was uncertain. The two of them seemed to have a fire burning in their heads. They tried their best to analyze it, but they could not figure out the origin of this mecha. If they said that Wang Yixue hired a welder to weld it, that would be a joke. The technology and resources required to build a flying mecha like this are simply immeasurable. It seems that if we want to find out the truth, we have to start with Wang Yixue. However, at this moment, boom! A deafening sonic boom exploded over the manor, and the blast wave almost tore the air apart. The guests who fled not far away had their eardrums buzzing and the children were crying loudly with fear. Wan Ning had just stood firm when his legs went weak and he fell heavily to the ground again. Sonic boom? Old Wang's skinny body trembled violently, and he blurted out. Mr. Hua's pupils also contracted violently, and his face was full of shock. After a brief moment of shock, the two looked up almost at the same time and stared at the sky. Above the head, the red mecha was climbing vertically at an astonishing speed, and a clear cone-shaped air mass formed behind it. Mr. Hua, am I seeing things? It broke the sound barrier? Mr. Wang swallowed, uncertainty in his tone. Don't ask me. I have tinnitus and can't hear clearly. Mr. Hua was so excited that he couldn't even speak clearly. After half a lifetime of experience, he felt at a loss at this moment. Vertical climbing and supersonic speed? Are you kidding? Newton's coffin lid must be broken. Moreover, the shape of the mecha does not conform to fluid mechanics at all. How can it break the sound barrier? My worldview was shattered. You know, even for a fighter jet, breaking the sound barrier is not easy. Not to mention this kind of vertical flight, which is simply unheard of. At this moment, Mr. Wang completely collapsed, and Mr. Hua's brain short-circuited, and he even began to doubt his life. In the sky, the figure of the mecha gradually shrank and finally turned into a small black dot. When Mr. Wang looked down, he saw that the data transmitted back by the mobile phone in his hand was even more exaggerated. Current mode novice. Mech posture, anti-gravity vertical climb. Back engine thrust, 110 kN+. Speed, 1.357 Mach. Body temperature, 141 degrees Celsius. Evaluation, everything is normal. Old Wang took a deep breath and said, Normal? This can be called normal? The data was still jumping, and after a few seconds, the temperature soared to 195 degrees Celsius, and the speed approached Mach 1.94. It's almost twice the speed of sound. Old Wang's eyes were filled with worry and fear. Can the mecha still withstand this temperature? Can the pilot still be alive? Xiao Yixio, how are you? Mr. Wang asked while looking at his phone. Wang Yixio's slightly frightened voice came from the other end of the phone. Grandpa, it's flying so high, I'm a little scared. Before she finished speaking, the signal stopped abruptly, and the picture also stopped at that moment. The last data in the lower right corner of the screen is frozen at temperature, 209 degrees Celsius, speed, Mach 2. Elder Wang's hand suddenly trembled, and he turned to Elder Hua and said, The signal must have been interrupted when we entered the cloud layer. We must enable military satellite communication permissions. Then he added, Satellite alone is not enough. We need to return to the base as soon as possible and have the technical team crack this app and connect to the scientific research host to restore communication. Let's go! Under the escort of well-trained soldiers, the two old men quickly boarded the military off-road vehicle and sped towards the scientific research base. Deep in the clouds, in the cockpit of a mecha, Wang Yixue's palms were sweating with nervousness, and the fear of losing contact with her grandfather made her even more uneasy. After taking a few deep breaths, she forced herself to calm down. In this situation, she can only rely on herself? Outside the cockpit, there was a sea of white clouds all around, with no sense of direction. Only the transparent data panel on the screen displayed key information: temperature, 240 degrees Celsius. Speed, Mach 2.3. The outside temperature is already 240 degrees Celsius, but I can't feel anything in the cockpit. The speed is also more than twice the speed of sound. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to analyze the situation. Just as she was staring at the screen and thinking, the mecha suddenly rushed out from the sea of clouds. Like a fox breaking through the air in the snow, the view suddenly became clear, and an endless clear sky appeared in her vision. The vast sea of clouds is like an endless ocean, rising and falling slowly in the sky, like a fairyland. Surrounded by mist, the sky and the earth are connected, as if you are in a dream. Wang Yixuo's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Her gaze moved around, dazzling, and ripples were set off in her heart, as if she was brought into a mythical world. The immersive experience of the holographic helmet was too real, as if I was in the clouds, and I couldn't tell the difference between illusion and reality. Besides being shocked, the fear that was originally buried in my heart was mostly dispelled, replaced by excitement and anticipation. She took a deep breath, gripped the joystick tightly, and adjusted it with both hands, trying to pull the out-of-control Jiangtian No. 1 back on track. At this moment, a civil airliner slowly approached from a distance, and the bright national flag of the Japanese country on the tail of the plane was particularly eye-catching. Inside the cabin, Captain Taro Kodori switched the plane to autopilot mode and fell into a sleepy state in his seat. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded, breaking the tranquility of the cockpit. Taro Kodori suddenly woke up and jumped up instinctively, but due to the restrictions of the seat belt, he almost hit the windshield. The co-pilot's face turned pale, and he frantically checked the instruments, like a student being called on in class. What's going on? Taro Kodori looked around, and his gaze finally stopped outside the windshield, a small red dot approaching rapidly. The red dot gradually grew larger and burst out of the clouds in an instant. The dark red mecha was accompanied by azure flames, and the nozzles on its back released violent shock waves, and rushed straight into the sky with a sharp sonic boom. The huge impact force lifted the plane, shaking it like a violent wind, and the two almost missed each other. The piercing roar seemed to tear the space apart, shaking the entire plane to the point of almost falling apart. Nanny? Magica? This can't be true! Give me a slap! Kodori Taro widened his eyes and raised his voice. The co-pilot wiped his sweat and said in a trembling voice, Captain, I seem to be dreaming too. Inside the cockpit, the two men looked pale and their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. The cabin was already in chaos. Passengers were panicking, and the cowardly ones kept screaming, I don't want to die! Please, let me go! All kinds of screams intertwined into chaos. After a brief shock, the plane gradually returned to stability. Taro Kodori slumped back into his seat, his chest heaving violently and his forehead covered in cold sweat. He clenched the joystick tightly, took several deep breaths, and then calmed down. Quick report! The Foot Basin chicken plane was attacked by a Gundam while passing through Xia country's airspace. Fortunately, I, Kodori Taro, remained calm in the face of danger, and thus avoided a plane crash. The co-pilot couldn't help but glance at Kodori Taro's pants and cursed in his heart. Baka! You dare to brag when your pants are wet! At the same time, Zhonghai City Military Research Base. The atmosphere in reporting hall No. 1 was extremely solemn. The faces of Elder Wang and Elder Hua were gloomy, and so dark that it seemed as if ink could drip out of them. Despite their best efforts, the expert team led by computer genius girl Tong Yao was unable to crack the app in Wang Yixuo's phone, and could not even transfer and install it. This is a great shame for the national team. Tong Yao looked at Elder Wang and Elder Hua's murderous eyes, feeling very aggrieved. As the analysis deepened, she became more and more shocked. This was not a code in the traditional sense at all, but a completely incomprehensible language. She fell into deep self-doubt. How could a programmer who surpassed ordinary programmers make such an amazing app? If she had the chance to meet the developer himself, she would die without regrets. Mr. Wang sighed and suppressed his anger. Forget it, let's project the phone screen onto the big screen first. At this time, Mr. Hua received a notice and said in a serious tone, The military satellite is in place and the signal can be received. Tong Yao quickly tapped on the keyboard, lines of code scrolled rapidly, and a line of subtitles appeared on the big screen. Tianshu's satellite signal is being connected. Everyone held their breath, staring at the screen, and a depressing atmosphere filled the air. Mr. Hua patted Mr. Wang on the shoulder and whispered to comfort him. No matter what happens, I will always be with you. He knew in his heart that based on the data sent back by the mech, the pilot, Wang Yixue, was most likely in danger. The temperature of the mech had already exceeded 200 degrees, and the cockpit was probably a purgatory. After receiving the signal, what greeted them was likely an unbearable tragic scene. Blue Star's atmosphere. Jiantian No. 1 shuttled at high speed, rubbing against the atmosphere violently. Its body was fiery red but extremely tough. Wang Yixue tried her best to control the mecha, but could only barely adjust its posture, but could not slow down. The data panel showed that the mecha's temperature was 501, and its speed was Mach 5. The mecha flew out of the middle layer and approached the low Earth orbit. Looking at the rapidly rising data, Wang Yixue knew that if it continued like this, it might be thrown into outer space. As she fumbled for the emergency stop button in the cockpit, she sighed. Such an advanced mecha doesn't even have an intelligent assistance system? As if in response to Wang Yixue, a mechanical voice sounded in the mecha cockpit. If the driver fails to operate properly for a long time, the novice intelligent assistance system will be activated. The driver can operate the system in a variety of ways, such as voice control and pupil focus selection of the holographic helmet. Specific operation instructions have been sent to the holographic helmet. Wang Yixue quickly put on the holographic helmet, and sure enough, the operating rules of intelligent assisted driving appeared on the screen. Hover! She gave the order, and the attitude adjustment vector nozzles on the outside of the mecha started instantly, fine-tuning the airflow to stabilize the mecha. At the same time, the 4 hydrogen-powered engines on the back burst out with turbulent blue flames, forming dense circles of Mach rings. Jiantian No. 1 suddenly slowed down, as if it had braked suddenly in the air. The data panel in the lower right corner of the cockpit jumped rapidly. Speed, Mach 4.7. Speed, Mach 4.2. Speed, Mach 3.5. Speed 0, current state, hovering. Jiantian No. 1 finally stopped steadily in low Earth orbit. It stopped! Wang Yixue let out a long sigh, moved her eyes away from the screen and looked at the scene in front of her. But then, her pupils suddenly shrank and her breathing stopped instantly. In front of her was a deep blue planet. It was covered with a thin layer of blue gauze, as clear as crystal, with a halo of brilliant colors, quietly suspended in the boundless space. It seemed close at hand, yet out of reach. This is the Earth? Wang Yixue held her breath, her heart shocked, and her eyes greedily gazed at the beauty of her mother planet. Mother Earth, it's so beautiful! She stared at it infatuatedly, completely forgetting that a small trumpet-shaped icon on the transparent function panel on the lower left corner of the holographic helmet had been flashing for more than 10 minutes. At the same time, inside the Zhonghai research base. How is it? Is it connected? This was the 8th time that Mr. Wang asked the question, with obvious urgency in his voice. Tong Yao raised her head helplessly and explained patiently. No. Since the mecha does not have intelligent identification, our signal is a one-way connection. The other party must agree to the connection. But, Tong Yao paused, a trace of regret in her eyes. According to calculations, the survival rate of the mecha pilot is almost 0. There may be no one on the other side. The hall was completely silent, with only Mr. Wang's suppressed sighs to be heard. Everyone was helpless, and the atmosphere became increasingly heavy. Suddenly, Tong Yao's computer screen flickered. Mr. Wang! Her eyes lit up. Yixue's phone call records have been unlocked, and we have the phone number of Master Su. Dial! Mr. Wang ordered immediately. The next second after the call was connected, a cold, mechanical female voice sounded. Sorry, the number you dialed is in arrears. Please pay the bill. Tong Yao's mouth twitched, she gritted her teeth, recharged 50 yuan, and called again. Sorry, the number you dialed is busy, please call again later. Tong Yao was so angry that her face turned black. This guy set up a block for unknown numbers. Check his IP address. Retrieve his personal information at the same time. Mr. Wang gave the order without hesitation. Got it. Tong Yao showed a smug smile, and her slender fingers danced quickly on the keyboard. Watch me. I'll get it done in 5 minutes. On the other hand, I was busy studying the technology given by the system. Since my cell phone was in arrears, I simply had the system modified no need to charge, no need to pay phone bills, and I can also surf the internet with unlimited bandwidth. That's so worry-free. I'll even change my mom's cell phone tomorrow. I thought proudly. On the other side. Found it! Tong Yao shouted excitedly. The owner of the machine is Su Taibang, and his current location is... She suddenly fell silent, her face suddenly changed, she took a breath, and her voice trembled. The location shows the moon. The hall was silent for a moment, and everyone's eyes widened with questions on their faces. Tong Yao pulled her hair hard. Impossible! Check again. She re-entered the data, but this time, the results were even more devastating. Leader! Tong Yao's face was pale and her voice was trembling. His location is M78 Nebula. The entire hall exploded in an instant, with countless angry and incredulous looks directed at Tong Yao. Mr. Wang's old face was terribly gloomy. His brows were knitted into the shape of a character. His chin was trembling slightly. Although he said nothing, the silent sense of oppression made the atmosphere in the whole hall stagnant. M78 Nebula? Sometimes the moon, sometimes outer space? After all this fuss, Su Tai Bang is actually Ultraman Tiga? If we really follow this logic, the guy just now was heading straight from the Earth to the M78 Nebula at a speed of 2 million light-years per second. Ridiculous! Old Wang shouted angrily, puffing his beard and glaring, his whole body shaking with anger. At this moment, a sudden voice resounded throughout the hall. Jiantian Mecha number 1, connection successful! Mr. Wang immediately turned his head and looked at the large screen in the front of the hall. On the screen, against the backdrop of the vast universe, a blue planet slowly rotates. It is so huge that it takes up half of the screen, with a crystal white halo around its edge, which is magnificent and stunning. The profound scene made the entire reporting hall fall into silence, and everyone held their breath. The previous unhappiness was instantly forgotten. Elder Wang's eyes accidentally swept across the reflective holographic helmet, and vaguely saw the figure of his granddaughter Wang Yixue. That's great, little Yixue is okay. That's great. Almost instantly, his eyes were moist. From that moment on, he was no longer the giant who supported the scientific backbone of Xiaogua with his broken body, but just an old man who was worried about the safety of his granddaughter. After a brief silence, cheers like a tsunami broke out in the hall. Countless people's eyes were filled with tears, not only because of Wang Yixue's miraculous survival, but also because of that Mecha Jiantian number 1. Everyone knows what this means. Xia country has entered a new era of man mechas flying into space. Wang and Hua also clearly understood the meaning of this. They were a little excited, but they quickly calmed down. Now was not the time to indulge in personal feelings. Xiao Yixio, you must have experienced extreme heat and extreme cold as the mecha climbed all the way up, right? I'm glad you survived, Old One said in a low voice with relief. Unexpectedly, Wang Yixue looked confused, and after a pause she replied sweetly. The temperature in the cockpit has been very stable, about 25 degrees, which is quite comfortable. Well, just get through it. Mr. Wang responded subconsciously, and suddenly realized. What? Click! The microphone in his hand accidentally fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Wang Lao picked up the microphone, panting, and repeatedly confirmed. Xiao Yixue, you mean that you were wearing denim hot pants and a suspender top and didn't feel any temperature changes in the cockpit? Yes, is there anything wrong? Wang Yixue tilted her head with an innocent look on her face. Haha, it's okay, haha. Old Wang laughed twice and swallowed his saliva, but his heart was already in turmoil. How can the mecha maintain a constant temperature when there are no insulation tiles or thermal barrier coatings on its outer layer? This mystery weighed down the scientists present like a huge rock. Xiao Yixio, how is the fuel for the mecha? Pay attention, and don't let it get away without coming back. This reminder made the researchers' nearby eyes light up. He is indeed a senior scientist who always thinks of the key points at critical moments. Fuel? Wang Yixue glanced at the cockpit interface and answered casually. 10 bars in total, and there are 9.5 bars left. Mr. Wang's face froze. He pulled off the nasal oxygen tube, threw it heavily to the ground, and stepped on it twice. Too exaggerated. Flying from the Earth to space only uses 1/20th of the fuel? Wang Yixue suddenly spoke again. Eh? Grandpa, I have another energy reserve icon here, 50 more than the previous one. Hearing this, Mr. Wang rolled his eyes and fell backward straight. Grandpa? What's wrong with you, Grandpa? Wang Yixue called anxiously, but at this moment Old Wan had already fallen into an abyss of silence. The three perspectives of other researchers in the hall were also completely reshaped. What they saw today was incredible and beyond the boundaries of all human cognition. Xiao, your grandpa is fine. He just talked for a long time and needs some oxygen. Don't worry. Elder Hua's voice came through the headset, steady and soothing. Well, okay, then please, Grandpa Hua, take good care of my grandpa. Ishia will drive the mecha back to pick you up for a ride later. I'll continue with my novice practice first. Go ahead and practice without any worries. After hanging up the call, Mr. Hua watched the staff help Mr. Wang to the chair. He thought for a moment and ordered, Quick, put the nasal oxygen tube back on him. Tong Yao glanced at the nasal oxygen tube that was stepped on and twitched slightly. Mr. Hua, this is not TSK. Don't worry about it, use it first. Elder Hua waved his hand, his tone unquestionable. As an old friend, he knew that Elder Wang had this old problem of being overexcited, and he just needed to take a few breaths of oxygen to calm down. After settling Mr. Wang down, Mr. Hua and the other experts continued to stare at the big screen to see what Wang Yishua would do next. Wang Yishua slightly adjusted the holographic helmet, and the novice guidance interface appeared in front of her. Current training subject: limb synchronization and coordination training. Do you want to start? Next subject: railgun target shooting. Start! She clenched her fists, and there was a hint of determination in her clear eyes. At the same time, above the Earth, there is the Eagle Sauce space station. The cross-shaped structure floats quietly in low Earth orbit. Click! The hatch of the node module made a slight sound, and Megan, wearing a white space suit, leaned half of his body out. The boundless vast galaxy before him made his heart tremble. Mei Jian, don't block the door, come out quickly! And Zhui gently pushed him from behind. Megan then carefully held the handle and slowly floated out of the cabin. This was their 27th spacewalk mission. Although it is called a mission, it is actually to allow astronauts to get some fresh air and relieve the depression of living in the cabin for a long time. The two of them hung up their safety ropes, leaned against the bulkhead, and leisurely enjoyed the beautiful scenery. At this moment, Megan suddenly pointed at a small red dot in the distance and frowned. What is that? Have you never seen it before? It's probably a satellite that was just launched by Russia or Xia country. Don't think too much about it. No! Look, it seems to be dancing? Megan stared at the red dot, his eyes full of confusion. And Zhui looked over, and at one glance, his scalp instantly went numb. In the distance, there was a humanoid red mechanical body, making various poses and movements with funny expressions, as if it were a stage show by a pop star. The two looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. Looking again, the red mechanical body suddenly stopped moving. Maybe it's an illusion. And Zhui breathed a sigh of relief and consoled himself. It's just a satellite, nothing to be surprised about. Just when they let down their guard, two blazing red beams suddenly shot out from the shoulders of the red mechanical body. The flames dragged a straight trajectory, passing by the sides of the two people and heading straight for the geosynchronous orbit. What the hell is this? And Zhui shuddered violently, and when he turned around, he saw two violent explosions coming from the deep space. Two dragonfly-shaped satellites were blown to pieces in an instant. What is this? This is... And Zhui was completely stunned, and Mi Jin was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out, his lips trembled, and his teeth chattered. Oh my God! Something terrible has happened! Aliens are invading the Earth! Hurry and report to the space agency! The Earth might be destroyed! Ridiculous! In the Eagle Sauce Aerospace Administration, 3-star General Paul slammed his palm on the table and shouted angrily. And Zhui and Mi Jian are floating in space, right? What aliens? It must be a conspiracy! He gritted his teeth and ordered. Immediately contact the research station on Puerto Rico Island and mobilize the over-the-horizon radio telescope to see what that red thing is. A few minutes later, a few blurry photos were placed in front of Paul. Even though the picture quality was poor, it was clearly recognizable that it was a humanoid mecha. Paul's face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, with a mixture of shock and fear in his eyes. This is definitely not an alien, but it is more terrifying than an alien. With such technological power, it can easily destroy the space station and even directly threaten the presidential palace. Thinking of this, Paul felt a chill on his back and immediately picked up the phone and dialed. This is Paul from the Aeronautics and Space Administration. There is an urgent report of SSS-level military intelligence. Please transfer to General Austin immediately. Zhonghai City Research Base. Elder Hua looked at Wang Yixue on the screen and asked, Little Yixue, how is your practice going? Can you really drive a car? Hey, Grandpa Hua, I told you. I can drive Jiangtian number 1 after I finish the novice guide. The little girl is anxious, haha. Mr. Hua smiled and stroked his beard. Suddenly he remembered what happened just now and asked, By the way, did you fire the railgun just now? Yeah. Shoulder railgun. I just found 2 random targets to practice on. What? Just find a random target to shoot in space. Old Hua's eyes widened instantly, and he swallowed his saliva. Even though he was somewhat numb from the shock today, he was still shocked. The power of the Jiangtian No. 1 mecha had already surpassed his cognition. With this thing, Xiaohua's technology will definitely achieve leapfrog development. A technologically powerful country is definitely not just empty talk. Mr. Hua suddenly thought something was wrong. Xiao Yixue, you said you just picked 2 random spots to shoot. Where did the targets come from? 011 almost wiped out Starlink, and Mr. Hua couldn't hold it anymore. I used the mecha's quantum source phased array radar to randomly lock onto 2 moving targets, and both shots hit them. There should be video records, I'll look for them. Wang Yixue already had some familiarity with the operating console and quickly found the previous real-time records. After clicking on the picture, the image was quickly enlarged on Wang Yixue's holographic helmet screen. Finally, a blurry image was synchronously displayed on the large screen TV in the reporting hall. Although the picture was blurry, Mr. Hua and other scientific researchers recognized what it was at a glance. Countless people's pupils shrank into needlepoints. They all took a step back. Take a deep breath. It turned out to be the pioneer of American civilian satellites, Masto's Starlink satellite. More than 3,500 satellites have been launched into outer space. Although it is said to be for civilian use, it has actually long been controlled by the military and used for military purposes. Xiao Yixue, you killed 2 of these things with just 2 shots? Old Hua asked again tremblingly. Yes, I was anxious to continue training other subjects, so I only fired 2 shots. In fact, the mecha locked on to more than 500 of the closest ones at the time, so I only shot 2, not more. There was still a look of unsatisfied look on Wang Yixue's face. Mr. Hua couldn't hold it in any longer. The little girl almost caused a big trouble. If more than 500 Starlink satellites were to be destroyed in one wave, the Americans would definitely fight for their lives. Fortunately. So dangerous. May Master Liu Ben also bless me, it's so mysterious. Before Mr. Hua could breathe a sigh of relief, Wang Yixue was eager to try. How about this, Grandpa Hua, I'll make a few more for you to see. They'll look like fireworks, so pretty. No, no, no! My little ancestor, please put away your magical powers. Old Hua's little heart was beating wildly. If we let this little ancestor continue to play, I think she will be able to control the international space. It's a headache just thinking about dozens of countries finding fault with you. Old man Hua was completely numb and absolutely could not continue chatting with this little girl. We have to get her back quickly. If we continue talking, he will run out of breath and die. I am in my 70s and cannot withstand the continuous stimulation. Xiao Yixue, stop making trouble. Listen to Grandpa Hua and come back quickly. Your grandpa is still lying in the infirmary of our Zhonghai research base. Okay, then I'll find you guys at Zhonghai base. After Wang Yixue finished speaking, she held the joystick with both hands and began to control the mecha. After practicing the novice guidance training, she has been able to initially control the Jiangtian No. 1. After the basic settings, a mechanical sound rang in my ears. Intelligent assisted driving system started. Current mode novice. Destination, Zhonghai Military Research Base. Posture adjustment completed. The power system is normal. The body intelligence detection is completed. Estimated arrival time, 28 minutes. It is recommended to switch the mode to normal mode. Estimated duration, 20 minutes. Of course I'll switch. Current mode normal. Jiangtian number 1, set off. Following Wang Yixio's order, a ball of azure blue flame exploded from Jiangtian number 1 in space. Disappeared from the spot in an instant. Far away. Also in low Earth orbit. Enjoi kept searching in the living cabin. Have you found it? Hurry up! Megan kicked Enjoi from behind. I remember putting it here after watching the moon last time. Enjoi's eyes were full of anxiety. Found it! A monocular optical electronic telescope more than 1 meter long appeared in sight. Enjoi took it out quickly. Quick, let's use this. We will definitely be able to see clearly. It also has a built-in camera function. We can send the photos back to NASA. It will be a great achievement. What are you still dawdling about? Hurry up! The two men, wearing white space suits, floated towards the node module again in a weightless state. Crunch! As the pressure was relieved, the hatch opened. The two carefully came out of the node warehouse again. The difference is that this time there was a hint of uneasiness on their faces. I am still frightened by the two flashes of fire just now. Seeing Enjoi holding the telescope motionlessly, Mi Jian suddenly became impatient again. What are you waiting for? If you don't want to see it, just give me the telescope. No, that thing is gone, Enjoi said tremblingly. What nonsense! Megan raised his hand and pointed to the side. Were you just... Shit! Where did you go? The two looked at the empty space in confusion. Fall into confusion. Oh my god, you were dancing and firing just now, and now you're gone just like that? The two looked at each other and shuddered at the same time. At this moment they were finally sure. That must be aliens. Just as they expected, aliens invaded the Earth. Oh Mom, what should I do? I want to go back to Earth. Space is not safe, there are aliens. It's so horrible, no one would believe it if I told them. If a novel dares to be written like this, it will probably be hacked to death by the readers. It's too ridiculous. Little life. Defense Investigation Division. Ito Makoto leaned back in his swivel chair, his brows furrowed. Kodori Taro, you mean to say that you actually saw the Gundam fly up from your front windshield? Captain Ito, please believe me, I am absolutely not lying. If you don't believe me, you can ask my co-pilot. Taro Kodori was respectful and terrified. If you are found to be lying, you will not only lose your job, but you will also be prosecuted for spreading rumors. Think carefully before you speak. Ito Makoto just felt like he was going crazy. People can see the problem just by watching anime. In broad daylight, a Gundam flies through your windshield? Why don't you say that Naruto killed you with a raisin shuriken? Section Chief, everything I said is true, you have to believe me. Kodori Taro's speech gradually became more rapid. He was very depressed that airplanes did not have dash cams like cars. If we had that, it would be easy to prove that everything is true. Okay, I believe what you said. Ito Makoto waved his hand and smiled gently. Speaking of which, I have a friend who has a high level of attainment in the human spirit. You might as well go visit him. After saying that, he handed Taro Kodori a business card. It says, Osaka Psychiatric Rehabilitation Center. What? It was as if 10,000 alpacas were running wildly through Taro Kodori's mind. Baka! I'm talking to you nicely, and you want me to go to a mental hospital? I don't care anymore. Wait until that mecha destroys our life and then see what you can do. If you don't agree, there's no need to talk too much. Snort. Kodori Taro exhaled 2 loud breaths from his nostrils in anger. He left with a huff. Mr. Bird, remember to visit the address on the business card. If you are sick, you need to treat it. Don't give up on treatment. Ito Makoto's intermittent voice could be heard from behind. Bagijalu! Your whole family is sick. I will not report anything I see from now on. Let's see how you die. Xia Country's airspace. A crimson light came from space. It dropped from the sky with a bright golden tail. Go straight down. There was almost only an afterimage. 012, is there any need to say more? The mecha must be back. Ishua, drive slower, drive slower! China Shipping Research Center, reporting hall. Old Hua's heart almost jumped out of his throat. Looking at the panel data synchronized back on the screen, I was so scared that I couldn't bear to look at it. Current mode normal. Mecha stance dive. Back number 1 engine thrust, 150 kN plus. Back number 2 engine thrust, 150 kN plus. Back number 3 engine thrust, 165 kN plus. Back number 4 engine thrust, 165 kN plus. Flanking engine thrust, 179 kN plus. Aircraft attitude adjustment vector thrust. Number 1/30th, number 2 of 15, number 3 of 45, no April 13th, number 5 of 22. Body temperature, 430 degrees Celsius. Speed, Mach 4.1. Comment, everything is okay. The speed is already Mach 4, is this normal? Mr. Hua just felt that his blood pressure was rising too quickly. My eyeballs are about to burst. His body was shaking and he was about to fall. Tong Yao hurriedly supported Mr. Hua. The researchers nearby also quickly pushed a stool over. Mr. Hua had no time to sit on the stool. He was furious and holding the microphone, roaring wildly. Ishue, it's 4 times the speed of sound. Slow down, you can poke a hole in the Earth's crust at this speed. The old voice was almost broken. Wang Ishue was a little impatient, and even felt that it could be even faster. I want to come back early to see my grandfather who is still on oxygen. Grandpa Hua, don't worry. I won't talk to you anymore, I'm hanging up. Hey! You! Next time. The screen turned into snow. All audio and video signals were cut out, being cut off unilaterally by the other party. Mr. Hua looked at Tong Yao with the attitude of giving it a try. Before he could open his mouth, he was interrupted by a nursery rhyme. Mr. Hua, it's not that my skills are bad. It's just that a one-sided connection will never succeed. There's no point trying. Mr. Hua, the data panel of the mecha shows that everything is normal, so you can rest assured. The researcher next to him also advised. This is the only way. Mr. Hua shook his head helplessly. The reason why he was so careful was mainly because if anything happened to Wang Yishue, Mr. Wang would definitely fight him to the death. Moreover, the advanced technology contained in this mecha is likely to be decades ahead of current technology. As long as the mecha returns safely, it can be disassembled and studied. Get the advanced technology. By then, Xiaobo technology will surely achieve real leapfrog development. Being bullied by the Eagle Sauce and Western powers for so many years. How can I swallow this? Now the opportunity is in front of us, we must seize it even if it means death. In the sky, thick black clouds blocked out the sun and were very low. At noon, there is no sun. Sizzle! A flash of golden lightning traveled from one end of the dark cloud to the other. The entire cloud layer has a palpitating feeling. Bang! A dull voice sounded. The fiery red mecha suddenly emerged from the clouds and knocked a hole in the black cloud. The electric arcs on the clouds seemed to be pulled and instantly swam towards the mecha. But the mecha was too fast and disappeared near the clouds in the blink of an eye. Lightning just couldn't catch up. If lightning had feelings, it would definitely be confused. What the hell is that? It doesn't make sense. Wang Yishue moved her arms casually. She felt a little sleepy after driving at such a high intensity for such a long time. Fortunately, it arrived quickly. Glancing at the data panel. Body temperature, 580 degrees Celsius. Speed, Mach 5.7. This was all she could understand. The speed is 5.7 and is still increasing. It shouldn't be considered slow. In fact, it can be even faster. In addition to the normal driving mode, there are 2 more modes, Master and King. But even with the special protective position in the cockpit, she still couldn't stand the strong feeling of weightlessness. She had a feeling that this mecha was far from its current limit. Unless the physical fitness can be 10 times stronger than it is now, the original strength of the mecha can be truly demonstrated. Just as the mecha was diving towards the ground with a beautiful tail, a spot of light suddenly appeared on the air defense radar of the Zhonghai City Military Research Base. The air raid sirens rang out urgently. Alarm! 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 Phase array radar system detects. We were attacked by an intercontinental ballistic missile of unknown origin, suspected to be carrying a nuclear warhead. All personnel please seek refuge in civil air defense facilities within 3 minutes. The countdown to disaster begins. 180s. 179s. The sharp air defense alarm sounded throughout the Zhonghai sky. Government agencies, office workers, and small vendors all stopped what they were doing and fell into panic. Official forces were dispatched quickly. Save as many as you can within 3 minutes. All civil air defense facilities are in operation. The subway station, which was usually ignored, became the destination for everyone at this moment. Life races against time. Inside the military research base. The moment the air raid siren sounded, Mr. Hua suddenly sat up from his chair. A sharp light suddenly burst out from the old eye sockets. The originally cloudy pupils suddenly became extremely clear. At critical moments, he is the backbone and must not lose his composure. Connect immediately, the landline of the Air Defense Department of the Scientific Research Base. Beep. Leader, something terrible has happened. Radar shows that the base has been targeted by an enemy intercontinental missile. Computer thermal sensor data analysis shows that it is very likely carrying a large-yield nuclear warhead. Preliminary estimates show that it is 5 times the power of the Hiroshima atomic bomb. An air defense alarm has been automatically issued to the entire city. What should we do now? Mr. Hua was stunned and his scalp felt numb. Intercontinental missile. Could it be the latest Sentinel-2 developed by the Eagle Sauce? But this shouldn't be the case. Do they really have the guts to start a war that would lead to direct destruction? Besides, if the attack came from the United States or Russia, our airspace warning system should have detected its trace long ago. Wrong. What's wrong? It seems like there's a missing link. The person on the other end of the line heard that Mr. Hua didn't say anything, so he tried to persuade him. Mr. Hua, there is no time to think about it. The countdown to the disaster is only 2 minutes left. Why don't you take refuge in the air raid shelter as soon as possible? It doesn't matter if we sacrifice ourselves, you are the backbone of our country, and you cannot afford to lose. Please! Not only the people on the other end of the phone, but also the researchers nearby were going up to drag Mr. Hua away. Even if we have to carry him, we have to carry this 70-year-old man to the air raid shelter. Mr. Hua. A familiar voice sounded. At this time, after breathing oxygen for a long time, Mr. Wang finally recovered a lot and walked over quickly. Mr. Wang! Old Hua's eyes lit up, and he thought he had come at the right time. Mr. Wang, you should know everything. What's your guess? Oh. Do we need to guess? The mecha must be back. Ah? Countless people were startled. 013 The mecha has landed, please accept my knees. Mr. Hua was also stunned. Frozen in place. Consider the accuracy of this statement. It seems that this is the only possibility. Not good! Thinking of this, old Hua slapped his thigh fiercely. Pick up the phone. Air Defense Department, has the Sky Burial System been activated? The Heaven Burial System has entered the activation process and is undergoing final approval. Once the approval is completed, it can be fully activated. Hiss. Countless gasps were heard. This time the matter has become a big deal. Burial Heaven System. Just like its name, once activated, it can bury the heavens. Similar to Russia's Dead Hand System or America's Doomsday Plane, Xiaogua also has its own nuclear counterattack capability. The words, World War, are not enough to describe its horror. It would be more appropriate to describe it as the end of the world. Once the monitoring system detects a nuclear attack anywhere in Xia State, it will automatically start 1 minute before it is about to be attacked. As long as 3 approvals are passed, all nuclear bombs in the territory will be launched. Humanity will completely return to the Stone Age. Mr. Wang shouted loudly. Hurry! Report it immediately before the 3 approvals are passed. It will be too late if you delay any longer. Hua Lao's speed dial. His big hands, as rough as sandpaper, pressed the keys accurately. Special Red Communications Channel 001. This phone call is not normally allowed. And not everyone is qualified to make the call. Every time this number is dialed, it means that a earth-shaking national event is happening. While Mr. Hua was making the call, old Wang came to the window and looked outside at the beautiful mountains and rivers of the motherland. The countdown to the disaster overhead kept ringing. 10s, 9s, 8s. The only sounds in the entire hall were the voice of Mr. Wang making a phone call to report the situation and the deafening countdown. Countless people held their breath. Dare not speak. The surroundings fell into dead silence. After the noise died down, the sound of death became clearer. Mr. Wang put his hands behind his back. The back is straight. Looking out the window silently, the beads of sweat on his forehead showed that he was not at peace. 3s, 2s, 1s, 0s. The end is not yet. Huh? As expected. Mr. Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Mr. Hua also hung up the phone. His brows were full of relief. Fortunately, the 3 approvals did not pass smoothly, otherwise everything would have been ruined. He has explained the situation to his superiors, and this air defense alarm will be classified as an air defense exercise, and the relevant departments will explain it to the public. How happy it is to live in a peaceful era! Before Mr. Wang could even take a breath, sudden, a sharp sound of air tearing was heard. The glass also began to vibrate with a whoosh sound. The flower pot on the windowsill fell to the ground with a bang due to the rapid vibration. Beaten to pieces. In the reporting hall, many people had looks of surprise and doubt in their eyes. What's going on? Isn't it a system failure? Isn't it really a disaster? It's over, I don't want to die. I'm a virgin. Can you let me taste the bitterness of love before I die? Countless eyes suddenly fell on the guy who spoke last. The air suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes popped out. It's already this late, and Master Lu is still thinking about this? No one expected that Master Lu, the always mature and steady mechanical boss, would say such a thing. Master Lu felt the strange looks from everyone and instantly realized that he had said the wrong thing. His face suddenly turned red, as if it had been painted red. It's over, the society is dead. Otherwise, doomsday will break out. If this TM doesn't explode, I won't be able to survive. The entire Zhonghai military base could talk about this for half a year. It's better to die. No need to be laughed at by those bastards. In addition to Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua, there were more than a dozen people who knew why the windows were shaking. This is the resonance phenomenon that occurs when a super-powerful engine approaches. Haha, okay. Let's go out and take a look at our Jiantian number 1. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua walked side by side and walked out of the hall with many scientific researchers. When they heard the words, Jiantian number 1, many people who were confused just now reacted. His eyes gradually became excited. Come to the open space outdoors. It has a runway for fighter jets to take off and land, and it is also the largest open space in the entire Zhonghai military research base. The mecha landed, it must be in this place. Hula! A strong gust of air gushed out. It blew straight to everyone's feet. The skinny little nursery rhyme was almost blown over. Old Wang raised his head and looked up into the sky. There was an inexplicable gleam in his eyes, and his hands were clasped tightly in his palms. Mr. Hua also showed a gratified smile. A group of scientists widened their eyes. He stared upwards without blinking, unable to hide his excitement. They were busy for most of the day, looking at data and listening to the explanations of Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua. Now I can finally see the real body. I was so excited that I couldn't breathe. Is it coming? The real mecha is coming. The red dot quickly enlarged in everyone's eyes. A domineering machine with great visual impact fell from the sky. Boom! The airwave spread, and the strong wind that blew down everyone became even more violent. The heat stream crashed down. The ultimate visual experience is eye-popping. Some people are too obsessed. With a plop, he knelt at the feet of the mecha. Surrender! It's not that they want to kneel. It is your knees that have to kneel. It's none of their business. standing next to a 5 m tall mech. Countless scientific researchers were stunned. Sharp and flamboyant edges. Violent and explosive shape. Especially the set of awesome railguns on the shoulders. It ignited the hearts of countless men. Who says men don't understand romance? This is the romance of men. Kaz. As the cockpit opened, Wang Yixue stood at the opening of the cockpit and waved symbolically. Old Wang keenly noticed that his precious granddaughter's face was a little pale, and something was not right. Xiao Yixue, come down quickly! I know, Grandpa. The mecha's arm lifted Wang Yixue down. Wang Yixue had a confident smile on her face, wearing denim hot pants and a black suspenders top. Sunny and energetic. Countless people stared with their eyes wide open. They never expected that girls and mechas could be such a perfect match. Many young female scientific researchers feel ashamed of themselves. Yixue, what's wrong with you? Old Wang asked with concern. It's okay. I dived too fast and almost couldn't brake. I feel a little carsick. Oh no, I'm mecha sick, ugh. As soon as Wang Yixue finished speaking, she ran to a place not far away and vomited violently. Everyone's expressions froze instantly. Mecha goddess, sick of mecha? Ah, this. Seeing that his granddaughter was fine, Mr. Wang finally put his mind at ease. Now all the problems have been solved and I am in a good mood. He waved his hand and said to the 50 or so scientific researchers behind him, prepare to conduct a performance test on the mecha's mechanical components. After saying this, he looked at the nursery rhyme. Contact Dr. Chen immediately. He is an expert in mechanical precision casting and materials science. When Tong Yao heard the 3 words, Dr. Chen, she frowned instantly. His complexion looked a little ugly. She had no affection for this fake foreigner at all. Relying on the fact that he is a PhD who studied abroad, he gets paid more than Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua combined. The most important thing is that he likes to be inappropriate towards some female colleagues. There was even an attempt to attack nursery rhymes. However, Tong Yao hacked into his chat account and intercepted many of his disgusting chat records. So Dr. Chen didn't dare to do anything about the nursery rhyme in the end. Well, Tong Yao sighed and sent a message to Dr. Chen. The base is preparing to conduct a performance test of super metal components. Elder Wang asked you to come over? Shit! We are a poor place like the Eagles. How can we have any super metal components? I'm just passing on a message. You can come or not. After the message was sent, Tong Yao blocked the person immediately, and the whole world became quiet. 014 Is this something that humans can make? 10 minutes later, Jiangtian No. 1 had been driven to the indoor testing field by Wang Yixue. Here is a professional mechanical component structural strength analyzer. It is usually used to test the structural strength of fighter aircraft parts, and now it is just right for testing mechas. Mr. Wang and Wang Yixue stood aside, waiting for Dr. Chen to arrive. Xiao Yixue, Grandpa wants to ask you something serious. Tell the truth. Yes, just ask whatever you want, Wang Yixue said obediently. Where on earth did this Jiangtian No. 1 mecha come from? I asked the welder to make it for my grandfather's birthday. Wang Yixue held her chin and thought for a while, then added. His name is Su Fan. He is a welder and a student at the National University of Defense Technology in Shanghai. His name is Su Fan? Not Su Taibang? While speaking, Mr. Wang glanced at Tong Yao, who was standing beside him. Tong Yao shrank her neck. He laughed foolishly twice and dared not say anything. No, his name is Su Fan. I've read his profile. He's sunny and handsome, but he has a bit of a bad temper. Wang Yixue couldn't help but complain when she thought about what happened when Su Fan called her in the morning. When it's no longer busy here, I must go and meet this fierce guy. Mr. Wang also seemed to be thinking about something. A college student works part-time as a welder, handcrafting mechas. It's a bit unbelievable. Then, Xiao Yixue, did you commission him to build the mecha several months in advance? Not a few months ago, just the day before yesterday. Mr. Wang coughed twice and pretended to be angry. Xiao Yixue, lying is not a good thing for a child. No, Grandpa, I really didn't lie to you. Liars are dogs. If you don't believe me, look at the chat history, or call him in person and I'll send you his number. Mr. Wang gave a bitter smile. There's no need to send out the phone number. That kid's phone number. It's hard to describe. Wang Yixue frowned. Well, after the test is over, I'll take you to Master Su's house and you can ask him in person. Hey, okay. Old Wang and old Hua beside him looked at each other with eyes like those of old foxes. In a flash, almost half an hour passed. Wang Yixue had long since gotten into the cockpit of the mecha because she felt it was boring outside. She didn't sit in the driver's seat wearing a holographic helmet. He looked around in the cockpit like a curious cat. Dr. Chen, the component performance expert, has not arrived yet. Everyone was getting impatient waiting. Old Wang frowned. Forget it, let's get started. Isn't Dr. Chen's apprentice Zhang Liang here? Let him operate the structural strength analyzer. This is the only way. Mr. Hua nodded. Under Mr. Wang's order, Zhang Liang brought 2 assistants with him. Walked to the operating table nearby. Nervously tapped the buttons on the console, then controlled the joystick. A large mechanical arm suddenly extended from the operating table. Slowly stick it to the transmission rear axle of the mecha's ankle. After a series of fine-tuning. With a click, Zhang Liang clicked the final confirmation button. Blue progress bars appeared on the large screen on the wall. Structural strength testing progress 49%. Anti-wear detection progress 50%. Precision testing progress 8%. Structural strength directly determines the load-bearing capacity of mechanical components. The last 2 are also very important component performance indicators, which are test items performed together with the instrument. Where resistance determines the service life of the component. Precision is related to the functional output of the component. For example, there is a huge difference between a 3 nm chip and a 300 nm chip in terms of power consumption and performance. Seeing that the structural strength test was about to be completed, Zhang Liang's breathing became a little rapid. The fingertips were clenched white. He has been working in the field of structural strength testing for many years, and has even tested Germany's top machine tool components. But today is more special than ever. The metal components tested come from a real mecha. As early as when this huge machine was driven in, he had been deeply shocked. Now that we are in such close contact, it would be a lie to say that I am not nervous. The rest of the scientific researchers are similar. Standing at the feet of a 5m high mecha, you feel like an ant. As scientific researchers, they all know it. The performance of each component of this mecha must be extraordinary. For example, the rear transmission axle under test has an absolutely terrifying structural strength. The precision level must be at least 500 nanometers. We can only wait patiently to see what the data is like. Everyone held their breath and waited quietly for the progress bar to finish. Even the usually steady Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua had a slight tremor in their eyes, and it was obvious that they were very excited. Bye! A loud voice announcement sounded in the hall. The structural strength cannot be detected. Everyone's eyes widened collectively. His eyes were full of confusion. The machine is broken? What does it mean to be unable to detect? Countless people were confused and encountered this situation for the first time. Mr. Hua, this transmission component is really a bit unexpected. There was a gleam of light in old Wang's eyes, and his voice trembled as he spoke. Yes, there is only one reason why it cannot be detected. Its structural strength exceeds any forged or cast mechanical component on Earth. Hearing what the 2 elders said, Zhang Liang, who had just come down from the test bench, suddenly stopped, showing an expression of disbelief. There were also bursts of gasps of air heard all around. The rear axle driven by just an ankle can be so strong. Doesn't this mean that ordinary shells cannot damage this mecha at all? After working in this field for so many years, most people present can tell at a glance that the drive shaft at the rear ankle of the mecha and the external armor are made of an alloy material. If this kind of material is used in modern warfare, no matter what absolute defense is, it will be a head-on attack. Who can just get through it? You hit me with a shot and I lose some paint. I'll give you a shot and your house will be gone. How would you deal with this? How to play? What are you playing with me? This thing is a fighting weapon. No doubt about it. If we get in there, the Eagle Sauce homeland will definitely be breached. I really want to drive it around in my spare time. Countless scientific researchers had little stars twinkling in their eyes as they looked at Jiantian No. 1. This steel fortress has become a heartthrob. Everyone was amazed. A mechanical voice sounded again from above the hall. The wear resistance is undetectable. The precision is undetectable. This? Mr. Wang felt as if struck by lightning and his pupils trembled violently. Old Hua peeped and sighed, his head aching slightly. Today's component performance testing is simply killing me. I won't stop until I scare someone to death. The researchers standing by looked even more confused. 015 Dr. Chen's opinion. After a brief moment of silence, Mr. Wang probably figured out the clues and explained to everyone while panting. The fact that these three values cannot be detected indicates that the internal atomic structure of this mechanical component is extremely special. The external structure and internal structure of the component complement each other. The attenuation wavelength is beyond the normal detection range, and the energy density is too large, so the instrument cannot detect it. From the atomic level to the macroscopic level, this thing is too advanced. We have no ability to detect it. To be frank, if this material is used to apply for the Nobel Prize, forget it, it's not worthy of the Nobel Prize. After hearing the last sentence, everyone was stunned, their eyes numb. This mecha is truly incredible. The Nobel Prize is an honor that countless scientists want to receive. Now, it pales in comparison to this mecha. After the shock, a fierce light burst out in Mr. Wang's eyes and the corners of his mouth gradually curled up. The old face couldn't help but burst into laughter. The laughter grew. A blush appeared on his wrinkled face, and a few hot tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. There is hope for the motherland's rise. Mr. Hua couldn't help but have tears in his eyes. My chin trembled slightly and my nose felt sore. As long as this new alloy material and ultrafine processing technology can be widely used, many military industries can be completely transformed. Achieve a leap forward across generations in a short period of time. Not to mention the eagle sauce, even if the entire NATO came, they would definitely be defeated head-on. Imagine if someone put his dog in front of your door all day long and showed off his power. At this time, you have a Gatling gun in your hand, do you have to kill him? The indoor testing area erupted in loud cheers. Everyone was completely excited. The hot blood is boiling in my body. I'm addicted. If the two elders hadn't been there, the roof would have definitely been blown off. We are so honored to be the first witnesses of this alien technology. I have material to brag about when I get home and to my wife and son. Can be played for several years. The cheers gradually faded, but the smiles on everyone's faces remained. At this time, a Maybach stopped outside the gate of the indoor test field. A fingerprint recognition sound was heard. The door opened with a click. Dr. Chen, with curly hair, wearing a leather jacket and carrying a black box, walked over. He was not wearing the work uniform of the Zhonghai Military Research Base. As soon as he saw the red mecha in the test field, he exclaimed, "What a big model! So beautiful! Where did you get it, Eagle Sauce or John Bull?" He hurriedly strode to the side of the mecha's calf and looked up. His eyes were full of obsession. "Wow, it's so beautiful! Even the Eagle Sauce may not be able to make it so exquisite." His eyes rolled around, and suddenly they lit up. "It must be from Germany! Only the great German chariots can make such a spectacular and detailed model. Hey! Why aren't you talking?" When Dr. Chen saw that everyone was looking at him, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. "Dr. Chen, this mecha is called Jiantian No. 1. It is a mecha made by our Xia country. It is not what you call Eagle Sauce, John Bull, or German chariot." Tong Yao's eyes were filled with hostility, and there was a sneer on the corner of her mouth. "If you like foreign countries, go there and don't come back. Xia country doesn't welcome you." "Tong Yao, are you deliberately looking for trouble?" Dr. Chen frowned instantly. A surge of anger rose. After all, he is a PhD in materials science who studied abroad. How can I put my face aside when I am taught a lesson in front of an 18-year-old girl? I'm just looking for trouble on purpose. Do you have any objection? Tong Yao's mouth curved into a sarcastic arc. He shook his phone with a provocative look in his eyes. Dr. Chen glared fiercely, and the anger that was about to explode was instantly stuck in his heart, and he held it back tightly. Not released. I almost got internal injuries from this. The little devil Tong Yao stole his account and copied away many of his chat records and other things. Once those things are exposed, his reputation will be affected to some extent. Dr. Chen looked at Tong Yao's provocative eyes and bit his gums in anger. Roaring madly in my heart. Forget it, don't be angry, don't argue with her. Dr. Chen breathed heavily and adjusted his emotions on his own. He knew that his impotent rage would only make the little girl more proud. Dr. Chen, Tong Yao is still young and doesn't understand much. Don't bother with her. Mr. Wang came over with a smile. And this mecha was made in our Xia country. We just finished testing the strength of the rear axle structure of the transmission of the hands and ankles, and the results were all undetectable. Undetectable? Impossible? Dr. Chen looked at the big screen on the wall with a puzzled expression. As for the word mecha, mentioned by Mr. Wang, he automatically understood it as a mecha model. Mechas were too far away. The 100% progress bar, followed by the 4 words, undetectable, is extremely eye-catching. How could this happen? When will our country be able to produce undetectable super components? Dr. Chen looked at Zhang Liang. Xiao Zhang, did you forget to calibrate the instrument before the test? Master, I have calibrated the instrument and followed the normal operating procedures, Zhang Liang said seriously. That's impossible. I think the instrument is malfunctioning. Master, the instrument was working fine at noon. It can't be broken now, right? Are you teaching me how to do things? Dr. Chen glared at Zhang Liang coldly. He was already burning with anger. This Zhang Liang now dares to doubt his judgment. Amir in turn dares to give him orders. They all learn bad habits from nursery rhymes. Dr. Chen looked around and saw that everyone was silent. I know that many people don't believe that it is a problem with the instrument. He immediately curled his lips, spread his hands and said, I'm sure some people don't believe what I say, so let's use other instruments to test it, so that everyone will give up. After saying this, Dr. Chen sneered and shook his head. These people are really imaginative. Regardless of the strength of the alloy material or the processing precision of the components, it is impossible to exceed the detection limit of the instrument. There is no material in the world that cannot be measured by a mechanical component performance analyzer. If there is, either the machine is broken, or this thing must have been invented by the most technologically advanced countries like the United States. Since these people will not give up until they reach the Yellow River, let them give up completely. Dr. Chen put down the black box in his hand. After fiddling with it a few times, it opened with a click. Carefully pick up a square instrument as big as a wash basin. You should all be familiar with this. This is a pulse ray analyzer. It can derive relevant test results based on the spectral characteristics of mechanical components. Use this to test it, and you will give up. Dr. Chen clicked the pulse beam analyzer and attached it to the rear transmission axle of the other ankle of the mecha. The front of the square instrument has a tablet-like panel. A line of small text is displayed above. Pulse detection in progress. In front of 016, F22 is just a little brother. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua stood aside and watched Dr. Chen perform the operation. The 2 elders didn't say anything, waiting quietly for the instrument to produce results. Ding ding ding. Spectrum analysis completed. Reading, please wait. Dr. Chen laughed when he heard the sound coming from the analyzer. Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua, I have analyzed it right away. Don't be too depressed. Although our country is lagging behind now, we will catch up eventually, haha. Ding ding ding, according to spectral intelligence analysis. The components where resistance is not within the detection range, and the processing accuracy exceeds the instrument's detection capability of 0.8 microns. Comprehensive structural strength grade, 389. For reference, same mechanical shape and atomic density, tungsten steel 17, graphene 24, carbon sulfide 66. Dr. Chen's head made a buzzing sound and felt like it was about to explode. His expression froze instantly. The jaw twitched wildly. The processing accuracy exceeds 0.8 microns. What a joke! Even the most powerful engine of the United States, the F-135, cannot achieve this accuracy. The comprehensive structural strength grade is 389, which is outrageous. At this moment, he had cognitive impairment, or mental retardation in short. Can't think. All three views have been completely overturned. Old Wang's eyes were filled with shock. Even though he had been mentally prepared, he was still frightened by the result. Is this component going to be invincible? Too perverted. Zhang Liang saw that Mr. Wang and the others were so shocked that his eyes seemed to pop out of their sockets. Confused, I whispered to the side. Mr. Wang, what's wrong with this test result? What does it mean? Xiao Zhang, do you know what the comprehensive structural strength level of the core mechanical components of the fourth-generation aircraft in the world is currently? Mr. Hua did not answer directly, but asked in return. This. Zhang Liang was speechless for a moment. Mr. Wang explained patiently. The high-performance titanium alloy used in the core frame of the Eagle Sauce F-22 Raptor has a comprehensive structural strength grade of only 12. The most sophisticated engine crankshaft accuracy is only 1 micron. As for wear resistance, I can only say that even if it is used for 100 years, it only needs to add some lubricating oil, and there will be no substantial wear of the components. In general, the Eagle Sauce's F2 is as fragile as paper in front of this mecha. From any angle, the F2 is so weak. Everyone in the room was shocked by what Mr. Wang said. The whole audience gasped. Everyone knows what a monster F2 is. This is the most advanced stealth fighter currently in the United States, and there are only a handful of similar fighters that can compete with it. Not selling arms to other countries is the trump card of the Eagle Sauce. Now he is so weak in front of Jiangtian No. 1? He is just a younger brother among younger brothers? I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Many scientific researchers felt dizzy and their steps were unsteady. I can't stand anymore. A breath of cold air almost pierced my lungs. People with small hearts cannot bear to hear such explosive information. Some people even thought that if 10 more of this type of mecha were manufactured, they could form an aerospace combat assault cluster. Since then, Xiao Rizi, Ying Jiang and other top leaders of the country have been taking melatonin like crazy every night and can't sleep. For an air and space combat raid cluster of this level, killing a prime minister or a president is as easy as drinking water. No, no, no! This is impossible! Dr. Chen shouted loudly and recovered from his shock. There were bloodshot in his eyes and he seemed very excited. If even the Eagle Sauce can't do it, there's no way our Xia country can do it. This is reality. We have to face reality. My judgment can't be wrong. I believe in myself. I bet it's this pulse beam analyzer that's broken. Mr. Wang frowned slowly and looked at Dr. Chen with a very displeased look. The matter is already very clear, but Dr. Chen still insists on saying this, which is really hard to understand. People need to face reality and keep their feet on the ground. But this does not mean that you have to keep your head down and be submissive forever. Isn't it because of the genius scientists that America's technology is so advanced? Why can't our own country produce a genius? Haha, it looks like this instrument is broken too. Sorry. I'll get a new one in a few days and test it again. Dr. Chen ignored the unfriendly looks from the people around him and just laughed dryly. Release the magnetic attraction of the instrument, take it off and throw it aside. Kicked him hard twice. After all, it's a domestically produced instrument, but it just doesn't work. I'll have to buy imported ones no matter how expensive they are in the future. After saying that, he shook his head helplessly. After these words were spoken, even his apprentice Zhang Liang clenched his fists. This is clearly a case of betrayal. Just as he was about to open his mouth to argue, a voice exploded above his head. You're a dog traitor who worships foreigners and fawns on foreigners. You've been kneeling for so long that you're afraid of heights when you stand up, right? I'm sending you to your Eagle Sauce master right now, and never come back. The sound came from the audio communication system above the mecha, although it had a mechanical sound. But you can still tell that these words were said by Wang Yixio. As soon as the words fell, a dull particle sound was heard. The silent eyes of the mecha suddenly emitted 2 dazzling red lights. There was a mechanical sound coming from inside the mecha. Driving authority confirmed. Coolant filling completed. Mini hydrogen engine started. Phased array situational awareness system has been activated. The Jiangtian No. 1 mecha was started successfully. The driver is in place. Waiting to strike. A series of sounds like the sound of a huge bell. Dr. Chen's scalp was numb, and his eyeballs exploded due to the shock. Even after the sound had ended, he was still trembling slightly. His eyes were full of panic and disbelief. He stared at the mecha above his head with a dull look, half crazy and half stupid. Whispering, How did you survive? Wang Yixue fiddled with the cockpit for a while and just put on the holographic helmet when she heard the ridiculous voice of Dr. Chen below. Her pretty face was full of anger. You said everything about the eagle sauce is good, right? No problem. I'll take you there right now. How did you survive? Ask your eagle sauce master in the next life. Just leave this sentence. Wang Yixue controlled the mecha and stretched out her arm with a cold metallic glow. He grabbed Dr. Chen in his hand. Dr. Chen felt pain and woke up instantly, hurriedly calling for help. Mr. Wang, please save me quickly, this thing is out of control. Mr. Hua, stop this thing now. I'm almost being crushed to death. I'm a pillar of the country. If I get hurt, it's a loss to the country. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua looked at each other and exchanged glances. For some reason, the discussion started about how hydrogen-powered engines work. It was as if he didn't hear the cry for help. When the researchers around saw this, they understood instantly and started to get busy at the same time. It was as if a lot of work suddenly appeared on hand. What are you doing? Are you all deaf? I asked you to save me quickly, but you couldn't hear me? Believe it or not, I will report this to the higher-ups. You are all bullying me. Dr. Chen yelled hysterically, but no one paid any attention to him. At this time, the mecha made a sound that made him even more uneasy. 017 Take a shortcut and save time by going to outer space. The hydrogen engine of the aircraft has been debugged. Shoulder railgun normal. High-frequency particle knife is mounted normally. Beam weapons not mounted. The Dragoon system is not mounted. The final test is completed. 3, 2, 1. Jiangtian No. 1, set off. The air waves rolled and swept around. A ball of azure flame burst out from the nozzle of the Jiangtian No. 1 vector engine. Countless Mach rings appeared in the flame tail. Boom! A sonic boom sounded, breaking through the air with a cone-shaped sound barrier. Hey! Where's Dr. Chen? Old Wang looked at Old Hua with a puzzled look on his face. I don't know. It's probably like before, he went out to play somewhere. He doesn't look like a scientific researcher at all. Old Hua curled his lips. Hey Tong Yao, give him a call and ask him where he has gone, Mr. Wang said seriously. Okay. Tong Yao was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Call up? Of course we have to fight. The play must be performed in full, and all the necessary procedures must be followed. When Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua walked out of the indoor testing field, everyone was still in a daze. At the same time, more than 10 Dongfeng Mengsher off-road vehicles with white license plates. They were rushing towards the Zhonghai military research base in a mighty force. A cloud of dust rose behind the car. Sitting on the passenger seat of one of the cars was a middle-aged man with a rough face and wearing military green camouflage. Looking at the ringing phone in my hand, I hesitated whether to pick it up. The call was from their archenemy. The call at this time must be because their eastern military region had developed exoskeleton armor. I called just to show off and to mock Lepo. The major military regions have been competing with each other for a long time. If they were in his shoes, they would definitely do the same if they could make their opponents angry to death. Seeing that the call was about to be automatically hung up, Li Guizhong finally clicked to connect. A familiar voice immediately came from the other side. Ha, good morning, Lao Li. Hearing this tone, Li Guizhong's face suddenly darkened. As expected, he could already guess what the other party was going to say next. Old Kong, if you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to fart, just fart it. Ha! Lao Kong laughed heartily. Don't be so impatient. We are about to start the military exercise. I heard that your southern military region is short of firepower. As a brother unit, our eastern military region can lend you 2 exoskeleton armors. It's a little less, but it shouldn't be a problem for show. It seems like he cares about you, but in fact he is just here to slander you. This TM. I thank you, but you don't need it. Li Guozhong's temples throbbed violently, and he held it in for a long time before squeezing out these few words from between his teeth. He had guessed that there would be such a call, and it came true. Look at you, you're being too polite, aren't you? We're all from the same class, why are you being so polite? Besides, Lao Kong wanted to say something else. But Li Guizhong couldn't stand this anymore. Directly interrupted. Stop it, listen, I don't need it. Beep. Before hanging up, Li Guizhong could still hear the wild laughter from the other end. So damn arrogant. Li Guizhong thought of the call he had received from Mr. Hua before, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Murmured. Old Calm, you can show off all you want. When the military exercise comes, I'm afraid you won't be able to cry. Li Guizhong picked up the intercom and called out to the team channel. Go full speed ahead. When you get to the research base, please straighten your backs when you see Elder Wang and Elder Hua. Be alert. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua, they are the backbone of the country who have made great contributions to the country. Yes. Commander. Pacific Ocean. The waves were huge and the typhoon was howling. Dark clouds covered the entire sky and the waves were several hundred meters high. From time to time, lightning flashed across the sky and fell with a loud bang, pouring straight into the deep, dark ocean. Even the Eagle Sauce's F-22 does not dare to perform missions in such harsh environments. In the turbulent airflow, a red mechanical figure, as fast as lightning, broke through the 100-meter-high waves. Came out. The person holding the dying body in his palm was none other than Dr. Chen. Although Wang Yishio tried to protect the fragile ant with both hands, he was almost dying. Crack! A thick bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and slammed into the red mecha. Wang Yishio looked at the red alarm flashing on the screen in front of her, and immediately stepped up to leave the scene. Disappeared in the storm. 1 hour later. Eagle Sauce, Alaska. The red mecha flew low over the sparsely populated wilderness. Finally we arrived above the endless primeval forest. Boom! The mecha landed steadily in the valley, startling waves of howling from wild beasts. Wang Yishue glanced at Dr. Chen and found he was still alive. Dr. Chen, there shouldn't be any serious problems. At most, he'll have a cold and a comminuted fracture, plus some deafness and tinnitus. I'll be fine in the next life. Wang Yishue controlled the mecha and placed Dr. Chen on a huge rock. He opened the cockpit door and leaned half of his body out. Dr. Chen, don't you like your Eagle Sauce, master? Look, it took me less than an hour to get you here. No need to thank me. After saying that, Wang Yishio politely waved her hand and said goodbye. Click! The cockpit door closed. The ground shook and violent blue flames burst out from the engine on the back of the mecha. In a blink of an eye, the red mecha disappeared into the distant sky. Dr. Chen stared in a daze at the direction the mecha flew away. After a long time, he shuddered. Oh my God, this place is too desolate. It can't be Eagle Sauce. Where is it? You can't do this to me. Dr. Chen's face was filled with pain, and he became incontinent again when he heard the howling of wild beasts coming from all around him. Sitting on the boulder, I relaxed for a while. Let out a breath of foul air. His eyes gradually became firm. I must survive! Luckily, I often watch wildlife, and it finally came in handy. Bear Grylls, de good Australian brother, you have to keep me alive! On the return journey, Wang Yishio did not fly close to the ground like she did when she came. Instead, it shot up into space. Taking this route can save about 10 minutes. The reason why I did that when I came here was because I had Dr. Chen in my hand. If he flew into outer space, Dr. Chen would probably die before he even left the atmosphere. The fiery red body exploded in the air with a cone-shaped sound barrier, making a thunderous sound. It's like tearing the sky apart. It went straight into the clouds and soon reached a suborbital altitude. At the same time, Eagle Sauce Air Defense Department. It's a complete mess. ground-based air defense radar display. A suspected micro-rocket was launched into space in Alaska at an extremely high speed of 3 times the speed of sound. The speed is extremely fast, quickly reaching 5 times the speed of sound, and the movement is irregular, so the radar quickly loses the target. The Minister of Defense thought for a long time and finally concluded that the possibility of launching an intercontinental missile was not high. It is basically certain that it was people from the space agency who launched the rocket. But according to convention, they should report to the Ground Defense Department in advance. The Minister of Defense was somewhat angry. They didn't even report such a big thing as the rocket launch. They don't take their department seriously at all. So a call was made to NASA. 018, we also have a secret weapon. Hello, this is NASA. Haha, I'm from the Air Defense Department. I'm calling to give you a verbal notice. You guys from the aerospace industry, prepare to go to the military court. Shit! Have you smoked too much marijuana? This is so weird. You didn't report the satellite launch to our department as usual this time. Aren't you afraid of causing panic among the people? No. We don't have any launch missions in the near future. Stop spitting blood on us. Bullshit. The radar data has been recorded. I don't think your space agency will cry until they see the coffin. We will see you in a military court. Go ahead and sue me. Does Grandpa's space agency still fear a bunch of dung beetles like you who can only crawl on the ground? This matter is not over yet. Grass. Beep, beep, beep. After hanging up the phone, everyone in the Air Defense Department had red eyes. Those bastards at the space agency are such bastards. Not only did they launch the satellite without any prior notice, but they were also so arrogant. He is just a bully at home. The fucking aerospace technology has been surpassed by Xia country, and there is someone who is cursing? The head of the Air Defense Department became angrier the more he thought about it. This matter cannot be left like this. If they let this go, the space agency will shit on their heads in the future. Thought about it for a moment. A call was made to the Pentagon. Hello, help me get General Austin. General, just now, radar detected an unknown rocket launching from Alaska. We suspect that there is a traitor in the aerospace department, cooperating with spies from other countries, trying to use this new space method to steal our core secrets. The person on the other end of the phone gasped in shock. Zhonghai Military Research Base. 10 Dongfeng Mengshi vehicles drove into the base gate in a mighty manner. The guard on duty stood straight with a solemn look and saluted promptly. They rotate on duty at the base all year round. They knew very well what kind of people were sitting in these military vehicles. A few minutes later, Li Guizhong led more than 20 officers into the reception hall. Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua, and leaders of relevant departments of the base all stood up to greet them. Seeing this, Li Guizhong was immediately frightened and hurried forward. Although he had a high military rank, he was not qualified to make the 2 elders stand up to greet him. Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua, please don't embarrass Guizhong. Li Guizhong stepped forward and shook hands with Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua one after another, and said nervously, I wasn't even born when you 2 were in the army. If you continue to be so polite, I won't come again. Puff! Ha! Elder Wang and Elder Hua looked at each other and laughed out loud. Guizhong, you are still so ignorant of humor, just like when you were a kid. Old Wang looked at Li Guizhong, who had thick eyebrows and big eyes, with a look full of kindness in his eyes. Li Guizhong introduced the accompanying officers to the people at the scientific research base. Most of them are staff members of the division headquarters. Although they basically do not hold important combat positions now, they are young enough and have great prospects. Mr. Wang took a quick look and thought that these young people were full of energy and very good. Then he said, Guizhong, Mr. Wang and I already know why you're here. Let's go outside and talk. Li Guizhong nodded, followed the 2 elders and walked out. Arrived at the open space outside, Li Guizhong said directly, Mr. Wang, the joint military exercise is coming up soon. I heard that the Eastern Military Region has prepared secret weapons. Mr. Wang laughed and said, Their Eastern Military District has exoskeleton armor, and our Southern Military District is also prepared. That's good. After hearing what Mr. Wang said, Li Guizhong finally felt relieved. As long as the gap is not too big, we will definitely be able to fight with the hard power of our military region. In fact, the difference is quite big. Old Wang curled his lips. This? Li Guizhong did not notice Mr. Wang's expression. When he heard that the gap was a bit big, his face suddenly became a little ugly. The officers behind him also looked like eggplants hit by frost, dejected. My mood plummeted. In modern warfare, whichever side masters cutting-edge technology will secure victory. At that time, Saddam assembled 1 million troops, 50 armored divisions, 5,500 tanks, and 700 aircraft. Why is it that such a powerful military force is so vulnerable to the eagle sauce? The loss is due to cutting-edge technology. The Janhu cruise missile, Apari helicopter, etc. are all the nemesis of Russia's military equipment. In this exercise, the gap in cutting-edge technology is too big. By then, it is very likely that the situation will become one-sided. Thinking of Lao Kong's face that looked like he was asking for a beating, Li Guizhong couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Call! Li Guizhong slowly exhaled a breath and forced an unnatural smile on his face. Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua, it doesn't matter. There are so many difficult battles in this world. Can we just let him slaughter us? Even if he is a tiger, we will still knock out his 2 front teeth. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua looked at each other and almost laughed. The two of them deliberately kept the topic in suspense, because they actually wanted to see what attitude Li Guodong, the Major General and Division Commander, would have when facing a disadvantage. Now it seems that his attitude is pretty good, and he even has some of the courage that a soldier should have. Seeing that Mr. Wang and the others were laughing, a hint of doubt appeared in Li Guizhong's eyes. Just about to speak. Suddenly, a gust of air appeared and poured down from the sky. The wind made everyone's clothes rustle. The officers looked startled and looked around. At this time, Mr. Hua smiled and patted Li Guizhong, who looked depressed. Guizhong, our secret weapon has arrived. Where? Li Guizhong was in a low mood. There was no enthusiasm on his face. I looked around and saw nothing. No? Why can't I see? Stand back. She's coming! Old Wan shouted in a low voice and took 2 steps back. Before Li Guizhong could cheer up, a long and thin buzzing sound suddenly sounded above my head. The sky seemed to be torn apart. The earth was shaking too. A sharp red light fell from the sky. A ball of azure blue fire burst out from the ground. A circle of invisible air waves spread out in all directions like an overwhelming tidal wave. The fiery red mecha with a cold glow covered the sky and the sun. The sharp and domineering shape gives off a giant-like sense of oppression. It appeared before everyone's eyes. Li Guizhong's eyes exploded instantly. He raised his head and stared at the steel behemoth. His eyeballs were shaking wildly, his heart was beating wildly, and his blood pressure instantly soared to 580. Sculptures usually stand still in place. Completely confused. Could this be our secret weapon? The 20 or so officers and a dozen guards behind him also had uncontrollable expressions. They all opened their mouths wide. His eyes popped out of his head. The tongue was pulled to 1 meter long. A brutal aura surged into everyone's body, from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads, instantly blowing their skulls off. Plop! Plop! Some people were so shocked that their legs became uncontrollable, and they sat down on the ground. After a long time. Only then did everyone recover a little. Li Guizhong was grunting and breathing heavily. After holding it in for a long time, he was finally shocked and said in a trembling voice, "Fuck, it's a mecha!" Commander Li Guizhong, who is strict with himself, swore for the first time. The officers and guards nearby thought it was completely normal. Maybe it was because I was too out of control and I wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere. Li Guizhong followed up with another sentence. Can this thing be used to fight? 019 Combat Power Test, High-Frequency Particle Knife. Guizhong, you probably want to see his fighting ability, right? Mr. Wang stroked his beard and asked with a smile. Yes, that's what I mean. Li Guizhong nodded heavily. This is the first time I've seen a mecha undergo a combat capability test. Of course you should watch it. And look carefully. Okay, I'll arrange it. Mr. Wang took out his phone, called Wang Yishio, and gave her a brief explanation. Wang Yishio was just about to shut down the mecha when she heard her grandfather say that the leader wanted to see a real-life test. I couldn't help but curl my lips. She had already tested it in low Earth orbit, and it worked great. As long as he uses the quantum source phased array radar to lock the target. When the shoulder-mounted railgun is fired, no matter what the target is, it will instantly explode into 2 balls of fireworks, which is very beautiful. Li Guizhong called the guards and drove their car over. We loaded everyone on board and headed to the shooting range. 10 Dongfeng warriors roared away. 20 minutes later, we arrived at the dedicated shooting range of the Zhonghai Research Base. This is the place for testing and training of new equipment. A variety of test targets are available. When Li Guizhong and others arrived, Wang Yishio had already taken a short nap in the cockpit. It took Wang Yishio less than 60 seconds to drive the mecha to complete their 20-minute journey. Just close your eyes and open them again, and you're there. Just don't go too fast. Guizhong, this mecha is called Jiangtian No. 1, and it currently has 2 attack weapons. Mr. Wang recalled the data broadcast before the mecha took off and explained. According to the voice before the mecha took off, it should have a total of 4 weapons. Look there! Old Wang pointed at the black muzzle on the mecha's shoulder and said, That's the shoulder railgun. The thing on his back is a high-frequency particle knife. The remaining 2, the beam weapon and the dragoon system, are not mounted. Watching the Jiangtian No. 1 mecha up close again, Li Guizhong still couldn't hide his inner excitement. This perfect masterpiece seems to come from the future. Mr. Wang, it must not be easy to develop this thing. Li Guizhong sighed. No matter from which aspect you look at it, this thing has already reached a technological level that surpasses that of the United States. It is easy to imagine how much hardship and suffering scientists like Mr. Wang had to endure to achieve this. To be honest, Jiangtian No. 1 was not developed by our research center. While thinking, Mr. Wang said, The person who developed this thing seems to be called Su Fan, a college student at the National University of Defense Technology in Zhonghai. What? Li Guizhong's eyes, as big as copper bells, widened into a circle. Mr. Wang, you are not kidding me, are you? Guizhong, it's more than that. Mr. Hua also added. You may not believe this, but it took less than 2 days from project initiation to completion of this mecha. This? Li Guizhong took a deep breath. I suddenly didn't know what to say. My scalp felt numb and I couldn't think at all. My thoughts were completely interrupted at this moment. Dizziness and seeing stars. If these words came from anyone else. He just retorted, What the hell is this? But what kind of people are Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua? Even he has to respect them from the bottom of his heart. It is impossible to play such a joke on such a pillar of society. Moreover, the 2 elders have their own considerations when speaking. Now that the words have been spoken, they are basically correct. Who on earth is this Su Fan, who could create such a magical weapon? Li Guizhong was a little curious. Guizhong, there are 2 weapons. Which one should I try first? Mr. Wang's words interrupted Li Guizhong's thoughts. Any one is fine, you can arrange it, Li Guizhong said with a smile. Okay, let's test the high-frequency particle knife first. Mr. Wang made the decision immediately. I picked up the phone and called Wang Yishio. Xiao Yishue, let's test the particle knife first. There are several scrap T-54 tanks at the 277 shooting range. Cut the front of the tank a few times and see what happens. Remember to send me photos when you're done. Li Guizhong standing by was blinking blankly, looking confused. Chop down the T-54 tank with a knife? What lewd words. The armor of the T-54 is made of 10 cm alloy steel, which may not be penetrated by ordinary missiles. What do you do when you chop with a knife? The corners of Li Guizhong's mouth twitched, and it was obvious that he couldn't hold it in any longer. When the officers who had just followed behind heard this, their pupils also trembled. If someone else had said something like this, they would have been sent to a mental hospital. At this time, Wang Yishio replied in the mecha. Grandpa, I'll send you a temporary visual projection plug-in for your phone. Install it, and I'll synchronize the visual signal of the holographic helmet to you. You can watch it directly. This is better. Mr. Wang opened the Huawei phone, clicked a few times, and the mecha's synchronized visual image appeared on the screen. It's almost the same as what was shown on Wang Yixue's phone before. The only thing missing is the communication panel in the lower left corner, and the information panel in the lower right corner. Mr. Wang then forwarded the plug-in to Li Guizhong. After forwarding it to each other, everyone could see the screens synchronously. At this time, Wang Yixue yawned. He stretched again. He said, "Leaders, watch out!" After saying that, the Jiangtian No. 1 mecha pulled out a high-frequency particle knife from its back. Bend your legs slightly, and then exert force suddenly. Boom! A 5-meter-wide hole was blown out in the reinforced concrete ground. Debris was flying everywhere. All the stress-bearing steel bars were broken, twisted and exposed. The entire mecha took off into the air like a cannonball. The vector nozzles did not emit any flames. Apparently the hydrogen-powered engines were too lazy to start. Mid-air. The high-frequency particle knife held in the mecha's hand made a buzzing sound and emitted a 4 m-long water blue light. It seems to be flowing, dazzling. Boom boom! A deafening sound came from the distant valley. The ground beneath Wang Lao and the others' feet caused to shake violently. Li Guizhong and many officers felt the vibration under their feet. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. Looking at the images on the phone, it felt as if they were in the cockpit themselves. He leaped up synchronously with the mecha and landed with a bang, causing the earth to shake and dust to fly. Plop, plop, plop. My heart was beating so wildly that it almost jumped out of my throat. Everyone had the same idea in their mind. If I could drive a mecha myself once in my lifetime, it would be worth dying for. Mecha is a romance unique to men. Women will never understand. The mecha landed. It stopped right in front of a rusty T-54 tank. This T-54 tank has been abandoned for many years. Many of the electronic components inside are no longer there. But the 10 centimeters thick armor is still there. Wang Yixue controls the mecha and holds the knife in both hands. Make a knife-dragging pose. In front of the mobile phone, Li Guizhong and a group of officers held their breath and stared at the screen of the phone. I didn't dare to blink, afraid of missing any of the next scenes. At the same time, a question arose in everyone's mind. When a particle knife cuts tank armor, which one is harder? 020 The Emperor of Daily Life is about to have a nightmare. In the expectant eyes of everyone, the mecha suddenly finished charging its power and slashed upward fiercely. Jump! A slash of knife upwards. The blade, like ripples on water, followed the tracks of the T-54 tank and cut across the entire steel body. Cut it out obliquely from the armor plate above the turret. Everyone's eyes widened suddenly, and their eyeballs almost popped out. The blade actually pierced through the entire tank. This is not the end yet. I saw the mecha's body leaning forward slightly. The hydrogen-powered engine roars. The 4 vector nozzles on the back of the mecha opened, and suddenly a ball of fierce orange flame burst out. The mecha turned the particle knife horizontally to the left. Accompanied by an instant of extreme thrust, it suddenly burst out. The soles of his feet rubbed against the boulders on the ground, creating a brilliant ball of fire. Cut horizontally with a long knife. The T-54 tank was cut horizontally in an instant. After the cut, Wang Yixue put the particle knife back to her back. Turn around and look at T-54. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua also held their breath and stared at their mobile phone screens. I dare not even breathe. Li Guizhong's chin was trembling slightly, and there seemed to be some expectation in his eyes. The officers seemed to be in a state of dementia, unable to take their eyes off their mobile phone screens. At this moment, time almost stood still. Plop, plop. The only sound around was the rapid heartbeats of the people. Boom, boom. Accompanied by a huge explosion. The tank, which was originally relatively intact, fell apart in an instant. A cloud of dust exploded. It was visible to the naked eye that a straight cut had been made in the 10 centimeters alloy armor. The cut is as smooth as a mirror, as if it has just been polished and waxed, and can reflect a person's shadow. The alloy armor as strong as the T-54 was chopped into pieces by 2 strikes of the particle knife. In front of the phone, a deep shock rose in Li Guizhong's heart. My thoughts short-circuited instantly, and my brain became like tofu just out of the pot, still steaming. Unable to think. I'm addicted. So shocking. My outlook on life collapsed. There actually is such a magical weapon in this world that can separate gold and iron. It's crazy. The officers were speechless and all gasped in unison. If they hadn't experienced it themselves, they would never have believed what was happening before their eyes. After a brief silence, the corners of Li Guizhong's mouth gradually opened up. His face gradually showed ecstasy. Then he laughed out loud, and the laughter got louder and louder. Ha! With it, not to mention military exercises, even the Emperor and the President of the United States will have nightmares when they sleep. Cool! Li Guizhong looked at the mecha, his excitement evident on his face. He knew best what this thing represented. Super-sensitive maneuverability, plus this high-frequency particle knife. On the battlefield, even the F-22 has to kneel down and sing, "Conquer!" The sleeping lion of Xia State was once bullied by the great powers. Now let the former great powers try. Who the hell is this superpower now? The officers had undisguised smiles on their faces and were trembling with excitement. Some even shed hot tears. Very good! With this, let's see how arrogant he can be. Let them have a taste of what it feels like to be beaten for falling behind. Looking at the excited Li Guizhong and a group of officers, Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua also had tears in their eyes. They were equally excited, and even asked Wang Yixio to drive the mecha to kill the Emperor of Little Days. But that is not advisable. The international situation is complicated and every country has its own trump card. It's not that simple. Guizhong, the particle knife has been tested. The power should be acceptable, right? Seeing that everyone was a little excited, Elder Hua went to the track. That's amazing! I can already see the scene where Lao Kong's exoskeleton armor is crushed by Jiangtian No. 1, ha ha ha. Li Guizhong was obviously still very excited. Mr. Hua was not surprised at all. After all, they had been even more excited than this before. Then he asked, "The other weapon is a shoulder-mounted railgun. Do you want to continue the live fire test?" Test? Li Guizhong nodded heavily. Of course I have to test it. He has completely lost his mind today. I have become deeply infatuated with mechas. No matter how beautiful my wife is, she is not as good as this thing. Mr. Wang called Wang Yixue again. Yixue, there is a fixed target on the hill 2,000 meters away at your 11 o'clock direction. Use the railgun to shoot it down. Okay. Wang Yixue responded and turned around suddenly. Lines of text instructions appeared on the screen before her eyes, which only she could see. With her quick selection, the command was completed in almost the blink of an eye. Shoulder railgun normal. Quantum source phased array radar lock completed. The current ammunition is 50,000 rounds, which is plenty. Should we fire? As Wang Yixue's eyes focused on the word yes, a ball of red-hot light instantly condensed on the shoulder of the mecha. Boom! A red streak of light dragged a long line of fire and instantly hit the center of the target. Then a violent explosion occurred. The earth shook violently. Li Guizhong was so dizzy that his head was spinning. Some officers shouted, "Oh my God, there's an earthquake! What are you panicking about?" Li Guizhong glared at the panicked officers. Through the mobile phone screen, I looked at the empty flat ground where the target was located. Li Guizhong was confused. Where is that hill? A deep sense of doubt arose in my heart. Then he simply raised the telescope and looked towards the target location himself. However, no matter how you look at it, the hill is indeed gone. All that was left was gray dust. What the hell? Where is my mountain? Where is the mountain? I asked you to blow up the target, not the mountain. This shot is as big as a small fried egg. Li Guizhong couldn't hold it in any longer. With an almost distorted expression, he leaned back straight. The guard nearby hurriedly supported him. The officers also gathered around in a hurry. One by one, anxious shouts. "Commander, what's wrong with you, Commander? Nothing must happen to you, Master. Master, please don't die. Fuck you, who cursed me to death just now." Li Guizhong breathed heavily, trying hard to calm his inner surprise and excitement. Today is really worth it. With Jiang Tian number 1. Not to mention the military exercise in 3 days, I'm not afraid even if I have a real fight with those jumping clowns. The target shooting test is finally over. Everyone was excited, with a strong sense of excitement in their hearts. A barbecue is a must to celebrate tonight. Otherwise, this excitement will not go away in a short time. If one meal isn't enough, try 2. Everyone returned to the reception hall of the scientific research base. Li Guizhong gulped down 2 gulps of tea. My mood calmed down a lot. He looked at the old man next to him. Mr. Wang, I have an unwelcome request. Guizhong, why are you so fussy even when you talk? If there is anything you need the old man's cooperation with, just say it. Old Wang smiled and rolled his eyes at him. I want to recruit Yi Seol into the army. Hearing this, Mr. Wang's hand holding the teacup trembled. His face froze instantly. 021 Li Guizhong's speculation. Mr. Wang originally had 3 sons. The eldest son and the second son were both businessmen, and the third son joined the army according to his wishes. Excellent performance and bravery in combat. During a mission to eliminate the Somaji pirates, he was unfortunately shot and killed. Now Li Guizhong said that he would let his favorite granddaughter join the army. What if I end up like Xiao Sanzi? Li Guizhong felt a little regretful as soon as he finished speaking. He had long forgotten about this matter. I just said it quickly. Mr. Wang's son has already sacrificed his life. If his granddaughter dies too, how will this 70-year-old man who has devoted his life to the country live? Haha, Mr. Wang, I was just joking. Let her join the army. Li Guizhong was just about to find an excuse to skip the topic when he was interrupted by Mr. Wang. Call. Mr. Wang let out a long sigh and glanced out the window. Wang Yixio was holding a popsicle in her mouth and skipping towards the reception hall. With the military exercise imminent, it's too late for you to retrain pilots now. We all know Yixio has talent for driving. Besides, Yixio knows the maker of the mecha, so we can communicate with her if we have any questions in the future. After much thought, she is the most suitable one. But Li Guizhong, let me be frank with you. If you let my precious granddaughter suffer any injustice, I will beat you with a broom. As he spoke, Mr. Wang widened his eyes. Don't dare! Li Guizhong smiled from ear to ear, looking like a chrysanthemum. Haha, Mr. Wang, we have made an agreement, you can't go back on your word. Who do you think I am? You're so stubborn. But she's coming in soon, so you have to ask her opinion. As for his father, I'll go talk to him. Good. Wang Yixio pushed the door open and walked in. Holding a popsicle in his hand, he exudes a refreshing and lively aura. In those watery eyes, there seemed to be a handful of crushed stars, flashing with tiny rays of light. Hey! Li Guizhong rubbed his hands and came forward with a smile on his face. Yixio, how does it feel to drive a mecha? Very good, very cool. Wang Yixio blurted out. Then he frowned a little and looked at Li Guizhong. However, Uncle Li, your smile seems a bit obscene. Ahem. Li Guizhong coughed twice quickly, straightened his back, and said seriously. Yixio, do you want to be able to drive this mecha forever? And the government will help you with all the related maintenance and repairs. When the conditions are ripe, you can even drive the mecha to and from get off work every day. Yes. Wang Yixio's big, Kazalan eyes widened. That's easy. Just fill out a form and put your fingerprint on it, Li Guizhong said casually. Elder Wang, Elder Hua and a group of military officers standing by were all stunned. A voice rang out in everyone's mind. Li Guizhong has lost all his dignity in order to trick a little girl into joining the army. Looking at Li Guizhong's eyes full of expectation, Wang Yixio actually smiled sweetly. Uncle Li, do you want me to join the army as a mecha pilot? I am willing to join the army. Li Guizhong was stunned for a moment. I felt sad in my heart that it was unnecessary and a bit despicable of him to do such a thing. You are worthy of being the descendant of Mr. Wang. There is no ambiguity in dedicating oneself to the country. After a conversation, Wang Yixio's enlistment was finalized, and the time for special recruitment was set for tonight. There is nothing else to say. In Li Guizhong's words, the sooner the better. If it is possible now, then do it now. He would never let go of such a talent. After talking about joining the army, Wang Yixue found a corner and sat down. At this time, Li Guizhong suddenly said, Mr. Wang, when I came back just now, I heard you say that the designer and maker of this mecha was a college student welder that Yixue found on the internet. I think something is fishy. Everyone, including Elder Wang and Elder Hua, looked over. Wang Yixue also looked at Li Guizhong with a puzzled look. I thought to myself, what could be so strange about this matter? Is it possible that when Yixue was browsing the internet, his phone was actually controlled, and no matter what he clicked, he would end up contacting Su Fan? In other words, the contact between Yixue and Su Fan was accidental, but also inevitable. When Li Guizhong said this, Mr. Wang immediately asked the nursery rhyme next to him. Is this possible with hacker technology? It's possible, and it's very easy for Su Fan to do this. Tong Yao answered seriously. Thinking about what happened when I was investigating Su Fan's personal information, I couldn't help but laugh at myself. An expert of that level would probably have discovered it as soon as she started investigating. She thought she had easily found out the other person's information. It's ridiculous to brandish a sword in front of Guangdong. Hear the nursery rhyme and agree. Li Guizhong became more determined in his ideas. Then he said, the reason why he did this is that he wanted to use the most low-key way to donate the mecha he developed with all his efforts to the country for free. That's not right. I asked him to make the mecha, and it only took 2 days. Wang Yixue suddenly interrupted. Before Li Guizhong could speak, Tong Yao explained first. This is indeed a coincidence, but even if you commissioned a plane or tank, he would still get you this mecha. Anyway, he can just control your phone and change the chat history to say that you made a typo. The nursery rhyme goes like this. Not only Wang Yixue, but even Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua felt that many points matched. Li Guizhong was deeply moved. My eyes were red for no apparent reason. What a good young comrade! In this materialistic age, there are not many people like you who do good deeds without leaving a name. Everyone nodded in agreement. The development of the Jiangtian No. 1 mecha can be said to be a great contribution to future generations. If you take the initiative to reveal your identity, the honor and status you can obtain are simply unimaginable. But Su Fan didn't care about these false fame and material enjoyment at all. Who can hand over the mecha to the country quietly? Many officers felt ashamed and lowered their heads quietly. Call! Li Guizhong took a deep breath and asked again. Yixue, how much did it cost to commission this mecha? The total amount is 3 million. I paid 1.5 million in advance, and there is still 1.5 million balance that I haven't paid yet. Wang Yixue answered seriously with blinking eyes. What a young and unknown genius! I really don't know how to describe him. Li Guizhong sighed again. Everyone was confused. Wang Yixue didn't get Li Guizhong's point either, so she asked directly. Uncle Li, what does this mean? Li Guizhong tilted his head back slightly, trying to hold back the tears in his eyes. Sigh. Even if you are a genius, it would probably cost tens of millions to create such a powerful mecha. Su Fan must have saved money and sold everything he had to make this mecha. He even owed 3 million in foreign debt. That's why he quoted you 3 million. Maybe he just wanted to pay off his foreign debt. Boom. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. The body couldn't help shaking. Su Fan's tenacious image of serving the country, and the people stood in front of everyone in a trance. Tall, proud, and fearless. 022 Please do not believe in rumors or spread them. Li Guizhong, Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua and everyone present, including Wang Yixue, felt like a huge stone was pressing on their hearts. Short of breath. I feel so upset. Wang Yixue even had tears welling up in her eyes. I will transfer the remaining 1.5 million to Brother Su now. No! Li Guizhong slammed the table instantly. Add a 0. Ask me to reimburse the expenses. We must not let this young scientific researcher down. We can't let our meritorious officials shed blood and tears. Wang Yixue wiped away her tears, picked up her phone and started transferring money for verification. After one operation, the transfer is completed. Su Fan, who was far away in a rental house in the city, was so shocked when he saw the text message arrive that he dropped his phone into a basin of water. Luckily, the phone is IP1000 waterproof, otherwise I would have to buy a new one. At this time, Wang Yixue also sent a message. Princess LV, did you receive the money? You put an extra 0. The handsome man who loves reading. Princess LV, I didn't beat you much, you deserve it. Thank you, I'm ashamed. The handsome man who loves reading. Princess LV, are you free tomorrow morning? I want to see you. No. The handsome man who loves reading. Princess LV, frustrated expression. Su Fan lay on the bed and stretched. I sigh that they are really rich. A casual tip is enough for an ordinary person to live for a lifetime. I have to complete the blind date arranged by my mother tomorrow morning, so I don't have time to meet this rich woman. He had just received 15 million yuan, but he had not yet figured out how to tell his mother. If I say it rashly, I might just scare my mother. Got to come up with a good excuse. Zhonghai Military Research Base. Reception Hall. How is it? Has the fee been transferred? Li Guizhong asked with a little trepidation. Wang Yixue nodded. I transferred it, but I wanted to ask him out, but was rejected. Li Guizhong nodded, with an expression that showed he had expected this. He wants to retire and quietly cut off contact with you. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua also nodded in agreement. Wang Yixue's nose suddenly felt sore and tears started to well up again. How can this person be like this? He runs away just after meeting me. Yixue, crying when something happens is not your style. Li Guizhong sighed, with a bit of sarcasm in his voice. After expressing his feelings, he gave a wink to Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua. Mr. Wang understood immediately and followed suit. If our little Yixue wanted to find someone back then, she would have gone straight to him. That's right, when has our Yixue ever been rejected by anyone? Old Hua also chimed in. Upon hearing this, Wang Yixue clenched her white fists. A hint of determination flashed across his brows. You are right. You said you don't want to see me, but I'm going to find you anyway. Snort. Don't think I can't find you. I will contact my best friend later. She is the president of the student union of the National Defense University of Shanghai. She will definitely be able to find your whereabouts. If you want to escape from this girl's palm, no way. Seeing Wang Yixue's expression, Li Guizhong and Mr. Wang exchanged glances. This scene was noticed by Wang Yixue, who suddenly looked over. Wang Yixue frowned and said, Grandpa Hua, Uncle Li, why do you seem to have succeeded in your evil plan? Really? Haha. No? Old Wang squinted his eyes and laughed twice. Then he ignored Wang Yixue. The three of them, Hua Lao, Li Guizhong, and others gathered together with their heads down, whispering. So what if he's a genius? There's a saying that goes, a hero can only be tempted by a beautiful woman. Let's keep a close eye on Yixue. We don't believe he will really get away. After we make contact, satisfy all his requests. Give all the conditions that should be given, and even those that shouldn't be given. He can refuse it, but we can't refuse it. That night, Wang Yixue filled out the application form for enlistment. Li Guizhong signed and approved it in person. Officially became a member of the Southern Military Region. And gave Wang Yixue the first task. That is Su Fan, the inventor of the condolence mecha. At the same time, the news of a mecha taking off from Yanning Manor during the day has dominated the lists of major news media. Headline news list: Zhonghai Qingdong suspected mecha launch craze. Douyin hot search list number 1. Mysterious black technology of a scientific research base was exposed #hashtag Gundam. Xia Lang's Weibo hot search number 1. Alien mecha invades Earth. Witnesses successfully escape from the hot search. Xia Lang's second most searched Weibo post. What to do if you encounter an alien mecha. Fox News shock. 39-year-old plump young woman found a huge thing flying into the sky. Countless news about mechas flooded the internet, sparking heated discussions. Someone even took a video. The short video posted on Slow Hand attracted a large number of fans. However, not long after, under the influence of some mysterious force, all the videos disappeared mysteriously. If anyone wants to type the word mechanical machine in the search box, they have to change it to. This shows how powerful this mysterious force is. When many netizens were confused and puzzled. Douyin live streaming platform. As soon as CCTV's live broadcast room started, its popularity suddenly jumped to the top. Countless waterfriends flocked in. Under the lens, an old man with gray hair on his temples, wearing a military uniform, sat upright on a khaki sofa. Hello netizens, how are you? Regarding the hotly discussed topic of mecha on the internet today, I solemnly refute this rumor. It is completely false. Please don't believe in rumors or spread them. Everything is subject to official notification. The bureau chief was serious. The barrage of chats is booming. Hey, isn't this the director of the Strategic Research Institute? He moved out pretty quickly. Commander, I don't believe you. I was at the scene and saw it with my own eyes. I was there too, I saw it with my own eyes +1. Me too. After the director finished speaking, he glanced at the comments that were full of booing and couldn't continue the conversation. End the broadcast as quickly as possible, otherwise it will be exposed. It's not easy to fool netizens this time. After finishing, he picked up the phone and dialed. Hey, Mr. Wang, it's done. You have to treat me to a good drink this time. No problem, Chief, where are you? Let me tell you, our Xia country has made a fortune this time. The next day. Happy community. After a simple wash, Su Fan went out for a blind date at her mother's request. The woman said that we would meet at the customer lounge of Champs-Élysées 2 at 9 o'clock sharp. Just got off the taxi. Su Fan casually glanced inside Champs-Élysées 2 and frowned. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see luxury bags and clothes that smell like cash. He was confused. Why is it a shopping mall? 023 asked who bought it. Don't ask me. No wonder my classmate Lu Dachuan seemed very surprised when I talked about this place with him last night. With doubts, I walked into the magnificent hall. The young deep V waitress at the door bends over 90 degrees. Welcome! Su Fan was amazed. High-end consumption places are just different. After looking around, I finally found the customer lounge. Su Fan walked straight over. There was no one else in the entire rest area. It seems that the other party is late. Sitting on the leather sofa imported from Italy is somewhat awkward. More than half an hour passed in the agonizing wait. Su Fan was already unhappy. If my mother hadn't told him to, he would have already gotten away. Originally. He is still a senior student. Why is he in a hurry to go on a blind date? Unable to bear it any longer, Su Fan picked up the phone and dialed. Hello, I'm Su Fan. Are you here? I arrived 10 minutes ago. I was wandering around the Hermes counter and bought some things. It's a good opportunity for you to come and help me get them. It's the Hermes counter, right? Okay. Hang up the phone. Su Fan walked towards the Hermes counter. I saw a girl with delicate makeup changing angles to take pictures of 7 or 8 packed shopping bags. Hello, beautiful lady, are you here for a blind date? When the girl heard Su Fan talking, she looked up and her eyes moved slightly. There was a hint of disdain between his brows, but it was hidden well. Yes, hello, I'm Luli. Luli gave a symbolic fake smile. Then half-jokingly. You have to behave well, and if you do, I will be your girlfriend. Su Fan smiled and said nothing. At this moment, he felt that something was not right. Seeing that Su Fan didn't say anything, Luli gently lifted her hair. I said to the salesman next to me, I want all 3 Christmas series bags over there. Please help me pack them. After saying that, he looked at Su Fan and gave another awkward fake smile. Can I buy it? Sure, if you like it, buy it. Su Fan said casually. What's wrong with this woman? She buys things by herself and asks me why. Incomprehensible. When Luli heard what Su Fan said, an inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Look at the counter next to you again. Wow! This brown bag is so beautiful! She picked up the brown bag and gestured with it on herself twice, then asked Su Fan. Is it beautiful? I think these are all suitable for me. I really bought it. It looked like he was asking for Su Fan's opinion. In fact, I immediately said to the salesman, Please help me pack these up. The salesman was a little confused and asked, Beautiful lady, are you sure you want to buy so much at one time? What? You think I can't afford it? Help me pack it up. Luli was slightly angry. The young man quickly apologized with a smile. Patiently packed half of the closet's bags. After packing, the two of them walked to the cashier with their bags to pay. The cashier was a girl with average looks but a sweet smile. Sir, I checked for you. These things are worth 115,000 yuan in total. Cash or card? Beauty, ask whoever bought it, don't ask me. Su Fan shrugged, a little speechless. He is not a sucker. How could I pay such a huge sum of money to a crab girl casually? He doesn't need this little money now, but he's not stupid either. The cashier lady was stunned. The smile froze on his face. I have never seen such a situation. When Luli, who was standing nearby, heard this, she felt like someone had stepped on her tail. Called immediately. Aren't you here with me for a blind date? I told you to see how you perform. If you buy all of these for me, I'll give you the chance to pursue me. Su Fan almost laughed out loud. Haha, girl, are you here for a blind date, or to find a great enemy? He shook his head, losing all interest. Turn around and leave. This woman has a serious illness, don't get infected. When Luli saw Su Fan was about to leave, she suddenly became excited. He simply grabbed the corner of Su Fan's clothes, refused to give in, and yelled, I don't care, you can't leave anyway. I'm going? Su Fan frowned and turned his head to look at Luli, who looked like a shrew. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by a voice. What's going on? What's the quarrel? A middle-aged man walked over quickly. Hanging on his chest was the work badge of Manager Tan from Area A. After asking the cashier a few questions, he immediately looked at Su Fan. Brother, since you brought a girl out, let's not be stingy. How ugly is it, you say, to have such a mess? Brother, let's both take a step back. You pay the money and let the girl apologize to you. Then the matter will be over. What do you think? After saying that, he glanced at Luli inconspicuously. Su Fan raised his eyelids slightly and smiled faintly. Not so good. Manager Tan's eyebrows jumped and his face turned grim. At the same time, National University of Defense Technology, China. A beautiful figure walked out of the school gate. The girl wore a white suspender top and denim hot pants. Soft long hair falls on shoulders. A pair of beautiful legs are long and straight, as if they came out of a dimensional painting. The students passing by all looked at him sideways and talked in low voices. Standing at the entrance of the university, there was a cunning look in Wan Yishio's eyes. I have obtained your whereabouts and photos from your classmate Lu Dachuan. Champs-Élysées, right? That seems to be my father's property. I wonder where you can run to. Snort. Wang Yishio drives the newly purchased 23 model Mercedes-Benz G-Class. He stepped on the oil and ran out. Ever since I started driving a mecha, driving any car feels too slow. The other side. Tong Yao's eyes lit up when she saw the message that suddenly popped up on the computer. Immediately sent a message to Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua. Su Fan is at Champs-Élysées 2 right now. According to the Trojan program, Yi Shui is on her way there. When Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua received the message, their faces lit up with joy. The two elders looked at each other. Should we go or not? Meeting now, isn't it too? Mr. Hua, it's already this late, and you're still being reserved. Get the car ready. Good. 3 military jeeps with white license plates drove out of the scientific research base at full speed. The gate of the base. The guard on duty held his head high and looked very heroic. Watching the car go away, his eyes suddenly rolled and he took out a cell phone from his pocket. Hey, Commander, the two elders have already set off. Please give us your instructions for the next step. One person tells 10 people, 10 people tell 100 people. As emergency calls came in one after another. Just less than 10 minutes. Rumors are flying all over the major departments in Zhonghai City. The division commander made an unannounced visit and the leader inspected. National meritorious veterans appeared and the military was deployed on a large scale. Various news were spreading like wildfire. All important government departments have been mobilized. Strictly restrain your subordinates, and don't cause trouble at this critical juncture. At the same time, some astute leaders had already confirmed the news and quietly set off. The destination is to Champs-Élysées. For a time, the entire Zhonghai was in turmoil and undercurrents were surging. Su Fan is the instigator. I had no idea how big a fuss I had caused. He wouldn't have thought of it either. Just because I chatted with Lu Dachuan for a few more minutes last night, it caused such a significant impact. At this time, Champs-Élysées 2. Su Fan leaned on the sofa not far from the cashier counter, folding his arms. With a faint smile on his face, he watched Manager Tan's chattering performance. 024 pig-killing scam? Dude, chasing women definitely costs some money. Let me tell you, since you like her, just pay the money. Go back and coax him, maybe this good thing will come true. Manager Tan then sneered and said calmly. Besides, these bags have already been packed, and you've delayed us for so long. If you don't buy them in the end, don't even think about getting a penny less of our lost wages. The words were powerful. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been intimidated by him. Su Fan remained calm. Is the show over? Then I'm leaving. He wanted to get up and leave. Manager Tan saw that he couldn't scare the man away, and a hint of anxiety flashed in his eyes. He quickly gave Lu Li a wink. The two of them blocked Su Fan together. You can't just leave like this. If you want to leave, leave me the lost wages. There were not many customers in the building to begin with, and now all the customers and sales clerks gathered around. The salesman at the Hermes counter stood up and said, It's not a big deal, actually. The bags aren't damaged, we can just put them back on later. Then he pleaded in a weak tone. Manager, how about we just forget it? Who do you think you are? Manager Tan's cold eyes fell on the salesman's face. The young man's face froze and his lips trembled. At this time, the cashier lady couldn't stand it anymore. Manager, I came in and did nothing, and you want money. You are fired. Get out of the Champs-Élysées right now. The cashier was halfway through her words when she was stunned. There was a look of bewilderment in his eyes. Just for speaking a fair word, you were fired? Many shopping guides and sales clerks around had sullen expressions. The look he gave Manager Tan was filled with anger. Dare to be angry but dare not speak out. Manager Tan has been working in management at the Champs-Élysées for many years and has extensive experience and top performance. No one can afford to offend. There was no movement around. Manager Tan glanced around. All the staff members whose eyes came into contact with him lowered their heads. He opened his lips slightly and said sternly, Now! Who else is speaking for this kid? The entire mall was dead silent. You can hear a pin drop. Su Fan shook his head helplessly. He didn't want to argue with the scabby guy. After all, he is just a scabby dog and cannot be shown in public. But if the other party insists on not giving in, then there is nothing to worry about. It's just a pig slaughtering operation, just call the police. He was about to make a move. Outside the lobby door of the Champs-Élysées, there was a sudden sound of emergency brakes. It seemed that the security guards were all exclaiming, Beauty, you can't park here! Please move your car to the parking space. Beauty! A girl came in through the front door. She has long hair, a tall figure, and clear, bright watery eyes. A pair of straight beautiful legs is particularly eye-catching. The first thing the girl saw when she came in was Su Fan sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. His eyes lit up. Show a smile as warm as the sun. Shaking her beautiful legs. Walked towards Su Fan and the others. When the originally arrogant Lu Li saw the person coming, the words, ashamed of herself, were almost engraved on her face. Subconsciously took half a step back. Many people were amazed after seeing the girl. There is no shortage of beautiful women in Zhonghai City. But compared to this person, it's completely not on the same level. When Manager Tan saw the person coming, he felt that he looked familiar. After a little thought, his pupils suddenly shook. A look of panic appeared on his face. This girl. It turned out to be the eldest daughter of Wang Group, Wang Yixue. Their Champs-Élysées is only 1/10,000th of the assets under the Wang Group. Manager Tan's expression changed rapidly. Like a chameleon. A bright smile appeared on his face. Bowed. Licking his face, he quickly walked towards him. My lady, what brings you here? However, Wang Yixue was excited when she just found Su Fan. Just ignore Manager Tan. Just pass it by. Walk straight to Su Fan. Su Fan, I finally found you. Do you know how much effort I put into finding you? Hearing this, a hint of doubt flashed across Su Fan's eyes. I wondered who this person was. When Manager Tan heard Wang Yixue's words, he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. The pupils vibrated wildly. The flattering smile froze on his face. It is obvious from the words that the two have a good relationship. Moreover, there was a hint of resentment in the eldest lady's tone. A chill rose from Manager Tan's feet and crawled up his back. Shivered violently. This person. Could he be the young lady's boyfriend? If so, then we have really hit a wall. Gundam! Swallow hard. Manager Tan tried his best to make his almost crying smile look more natural. He walked to Wang Yixue nervously. Miss you. Wang Yixue didn't even look at him. Said to Su Fan again. Su Fan, you don't have time to meet me. I thought you were busy developing mechas. What are you doing here? Manager Tan's expression next to him froze completely. The only hope of luck was completely shattered. Even a fool can tell that the relationship between the two is unusual. The eldest lady seems to be still paying for it. No wonder he dresses so low-key, it turns out he is a scientific researcher. Finished. Manager Tan's lips turned pale and his face turned red. Wang Yixue? Su Fan suddenly realized that no one else knew that he was developing the mecha. I'm here, it's a long story. You asked them? Wang Yixue then looked around. The cashier's eyes were red from crying, and almost everyone glared at Manager Tan. She frowned immediately. After asking around, I finally knew everything. This isn't a business, it's simply a scam. Even if she doesn't understand, she can still understand. A layer of cold frost formed on her pretty face. Said coldly, Manager Tan, who lends you the courage? Miss, this is all a misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding. Manager Tan had a sad face but looked very sincere. People who don't know would really think that someone had wronged him. Misunderstand? Wang Yixue sneered. The clerk told me you've done this dozens of times. This is a scam. If you have anything to say, save it for the police. Besides, all the partners of my father's company will never hire people like you in the future. The same as you. Wang Yixue also looked at Lu Li. She simply looked down on this kind of woman. Lu Li's face also looked very ugly. She actually knew that this behavior was a scam, but every time she succeeded, she wanted to do it one last time. Finally failed. If I had known this earlier, I would have just gone on a blind date with Su Fan. I thought he was a poor boy. I didn't expect that he was a real dragon, that even the group's eldest daughter would throw herself at him. Lu Li laughed at herself and cursed herself in her heart for being so blind. Plop! His legs went limp and he sat down on the ground. Dispirited, crying and sobbing softly. Manager Tan also had a sad face. I am so regretful. The whole person is like a deflated ball. It was as if I had aged several years in an instant. He looked at Lu Li standing aside, gritting his teeth. The targets chosen in the past were all good, so why did I choose an iron wall that I couldn't afford to offend this time? Fortunately, he has some awesome friends and he will be able to think of a solution when the time comes. See if it can be made work, and the sentence can be lighter, or even just a few days in prison. When the time comes, change your identity and continue your development somewhere else. Still delicious and spicy. Thinking of this, Manager Tan's nervous mood gradually calmed down. Finally, he looked at Wang Yixue and Su Fan, with a hint of hatred in his eyes. 025 was originally sentenced to 10 years, but now it is life imprisonment. Seeing that Manager Tan, who usually relied on the name of Champs-Élysées to help evildoers, was dealt with, the sales clerks and shopping guides around him applauded. To be frank, Wang Yixue did a great thing. The girl was praised as a hero who saved the people from harm. Wang Yixue raised her chin towards Su Fan, like a child showing off that she got 100 points in the exam. It's quite cute. Just then, the sound of brakes was heard again outside the door. This time the security guard didn't make any sound, as if he was mute. Followed by a burst of hurried footsteps. 8 soldiers wearing camouflage and armed with live ammunition quickly entered the hall and took up advantageous positions. Countless people gasped when they saw the black muzzle of the gun. His face was full of fear. The body involuntarily shrinks back. Even Su Fan was shocked. These are obviously people from the army. What are they doing here? Are you here to buy brand-name bags too? Doesn't the army advocate frugality? It was as if he had guessed what Su Fan was thinking. Wang Yixue explained to Su Fan. I know these guards. They are here to see you. Looking for me? Hearing this, Su Fan was a little confused. The salesperson and shopping guide nearby widened their eyes. There are question marks all over my forehead. Could it be that Su Fan has another surprising identity? Manager Tan also had a bad feeling in his heart. Everyone was surprised and suspicious. 2 elderly people in their 70s walked quickly outside the door. Grandpa, Hua, this way! Wang Yixue waved to the 2 elders. The first time Su Fan saw Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua, he recognized them instantly. He stood up suddenly and straightened his back. There was a solemn look on his face. He is a student of the National University of Defense Technology in Shanghai. I am not unfamiliar with Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua. Both of them have made outstanding contributions and are the backbone of the motherland. Deserves everyone's respect from the bottom of their heart. Even when my father was still alive, he hoped to have the opportunity to do scientific research under the guidance of Professor Wang and Professor Hua. But unfortunately he met with misfortune. His father's last wish has always been his driving force for moving forward. Su Fan! Mr. Wang walked quickly to Su Fan's front. Excuse me, was that thing of Yixue's developed and produced by you? His tone was full of urgency and anticipation. Yes, Su Fan answered honestly. Good job! Old Wang's rough hands tightly grasped Su Fan's arms and shook them excitedly. Happy like a child. Mr. Hua standing by also kept praising Su Fan. Perseverance, serving the country and the people, the pillars of the country. Ah? Su Fan was stunned for a moment. The mecha he developed was really awesome. But isn't this a bit of an exaggeration? Perseverance? Serving the country and the people? Who told you this? Su Fan felt a little embarrassed. Hurry up and say modestly. Thank you for the compliment, really. He is humble and will accomplish great things. Not bad, not bad. The more Mr. Wang looked at him, the more satisfied he became. Su Fan couldn't help but twitching the corners of his mouth. How can an old man be so fat? I've never seen anyone praise someone like this when meeting them for the first time. He really praises them to death. Is there some misunderstanding here? Suddenly someone in the crowd looked startled. When he recognized the old man's identity, his eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. He is actually Elder Wang, so the other one must be Elder Hua. Who are Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua? The salesperson next to him was puzzled. Oh my God, you don't even know them? Some of the most meritorious scientists in Xia country right now. Oh my God! Exclamations rang out one after another. Hearing this, Luli, who was slumped on the ground, looked even uglier. Even meritorious scientists praised Su Fan so much? It's ridiculous that he had the opportunity to use Su Fan's high branch to fly to the top and become a phoenix, but he missed the opportunity because of greed. You are so blind. Manager Tan's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. The higher Su Fan's status, the more serious the matter was. The chances of him being rescued are smaller. He almost suffocated. The situation is very bad. At this time, there was another commotion outside the door. Break and close the door, all in one go. Ha! Accompanied by a hearty laugh, a middle-aged man in military uniform, with dark skin and a rough face, walked quickly towards them. A shining star of a general appeared on his epaulets. Which one is Brother Su? Let me see. His. There were sounds of people gasping for air all around. Countless people's eyes widened into bells. I couldn't help but marvel. Fuck, the Major General is on good terms with Su Fan. I'm fucking torn apart. Mom, why did I kneel down accidentally? Manager Tan was so frightened that his face turned pale. The upper and lower teeth collided wildly, making a cracking sound. The gums have been broken. You're doomed now. With Su Fan's connections, who would be so blind as to try to rescue him? The birthday man hanged himself. Is he tired of living? Luli huddled in the corner with lifeless eyes, as if she had gone mad. I wish I could dig out my eyeballs and feed them to the dogs. I understand now. Su Fan is not only a real dragon, but also a 5-clawed golden dragon. Uncle Guizhong, why are you here? When Wang Yixio saw the person coming, she immediately shouted. Xiao Yixue, since you are here, of course I am here too. Li Guizhong smiled brightly. He walked up to Su Fan, looked him up and down, and punched Su Fan lightly. He exclaimed, Good boy. Su Fan was a little flattered. Major General, have you recognized the wrong person? I really don't know you. Without waiting for anyone to speak, a large group of people followed closely behind. Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua, Commander Li, hello? Hey Lao Shui, Lao Hong, why do you guys also like to join in the fun? Mr. Wang obviously knows these people. You two elders have arrived, and Commander Li is here too. It would be a bit unreasonable if we, the younger generation, don't show up. The two parties obviously knew each other and greeted each other. They are all from relevant departments. Manager Tan's pupils trembled violently. These faces actually matched the leaders seen on Shanghai TV. These people are actually the big officials who hold real power in Shanghai. A breath of cold air suddenly hit me. Manager Tan's hands and feet couldn't help but tremble. With this lineup, it doesn't matter even if his friend is the American president. He is destined to spend the rest of his life in prison. He was originally sentenced to 10 years, but now he can be sentenced to life imprisonment. He could no longer bear this kind of stimulation. Finally, his eyes rolled back. He kicked his legs twice. His arms shrank into chicken claws. Completely motionless. Lu Liren was completely dumbfounded. He didn't know who the last person who came in was. Anyway, it's not something a newbie like her can touch. Like a clay or wooden sculpture, he curled up blankly with his eyes closed. I regret that. Accept your fate. Waiting for legal sanctions. 026 Free submission of formula, Mr. Wang choked up. After some lively greetings. The bad deeds done by Manager Tan and Luli were exposed by Wang Yixio. The relevant department made a phone call and the two troublemakers were handcuffed and taken away. The parties dispersed. Wang Yixio stepped on the accelerator and brought Su Fan back to the Zhonghai Military Research Base. 10-meter-high indoor venue. The Jiangtian No. 1 mecha, like a ferocious tiger, was parked quietly in the center of the venue. Su Fan gently pressed his palm on the mecha's calf. Feeling the familiar touch, I felt quite sad. When Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua saw Su Fan's expression, they thought that the mecha might really have been made by him. They also have a similar emotional attachment to the things they develop. Tong Yao and more than a dozen scientific researchers surrounded the mecha with them. Mr. Wang stroked his beard and said, Assistant? Su Fan paused and said truthfully, I don't have an assistant. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua were both stunned for a moment, with a hint of confusion in their eyes. The knowledge involved in such a large mecha is simply unimaginable. How can a young man in his 20s like you conduct independent research and development? I am 70 years old, how can I believe you? No matter how much you pretend to be someone real, you will eventually be exposed. Old Wang narrowed his eyes and smiled. Xiao Su, since you developed this mecha independently without even an assistant researcher, you must be familiar with all the information about it, right? Yes, I am very familiar with this thing. Su Fan patted the calf wall of the mecha. In that case, can you introduce this component? Old Wang pointed at the transmission rear axle of the mecha's ankle and spoke slowly. Mr. Hua standing by secretly gave Mr. Wan a thumbs up. High. Really high. Whether it is a mule or a horse, you will know by taking it out for a walk. Tong Yao, Wan Yishio, and the researchers around them all looked at Su Fan. If Su Fan couldn't say anything at all. That's for sure. Su Fan must have a team of talented people under him. You said that. Su Fan thought Mr. Wang was going to ask something, so he quickly introduced it in a careless manner. This is an ordinary rear transmission axle, and the casting material is called carbon alloy. The component strength grade is about 389. The reason for this strength level is that the component design plays a 15% role, and the material properties play an 85% role. Normally, a nuclear explosion would only scrape off a little of the paint. Under the action of a specific magnetic field, it has super constant temperature characteristics. During extreme temperature control simulations, from absolute 0 to 10,000 degrees above zero, the temperature of its core layer can remain stable at 15 to 30 degrees. Wang Lao was confused. Eyes widened. Standing there in a daze. The old face trembled slightly. It turns out that the superstructural strength of this component mainly comes from this new material, carbon alloy. And that's not all, this material has other terrifying properties. The young man in front of me really knows all about this. Old Wang recalled that when Ishio drove a mecha that exceeded 4 times the speed of sound, the temperature in the cockpit was still maintained at 25 degrees. Even later on it went into space. In that extremely cold temperature, the temperature remained unchanged. A gleam of understanding flashed across his pupils. I see. Old Wang's eyes gradually brightened. Call. Xiao Su, I believe what you said is right. Then can you introduce that thing to me again? Old Wang pointed at the rail gun on the mecha's shoulder and said kindly. Since you know everything about carbon alloy, it is impossible that you also fully understand this. Su Fan raised his head and looked at the rail gun on his shoulder. The corners of his mouth raised with an involuntary look of fondness. You're talking about that. That's simple too. It's actually an improved version of the electromagnetic railgun. It's different from the gas pressure acting on the projectile. Using the force of the electromagnetic field in the electromagnetic system to launch projectiles, the effect lasts much longer. It can greatly increase the speed and range of the projectile. You must understand all these things, so I don't need to explain them, right? After saying that, he looked at Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua beside him. This? Old Wang's face twitched twice and turned red. Slightly shyly said. Or you should explain it again. Ah? Su Fan was stunned and looked at Mr. Hua next to him. Finally, Mr. Hua nodded. Explain it to me. Su Fan looked at the scientific researchers around him, and they all looked even more confused and bewildered. He was still talking quietly. Do you understand? I don't understand. And you? I can't say I didn't understand, I can only say I have no idea what you're talking about. Su Fan covered his face, thinking that it was not easy to do this order. I have to explain it to these people. Never mind, it's no trouble to explain. This thing is made up of 3 parts. Energy, accelerator, trigger system. The energy source I use is the core power storage module that comes with the hydrogen-powered engine. The accelerator requires... Said it all in one breath. Dry mouth. Wan Yishio handed over a bottle of mineral water. Su Fan gulped down 2 mouthfuls. Anything else you want to ask? No one was talking around. There was a brief silence. Most scientific researchers looked confused. After Su Fan finished explaining, they were even more confused. Too profound. At this time, Mr. Wang suddenly said with expectation. Xiao Su, there's something else. This is the synthesis route of this carbon alloy, as well as the related chemical reaction formula. Do you still remember it? There was some trepidation in his words. He knew that asking this question was actually like prying into other people's scientific research results. This kind of core secret, once told to others. That means giving away your scientific research results to others. Although I asked this. But he didn't have high expectations. Synthesis route and chemical formula? It's all in my head. Help me find some paper and a pen, Sufan said to Wang Yishio beside him. Okay. Wang Yishio was stunned for a moment, then hurried to the office to get paper and pen. Sufan sat on the ground, holding a notebook in one hand and a gel pen in the other. Keep writing and drawing. 10 minutes later, more than 10 articles had been written. Then he handed the notebook to Mr. Wang. It contains the detailed production steps of carbon-ion alloy, as well as the theoretical basis. The specific chemical reaction formula is also attached at the end. Just give it to us like that? Mr. Wang was shocked. Well, just a few formulas, nothing more, Sufan said with a smile. Mr. Wang took the notebook. My heart was beating wildly. It almost knocked the top of my head out. Just take a quick look, and you can tell it's not fake. At this age, if you don't even have this little bit of vision, then you're really living in a dog's stomach. This manuscript is too valuable. If it were to become public knowledge, it would not be surprising if it even sparked a world war. But even such a valuable item was given to their scientific research base by Sufan in a nonchalant manner, and didn't ask for anything. Free of charge. There are really not many guys like this. As people get older, they tend to become sentimental, and tears welled up in Mr. Wang's eyes. 027 Why is your cell phone different from mine? Mr. Hua's eyes were also red. Both of their lips were trembling. Li Guizhong is right. He is truly a pillar of the country and his people. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua curiously looked through what Sufan wrote. His eyes lit up from time to time. Obviously he has entered the state. Tong Yao couldn't help but sigh as she looked at Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua, who were blinded by knowledge. Originally, I wanted to confirm whether Sufan has a team behind him, but now something like this happens. All were conquered. It seems that we still have to rely on this talented girl to take action. Tong Yao walked up to Sufan with confident steps. Hello Sufan, I'm a computer programmer and exoskeleton armor central control system expert, and an electronic warfare expert in the southern military region. My name is Tong Yao. Hello? The two smiled and shook hands. Sufan, I would like to ask you, what computer language is used to program the central control system of the Jiantian No. 1 mecha? After saying the nursery rhyme, a cunning light flashed in the eyes. As we all know, there are many ways to learn, but few but good. Since Sufan is so good at physics, programming is definitely his weak point. As long as he can't answer, the problems of the team under his control will be exposed. Central control system? I didn't use any computer language, Sufan said truthfully. Tong Yao was stunned. How can we make a central control system without writing programs in computer language? Well, let me put it this way. Sufan paused for a moment and explained patiently. Programming is about abstracting real-world problems into data processing and achieving goals through logical expression. But my central control system follows a completely different logic. It is based on physical manipulation and deeply combines artificial intelligence GPT to perform anthropomorphic operations to achieve the goal. You should understand what I mean, right? The nursery rhyme was sluggish. I didn't understand. She won the top 3 in the international hacking competition at the age of 18, but she didn't understand what Sufan was talking about at all. But I feel like it's pretty awesome. No, we can't continue chatting today. If we continue talking like this, we'll be looked down upon. Tong Yao's eyes rolled. I understand that. By the way, can I borrow your phone? There is something wrong with Sufan's cell phone, and this nursery rhyme has long been affected by it. Now we can use this as a breakthrough to expose the fact that Sufan has a team. Sure. Sufan felt that the girl Tong Yao seemed strange. He took out his cell phone and handed it over. When Tong Yao held Sufan's cell phone in her hand, she was stunned. So light. It looks no different from an ordinary mobile phone, but its weight is only 1/3 of that of an ordinary mobile phone. With doubts, Tong Yao opened her phone. Find the device information column. At first glance, I was stunned. System version, Xiantian 1.0. Device name, -Y who loves reading. Storage space, 1000 T. Battery capacity, nanoneutrinos generate electricity, No batteries required. Processor, Jiantian 001. Processor computing power, 100T/ms. Effective signal range, solar system. Rear camera, 1 billion pixels. Waterproof grade, IP1000. Damn! Why is it different from mine? Tong Yao's eyes, which were already big, now widened even more. The eyelashes are like two little fans, flickering. Crazy head scratching. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be fake. I won't even mention the endless storage space. What do you mean by neutrino power generation does not require batteries? There is internet access throughout the solar system, and a cell phone that falls into the deep sea can still be used if it is picked up. Does this make sense? Tell me, is this reasonable? Even novels don't dare to write like this. Even mobile phone processors have surpassed the core computing power of the Tianhe 2 at the scientific research base. If only this were true. From now on, you can use your mobile phone to analyze test results on the computer. Tong Yao's breathing was rapid and her perky little chest rose and fell. Be careful of the rapid thump thump sound. She gasped for breath, trying to calm her shock. After a long time, Tong Yao then asked, Su Fan, did you modify this phone yourself? Seeing that Tong Yao hadn't spoken for a long time, Su Fan suddenly asked this question, and instantly became alert. Could it be that this girl wanted to get something for free and asked him to help modify her phone? So he said directly, Yes, but it's troublesome to modify the phone. Yeah, it's really troublesome. Tong Yao nodded vigorously and did not doubt what Su Fan said. At this point, the only question she could think of was one last, highly professional one. If Su Fan could still answer it, then she would really be out of options. Seriously. Can you tell me more about how this Xiantian 1.0 system works? That is fine. Su Fan thought, why does this girl have so many questions? Said casually. This is much simpler than the central control system of Jiantian No. 1. Its core is the efficient use of hardware resources. A bunch of highly professional terms were used. Tong Yao became completely autistic. Haha, I understand, I really understand what you mean. He smiled foolishly and handed the phone back to Su Fan. She never wanted to talk to Su Fan again. This man was rubbing her on the ground, in the area where she was good at. I can't even get a word in. Facts have proved that Su Fan is the computer genius, and she deserves to be called a computer novice. Total defeat. I was convinced and knelt down to sing. Conquer! Is this guy a human being? Physics intimidated Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua. She was also crushed in the computer field. Too perverted. At this time, Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua had already carefully protected the manuscript written by Su Fan. Seeing that Tong Yao and Su Fan had finished their conversation, Mr. Wang also came over. Xiao Su, what are you guys talking about? Nothing much. Tong Yao asked some questions and I answered them. Tong Yao was once a genius in Huaqing junior class and had always thought highly of herself. How could she lower herself to ask others for advice? Mr. Wang's curiosity was aroused. What kind of problem? Central control system, Su Fan said truthfully. Old Wang took a deep breath and his expression was shocked. I thought I heard it wrong. The central control system is probably the area where Tong Yao excels. Everyone looked at Tong Yao. At this time, the little girl had buried her head in her clothes, too embarrassed to see anyone. Mr. Wang exclaimed, What a great guy! Just 3 or 2 minutes, and a computer genius became autistic? Awesome! What a profound knowledge of computers this requires. After sighing, Mr. Wang continued, Xiao Su, if you developed and manufactured all of these, where did you make them? My intelligent processing machine tools are still in the old warehouse I rented. Su Fan did not say Super Deep Technology Workbench, but simply changed it to a simpler name. After the mecha was built, who helped you test fly it? Mr. Wang immediately raised this question. Mr. Hua was giving thumbs up crazily. It was a stroke of genius. You are proficient in physics mechanics, chemical materials, and computer technology. But what about the test flight? You can't possibly do it yourself, can you? As long as you get the test pilot's name, your team will follow and be exposed. Of course I'm the one who tested it, Su-fan said seriously. I didn't have time at the time, so I just took a stroll. What? Mr. Hua suddenly stepped forward and fiercely grabbed Su-fan's arm, his face full of disbelief. You even took on the test flight? 028. How do you want me to fly? Su-fan nodded. Even now, when he sees Jiangtian No. 1, he still feels eager to do something. No one knows better than him how powerful the performance of Jiangtian No. 1 is. Only he knows how violent this behemoth will be when it is fully released from its restraints. Okay. Since you said so, can you try flying it now? Old Wang's saliva was flying everywhere, and he looked extremely excited. Su-fan stepped back slightly and said, Okay. He didn't say much, but he was very happy inside. While enjoying the experience, you can also show your customers the true performance of the mecha, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Mr. Wang looked at Wang Yixue. Xiao Yixue, I heard you say before that there is a co-pilot seat in the cockpit? Yes, but they are like passengers and do not have any operating authority. Wang Yixue nodded, and then her eyes lit up. Grandpa, can I follow you? Well, you should follow along too. After all, Su-fan has only operated it once. In case of any error, you can remedy it immediately. There was a hint of worry between Mr. Wang's brows as he spoke. Good. Wang Yixue nodded excitedly. She now thinks about driving a mecha every day. Even driving a G-class on the street feels as slow as a snail. It's not as impressive as driving a mecha. At the instruction of Mr. Wang, Wang Yixue left her cell phone behind. Open the data synchronization app to view the mecha's data panel and driver's screen at any time. Mr. Wang even directly dispatched military satellites to ensure communications. Tong Yao, who was standing by, thought to herself that it would be a waste not to use Su-fan's phone. The mecha is then started, and the driver is scanned and authenticated and enters the cockpit. Seeing this, Su-fan took Wang Yixue's phone directly. After opening your app, enter a string of incomprehensible codes. The mecha's eyes suddenly emitted red light, and a rattling sound came from inside. Startup is complete in a flash. 2 iron arms stretched out, and Su-fan and Wang Yixue were lifted into the cockpit. Click! The cockpit is closed. A dull mechanical sound rang out inside the mecha. Each control unit is normal. Beam weapons not mounted. Dragoon system not mounted. Current driving mode, master. Quick start completed. Waiting to strike. The voice disappeared, and Wang Yixue opened the passenger seat and sat down. Although it is a passenger seat, the position is very crowded. Fortunately, there is also a holographic helmet. But what surprised her now was that the voice Su-fan used to start the mecha was completely different from the one she used to start it. She had no idea what quick start mode was. And the driving mode used by Su-fan is actually master. Even though she had driven it many times, it was only in normal mode. Wang Yixue turned to look at Su-fan. Is this guy a little too arrogant? She felt vaguely uneasy. I hope nothing goes wrong. Fasten the safety buckles and the buttons under the helmet. Su-fan glanced at Wang Yixue and kindly reminded her. I know, you don't have to tell me. Wang Yixue gave Su-fan a cold look. Put all safety measures in place. I agree with what Su-fan said. Just like you have to fasten your seatbelt when driving, you have to fasten your safety buckle when driving a mecha. Besides, it was Su-fan who was driving this time, so she was really unsure. Next time. Connect with Mr. Wang by voice. Su-fan asked. Mr. Wang, how do you want me to test fly? Do your best. There was some worry in Mr. Wang's words. Su-fan's eyes lit up. To the best of your ability. Doesn't this mean that I can fly however I want? There was a flash of excitement in his eyes. Cut out the operation mode options on the holographic helmet. As the visual focus changes. Finally, it comes down to the 4 words, King Mode. Wang Yixue's pupils shrank suddenly. I shuddered all over. Looked at Su-fan nervously. Su-fan, what are you doing? Can you please stop trying to show off, or let me get off first? However, Su Fan was concentrating on adjusting the data and had no time to communicate with the people around him. Follow closely. Wang Yishio heard a voice that made her very uneasy. Bite. The current driving mode is switched to King. The posture control restrictions have been lifted. Hydrogen engine restrictions lifted. Weapon system restrictions have been lifted. Phased array situational danger warning has been closed. Oh my god, Su Fan, I want to go down, I want to go down. Wang Yishio felt a chill down her spine and screamed loudly. All assisted driving measures were turned off, and all aspects of the mecha's performance were maximized. It's simply playing with your life. However, the only response she got was the prompt sound from inside the mecha. Jiangtian number 1, set off. The sound landed. Su Fan shook his head and said, "It's too late." Pull the joystick sharply. Boom! A ball of fierce fire suddenly burst out from the vector nozzle. Push the mecha to burst out horizontally. A strong sense of pushing on the back instantly acts on the back. A feeling of suffocation enveloped Wang Yishio. Next time. The soles of his feet collided with the floor, creating a ball of golden sparks. It splashed onto the surrounding researchers and burned several holes in their clothes. Just out of the indoor venue, Su Fan pressed the climb button and controlled the lever with both hands at the same time. The attitude adjustment system works together with the back propulsion system to provide thrust. The mech faces the sky. It instantly rose from the ground, causing a sonic boom. 100 meters above the ground, it directly broke the sound barrier. Wang Yishio was stunned with fear. Oh my goodness! Is this really the mecha she is operating? The feeling is completely different. Oh my god, I'm so scared! Boom! The deafening sound made the glass of the scientific research base rattle. All the flower pots on the windowsill were shaken to the ground. It was smashed to pieces. Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua and their colleagues all covered their ears and only breathed a sigh of relief when the sound faded away. Old Wang watched the mecha disappear and then he sighed. You are still too young, impatient, and not calm enough. When the mecha also took off, Yishio looked very gentle. It makes people feel at ease. Mr. Wang, let's take a look at his current data in all aspects, Mr. Hua reminded. Mr. Wang nodded. Put Wang Yishio's mobile phone in front of everyone. What comes into view is a blue and white sky. And fast approaching clouds. There is also a data panel in the lower right corner. Everyone looked at the lower right corner first. Current mode King. Comprehensive thrust, 1100 kN plus, low thrust data is not provided in King mode. Body temperature, 1000 degrees Celsius. Speed Mach 10.8. Comment, everything is okay. Is this normal? There were countless gasps throughout the audience. Everyone's jaw dropped. Gah! Mr. Wang was even more direct. His eyeballs were twisted with bloodshot streaks. The mouth opens wide enough to swallow a light bulb. The old face tensed up in an instant, and all the wrinkles on his face disappeared. I couldn't catch my breath. He leaned back suddenly. Fuck, Mr. Wang! What's wrong, Mr. Wang? Don't die, Mr. Wang! The person next to him supported him instantly. Tong Yao was quick to act and quickly gave Mr. Wang an oxygen tube. Master Wang, hold on! Seeing that Mr. Wang couldn't hold it anymore, Mr. Hua hurried to encourage him. Although he had just swallowed a quick-acting heart pill, Mr. Wang said hurriedly with a trembling voice. It's okay, I'm fine, look at the screen. Everyone turned their eyes to the screen again. 029 Newton is about to open the coffin lid. Current mode King. Comprehensive thrust, 1500 kN plus, low thrust data is not provided in King mode. Body temperature, 1600 degrees Celsius. Speed Mach 16.8. Comment, everything is okay. Crazy. Nearly 17 times the speed of sound. The driver got nervous. The mecha is going crazy. All the scientific researchers went completely crazy. They all pulled their hair frantically, their eyes were bloodshot, and their anger was flaring. The audience was filled with the sound of countless people's outlooks on life collapsing. Values were also shattered to the ground. There's no time to catch your breath. The mecha has emerged from the clouds. The azure blue sky gradually turned into darkness. After a few breaths, the reference object was completely lost on the screen. Can't tell where this is. In the cockpit of Jiantian No. 1. Su Fan watched as the vision in front of him turned dark. Whisper. Turn on dynamic vision compensation. The holographic helmet suddenly became able to see things in the dark. Wang Yishio standing by was completely numb. In addition to fear, people were also shocked by Su Fan's driving skills. Sonic boom takeoff, so scary. Even in that violent climbing mode, he was still able to perform minute-by-minute operations on the mecha. This level is definitely a peak that she cannot reach. I have learned a lot. It's so discouraging. I used to think I had a talent for piloting mechas. Now I think it's a joke. If you compare yourself to others, you will die. If you compare goods, you will be thrown away. Self-confidence suffered a critical hit of 10,000 points. Su Fan didn't know what Wang Yishio was thinking. He concentrated his attention and pushed the right joystick hard to the side. Pull back with your left hand. The mecha made a beautiful turn, hanging steadily in the space. The vision becomes brighter. Quantum dynamic vision compensation is automatically turned off. A blue planet appeared in the eyes of Su Fan and Wang Yishio. The blue and white surface of the planet is wrapped in a layer of silver gauze. The faint halo makes the planet look extremely holy. Behind it is an endless starry sky. Wang Yishio's nervousness quickly subsided, and sparkling little stars gradually lit up in her eyes. Such a spectacular view is never too much to see, no matter how many times you see it. Under the halo of light, her profile was outlined delicately. The skin is soft and tender, like a freshly peeled hard-boiled egg. She is also very beautiful. Su Fan was also appreciating the beautiful scenery before him. I was shocked beyond words. The mecha stopped its main engine output, and only the miniature vector nozzles in various parts of the body were working, constantly adjusting the posture of the mecha. Let Su Fan and the others always face this blue planet, floating slowly in the silent geosynchronous orbit, following the pull of gravity. This scene made the group of scientific researchers stunned. Took a few breaths of oxygen. Only then did Mr. Wang calm down a little. Looking at the spectacular scene on the phone, I asked, "How long did it take for the mecha to get from the ground to space?" Reporting to Mr. Wang, "Only 20 minutes have passed since the mecha started up quickly." "What?" Old Wang's eyes suddenly widened. He quickly looked at his watch. "Is this actually true? It really only took 20 minutes to get from the ground to geosynchronous orbit. Break out of the Earth in 20 minutes. Hee hee. Crazy. Unable to think." At this moment, all brain cells died collectively and were completely wiped out. If Newton knew this data, would he be so desperate? If Einstein saw this situation, he would probably remain silent. Mr. Wang shook his head. "Get your brain, which is unable to think, back to working as soon as possible." Mr. Hua also took another quick-acting heart-saving pill. "You know what, this thing is really useful. If you come into contact with Su Fan, you must carry at least 10 of them with you." "No, 20. If there is less, we can't save them." After a few minutes of dead silence, Mr. Wang finally spoke with difficulty. Said to Su Fan on the phone, "Xiao Su, how do you feel?" "It feels a little lacking. It's probably because the laser weapons and Dragoon system have not been installed. It's not perfect enough." Su Fan frowned slightly. "Isn't this perfect enough?" Wang was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, "How tiring it is. Talking to Su Fan can easily lead to myocardial infarction." Just follow his words, staying alive is what matters. "Okay, when you come back, I'll make sure to improve this mecha. You name the cost, and I'll take care of it." "No problem, I love working the most." Su Fan was so happy to get the job again and get enough money. "I have to demonstrate the performance of the mecha again, maybe I can get extra rewards." Thinking of this, Su Fan looked towards the distant moon. Someone had been there before. There is also a moon landing monument and arms footprints standing there. How about stopping by to take a look? Think of this. Su Fan tilted his head slightly and said, "Hold on and sit tight." Wang Yishua was shocked and guessed that Su Fan was going to do something again. He quickly grabbed the buckle in front of him with both hands. Crack! Su Fan pulled the joystick violently. The hydrogen-powered engine exploded. 4 azure fire snakes spewed out blue tail flames more than 8 meters long. Dense Mach rings are arranged irregularly in the flames. A strong thrust pushed the mecha into synchronous orbit and flew towards the pitted lunar surface. Su Fan glanced at the data panel in the lower right corner. The speed is only Mach 20. I couldn't help but sigh. Hydrogen-powered engines are certainly the most environmentally friendly and flexible to use. But it is still slightly inferior to nuclear power. Seeing that Su Fan seemed to be worried, Wang Yishua thought, it seems that geniuses also have troubles. Zhonghai Military Research Base. Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua, and a group of scientific researchers. They all looked at the direction the mecha was flying in confusion. His eyes were full of curiosity. Shouldn't this guy be returning home? Xiao Su, where are you planning to go? You're not coming back? Old Wang couldn't help but ask. I'll take Ishia to see the moon, Su Fan said casually. Okay, then come back soon. What? Where? The moon? Old Wang's body trembled violently, and his beard exploded. No, it's too dangerous. The climate there is bad, and it's too easy for something to go wrong. You are the motherland's precious treasure, and we cannot afford to lose you. Besides, the moon is 380,000 kilometers away from the Earth. It's no joke. How can you possibly reach it without a few days? Even if you arrive, do you have enough energy to return? These are all problems. When Su Fan heard this, he immediately understood what Mr. Wang was worried about. Don't worry, Mr. Wang. There's enough time and energy. I'll try to be back before lunch. After saying this, I was afraid that Mr. Wang would not believe it. Flip open a red plastic cover from the manual operating table in front of you. A button appears below. Su Fan took a long breath. A slap landed on the button. The mecha suddenly emitted a rapid warning sound. Afterburner mode activated. Backup energy start. The optimal flight posture of the mecha has been adjusted. Energy import bypass ratio reallocation completed. The vector nozzle conversion device is connected in miniature. Enter afterburner mode. The prompt tone ends. The 4 vector nozzles on the back of the mecha quickly deformed and elongated. The azure flames burst out like a wild beast that had escaped from its cage. Unrivaled thrust applied to the cockpit. The feeling of blood being forcibly drawn out of the body went straight to the brain. The mecha was like a red beam of light, drawing a long straight line in the universe and rushing towards the moon. 030 This is the moon. Scientific Research Base. Mr. Wang's body shook. My whole body was shaking. 20 times the speed of sound has exceeded his cognitive limits. Now a boost mode has been developed. Today's advanced fighter jets in the world also have afterburner mode. Once the engine starts to boost, it means that the aircraft will release all its potential and reach the maximum speed. An ordinary supersonic fighter jet may be able to directly exceed twice the speed of sound after turning on the afterburner mode. But the problem is that this mecha is now traveling at 20 times the speed of sound. What will happen if we turn on the afterburner mode? When Mr. Wang was lost in thought, Mr. Hua next to him accidentally saw the data panel in the lower right corner. Current mode King +1 level boost. Comprehensive thrust, 2800 kN plus. Low thrust data is not provided in King mode. Body temperature, 3100 degrees Celsius. Speed Mach 43. Comment, everything is okay. Old Hua's eyes suddenly widened to the size of eggs. His mouth opened wide enough to fit a fist. Hachi, rapid breathing. It's about to end. His eyes kept rolling upwards. Tong Yao was the first to notice that something was wrong with Mr. Hua and was shocked. Hurry up and hold him, shout. Quick! Give Elder Hua a quick-acting heart-saving pill! Someone nearby frantically took out a small yellow bottle from Mr. Hua's Zhongshan suit. He poured out a small black pill and gave it to Mr. Hua to take. Mr. Wang was also shocked by this sudden situation and came back to his senses. My eyes accidentally caught sight of the data panel in the lower right corner. Note that the speed above has become Mach 45. Gah! He couldn't catch his breath, and his whole body was trembling. Weak body sifting chaff. The researchers were suddenly in a panic. What happened to Mr. Wang? Don't scare me, Mr. Wang! Exclamations rang out one after another. Tong Yao was panicking but not confused, and shouted loudly. Hurry up and give Elder Wang a quick-acting heart-saving pill. It will be too late if you delay any longer. The two old men were helped to a chair nearby. Each of them took a small pill. A nasal oxygen tube was inserted. The horror on his face did not fade at all. They knew the unit of Mach very well. Not to mention mechas, even for a fighter jet designed completely according to fluid mechanics, it is extremely difficult to break through twice the speed of sound. As those who had participated in the development of the K-series fighter jets, they know this very clearly. The difficulties involved are hard to describe in words. But even such a difficult thing seemed to be no problem at all for Su Fan. A 5M mecha should conservatively weigh 15 tons. It's such a big guy, and you told me he flew at 45 times the speed of sound. I wouldn't believe it even if you dug out my eyes. If he hadn't seen the data panel with his own eyes, he would definitely think that the person who said this was a psychopath. The two old men leaned back in their chairs in a daze, falling into deep doubt about life. Su Fan heard the panicked voice from the other side through the audio system. Knowing that there might be some emergency over there, he ignored it and concentrated on driving the mecha. Wang Yishua's holographic helmet was for the co-pilot only, and did not have the function of connecting to the ground audio. So I don't know the situation. Moreover, she had just adapted to the current speed, but was still gasping for breath. As he got closer and closer to the moon, his expression became increasingly excited. Many years ago, Arms stepped on the moon. Leave a footprint on the moon. And claimed that this was a small step for him, but a big step for mankind. Now the two of them are close to the moon again. Even if we can't set foot on the moon, it's enough to be proud of. Wang Yishio's mood at this moment is indescribable. I felt touched, emotional, and almost uncontrollable excitement. Su Fan suddenly said to Wang Yishio, We're close enough, it's time to slow down. Be prepared, slowing down will be just as painful as speeding up. Okay, I'm ready. Wang Yishio took a few deep breaths. He gripped the safety buckle with both hands, and his muscles tensed. Her chest was heaving violently, and it was obvious that she was not as calm as she appeared to be. Card wait! Su Fan used both hands to control the entire mecha. The back engine nozzle is pointed towards the moon and the engine power is turned to maximum. The Jiangtian No. 1, which was originally speeding at 45 times the speed of sound, was instantly enveloped by a huge reverse force. The eyeballs of Su Fan and Wang Yishio were almost completely pressed into their eye sockets. All the blood splashed onto the back of his head and back. A horrible feeling of suffocation came over me. Plop, plop. The heart was almost squeezed flat under the intense pressure. Even after calculations, it was found that humans could withstand this huge force. But Su Fan still felt like he was going to die. At this moment, Su Fan suddenly had an idea in his mind. In the future, I will have the opportunity to develop a drug that can enhance human physique. Even now, Jiangtian No. 1 has not reached its strongest state. The human body's ability to withstand stress is the biggest shackle that constrains mechas. As the suffocating pressure subsided, the mecha finally hovered above a vast and desolate planet. It was the middle of the day, and what I saw was... everything was gray and desolate. It seems to represent death. This is the moon! Wang Yishio's heart was shaken, and she murmured in a trance. Let's go to the moon landing monument, and take a look at Arm's footprints. Su Fan pulled the operating lever. The mecha rushed into the moon's gravitational field. Although it is far away, the quantum phased array radar system has found the remains of the lunar sea base left behind by Arms when he landed on the moon. On Earth, scientific research base. After breathing oxygen for a while, and with the effects of medication, Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua have basically recovered their mobility. The first thing was to pick up the mobile phone left by Wang Yishio. The phone password was unlocked successfully. The app is still connected and running. The researchers also gathered around and looked at the screen on their mobile phones. I saw the mecha rushing towards the surface of the moon at a speed of Mach 5. However, everyone thought it was normal. If he flies at Mach 1 or 2, that's really not Su-fan's style. After experiencing the baptism of Mach 45, the experts at the scientific research base have become more skilled. The moon landing is already underway! Old Wang exclaimed, cold sweat forming on his palms. Mr. Hua standing by also had bloodshot eyes and was breathing rapidly. If Su-fan lands successfully, it will be of great significance. He represents not only himself, but also the entire Xia kingdom. The blood of my Xia country flows in my body. Mr. Wang, do you want to report this to your superiors? After all, this matter is worth celebrating by the whole country, Tong Yao reminded. Let's take a look first. Even if we report it, we can't make it public, Mr. Wang said seriously. Whether it's this mecha or Su-fan himself, what they need most is protection. Everyone nodded and agreed with it. No matter which major invention or genius inventor is exposed to the spotlight, he or she will face unimaginable crises. Above the moon. As the mecha dived at high speed, the uneven gray-brown lunar soil became clearer and clearer. I see! Su-fan was extremely excited and shouted loudly. The UI base was already in sight. Attitude adjustment vector nozzle activated. The mecha's posture was adjusted in all directions, and its speed dropped sharply. Wang Yixue was the co-pilot. And countless people in the scientific research base. They all held their breath. I dared not blink. Staring closely at the scene of the mecha finally landing on the moon. Boom boom! There was a sudden earthquake, and the mecha landed steadily on the ground. Both feet are slightly embedded in the lunar soil. And it seemed like my right foot stepped on something. But none of this matters. Importantly, he is about to see the moon landing monument, and the first human footprint on the moon in front of the monument. Yixue, help me look around, where is the monument? When Su-fan was speaking, he was unaware that Wang Yixue was blinking her big eyes and looking at him strangely. 031 One small step for mecha, one giant leap for mankind. Even the personnel at the scientific research base who were about to cheer wildly stared at their phones with dull expressions, petrified and unable to move. What's wrong? Su-fan saw that Wang Yixue's expression was not right. Let's find the moon landing monument quickly so we can see what it looks like. This way, our trip won't be in vain. Others travel abroad, but we also travel outside the Earth, right? Wang Yixue's eyelids twitched, and she spoke with difficulty. Su-fan, when you landed just now, did you notice that you stepped on something? It seems like it stepped on a stone and hit the right foot of the mecha. What happened? Su-fan frowned in confusion. Guess what the mecha's right foot is stepping on? Su-fan frowned even more tightly. Thought about it for a moment. The pupils trembled violently. Fuck! With a strange cry, he quickly moved the mecha's right foot away. He stepped on the great moon landing monument into the lunar soil, leaving only the top exposed. As for Arms's footprints, they had already been trampled away. At this moment, Su-fan was stunned. A giant step for mankind, just gone. He did it! If Arms knew this, he would be so angry that he would fight to the death. Mr. Wang and the others were also staring blankly at the phone screens. I didn't know what to say for a moment. If this matter were to be exposed, Su-fan would definitely become the target of attack by many people who claim to be international justice. The Xia kingdom would also be condemned for destroying the most precious cultural relics in human history. Ahem. Mr. Hua coughed a few times and looked around. His eyes are quite sharp. No one saw what happened today. Do you understand? What are you talking about, Mr. Hua? I was playing on the computer just now and didn't pay attention. Tong Yao understood and said seriously. The attitude of the researchers next to him suddenly changed. Countless people rubbed their eyes. I don't know what's wrong with my eyes. I can't see clearly. I need to apply some Meng Long. What a coincidence, me too. You are? Hee, I'm sure you do too. When you buy Meng Long, help me order a little. And mine. Tong Yao was standing aside, the corners of her mouth twitching wildly. These grandchildren reacted quite quickly. The question is, does Manglong cure eyes? Seeing everyone's performance, Mr. Hua stroked his gray beard with satisfaction. Mr. Wang looked at Mr. Hua and gave him a thumbs up. Well done! Afterwards, all the scientific researchers were sent back to their respective posts. The observation and study ends here. Only the old couple, Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua, were left, and Tong Yao was taking care of them. On the moon. Su Fan looked at the witness of human landing on the moon that he had stepped on. I feel a little guilty about it. Think for a while. He simply stepped over it again and pushed hard twice. In this way, the footprints of the mecha have penetrated more than 1 m underground. There is no air on the moon, and of course no wind, so this footprint should last for a long time. Then he reached out and scribbled a line of words on the ground next to him. A small step for mecha, a giant leap for technology. After I finished writing, I frowned slightly, feeling that my handwriting was crooked and not very good looking, but that was it. After doing all this, he pulled the joystick hard and quickly slipped away while Wang Yixue was stunned. Boom! The afterburner mode was activated and the mecha disappeared on the surface of the moon in an instant. Only a huge 70 centimeters footprint was left. It was fast coming here and even faster returning. Su Fan said he didn't want to delay lunch. In afterburner mode, the mecha's engine runs like crazy. At 45 times the speed of sound, it seems that the distance between the moon and the Earth is not so far away. Wang Yixue couldn't help but be fascinated when she saw Su Fan controlling the mecha with ease. If only she could reach this level of proficiency. Along the way, I asked Hushin some questions about driving. Su Fan taught patiently. After all, the customer is God. This is his principle of doing business. Only by adhering to principles can we achieve long-term development. Half an hour later, the mecha had entered geosynchronous orbit. Further ahead is low Earth orbit and the space stations of various countries. Su Fan didn't stop and sped all the way. Dragging a long blue flame, it rushed into the atmosphere like a cannonball. At the same time, we also don't forget to provide good after-sales teaching. Yixue, you're welcome. The attitude adjustment and braking of Jiantian No. 1 are actually very simple. You do this first, then that. As Su Fan spoke, he fiddled with the joystick with both hands smoothly. That's all. Now it's what people call falling leaves. All the main engines of the mecha were shut down, leaving only the attitude adjustment vector nozzles working. The mecha flew, spun, and fell like a falling leaf. Well, do you understand now? This. Wang Yixue smiled stiffly. I was speechless. He looked at his hands, then at the joystick held by Su Fan. I couldn't help but fall into deep doubt. My hand seems to be different from Su Fan's hand. Isn't this my hand? A set of mecha's leaf-falling movements completely stunned Wang Yixue. Seeing that Wang Yixue didn't say anything, Su Fan thought that the girl probably didn't like the movement of falling leaves. Then teach him another one. Yixue, don't worry. Since you bought my mecha, I will teach you until you are satisfied. This next one is called the paperclip maneuver. Look at how I control it. As he spoke, Su Fan performed another extremely difficult operation with ease. The mecha fell from the sky, dived straight down, then suddenly turned and braked. The next moment, it rose rapidly again, and in just a few seconds, it made a 180-degree turn like a paperclip. This move is relatively simple. You must be able to do it, right? Wang Yixue stopped talking altogether. His face was pale and he looked as if he had lost all hope in life. She finally understood why Tong Yao talked about autism with Su Fan before. Don't you have any idea of how good your skills are? Is it intentional to attack people? Wang Yixue's self-confidence was shattered. She felt wronged and wanted to cry. From childhood to adulthood, she has been excellent in everything she does. Even Wang Ning in the family could not compare to her no matter how hard he tried. Now she finally felt real frustration. There is no comparison. Compared with this person, you will feel what despair feels like. Su Fan looked at the watch, and it was already 12 o'clock. I thought I'd just forget about it today and teach her again when I have the chance. This business did make money. But after-sales service is really difficult. Deciding to end the teaching temporarily, Su Fan drove the mecha quickly towards the ground. Further down is the Zhonghai Military Research Base. Wang Yixue finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Su Fan would continue to teach her. It was not that she didn't want to learn, but that she really couldn't understand. She was too embarrassed to say she didn't understand. She was afraid that Su Fan, a highly skilled teacher, would think she was stupid and would never teach her again. When the mecha was parked indoors, Wang Yixue finally breathed a sigh of relief. A smile of surviving a disaster appeared on his face. Su Fan followed Wang Yixue to the meeting room. Old Wang and Old Hua were waiting for them with kind smiles on their faces. Xiao Su, I didn't expect that you have such good driving skills. If you have time in the future, please teach Yixue. This girl is very smart and will learn it once you teach her. No problem, Mr. Wang. Su Fan nodded respectfully in agreement. When facing Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua, he had great respect in his heart. Wang Yixue on the side tried desperately to wink at old Wang, as if to say, Grandpa, please stop praising me, I'm too embarrassed. After some conversation, Su Fan received another commission from Mr. Wang. That is to make another similar mecha and improve the laser weapons and dragoon system. Su Fan had no reason to refuse. Firstly, Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua were people he respected very much. Secondly, the other party offered too much, a full 10 million. Excluding costs, we can earn at least 5 million. 032 Military Exercise Prelude. After the cooperation was finalized, Mr. Wang also gave Su Fan a special authority. The military procurement channels of Xiaogua's scientific research base can be used. If you need any materials, you can directly tell the nursery rhyme and let the nursery rhyme connect with you. There is no charge for materials obtained through this channel, and the cost is paid by the state. Su Fan's eyes suddenly brightened. This was simply a business with no profit. They are worthy of being the national team, so rich and inhumane. Su Fan agreed without thinking, the customer is God. After having a meal at the scientific research base and exchanging contact information with everyone in the group, Su Fan left the base at noon. Back to his abandoned factory again. Looking at everything familiar in front of me. Su Fan's lips curved into a smile. Jiangtian number 1 will be delivered in the evening, and we need to purchase the materials first. Certain special materials required for beam weapons and dragoon systems are subject to control, which is why they were not installed before. A densely packed list of materials was sent to Tong Yao. The other party directly said that it was no problem and most of the materials could be delivered within an hour. Su Fan replied 666. Southern Military Region Division Headquarters. As soon as Li Guizhong returned, the military exercise mobilization that had been prepared long ago began. In a lecture hall that can accommodate thousands of people. The seats were packed, and almost everyone with a badge on their shoulder was there. Li Guizhong entered through the main gate with his guards. Everyone stand up and applaud. Crash! The warm applause was like an overwhelming wave, one higher than the other. Seeing the excitement and enthusiasm on his subordinates' faces, the burden on Li Guizhong's shoulders inexplicably became heavier. Before the Southeast military exercise, the Southern military region was defeated 3 times in a row by the Eastern military region. The 3 failures made the officers and soldiers of the 8 modernized armored combined divisions of the Southern military district unable to hold their heads up. Every time these division commanders went to the Southeast United Military Headquarters for a meeting, the other side would use this matter to make sarcastic remarks. Without saying too much, just Lao Kong's face is so damn arrogant. This time, the exercise mission fell on Li Guizhong's new type of Marine Armored Combined Division. Li Guizhong carried the hopes of 8 divisions and more than 80,000 people from the Southern military region. I can't lose again. If I lose again, I will be too embarrassed to face anyone. Soldier. You can bleed and you can die. Just can't lose. Li Guizhong listened to the prolonged applause. He knew that the soldiers trusted him from the bottom of their hearts. From the soldiers' clear eyes, we can see their desire for victory in this military exercise. Li Guizhong came on stage with the division's combat staff. Face all officers in the hall. He raised his hand slightly to signal to stop clapping. Then he spoke loudly into the microphone. Soldiers, the military exercise will begin in 2 days. The background of this exercise is different from previous ones. It is an urban assault. We play the role of the defender, the blue team. The exercise location has been set at the newly built Southeast Military Exercise Base. We have been defeated 3 times in a row. The Southern Military Region shares honor and disgrace. As soldiers of the 8th Marine Armored Combined Division, we have endured 3 great humiliations. This time, we want to take back the lost honor. When 2 men meet on a narrow road, the brave one wins. I would rather die 1 step forward than live 1 step back. In this exercise, our Blue Army will win. Do you have confidence? As soon as Li Guizhong's voice fell, more than 1,000 people in the audience raised their arms and cheered. Have! The Blues will win! The Blues will win! The shouts were so deafening that they almost blew the roof of the hall off. Everyone's blood was boiling, their eyes were determined, and they were holding back a strong energy. Why did their Eastern Military Region win 3 times? This time, let us, the 8th Marine Division, regain the face that the Southern Military Region has lost. Can't lose. If we lose, the 8th Marine Division will be the sinner of the Southern Military Region. As the other few people finished speaking, the mobilization meeting was a complete success. Li Guizhong brought all the people from the staff and brigade level to the division headquarters combat discussion room. Although the slogans were loud, the faces of several staff officers were not very good. Staff Officer Yang, you are an expert in urban siege warfare, so please speak first. Commander, I'm not trying to boost others' morale or destroy my own prestige, we're just unlucky this time. The thin staff officer Yang pushed his glasses lightly and shrugged. Why? Explain it clearly. Li Guizhong frowned. In this military exercise, the Red Team is the 3rd Mechanized Infantry Division of the Eastern Military Region. They have cooperated with the Eastern Research Institute to produce a new type of exoskeleton armor, which is particularly suitable for use in urban siege warfare. Staff Officer Yang shook his head and sighed. As far as I know, that type of exoskeleton armor has been mass-produced to more than 100 units. It's too difficult for us to defend against that kind of thing in a high-rise building. Indeed, it's not practical for our tanks to fight in the city. We were drawn to be the defenders this time. How unlucky! Brigade Commander Su standing by clenched his fists and sighed. After they both finished speaking, the whole room fell into silence. The atmosphere is a bit depressing. Only 2 people who had followed Li Guizhong to the scientific research base before had expressionless faces. After hearing about exoskeleton armor, there was even a bit of disdain in their eyes. Li Guizhong's expression remained very calm from beginning to end. No one spoke anymore. Li Guizhong suddenly said, Everyone, the battle hasn't even started yet, and you're already scared? Commander, I'm not scared. It's just that our luck is too bad. Besides, the enemy's exoskeleton armor does sound scary. Staff Officer Yang gritted his teeth. If we also had exoskeleton armor, we wouldn't be afraid of them. Staff Officer Yang. Li Guizhong walked to Staff Officer Yang with his hands behind his back and said meaningfully, They have exoskeleton armor, do you think we don't have any secret weapons? Staff Officer Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. The staff officers, brigade commanders, and regiment commanders beside him also looked at Li Guizhong with sudden enlightenment. Li Guizhong did not continue with what he had just said, but stood up straight and said seriously, This operation is special. I have already formulated a combat plan. To prevent leaks, I will directly issue combat missions to each department before the war begins. Tomorrow morning the troops will march to the Southeast Military Exercise City. Yes. Yes. Everyone stood up and saluted. However, the doubt in his eyes did not diminish. What on earth was this commander up to? He looks very confident. But facing the enemy's 100 exoskeleton armors, what secret weapons can be used to compete? It would be fine if I didn't come to the meeting, but I would become even more confused once I attended the meeting. I hope the teacher didn't make up this secret weapon out of thin air just to comfort people. It's late at night. Inside an abandoned factory building in Shanghai City. Various materials are classified and piled around. Jiantian No. 1 was parked in the distance. The ultra-deep technology workbench is rumbling. The 10 robotic arms waving in a dazzling manner. The clanging sounds of mechanical friction and the clicking sounds of laser welding can be heard one after another. After upgrading to LV2, the workbench becomes more complete and occupies a larger area. The speed of manufacturing products is much faster than the previous LV1. Apart from consuming 1,000 technology points of Su-Fan, everything else made Su-Fan very satisfied. The new mecha is slightly different in appearance and weapons, and also consumes 900 technology points. There are only 2,300 technology points left. If he wants to fulfill his father's last wish and build a deep-sea submersible, he needs to get at least 5,000 more technology points. This military exercise is a good opportunity to harvest shock. There should be enough shock to convert a large number of technology points. Su-Fan did not go home that night and spent the night on the small wooden bed in the warehouse. Because the nursery rhyme said that the materials for manufacturing laser weapons and dragoon systems were on the way and might be delivered just in the middle of the night. Su-Fan could only fall asleep to the rumbling sound of the Chaos Hen technology workbench. It was 5 a.m. the next day, and it was still dark. A clear reminder sound rang out. Jiantian number 2 is completed. Su-Fan looked at the completely completed new mecha, his eyes flashing with excitement. I felt eager to try it out. How about going out for a walk before daybreak? 033 Jiantian number 2, can I test drive it? Once the thought comes up, I can't hold it back. He jumped up from the bed. It's also painted in fiery red. The difference is that the design of this mecha focuses more on long-range attacks. The left arm is integrated with a double-row rail gun, and the other arm is directly integrated with a micro-missile launch port. At just one glance, Su-Fan liked it very much. Just as I was about to take action, the phone rang. After picking up the phone, Tong Yao's tired voice came from the other end. I'm at the door, open it and unload the goods. Su-Fan responded and hurried towards the warehouse door. Squeak! The iron gate was wide open. Tong Yao's petite figure drove over in a heavy truck. Su-Fan was not surprised because the previous batch of materials was also delivered by Tong Yao personally. It is said that this is to keep the mecha secret. It's not time to make it public yet. Don't let others know. After the truck drove into the warehouse, Tong Yao got off the car sleepily. He was still mumbling. I'm so sleepy. I have to go back and have a good sleep later. He rubbed his eyes and looked towards the super god workbench. Huh! Why is the mecha different? No! This is not Jiantian number 1. After realizing what was happening, Tong Yao shuddered violently. I guessed something instantly. My mind suddenly became clear. He looked up at the huge monster in front of him. A strong visual impact comes upon you. Tong Yao seemed to see a huge wave of fire 10,000 meters high crashing down from above her head. For a moment, I had difficulty breathing. My heart is shaking. The delicate breasts rise and fall. My legs were shaking and I could barely stand. The sharp twin rail guns, the ferocious micro-missile launch port, and the fiery red paint. In an instant, Tong Yao's eyes exploded. The delicate girl was stunned. After a long time, Tong Yao still couldn't calm down. The small chest rose and fell. Breathing heavily. After calming down a little, Tong Yao asked expectantly, Su-Fan, can I go into the cockpit and take a look? Sure. This mecha was manufactured on behalf of a scientific research base. Tong Yao is a member of the base after all. Not to mention joining it to take a look, even if she wants to drive it out for a stroll, it's no problem. Su-Fan is serious about treating customers. After taking out the modified version of the mobile phone, Su-Fan pressed a few buttons on the phone. The mecha entered quick start mode. There is basically no difference between it and Jiantian number 1. The two quickly entered the cockpit of Jiantian 2. The sci-fi cockpit seems to come from the future. There seemed to be a bit of crushed stars in Tong Yao's eyes, shining brightly. So cool. Can I take a test drive? Tong Yao asked weakly. I feel a little embarrassed to speak this time. No problem. Su-Fan agreed again. His motto is that the customer is king. When people go to buy a car, they can also test drive it. It's not too much to buy you a mech and test drive it, right? So under the guidance of Su Fan, Tong Yao, a computer genius, learned how to operate it quickly. Moreover, the weight ratio of this mecha is somewhat different from that of Jiangtian No. 1. It might be a little harder to control, sacrificing control in exchange for beyond visual range sniping capabilities. What surprised Su Fan was that, thanks to Tong Yao's top-notch understanding of the central control system, controlling the mecha was surprisingly smooth. After half an hour, I was able to use the novice mode for simple operations. As the sky began to brighten, the mecha was driven back to Su Fan's abandoned warehouse. Tong Yao was diving into the cockpit, saying that she wanted to simulate driving to increase her proficiency. I also want to be a mecha warrior in the future. Su Fan ignored her. Sometimes the client's demands are just so weird. It's none of our business. There was a truckload of scarce materials sent by Tong Yao. Su Fan's work on improving the mecha had just begun. Neither Jiangtian No. 1 nor No. 2 are equipped with laser weapons and dragoon systems. Now it is the process of manufacturing and installation. After a busy whole day, Su Fan only had some takeaway food ordered by Tong Yao. At night, the system prompted that all weapons were installed successfully. The complete forms of Jiangtian No. 1 and No. 2 appeared in Su Fan's eyes. At this moment, there is an additional laser launch port on each side of their bodies. Above the vector nozzle on the back, there is a pair of things that look like mechanical wings. When fully extended, it is 6 m wide. This is the Dragoon system. Su Fan woke up Tong Yao, who was sleeping in the cockpit of Jiangtian 2. The two men sent the mecha back to the Zhonghai military research base overnight. After completing all this, Su Fan could finally have a good rest. As long as we wait until this military exercise is over, the technology points should be able to reach more than 8,000, and then we can fulfill my father's last wish. The next evening. Southeast Military Exercise Base. Li Guizhong led the 8th Marine Armored Combined Division and entered the exercise city overnight. From any perspective, this is a completely modern city. The difference is that no civilians live there. Built for drills. 3 tank regiments, a motorized infantry regiment, a self-propelled artillery regiment, an anti-aircraft regiment, etc., all deployed. The entire military exercise city was defended like an iron barrel. But many officers are worried and afraid of the enemy legion's exoskeleton armor. In the dark night, 2 buzzing sounds flew over the soldiers' heads at an incredibly fast speed. I can't see clearly at all. Li Guizhong stationed the division headquarters in a bungalow in the center of the city. There are open squares in front and behind the bungalow, and 6-story brick concrete buildings on both sides. It is open in front and back and is shielded by buildings on both sides, making it very suitable as a temporary combat command center. However, the division commander Li Guizhong was not at the division headquarters at this moment. Instead, he brought the guard squad to a secret location in the exercise city. Seeing the 2 mechas falling rapidly above his head, Li Guizhong's chest heaved and his expression was excited. Jiangtian No. 1, Jiangtian No. 2, long time no see! 2 mechas suddenly pierced down from the sky. A violent gust of wind blew up, spreading dust everywhere. The fascinated person cannot open his eyes. Boom, boom, boom! The ground shook violently twice, and the dust dissipated. 2 mechas with stunning visual effects appeared in front of Li Guizhong and the guard squad. Li Guizhong glanced at the 2 mechas. Jiangtian No. 1 had an extra pair of steel wings, but he had never seen the other mecha before. The slightly exaggerated twin rail guns and the micro-missile launch port. There are also huge steel wings behind it, which caught his attention the moment it appeared. His chest heaved and his breathing came in short gasps. Trembling with excitement, I wanted to run up to her and give her a mad kiss. So cool! So cool! Anyone who takes one look at it will fall in love with it. It is designed completely according to the aesthetic of real men. The guards behind them widened their eyes when they saw the 2 mechas. My eyeballs are about to burst. I was so shocked that I couldn't close my mouth. I like it more than seeing my own wife. If they were asked to exchange their wives for mechas, they would definitely do it without hesitation. Who cares about a wife? It's better to drive a mecha and destroy the wall. Isn't it nice? 034 The whole line is in crisis. Are we going to lose? Among them, only 2 guards had seen the Jiantian No. 1 with the division commander, while the rest were seeing a mecha for the first time. Everyone was shocked. Kaz! The cockpit doors of the 2 mechas opened at the same time. Wan Yixio and Tong Yao were sent down by the mecha's big hands and walked quickly to Li Guizhong. Hello, Commander! The 2 men, wearing camouflage military uniforms, saluted in unison. It has a heroic and dashing feel. Seeing the 2 women approaching, Li Guizhong finally suppressed his inner turmoil. Women are just as good as men. Thank you for your hard work. Commander, we are ready for battle. Please issue the combat mission. Don't worry, you are the key to our military's victory in this exercise. I will use your 2 steel knives to kill the Red Army in one blow when it is most relaxed. The 2 women were like confused nuns, totally bewildered. One is a new recruit who just joined the army, and the other is a rear-line personnel specializing in electronic warfare. None of them have ever seriously participated in such large-scale frontline combat. Li Guizhong smiled mysteriously without further explanation. He just asked his men to cover the 2 mechas with black cloth. Then let Wang Yixue and Tong Yao hide nearby and be ready to attack at any time. After giving instructions to the 2 men, Li Guizhong hurried back to the division headquarters. The trump card is ready, and the military exercise will officially begin at dawn. At the same time, outside the city, Eastern Military District, 3rd Mechanized Infantry Division. There were tens of thousands of people in black armor. Tanks, armored vehicles, armed helicopters, etc. were all on high alert, rumbling and quickly arriving at designated locations. There was no intention of concealing his whereabouts. This is to prepare for a head-on confrontation. The rear of the corps, the Red Division headquarters. There was a confident arc on the corner of Master Kong's mouth. His mouth is almost crooked from smiling these days. It was a city attack and defense battle, and he was the attacker. It's simply the best of time, place, and people. If they fought head-on in an open field, he might have been a little afraid of Lao Li's 3 tank regiments. Nowadays, in this kind of urban warfare, we just need to fight our way in. Tanks are of no use at all. Moving through the city streets, they are like blind tigers and are nothing to be feared. In street fighting, his exoskeleton armored regiment is the strongest. This is also his ultimate trump card. This time, we must teach Lao Li a profound lesson. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. In modern warfare, technology is king. Whoever masters high technology will win. At this time, the phone at the division headquarters rang. The chief of staff reported after answering the phone. Commander, the exoskeleton armored regiment has all arrived at the designated position and is waiting for your next combat instruction. Master Kong's eyes gleamed with a sharp light, and he said seriously, Tell Captain Yi that the division has issued an order. Everyone remain silent, turn off all radios and other communication equipment, and no one can move without further instructions. Even if you have to poop, you have to poop in your pants. Yes. The chief of staff immediately conveyed the order. Master Kong looked at the night sky outside the window and said to himself, Old Li, don't blame me for being ruthless. You've already lost this exercise. I can already imagine how furious you are, ha! Not far from the military exercise base, there stands a 2-story building, circled the size of a basketball court. It is a strict rule that no one from the red or blue side is allowed to enter here. There were 5 big words written in red pen on the wall, Exercise Observation Area. The second-floor hall was brightly lit. In the middle is a huge real-life sand table. The huge display on the side wall is divided into 10 small screens, which are playing the combat power data of all parties in this exercise, as well as real-life camera footage. Most of the movements on all sides of the battlefield are under their surveillance. 2 gray-haired old men stood in front of the sand table and pointed. They turned out to be 2 veteran commanders of the Southeast War Zone, Zhu Guodong and Luo Bing. Old Zhu, it looks like there's no suspense. Heavy tanks are at a disadvantage in street fighting, and Kong Erling's place is said to have just installed an exoskeleton armored regiment, which is a powerful weapon for street fighting. That's right, Shao Kong is sure to win. And judging from the current deployment of the red team, This Shao Kong is very cunning and will definitely not give the blue team any chance. After saying that, Zhu Guodong stroked his gray beard and looked at the old man who had spoken earlier. Lao Luo, why don't we just stop the show? Is this one-sided exercise really meaningful? The arrow is already on the string, we have to shoot it. Luo Bing pursed his lips and shook his head. We can only wait until the battle is over and comfort Shaoli. This is also a major test of their troops' ability to withstand failure. Only a team that can stand up after failure can truly be invincible. The next day. It was daybreak. A red flare exploded in the sky. The military exercise of the red and blue sides of the Southeast Military Region has officially begun. Speed is of the essence in war. The exercise started just 5 minutes ago. Li Guizhong's division headquarters received a call for help from the front line. The frontline positions came under a barrage of artillery fire. Most of the fortifications were destroyed. Request artillery support. Li Guizhong's face was as gloomy as water, and he immediately ordered our artillery battalion to fight back. Launch towards the enemy and beat the hell out of him. After an hour of bombardment, the Red Army's tank and armored regiments advanced rapidly. Moved closer to the houses on the edge of the city. Li Guizhong's division headquarters received constant phone calls. Except for the rear, all other positions were requesting support. The staff officer at the side couldn't help but suggested, Division Commander, why don't you consider sending troops from the rear to support these positions in need of emergency? You are wrong. Even though there is no firing in the rear, in my opinion, that is where the real emergency is. What do you mean, Master? I don't understand. You'll soon understand. After Li Guizhong finished speaking, he looked at the staff officer and said in a deep voice, Divisional order, the 1st Tank Regiment, stay in the rear and do not move a single step without my order. If they lose their position due to negligence, I will not forgive them. The enemy they are about to face is far more terrifying than the one they are facing on the front lines now. Yes. The staff officer immediately conveyed the divisional order. Li Guizhong looked out the window with a calm expression. Cold sweat broke out on my palms. I don't know what happened to the investigation team that was sent out. Whether or not the Red Army's division headquarters can be found will play a crucial role in the battle situation. 2 hours later, the frontal attack became increasingly frantic. There's too much pressure. The position was almost untenable. The East is in crisis. Emergency in the South. The West is in crisis. At this time, the phone rang. And even more shocking news came. The Red side actually airdropped a large number of paratroopers to conduct infiltration operations. Even the airborne special forces have appeared in civilian houses not far from the division headquarters. Li Guizhong's expression remained unchanged as he issued orders in a deep voice. Guard the division headquarters firmly. As long as the division headquarters is safe, the so-called infiltration doesn't make much sense. The other side. Commander Kong leaned back in the chair at the division headquarters, holding a military teacup in his hand. He blew gently twice at the rising hot air. Slurp. After taking a sip of hot water, I feel refreshed all over. Then he slowly said to the staff officer beside him, Pass the division's order. The exoskeleton armored regiment will attack and must capture the Blue Army Division headquarters within an hour. 035 You finish singing, I will take the stage. Yes, Commander. As the order was delivered, there were thousands of exoskeleton armored corps lurking behind Li Guizhong's defensive position, and their eyes flashed with fierce light. Been lurking for so long. There was not even time to go to the toilet, and he was wearing something like a diaper. Everything is for the thundering blow now. Brothers, charge into the Blue Army Division headquarters, capture Li Guizhong alive, kill! In the dense forest, thousands of soldiers wearing exoskeleton armor and carrying 56-1 light machine guns quickly rushed towards the rear positions. Upon seeing this, the Blue Army Tank Regiment immediately launched an attack. However, the dense forest was too close to the position. The exoskeleton armored regiment suffered less than half the casualties and crossed the tank position. Without any hesitation, he rushed into the streets. Because the exoskeleton is more flexible than a tank and can give the soldier wearing it great strength. A light machine gun can be operated by one person. Once in the streets, the firepower was extremely fierce. The guard regiment guarding the division headquarters immediately attached itself to the attack. Both sides opened fire intensively. Countless soldiers were declared dead in accordance with the rules of the exercise. Blue Army Division Headquarters. Division Commander, the enemy's exoskeleton armored soldiers are less than 5 kilometers away from here. If our division headquarters does not move, we may be captured alive. Latest report, the enemy has advanced 1 kilometer closer. There are paratroopers guiding their position. They are clearly heading for the division headquarters. Commander, please move! The noisy sounds in his ears did not make Li Guizhong lose his judgment. He ignored what the combat staff said and asked the signalman. Does the reconnaissance team have any news? Not yet. We haven't been able to contact them an hour ago. Could it be? The communications soldier looked depressed and hesitated while speaking. It is indeed possible that they have been killed, but there is another possibility, that is, they have penetrated deep into the core of the Red Army and entered a radio-silent state just to avoid being discovered by the enemy's electronic reconnaissance battalion. Speaking of this, Li Guizhong couldn't help but clench his fists. The winner will be decided soon. Lao Kong, are you ready? Exercise Observation Office. In front of the big screen. The battlefield situation is in full view. After Luo Bing finished his final calculations, he shook his head helplessly. I'm afraid Xiao Li can only hold out for another hour at most. I never thought that the fully armed 8th Marine Armored Combined Division would be defeated so thoroughly. It's consistent with last night's prediction. The blue team's terrain is not advantageous, and the red team's exoskeleton armor has indeed played a role. Zhu Guodong said this with a hint of doubt in his eyes. However, as soon as the exercise started, Xiao Li sent out a reconnaissance team. They broke up into small groups and penetrated into the core area of the Red Army, seemingly heading for the division headquarters. I'm very curious. With so few troops, he can't defeat the division headquarters even if he finds it. What is the purpose of this scout? It's so confusing. Luo Bing chuckled. No matter what the point is, the blue team is doomed to fail. It's almost time for us to evacuate. There's no point in watching any further. Zhu Guodong nodded in agreement. 10 minutes later. Blue Army Division Headquarters. The signalman stood at attention and shouted. Report to the division commander, urgent military information. The vanguard of the enemy's exoskeleton armored regiment is less than 1 kilometer away. The staff officer next to him was horrified, and even Li Guizhong, who had been as steady as a rock, trembled. Less than 1 kilometer away, which means that in less than half an hour we will reach the doorstep of his division headquarters. Commander, retreat! Commander! Everyone in the entire division urged them on. Li Guizhong was also a little overwhelmed. But he knew that even if he retreated, failure was inevitable sooner or later. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, the landline phone rang urgently and the operator answered the call instantly. Immediately his eyes lit up. Report to the division commander, the scouts ahead report that they have found the exact location of the enemy division headquarters. The coordinates are 79 degrees 33 minutes east, 32 degrees 51 minutes north. Bang! Li Guizhong punched the table next to him, causing the water in the cup to splash everywhere. It attracted a group of surprised looks from the crowd. He didn't care at all and just made a call. Yishua, Tongyao, target the Red Division headquarters, coordinates 79 degrees 33 minutes east, 32 degrees 51 minutes north. I give you 10 minutes to capture them alive. The person on the other end said. 5 minutes is enough. And hung up. Lao Kong, I want to see how you cry this time. Li Guizhong threw his cell phone to the communications soldier. Connect to the large screen display at the division headquarters. The communications soldier was a little confused, as there seemed to be nothing to see on the black screen of the phone. But we must do what the commander tells us to do. After the connection was completed, everyone found that the screen was divided into two, displaying two pictures. But it was so dark that I couldn't see what it was. Just at this moment, a deafening sound suddenly rang out from the screen. The black cloth covering the mecha was shattered. The view suddenly became clear. two mechas with sharp shapes and metallic luster appeared in the eyes of countless people in the division headquarters. The flamboyant and violent steel wings and the sharp and ferocious railgun. There are also 4 giant vector nozzles behind him, and a red cross that suddenly appears in his eyes. The moment it appeared, it blinded countless people's eyes. This moment, the entire division headquarters was in deathly silence. Countless people stopped breathing. The eye socket and the eyeball were cracked. The rapid heartbeat seemed to jump out of the throat. After a brief silence, the chief of staff's trembling voice rang out. Master, is this thing real? This thing is very pretty, but what's the point of having 2 mecha models? Let's evacuate. There was a buzz of chatter all around, halfway through the conversation. A deep blue flame suddenly burst out from behind the mecha on the screen. The next moment it soared into the sky. The vibrations brought about by the 2 mechas were extremely violent, as if a small earthquake had occurred. The tremor was felt directly and tangibly at the division headquarters. The staff officers were stunned. The body is shaking slightly. Fuck, it's actually a mecha! Am I dreaming? Oh my god, I almost fell to my knees just now! Countless people in the division slowly recovered from the shock. The excitement on his face gradually grew. Everyone became excited. Everyone finally understood you. The secret weapons that the commander mentioned turned out to be these 2 mechas. Thanks to the mecha's holographic simulation system, the people in the division headquarters can also see all the details of the 2 mechas on the screen. Everyone was immersed in shock and excitement. I couldn't calm down for a long time. After receiving the order, Wang Yixio and Tong Yao immediately drove the mecha to attack. The 2 walked one in front and one behind, with Wang Yixio leading the way. Less than 100 meters above the ground, it increased its horsepower and took off with a sonic boom. Tong Yao was not willing to be left behind and also increased the speed. The moment 2 sonic booms appeared above the exercise base. This caused tens of thousands of soldiers fighting below to look up. They were all shocked and stood there, rubbing their eyes frantically. Even though my eyeballs were about to be rubbed to pieces, I could still see the mecha above my head. It seems that I am not seeing things. Many soldiers on both sides who were already engaged in combat temporarily stopped firing, looked up at the sky, and muttered, "My God, what the hell is that?" The 2 planes disappeared over the military exercise base with sonic booms that tore through the sky. Fly out of the city. Red Division Headquarters. Commander Kong leaned back in his chair with his legs resting on the table in front of him, humming a little tune. Langry, my boy. 036 The Autobots invaded the Earth. According to the time calculation, the battle should be over in another 20 minutes. The result, of course, was a crushing victory for the Red Team. It can add more luster to your resume. Although it was hard for Laoli, there was nothing he could do. In a military exercise, one side will always fail. Failure is the mother of success. At worst, I can get a few exoskeleton armors for Laoli after this. Comfort the wounded heart of old comrade. Ha ha ha, it makes me happy just thinking about it. The entire division was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Commander, do you want to hold a celebration banquet tonight? A staff officer suddenly said. Of course. It's a must. We need to prepare some delicious dishes. Sudden. A dull buzzing sound sounded overhead. The division tent shook violently. The hula hula sound kept coming. What's going on? Is there a typhoon? Commander Kong was worried and exclaimed. No wait for further reaction. The stronger wind was like an overwhelming force, making the entire division tent almost round and bulging. The inclined steel cable broke with a bang sound. The strong wind lifted the entire tent off the ground and blew it into the sky. The roof of Commander Kong's temporary division headquarters disappeared in an instant. There was a panic on the ground. Everyone be careful, there's a typhoon coming, stay safe. Commander Kong's coat was blown away, leaving only a red vest on his upper body. Just shouted this. But then I saw a red figure falling from the sky at an extremely fast speed. Before I could raise the telescope to see it clearly, the red steel figure was already before our eyes. Without slowing down, it hit the ground heavily. Boom boom! accompanied by violent ground shaking. Spiderweb-like cracks spread all around the earth. Commander Kong and everyone in the division were stunned. Looking at the steel mecha hanging overhead, he was completely stunned. His lips kept trembling. Making aba sound. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, he recovered and shouted in panic. Hurry up and report, the Autobots have invaded the Earth. After shouting, he dragged his legs as if they were filled with lead and called on everyone to run quickly. He just turned around. A red light fell again. The ground shook violently, this time more exaggerated than the last time. A big hole was smashed into the rocky ground. Another mecha with a sharp shape and overwhelming power blocked Commander Kong's way. Commander Kong was so frightened by the reappearance of the mecha that he fell to the ground. He sat up by crawling and pushing. As soon as he raised his head, he saw a double-barreled cannon that was thicker than his head pressed tightly against his pale face. The cold touch made his heart chill. Teacher Kong's eyes were bloodshot. His face turned red. The whole person couldn't stop shaking intermittently. He suppressed his inner shock and asked with a trembling voice. Autobots! Autobots, what are you doing? The staff officer next to him was shocked. They were originally scared to death, but were impressed by Master Kong's righteousness. As expected of Commander Kong, he actually has the guts to negotiate with the Autobots. The brothers were all in tears. In an instant, Commander Kong's image in the eyes of the staff officers rose several feet. At this time, the mecha actually made a half-human, half-mechanical sound. Lead your soldiers to surrender to the Blue Army immediately, and report the surrender decision to the Military Exercise Observation Office. Master Kong was startled. I was even more shocked. An extremely horrifying speculation suddenly appeared in my mind. Li Guizhong and his troops defected to the Autobots. What the hell? After realizing this, Master Kong felt extremely complicated. Old Li looked honest and loyal, but he actually betrayed us. Pooh! Although his lips were dry, it did not stop Master Kong from spitting out a mouthful of saliva. Since you, Old Li, have betrayed me, I will just compromise first. Preserve your manpower and surrender temporarily. Commander Kong said to the signalman who was already frightened. Tell the entire division to surrender to the Blue Army and not make unnecessary sacrifices. At the same time, he took out his mobile phone and called the Military Exercise Observation Office. Military Exercise Observation Area. Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong were already going downstairs, and were preparing to leave after a short rest. After they saw the strength of the exoskeleton armored forces, they determined that the battle would no longer be suspenseful. Continuing to watch is just a waste of time. At this time, the phone rang. Luo Bing picked up the phone and saw that it was the Red Army's Commander-in-Chief Kong or Lingzi calling. According to the exercise regulations, no contact with the observation office is allowed during the exercise. It looks like the exercise is over. Hey, Shao Kong, you're here to share the good news right after you won? You're really impatient. There was a crying voice from the other side. Reporting to the commander, our division headquarters has been attacked by the Autobots, and now the muzzle of the gun is pointed at my face. Under its threat, I have completely surrendered to the Blue Army. What? Luo Bing was stunned for a moment, then his face turned angry. Absurd. You've watched too many damn Transformers. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Spreading rumors during wartime will result in a military court. The other party hesitated when he heard this, and then paused for a moment and said, Commander, it may not be an Autobot, it could also be a Lightbringer or a Gundam. Hey! Luo Bing almost died, and his face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Shao Kong was obviously playing a trick on him. After commanding the Southeast War Zone for many years, this was the first time that his subordinates treated him like a fool. They actually made up this thing called Autobots. It's also the Light Messenger Gundam. The former chief, Lao Zhu, is right next to him. If he tolerates this, how can he survive in the military in the future? Good. Very good. Master Kong, since you are so sure, connect the video to me. If you don't see the Autobots, I'll have you court-martialed. Luo Bing's face turned red, veins bulged on his forehead, and he roared angrily. Zhu Guodong, who was standing by, understood what was said. I also felt it was too absurd. You are the commander of a Marine division, and you are playing such a weird joke with the head of the Southeast Military Region in broad daylight. It's really too much. But there must be a reason for it. It may be that he has received some major stimulation and has mental problems. We'll know after having the military doctor do a brain CT scan on him. 1 minute later, Luo Bing's phone really received a video invitation. Yo huh? You actually dared to video chat with me. I want to see where these Autobots come from in this world. Next time. Video connected. Luo Bing sneered and looked at the screen of his mobile phone. At a glance, the huge and slender double-barreled gun muzzle glows with a cold metallic luster. It was pressed against Commander Kong's face. Behind it was a giant steel mecha that looked like an iron tower, its eyes emitting a creepy red cross light. The sharp edges and sharp shape, with an unparalleled sense of oppression, instantly caught Luo Bing's eyes. They really are Autobots! Luo Bing was confused. Zhu Guodong next to him was also dumbfounded. His mouth opened wide, his face was full of fear, and his eyes popped out. It may be because I am getting old and can't stand too much stimulation. His eyes kept rolling up. The guard next to him was frightened and screamed. He hurried forward to support him. Old Chief, what's wrong with you? 037A comeback. Fortunately, Zhu Guodong took a few deep breaths and recovered. Opposite of video. When Commander Kong saw the expressions of the two leaders, he knew that they believed it. Finally, I can breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, the double gun barrels were slowly retracted. The red light in the mecha's eyes quickly faded, and the 4 vector nozzles on its back also stopped working. Kaz! 2 dull voices were heard. This caused the guards surrounding them to instantly become alert. Everyone looked towards the mecha cockpit where the sound came from. The cockpit opens. Wan Yishio and Tong Yao both leaned forward. He saluted Commander Kong with a smile. Master Kong was dumbfounded. What's up, Fatsy? Not a car guy. How could there be 2 girls? Could they be aliens disguised as humans? It's possible. Master Kong bravely said loudly. Which galaxy are you aliens from? Report to Commander Kong. Tong Yao held her head high and responded loudly and clearly. The Major Commander of the Electronic Countermeasure Battalion of the 8th Marine Armored Combined Division, and the pilot of the Jiangtian 2 Mecha, Tong Yao. Wan Yishue also raised her head and said loudly. Report to Commander Kong. Captain of the Mecha Special Operations Team of the 8th Marine Armored Combined Division. The pilot of Jiangtian No. 1, Wan Yishue. After saying that, Wan Yishue couldn't help but smile. Speak in a normal tone. Commander Kong, you have surrendered completely. We have won this military exercise. It's time for us to leave. After that, Wan Yishue and Tong Yao waved at Teacher Kong and the camera on Teacher Kong's mobile phone. Return to the cockpit. A mechanical prompt sounded above Commander Kong's head. Engine exit sleep mode. Posture adjustment completed. Power transmission normal. Weapon mount is normal. Can attack. Boom boom. 2 air waves more than 10 feet high rolled out from all directions and spread in all directions. The tent that had just landed was blown into the sky again. The 2 mechas simultaneously exploded a ball of azure flame on the ground. Vertical liftoff. After being dozens of meters off the ground, it adjusted its posture, and immediately a clearly visible sonic cloud burst out from its tail. It turned into a red light that was almost invisible to the naked eye and disappeared above everyone's heads. Commander Kong stared in the direction where the mecha disappeared, lost in thought. His eyes were numb, and his expression was dull. The divisional staff members standing by were similar. Each one looked like they had just had a dream. But the mess before him and the big hole left by the mecha proved that this was not a dream. Commander Kong suddenly remembered that the video was still on. Suddenly looked at the phone screen. However, he found that the expressions of the 2 old leaders seemed to be frozen. If you don't know, you might think the signal is bad and stuck. After a long time, Commander Kong and Chief Lua looked at each other in silence, and hung up the phone tacitly. Immediately afterwards, Li Guizhong received a call from Chief Luo. As soon as I picked up the phone, I heard the chief's sarcastic voice. Good job, Shaoli. It's a waste of your talent if you don't work in intelligence. You're two big guys, but you didn't leak the news in advance. It's amazing that you can keep the confidentiality measures to this extent. Taught me and Lao Shu a lesson. We two old bones have to learn from you. When Li Guizhong heard this, he jumped up from his chair. With a look of fear. No, no, no! Commander, you are embarrassing me. I have no choice. If it had been exposed earlier, would you have let me use something of this level? After all, according to the actual combat power of the mecha, it seriously disrupts the balance. One person and one mecha can just push it over. There is no need to go through so much trouble. Besides, after all, I was your soldier before, and I learned all this from you. Luo Bing originally listened to Li Guizhong's explanation and thought it made sense. At the end, he just started to laugh and scold. You damn it, you blame me for not teaching you well, right? No, no, old commander, I just learned the wrong thing. It has nothing to do with you. It absolutely has nothing to do with you. Hearing the old soldier Li Guizhong laughing, Luo Bing was too lazy to criticize him. Changing the subject. All right, let me ask you something. Tell me honestly, are those two pieces of iron powerful? When this question was asked, in addition to Luo Bing, Zhu Guodong next to him also pricked up his ears. That's what they really care about. After all, whether it is the red team or the blue team, they are all troops from the Southeast Theater. Any minor incidents during a military performance are not a big deal. What they care about are the two mechas that help Li Guizhong achieve a stunning turnaround. If that thing can be deployed on a large scale, it will definitely improve the overall combat capability of the Southeast military region. Next time they have an exercise, I'll send a mixed mecha company over to cause trouble and crush them to pieces. The emperor of your daily life should not sleep too deeply at night. The same goes for Eagle Sauce Lao Bai. It's exciting just thinking about it. I heard the old leader ask this. Li Guizhong thought to himself, this is the purpose of this phone call. He cleared his throat and said solemnly, if you want to know if it's powerful or not, I simply can't describe it to you. That's pretty fierce. Very fierce. Gaga. Li Guizhong got a little excited when talking about mechas. He said with great joy. You don't know, I was there during the combat test. It's such a big mountain, but one railgun shot at it and it's gone. The Russian Bear's T-54 tank was originally a target for missiles, but it was chopped into pieces in an instant after 2 hits from the particle knife. The 10-centimeter thick armor was chopped into pieces like tofu. Li Guizhong's excited expression made Luo Bing on the other end of the phone frown slightly. Maybe the mecha is indeed powerful, but it's not as powerful as he said. There is indeed some exaggeration. But no matter what, there is no doubt that those two mechas are very powerful war machines. As for performance improvements, you can take your time. 038 You don't treat carbonine alloy as a treasure at all. The two chatted a little bit about the confidentiality of the mecha. It is conceivable how much impact such a powerful war machine would have if it rashly appeared on the international stage. At present, a strict gag order must still be implemented. Once a mature mecha production line is established in the future, perhaps it will be possible to make its real debut on the international stage. Afterwards, Luo Bing agreed to attend the commendation meeting the day after tomorrow and inspect the work at the same time. After hanging up the phone, Li Guizhong curled his lips. What kind of inspection work is this? It's obviously just to see the mechas. Okay, since you want to see it, I'll let you see it. High-frequency particle knives, rail guns, laser weapon systems, micro-missiles, and dragoon systems. I will show you all of them one by one. Remember to bring quick-acting heart pills with you, don't be scared to death. In the evening, Wan Yixio and Tong Yao drove the mecha back to the Zhonghai military research base. Wan Yixio drove the jeep from the scientific research base, carrying Tong Yao, Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua, and drove to Su Fan's abandoned warehouse. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua were very excited. What a magnificent place it must be to have a research and development workshop that can produce such powerful mechas. It's fascinating just thinking about it. The car was speeding all the way, if speeding was not allowed on the highway. Wang Yishua can drive the car to fly. I'm used to driving a mecha, so driving is really too slow. You can't even fly, isn't that infuriating? The off-road vehicle sped along and soon drove into an abandoned industrial park. After dark, no one shows up here. The jeep drove quickly to a warehouse. With a sudden brake, Tong Yao, who was sitting on the passenger seat, almost flew out of the front windshield. Seeing Tong Yao's frown, Wang Yishio shrank her neck embarrassedly and smiled. Mr. Wang got out of the car, glanced around and frowned. No matter how you look at it, this place doesn't look like a high-tech research and development place. Mr. Hua standing by also had the same puzzled look on his face. Things are a bit outrageous. In such a remote place, you tell me that we can produce technological products that are decades ahead of the world? No matter how you think about it, it's really ridiculous. Seeing that everyone was standing still, Tong Yao reminded them. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. In this shabby environment, it's hard to even develop a tractor. Developing such an advanced mecha is really unrealistic. Could it be that Su Fan didn't want to show them the real venue and created this place to fool them? Grandpa, we're already at the door, let's go! Wang Yishio urged Grandpa and Grandpa Hua when she saw that they were a little dazed. She didn't mind the environment, and was looking forward to going in and taking a look. Su Fan should be inside. She was full of curiosity about the young man who could develop mecha. Mr. Wang nodded. The group finally approached the gate with various emotions. Grizzle! The rusty door made a friction sound and slowly opened. In the dark abandoned warehouse, a desk lamp illuminates the entire table. Su Fan was leaning in front of the desk lamp, writing and drawing. Wang Yishua and the other three were all stunned when they came in. A sense of déjà vu of a horror movie came over me. It's too dark. Wang Yishua even recalled a ghost story. Laughter in the morgue in the middle of the night. Master Su, please turn on the light. Wang Yishio reminded from a distance. Su Fan, who was writing something, just noticed someone coming. He quickly took out the remote control and turned on the lighting system of the abandoned warehouse. Click! The fierce light illuminated the entire warehouse like daylight. Old One narrowed his eyes and looked around. Suddenly my heart was shaken. The pupils shrank sharply. Mr. Hua standing by also widened his eyes. It's like two completely different places inside and outside. A huge integrated workbench over 5 meters high, with 10 mechanized arms and a cold metallic luster, stands quietly in the center of the warehouse. A futuristic sci-fi atmosphere is overwhelming. Xiao Su, what is this thing? Mr. Wang's breathing became a little rapid, and he pointed at the Chaos Hen technology workbench and asked cautiously. This is an integrated multifunctional workbench, which is the core machine for manufacturing many technological products. At this time, Mr. Hua had already walked quickly to the workbench. Look closely. The more I looked at it, the more fascinated I became. As an expert, I recognized at a glance that this thing was very unusual. The technical level is much higher than that of mecha. The ingeniously designed components almost took his breath away. My brain is going crazy and my brain cells are about to jump out of the back of my head. Oh my God, Mr. Wang, come and take a look, these parts are simply crazy. Mr. Hua's face flushed red, and he was so shocked that he couldn't breathe. The voice became hoarse. Wang Laoxiao ran to Mr. Hua and together they carefully inspected the Chaos Hen technology workbench. The two of them were breathing more and more rapidly. The body was shaking with excitement. The muscles on his face also trembled violently. It is certain that it was this integrated workbench, made by Su Fan, that created those two monsters. Mr. Wang almost kissed the person on the platform as if he was touching his own wife. His eyes were full of obsession. This big guy is a monster among monsters. Mr. Hua nodded heavily. It is now completely certain that the birth of mecha is inseparable from this workbench. At this time, Mr. Hua glanced casually at the pile of waste next to him and said thoughtfully, Xiao Su, what kind of material is that? Why does it look familiar? You mean the pile in the corner? It's the unused carbonine alloy left after the mecha was built. Su Fan said casually. Oh, it's carbine, wait! You said it was carbine? Mr. Hua took a deep breath. My teeth were colliding violently with each other, and I felt terrible. Damn it! Carbine alloy! Isn't that the material used to make mechas? The strongest material in the world. Material that can withstand nuclear bombs. You just threw it into the corner of the warehouse to collect dust? What a waste! You don't treat carbine alloy as a treasure at all. Mr. Wang's eyes also turned red. The look he gave Su Fan was full of resentment. 039 I was just joking. You must be scared by me. Seeing that Elder Wang and Elder Hua looked at each other strangely, Su Fan rolled his eyes, rubbed his hands and said with a smile. Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua. This kind of waste material is all covered under the tarpaulin next to it. We are old acquaintances. If you are interested, the price can be negotiated. After saying, Su Fan took out his cell phone and swiped it a few times. The mechanical arm of the workbench stretched out and lifted the tarpaulin not far away. There are piles of scraps of various metals. Most of it is a silvery carbine alloy. There are also some other new alloys. Under the strong light, it gleams with a cold metallic luster. Colorful and dazzling. The moment it appeared, Wang Lao's eyes felt a sharp pain and he cried out in surprise. So flashy! Wan Yixue and Tong Yao's eyes are full of little stars. They love the twinkling light. Old Hua looked excited and walked forward quickly. Grabbing a piece of carbine alloy, his hands were shaking. Xiao Su, to be honest, we are very interested in your materials. Buy them! Old Hua panted heavily and agreed without hesitation. Holding a piece of carbine alloy material in my hand, I like it more and more the more I look at it. Mr. Wang also came over, picked up a piece, and loved it very much. Then he added, As many as you can get. Su Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. I guess these two old men have never done business before. When they were planning to buy something, they showed such a strong desire to buy. Then don't blame me for quoting a higher price. After all, we need to develop more things in the future, and we won't get the materials without money. Su Fan tried his best not to show too much excitement, and said with a serious face, You may not know that the cost of making these materials is not low. And you too have also seen that my factory covers a large area and is in a good location, so the rent is really not cheap. There are also water and electricity bills, garbage removal fees, property management fees, greening maintenance fees. At this point, Tong Yao, who was standing next to him, was startled, blinked his eyes, and said in surprise, Greenery maintenance fee? There is no greenery around here. This. Su Fan accidentally said something wrong, paused awkwardly, did not respond to the nursery rhyme, and continued with what he had just said. It's not easy for me, a college student, to run this workshop in my spare time. So our price will definitely not be too low. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua looked at each other. They all understood what Su Fan said. After all, if a scientific researcher loses his income, how can he carry out scientific research? These materials have such excellent performance, and there are only so many of them in the world. Their scarcity is beyond imagination, and the price per kilogram is at least tens of thousands of yuan. Mr. Wang took a deep breath and said calmly, Xiao Su, we understand what you said, name a price. As everyone watched, Su Fan said carelessly, We are all old customers. Oh, let me take the loss, and charge 499 yuan per kilogram. Hiss. There were sounds of people sucking in their breath all around. The eyes of the other three, including Mr. Wang, were as big as bells. My scalp feels numb as if it was struck by lightning. Staring at Su Fan intently, the body began to tremble intermittently involuntarily. After being confused for a long time, Mr. Wang swallowed hard with his dry throat. Uncertainly asked again, How much did you say? This. The attitude of Mr. Wang and others made Su Fan hesitate. Too expensive? It turns out that I can't fool these smart guys. In fact, you don't need that much, after all, you have earned what you should earn. Never mind. I'll give you a cheaper price. Hey. Su Fan laughed dryly twice. Actually, I was just joking. Look, you're scared by me, right? After hearing this, Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he started laughing, and his brows relaxed. Is this the right thing to do? How can it be so cheap? I was almost amused by this kid. He's really good at having fun, he's a genius as expected, even his jokes are different from others. Su Fan followed up by saying, It's a contribution to the scientific research of Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua. I'll give you some more profit. 498 yuan per pound, this is really the lowest price. Gah! Before he finished speaking, Old Hua's throat suddenly tightened and his eyeballs trembled rapidly. My heart was pounding so hard that it almost pierced my ribs. A look of disbelief. Xiao Su, you just said 498 yuan per pound? Mr. Hua, he really said that. I heard it clearly this time. Mr. Wang's chin was still shaking as he spoke. The two elders were completely numb. I have great doubts about my self-awareness. Brain cells can't keep up with what's going on. So unexpected. This price is an insult to the great inventor who invented this material. Even if you are the inventor, I absolutely do not accept you insulting yourself like this. See the expressions of the four people. Su Fan's heart skipped a beat again. Is this too expensive? It's not that he is heartless. Although the cost of his materials is only 20 yuan per pound, charging 498 is a bit too much. But he has to think about the future. He still needs to buy materials for research and development. What's more, there are things like buying a house and a car, a wedding gift, milk powder for children and sending them to school, etc. You need money to do everything, and you can't do anything without money. Can you ask for less? It's not easy for young people today. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua were stunned for more than 10 seconds and really didn't know what to say. At this time, Tong Yao suddenly whispered in Wang Lao's ear. Mr. Wang, is there a possibility that Master Su actually wants to donate the carbon acetylene alloy to the country almost free of charge in this way? After hearing the nursery rhyme, Mr. Wang's mind was instantly opened. Based on my previous experience of dealing with Su Fan, it is very likely indeed. After all, Su Fan had previously donated 2 mechas to the country at a very low price. Afterwards, he donated the synthesis method and formula of carbon ion alloy to the country free of charge. How can money measure the broad mind and courage of such a person? Using money to measure a patriotic scientist who serves the country and the people is a blasphemy to Su Fan. A single leaf blocks your view of the mountain. I understand. I understand it completely. Room 040. Room temperature superconductivity? Old Wang quickly whispered something in Old Hua's ear, and Old Hua's eyes also shone brightly, like 2 huge searchlights. I see. Su Fan felt that if the country gave it away directly, it would definitely feel embarrassed, so she only asked for some symbolic amounts. Every single thing is done for the sake of the country. Is it true that talking about money and everything is what a scientist should do? An inexplicable shock from the bottom of their hearts instantly rushed into the brains of Elder Wang and Elder Hua, almost breaking their skulls. I finally got it. I originally thought Su Fan was on the first floor, and they were on the second floor. As a result, Su Fan was in the atmosphere. After a long time, the 2 elders sighed deeply. It turned out that they were obsessed. Facing Su Fan, I really don't know what to say except feeling ashamed. The 2 elders turned their heads and looked at Su Fan again. It seemed that Su Fan's figure had inexplicably grown several feet taller. The upright and heroic figure is majestic and magnificent. Mr. Wang patted Su Fan on the shoulder with emotion. Xiao Su, you are really our good comrade. Okay, let's do as you say. All carbonine alloys are calculated at 498 yuan per kilogram. Su Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Mr. Hua, who was squatting next to the waste pile, suddenly picked up a silver-white filament a few millimeters thick. Asked doubtfully, Xiao Su, is this also a new type of alloy you developed? Su Fan nodded. Well, that's a room-temperature superconducting alloy. I estimate there are nearly 1 ton of waste materials, Su Fan said casually. Superconducting alloy, superconducting alloy. Room temperature? Old Hua was stunned. He looked at Mr. Wang, and then Mr. Wang was also confused. They both looked at Su Fan. Wang Lao's mood, which had just calmed down, became excited again. Xiao Su, are you saying that this alloy is room temperature superconducting? There was once a foreign scientist who discovered low temperature superconductivity and won the Nobel Prize in Physics. A while ago, a foreign scientist claimed to have created the room temperature superconductor LK99, which caused a huge international sensation. The entire scientific community was instantly in an uproar. But when it came time to conduct the actual public experiment, this guy failed. Many scientists subsequently conducted the experiment according to the steps he described, and all of them failed without exception. Room temperature superconductivity is much more powerful than low temperature superconductivity. The difficulty of implementation is completely on a different level. But now it has been researched by Su Fan? Elder Wang stared at Su Fan intently and said very carefully, Xiao Su, are you sure you're not kidding? As everyone looked at him, Su Fan said seriously, Yes, if it is placed inside the mecha as a circuit, it can basically achieve lossless energy transmission, and it will not be overloaded due to the high temperature of the hydrogen-powered engine. I think there was about a ton left, all in this pile of waste. Do you want to collect it? Mr. Hua and Mr. Wang were speechless. The old face was stunned. His lips were trembling slightly, and he looked at Su Fan as if he was looking at a monster. They didn't dare to respond to Su Fan's words. This thing is scary just thinking about it, let alone being able to buy it with money. I couldn't even imagine in my dreams that such a thing would happen. Its value, like carbonine alloy, cannot be measured by money. Su Fan took a look and said nothing? That should be a play. I can give you a discount on this. As usual, 498 per pound. How about that? Old Wang nodded woodenly and looked at Old Hua. Old Hua's face was twitching wildly, and his heart was already filled with turmoil. It's bad enough that carbonine alloy is sold at a low price of 498. Now even room temperature superconducting alloy is sold at 498. I really don't know what to say. It was donated to the country at a very low price. I have nothing else to ask for. The spirit of selfless dedication moved Mr. Hua so much that he almost cried. And Mr. Hua was almost certain that Su Fan would hand over the formula for synthesizing superconducting alloys free of charge, just like he had done before. He was almost certain that Su Fan would find a reason to do this for the sake of the country and the people. Sure enough, Wang Laogang nodded and agreed to the deal. Su Fan held his chin and said, How about this? I'll write down the synthesis method and the relevant chemical formula for you. But like carbonine alloy, the manufacturing conditions of this superconducting alloy are also quite demanding. You don't have my integrated platform, so it will be very difficult for you to make it. Mr. Hua's eyes turned red and his eye sockets were a little moist. If I wasn't old, I would not be so embarrassed. I really want to kowtow to Su Fan in person. Such a great man, a national treasure, deserves our respect. Mr. Wang stepped forward and gave Su Fan a fierce bear hug. Then he grabbed Su Fan's arm. Express admiration from the heart. Well done, you are truly an unrivaled national talent. Tong Yao, who was playing next to them, also understood what the two elders were saying. I have great admiration for Su Fan. I admire you like a mountain. Tong Yao always thought that it was amazing that she was already a major battalion commander at such a young age. Now standing in front of Su Fan, he couldn't help but feel overshadowed. Compared with Su Fan, it's simply, forget it, there's no comparison. Su Fan is an unparalleled patriot who serves the country and the people, but she is just a little girl with mediocre talent. Thinking of this, Tong Yao gradually developed a sense of ambition to bounce back from the bottom of the world. Although I can only follow in your footsteps, I also want to be a person who serves the country and the people like you. Wang Yixue standing by was completely confused. When my grandfather was praising someone, he used all 4 words. Unparalleled in the country. This kind of weight is not just something I say casually. That must be what you really think. And Grandpa Hua is not right either. Why are your knees a little bent? You look like you want to kneel down, right? Even Tong Yao was staring at Su Fan with a crazy look on her face. Even though that guy is kind of handsome, you can't express your feelings so directly. If you want to express yourself, you have to line up behind me. I knew him first. Even Su Fan herself found it outrageous. This old man, how come his old illness comes back again? He started praising people again. Still the same as always, I praise it to death. He was so embarrassed. Since you two old folks like scraps so much, don't blame me for being cruel. In addition to these two materials, we have others. A lot of. Su Fan then asked. Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua, do you want other alloys? 041 Are you also researching deep-sea submersibles? Beside. Tong Yao also understood what the two elders were saying. I have great admiration for Su Fan. I admire you like a mountain. Mr. Wang did not ask about the alloy. He was deeply moved and said directly, Don't say anything, I want all this alloy. A smile appeared on Su Fan's face. I admire it in my heart. He is indeed a big customer. He didn't even ask clearly what he bought. Then let's put it this way. As for the price, we'll still go with 498 yuan per kilogram. You know I'm really not making any money here. Of course we do. Mr. Wang was almost about to burst into tears and nodded vigorously. We know it too well. Mr. Hua was also a little choked up. Okay, then it's settled. I'll make a sample of each type of waste material, write down the name and related properties, and the manufacturing and synthesis methods for you. Su Fan paused and thought for a moment, then continued. As for after-sales support, as you know, we have it all in place. If there is any special material that is not annotated, you can contact me at any time. Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Wang stepped forward and shook hands with Su Fan again. Mr. Hua also excitedly held Su Fan's other hand with both hands. It left Su Fan speechless. Could there be some misunderstanding between these two old people? Don't be polite, elders. I'm the one who should be thanked, Su Fan said sincerely. Seeing the look in Mr. Wang's eyes, respect welled up in my heart again. Su Fan must be thanking me for giving him the opportunity to make selfless contributions to the motherland. Not everyone can understand this national justice and integrity. Just for this reason, I really feel ashamed. Mr. Hua also secretly wiped away his tears. When people get older, they tend to become sentimental and can't stand seeing such loyal and righteous people. Mr. Wang took a long breath and said seriously, Xiao Su. Actually, I came here for another matter. I want to hear your opinion. What's the matter? Su Fan asked puzzledly. The mecha you developed is very powerful and has perfectly passed the flight, material, weapon and other tests, as well as actual combat drills. The Zhonghai Military Research Base wants to cooperate with you to jointly develop mechas. The base will help you apply for the title of National Scientific Research Academician, which will make it easier for you to use resources. Mr. Wang was extremely cautious when he spoke and was extremely nervous. Hearing this, Su Fan laughed immediately. What did I think it was? Cooperate to build mechas, no problem. That's nothing. As the night deepens, the moon becomes cooler than water. Insects chirped and dogs barked outside the abandoned factory. They were having a great conversation inside. The issue of setting up the production line has also been agreed upon. Su Fan provided the technology, and everything else was handled by Mr. Wang and his team. For every mecha produced on the production line, Su Fan takes a 3% commission based on the cost. In the view of Mr. Wang and others, the 3 points are just a token of appreciation and are not worth mentioning compared to the value of the mecha. There is no doubt that it is this talented young man who wants to contribute to the country in this way. In fact, in Su Fan's eyes, there will be an infinite number of cutting-edge technologies emerging in the future, and mechas are really nothing. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua were completely impressed. Su Fan is very young, but not only is she extremely talented, but her character and morals are also 1 in a million. It is a great blessing for our Xia country. After a series of production line site selection communications, the mecha project was completely approved. Wang Lao was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling, and told Wang Yixue and Tong Yao to learn from Su Fan. Mr. Hua's gaze suddenly stopped on Su Fan's workbench. A stack of drawings piled together. From the content at the top, it can be seen that they should be developing some larger mechanical technology. Xiao Su, what are you developing? Mr. Hua asked, unable to resist his curiosity. You're talking about the blueprint. That was a deep-sea submersible I conceived when I was free, Su Fan said casually. You also researched deep-sea submersibles? Mr. Hua was shocked. There are also many cutting-edge technologies involved in deep-sea submersibles. Looking at the exaggerated shape on Su Fan's drawing, it is completely different from ordinary deep-sea submersibles. It makes my scalp tingle just by looking at it. Su Fan was already in his 20s, but developing mechas was enough to consume his endless energy. There is still time to develop other things. It's invincible. You know a thing or two, Su Fan said politely. Mr. Hua disagrees. Su Fan's basic knowledge has probably already surpassed the top of the relevant technology. What Mr. Wang said is right, he is truly a peerless talent in the country. Leaving the abandoned factory, Mr. Wang couldn't calm down for a long time. After a little thought, I made an important decision. With a serious look, he said to Tong Yao. Record what I say next and report it. I decide. When these words came out, Tong Yao was startled and hurriedly took out a pen and paper to write them down. Mr. Hua and Wang Yishu next to them were also shocked. As the recipient of the Medal of Defense of the Nation, Mr. Wang has top-level authority once in his lifetime. He would only say this when he decided to use this one and only authority. As long as it does not affect social harmony and does not violate the will of the state, relevant departments must cooperate. Even if Mr. Wang used this privilege to pave the future for his favorite granddaughter, Wang Yixue, it would be completely in line with the rules. Under the gaze of everyone, Mr. Wang spoke in a decisive tone. Use the authority of the Medal of Defense. Increase Su Fan's scientific research authority to level 10. All resources in Zhonghai are completely open to him, and all departments will cooperate unconditionally. Even if Su Fan wants the Starlink satellite in the sky, he has to find a way to get one. If any department has an opinion, there is no need to report it, just fire the department leader directly. At the same time, list Su Fan's personal information as a national secret. Level, Red Top Secret Level 10. If anyone carries less than 3 gold stars on his shoulders, he shall not be touched. Su Fan is the hope for the rise of our Xiao country. It is the backbone of the future country. After saying, a gleam of light suddenly burst out from old Wang's eyes. It is so imposing that one cannot look directly at it. Tong Yao always thought that it was amazing that she was already a major battalion commander at such a young age. Now standing in front of Su Fan, he couldn't help but feel overshadowed. Compared with Su Fan, it's simply, forget it, there's no comparison. Su Fan is an unparalleled patriot who serves the country and the people, but she is just a little girl with mediocre talent. Separated by a chasm that can never be crossed. Su Fan was destined to be someone she could never touch in her life. Thinking of this, Tong Yao gradually developed a sense of ambition to bounce back from the bottom of the world. Although I can only follow in your footsteps, I also want to be a person who serves the country and the people like you. Wang Yixue standing by was confused from beginning to end. Why did Grandpa suddenly start praising people for no apparent reason? And he praised it so highly. All 4 words, unparalleled in the country, were used. This kind of weight is not just something I say casually. That must be what you really think. And Grandpa Hua is not right either. Why are your knees a little bent? You look like you want to kneel down, right? Even Tong Yao was staring at Su Fan with a crazy look on her face. Even though that guy is kind of handsome, you can't express your feelings so directly. If you want to express yourself, you have to line up behind me. I knew him first, huh? Even Su Fan herself found it outrageous. This old man, how come his old illness comes back again? He started praising people again. Still the same as always, I praise it to death. It makes people feel embarrassed. Since you 2 old folks like scraps so much, don't blame me for being cruel. In addition to these 2 materials, we have others. A lot of. Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua, do you want other alloys? Su Fan continued to ask. Mr. Wang did not ask about the alloy. He was deeply moved and said directly, don't say anything, I want all this alloy. A smile appeared on Su Fan's face. I admire it in my heart. He is indeed a big customer. He didn't even ask clearly what he bought. Then let's put it this way. As for the price, we'll still go with 498 yuan per kilogram. You know I'm really not making any money here. Of course we do. Mr. Wang was almost about to burst into tears and nodded vigorously. We know it too well. Mr. Hua also choked up a little. Okay, then it's settled. I'll make a sample of each type of waste material, write down the name and related properties, and the manufacturing and synthesis methods for you. Su Fan paused and thought for a moment, then continued. As for after-sales support, as you know, we have it all in place. If there is any special material that is not annotated, you can contact me at any time. Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Wang stepped forward and shook hands with Su Fan again. Mr. Hua also excitedly held Su Fan's other hand with both hands. It left Su Fan speechless. Could there be some misunderstanding between these two old people? Don't be polite, elders. I'm the one who should be thanked, Su Fan said sincerely. Seeing the look in Mr. Wang's eyes, respect welled up in my heart again. Su Fan must be thanking me for giving him the opportunity to make selfless contributions to the motherland. Not everyone can understand this national justice and integrity. Just for this reason, I really feel ashamed. Mr. Hua also secretly wiped away his tears. When people get older, they tend to become sentimental and can't stand seeing such loyal and righteous people. Mr. Wang took a long breath and said seriously, Xiao Su. Actually, I came here for another matter. I want to hear your opinion. What's the matter? Su Fan asked puzzledly. The mecha you developed is very powerful and has perfectly passed the flight, material, weapon and other tests, as well as actual combat drills. The Zhonghai Military Research Base wants to cooperate with you to jointly develop mechas. The base will help you apply for the title of National Scientific Research Academician, which will make it easier for you to use resources. Mr. Wang was extremely cautious when he spoke and was extremely nervous. Hearing this, Su Fan laughed immediately. What did I think it was? Cooperate to build mechas, no problem. That's nothing. As the night deepens, the moon becomes cooler than water. Insects chirped and dogs barked outside the abandoned factory. They were having a great conversation inside. The issue of setting up the production line has also been agreed upon. Su Fan only provides technology, and everything else is handled by Mr. Wang and his team. For every mecha produced on the production line, Su Fan only takes a 3% commission based on the cost price. In the view of Mr. Wang and others, the 3 points are just a token of appreciation and can be completely ignored compared to the value of the mecha. Don't even mention 3 points, even 30 points are not too many. In Su Fan's eyes, there will be an infinite number of cutting-edge technologies emerging in the future, and mechas are actually nothing. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua were completely impressed. Su Fan is very young, but not only is she extremely talented, but her character and morals are also 1 in a million. It is a great blessing for our Xia country. After a series of production line site selection communications, the mecha project was completely approved. Wang Lao was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling, and told Wang Yixue and Tong Yao to learn from Su Fan. Mr. Hua's gaze suddenly stopped on Su Fan's workbench. A stack of drawings piled together. From the content at the top, it can be seen that they should be developing some larger mechanical technology. Xiao Su, what are you developing? Mr. Hua asked, unable to resist his curiosity. You're talking about the blueprint. That was a deep-sea submersible I conceived when I was free, Su Fan said casually. You also researched deep-sea submersibles? Mr. Hua was shocked. There are also many cutting-edge technologies involved in deep-sea submersibles. Looking at the exaggerated shape on Su Fan's drawing, it is completely different from ordinary deep-sea submersibles. Su Fan was already in his 20s, but developing mechas was enough to consume his endless energy. There is still time to develop other things. It's simply against the will of heaven. You know a thing or two, Su Fan said politely. Mr. Hua disagrees. Su Fan's basic knowledge has probably already surpassed the top of the relevant technology. What Mr. Wang said is right, he is truly a peerless talent in the country. It's not too much to have 2 female secretaries for 042. The nursery rhyme was recording the fear beside me. This is no longer giving Su Fan the green light. Even saying it is a privilege is an understatement. You can do whatever you want from now on. No matter what research Su Fan wants to do, no one can stop him. Mr. Wang's meaning is very clear. Anyone who dares to create problems for Su Fan will be treated as a problem and solved. This is a very bold spirit. I've totally given it my all. This is a heartfelt trust in Su Fan. Mr. Hua was feeling very upset. Old Wang is betting the 100-year destiny of the Xia Kingdom on Su Fan alone. At this time, Mr. Wang's tone slowed down slightly and he continued. Okay, the authority has been used up, and what remains is what we need to do now. Regarding the mecha production line and the selection and introduction of supporting personnel, this must be the top priority of our current work. Everything else should be put aside to make way for the mecha production line. Also, regarding the application for Su Fan to be awarded a medal, there is no time to delay. Mr. Hua agreed with this. Then he said, Indeed, a genius of Su Fan's level must be given the highest level of courtesy. Whether it was the new alloy or the mecha blueprints, they were all priceless treasures that were snatched up by other countries. He donated them all to the country free of charge. He can do nothing in return, but we can't do nothing. All relevant medals of honor and honorary status must be included. Xiao Su can refuse it, but we can't refuse it. You have to force it through. We must not let down the hearts of thousands of scientific researchers. After Mr. Hua finished speaking, everyone expressed their agreement. This is what Su Fan deserves. After several people got in the car, Wang Yixue was still driving. Tong Yao sat in the passenger seat. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua sat in the back row. This trip was very fruitful. Both Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua were in good moods. Everyone in the car was chatting happily. Most of them are talking about topics related to Su Fan. They even talked about whether Su Fan had a boyfriend. Wang Yixue directly denied it and said that there was absolutely no such thing. It's only been a few days since Su Fan encountered a pig-killing scam on a blind date. It's impossible for Su Fan to find a partner right away, right? At this time, Mr. Hua whispered to Mr. Wang. Old buddy, logically we shouldn't care so much, but Su Fan has made such a great contribution to the country, shouldn't we also be concerned about his lifelong affairs? There was a slight pause. Then he said, What do you think? Should we consider assigning Su Fan 1 or 2 secretaries? Help Su Fan with his daily life and take care of his family. This will also reduce Su Fan's burden. If someone else wanted to marry a female secretary, Mr. Wang would just slap him in the face. After all, as a scientific researcher, you should just focus on scientific research. But this time, Mr. Wang surprisingly did not object immediately. Because from a certain perspective, what he said does make sense. After thinking for a while, Mr. Wang asked, If Su Fan doesn't object, we can arrange it. There may be gossip, I'll deal with it then. Wang Yixue, who was sitting in the front row, immediately became unhappy. A slap on the bottom of the foot almost gave Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua a heart attack. He objected angrily. I object. You two old men are meddling in other people's business. Su Fan himself didn't make such a request, why are you worrying about it? You are just bored. Xiao Yao, tell me, is what those two old men said appropriate? Wang Yixue finished her speech and then looked for help. Tong Yao was originally planning to object, but she heard Wang Yixue speak. He immediately raised his pointed chin and said, I think Yixue is right. What era is this? Why are you still using the old-fashioned ways? Su Fan has hands and feet, and he's handsome too. It's not like you can't fall in love freely, just stop causing trouble for others. Elder Wang and Elder Hua looked at each other quietly. They all smiled like old foxes. Mr. Wang continued to defend himself with a stern face. Su Fan does so many things on a daily basis that his parents at home definitely can't take care of him. And someone needs to take care of you in your life. He has done so much for the country, it is reasonable for him to enjoy some privileges. After all, it's all for the country. Mr. Wang spoke with righteous words, as if he was determined to do just that. Wang Yixue suddenly became even more anxious. Then we don't have to find 2 female secretaries, right? It's not like I can't help, Wang Yixue blurted out. He blushed after saying that. From the rearview mirror, she saw that Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua were both looking at her. Blushing, she cleared her throat and said, I mean, when the mechas are not on a mission, I can also go to Su Fan's house to help take care of his family. It's all for the country, I'm happy to do it. At this time, Tong Yao also interrupted and said, I can help out when I have nothing to do. Can I be worse than those female college graduates? A smile of success appeared in the corner of Mr. Wang's eyes. He nodded pretentiously. Reassured. Since both of you say so, then I'll listen to you. When you two are not busy, go and look after Su Fan's family or help Su Fan with his work. Just let us know beforehand. There were 4 people in the car, each with their own agenda, but in the end they were all satisfied. The vehicle was speeding on the highway. In a blink of an eye, it soared to 120. If the speed limit wasn't 120, Wang Yixue would definitely have scrapped the engine. Even Wang Yixue was already thinking, next time she goes to see Su Fan at night, can she drive a mecha out? Anyway, there are hardly any people in Su Fan's abandoned industrial park. After Mr. Wang and the others left, Su Fan spent another hour studying the deep-sea submersible in the abandoned warehouse. This thing is my father's hard work. This is also Su Fan's obsession. The more in-depth his research on deep-sea submersibles, the more powerful they will become when they are manufactured using the super tech system. 043 Wang Yixue came to visit. As Su Fan continued to come up with bold ideas, coupled with the manuscripts left by his father, a 30-meter-tall deep-sea titan gradually appeared on the manuscript paper. However, this is only a preliminary idea and needs to undergo systematic revisions. There is still plenty of time now, so there is no need to rush. I have to go home quickly, otherwise my mother will scold me if I'm late. Riding an electric bike, heading towards home. Early the next morning. As soon as Su Fan got up, he heard his mother Li Lanhua muttering while making breakfast, saying that Su Fan doesn't take blind dates seriously. After the blind date a few days ago, there has been no sign of him since. Su Fan wanted to tell the truth. On second thought, forget it. Lest mom get angry again. What makes Su Fan happiest recently is that her mother no longer has to go out to work. When I gave my mother money a few days ago, I almost scared her to death. I thought Su Fan had broken the law, but after explaining for a long time, my mother finally believed it. Su Fan got up and washed up amid Li Lanhua's nagging. The doorbell suddenly rang. When Su Fan opened the door, she saw that it was Wang Yixue. Su Fan, good morning! Wang Yixue is wearing a white suspender dress today. The milky white skin emits a crystal halo in the morning sun. A pair of watery eyes are clear and bright, with tiny dots of light twinkling in the pupils. Su Fan was slightly startled, then he also smiled and greeted. Yixue, why are you here? Please come in. Wang Yixue entered the house and saw that Su Fan's house was quite simple. I also remembered that Su Fan handed over so much cutting-edge technology to the country. I feel a little uncomfortable. She thought secretly that she must apply for a big house for Su Fan in a few days. Anyway, my grandfather himself said that we should not discourage scientific researchers. Li Lanhua has just brought breakfast to the table. Then I saw Su Fan entering the room with a young and sunny girl. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Just now he was complaining about Su Fan's lack of intelligence, and the girl showed up at his doorstep the next moment. It seems that my son is not that bad after all. Li Lanhua hurriedly invited Wang Yixue to have breakfast together. Although Wang Yixue had already had breakfast, she couldn't resist Li Lanhua's enthusiasm. So I ate another small piece of pancake. Li Lanhua thought that Wang Yixue was not only good-looking. He is also a man of temperament and elegance. She has the demeanor of a lady from a noble family. The more I watch it, the more I like it. He asked all kinds of questions at the dinner table, even asking Wang Yixue how much dowry she planned to ask for when she got married. This question stumped Wang Yixue. She is only 18 years old, and really hasn't thought about it that much. Finally, they started talking about the 3 golds and the hardware, which made Su Fan, who was standing next to him, want to find a hole to crawl into. Although Wang Yixue was a shy girl, she answered politely. After a few interactions and chatting, the two became familiar with each other. "Auntie, you look so young." "Yeah? Auntie, you have such great skin." "Haha, it's not bad." "Auntie, can I call you sister?" "Ha ha ha, is Auntie that young?" Su Fan was stunned listening to this. "Don't you even draft any nonsense you say?" Then Su Fan saw that her mother lost herself in Wang Yixue's praises. His eyes were narrowed into slits with joy. "A breakfast that could be prepared in 5 minutes took me an hour to finish." Finally, at Su Fan's strong request, the conversation between the two sisters temporarily ended. "And we made an appointment to continue next time." Su Fan pulled Wang Yixue and ran out, disappearing from Li Lanhua's sight. Li Lanhua looked in the mirror and murmured, "She seems quite young. Yixue is really good at talking. It would be great if she was my daughter-in-law." Wang Yixue was driving a military jeep with Su Fan on the highway. The car window was ajar. There was a whirring sound of wind in the car. "Yixue, how long will it take?" Su Fan asked casually out of boredom. "Half an hour," Wang Yixue responded. Suddenly something sounded again, and after a slight hesitation, he asked, "Su Fan, why didn't I see your dad just now? Is he on a business trip?" "He died 10 years ago." Wang Yixue's hands holding the steering wheel shook violently. I'm sorry, It's okay. It happened a long time ago. I can't remember it anymore." Su Fan said this, but his voice was a little low. Obviously, he was still thinking about something that made him unable to let go. Wang Yixue did not continue this topic. She turned on the car music and played a soothing song. Half an hour later, the car drove into the Zhonghai 3rd Arsenal. After getting off the car, Su Fan looked at the arsenal covering an area of 10,000 acres, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "Once the country takes action, we will know whether it has any or not. Just find a spacious place to build a mecha construction base, but you directly requisitioned the Zhonghai 3rd Arsenal. I really don't know what to say." Under the guidance of Wang Yixue, Su Fan took a general tour. "This place is really nice. It is located in a remote area and has 2 departments, above ground and underground. Large cranes and gantry cranes are available. There are even air raid shelters underground that can withstand nuclear explosions. Even if there is a sudden nuclear attack from a powerful enemy, the mecha industry can still keep the spark alive." At this time, Wang Yixue's cell phone rang. The other party told her that Su Fan's multifunctional workbench would arrive in 20 minutes. Su Fan let out a long sigh of relief. "I felt inexplicably excited. It seems that I have to roll up my sleeves and work hard in the next few days." An hour later, the multifunctional workbench has been installed. Various raw materials have also been delivered. I guess the relevant materials will be almost ready by dark. Su Fan didn't wait any longer and started working directly. After the relevant machines are made, they must be connected and reinforced with the embedded parts that have been embedded in advance. He needs to lay out the lines and position them in advance, and make pre-embedded arrangements. With the help of people from all sides who were almost responsive to his requests, Su Fan completed all the pre-embezzlement before dark. This speed is nothing short of miraculous. It's dark. Su Fan and Wang Yixue went to have dinner together. What surprised Su Fan was that Wang Yixue, a lady from a wealthy family, was very interested in street snacks. "I tried grilled cold noodles, pancakes, octopus balls. I tried them all. A real foodie." Finally, the two came to a food stall. 044A barbecue. There was a large barbecue on the table. Su Fan didn't usually drink, but he also ordered a bottle of Yongchuang Tianya. Wang Yixue also wants a bottle. They were stopped by Su Fan. Both of them were drinking. Who would drive later? The arsenal is more than 20 miles away from here. It's the middle of the night, so if you want to take a taxi there, you have to pay extra. While eating barbecue, the two chatted casually. Wang Yixue apologized again for asking about Su Fan's father in the car during the day. Su Fan smiled and shook his head, saying it really didn't matter. And he truly treated this naive little rich woman as a friend. Wang Yixue was so happy that she strongly requested a bottle of Yongchuang Tianya. "We are good friends, so let's drink together." In the end, Both of them only drank one bottle, but they enjoyed it very much. But when it's time to leave, I feel confused. It was already 11 o'clock and there were no taxis left. You can't drive after drinking? Su Fan asked the barbecue uncle. Uncle nearby. There are no hotels nearby. The boss interrupted Su Fan and answered. As soon as Su Fan opened his mouth, the boss knew what he was holding back. Wang Yixio's face turned red immediately. Look at Su Fan. He wouldn't really be thinking about that, right? I've never experienced that. So embarrassing. Su Fan was also stunned. Why is this boss so fat? What is he thinking about? Explain quickly. No, uncle, I want to ask if there is anyone nearby. There's none in the hotel. The boss curled his lips, glancing at Su Fan and Wang Yixio, sighed and shook his head. I kept muttering. Young people today mature too early. He's only 18 years old and he knows everything. It's not like in our time, when we didn't even dare to raise our hands at 18, alas. The corner of Su Fan's mouth twitched. Was this barbecue uncle perhaps having some serious illness? Damn, do I look like that kind of superficial person? Uncle, I want to ask if there is a taxi nearby. Why are you pretending? Ha! I don't have any. The boss rolled his eyes at him. A look that every man understands. Su Fan and Wang Yixio stood on the side of the road near the barbecue stall, sighing helplessly. Wang Yixio kept pinching the corners of her clothes with her little hands. I couldn't help but think more. In a small town like this, there is not even a designated driver or taxi. What to do? Or you can walk a little further away and see if there is a hotel. But if there is only one room, then. The other side. China Ocean Research Base. It was late at night, and a dark red light burst out from the pupils of the Jiangtian No. 2 Mecha. Immediately afterwards, a rapid prompt sound rang out. Each control unit is normal. Beam weapons not mounted. Dragoon system not mounted. Current driving mode, master. Quick start completed. Jiangtian No. 2 attack. I saw a ball of fire exploded from the back of Jiangtian No. 2 and soared into the sky. Tong Yao's eyes were calm and determined. Think carefully about the driving method taught by Su Fan. Keep practicing, and practicing again. The day after tomorrow is the military exercise commendation meeting. At that time, the chief of the Southeast War Zone will come in person to watch the actual combat simulation operation of the mecha. Wang Yixio is already quite proficient, but she started relatively late, so she can only increase the amount of practice. Just then, the cell phone suddenly rang. The cell phone communication was successfully connected to the mecha holographic helmet. Wang Yixio's voice came from the other side. Xiaoyao, are you busy now? This? With an emergency brake, the mecha stopped in midair, and Tong Yao said seriously. It shouldn't be too busy, right? What's wrong, Yixio? Is there something wrong? It's nothing serious, just can you come and pick us up? Wang Yixio felt a little embarrassed when she heard the voice. Okay, send me the location. Yeah, thank you, Xiaoyao, I'll send it to you right away. Immediately afterwards, a positioning message was received by the mecha. Okay, I'll be there in 5 minutes. Tong Yao pulled the joystick hard, and the mecha flew towards the targeted direction. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yixio said to Su Fan happily. Don't worry, Xiaoyao said she would come to pick us up, and she will be here in 5 minutes. Where is Tong Yao? Can we get there in 5 minutes? Su Fan asked puzzledly. I don't know. She asked me to send her location and then said she would be there in 5 minutes. Su Fan said nothing more. I just have an amazing guess in my mind. How can ordinary means of transportation get here so quickly? Nursery rhymes won't be. As soon as the thought came to my mind, I saw a blue flame streaking through the night sky. Wang Yixio, who was standing by, was surprised and excited. Wow, there's a shooting star. Liuxing, you big-headed ghost. That's Tong Yao driving a mecha to pick us up. Oh. A huge buzzing sound was heard in the sky. The uncle at the barbecue stall had just packed up his stall when he heard the scary sound. He hurried out the door, looked up, and was shocked. A huge humanoid mecha made a heart-pounding buzzing sound and was slowly descending onto the road in front of his barbecue restaurant. Then this steel monster grabbed the young couple and disappeared into the night with a deafening sonic boom. The barbecue owner was confused. My legs were already shaking. His jaw was shaking, his breathing was disordered, and he made a crowing sound. At this time, the proprietress also came out of the house. He asked with a puzzled look. "What happened? It was so noisy. I thought it was an earthquake." The boss had a dull look on his face and murmured, "Wife, I just saw that young couple being abducted by aliens." The boss lady threw her slippers at the boss's face. "You must have watched too much of Wandering on Blue Star Part 2. Come back and sleep." Su Fan did not return to the research base, but returned to the arsenal alone. There are fewer people at night, and no one to disturb you, which is the best time to work. Super God Technology Workbench, go! Byte. Super God Technology Workbench LV2 start. The concept of the mecha production line has been read. Comprehensive strengthening and correction of information data. Multifunction module calculation completed. Ultra-precision lathe load calculation completed. Material scanning completed. This construction consumes 500 technology points and is expected to take 8 hours to start manufacturing. In the silent night, Su Fan's Supertech workbench was rumbling. But he always calls it a multifunctional workbench in front of others. The name Chaos Hen Technology is somewhat exaggerated. 045 If I had known you were driving a mecha, I would have played a yo-yo. This time, the things being manufactured only need to produce parts. No assembly is required, so the technology points consumed are relatively much less. Wait until the next day. When Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua brought their people in, the entire workshop was already filled with parts. Some of them had even been transported out of the house by Su Fan using a forklift overnight. Together with the more than 500 scientific researchers brought by Mr. Wang and related operators, everyone began to assemble and install all the parts. The next day, the headquarters of the 8th Marine Armored Combined Division of the Central Military Region is filled with a joyful atmosphere. Today is the military exercise commendation meeting. The military exercises of the Southern Military Region and the Eastern Military Region had failed 3 times in a row. This time I can finally hold my head high. Now when the soldiers from the Southern Military Region see the soldiers from the Eastern Military Region, they all look very arrogant. There's nothing we can do, it's because we made a comeback in the end and won. I won, that's awesome. If you're not convinced, then just go and kill yourself. Anyway, we won. Now some people from the Eastern Military Region are going to the Southeast Theater Command Headquarters to do business. They all have shifty eyes. I was afraid of meeting someone from the Southern War Zone. There's nothing we can do about it, those guys won't show any mercy until they win. Whenever they meet, they are so sarcastic that it can give people a heart attack. But they couldn't say anything yet. Because they did the same thing when they won the previous military exercise. Early in the morning, 3 Dongfeng warriors drove into Li Guizhong's division headquarters with a strong wind. Next time, the vehicle came to a complete stop. Commander Kong got out of the car with a dark face. An angry look on his face. It seems like he is here to cause trouble. Li Guizhong had received the news long ago and came out to greet them happily. That looked even happier than welcoming the leader. Ouch! Old Kong? I heard that you were scared during the last exercise. You can walk so soon? I'm so heartbroken about this incident. Ha! Li Guizhong's mouth was crooked from smiling. Accompanied by a few guards, he walked with the wind and went to greet them cheerfully. When I heard that you got into trouble, I felt so sad, ha ha. Ahem, I originally wanted to go to the hospital to see you and offer my condolences, but you came here in person. Commander Kong looked at Li Guizhong, who looked like he deserved a beating. My gums are all broken. I was already in a bad mood after losing the military exercise. Hearing Li Guizhong's teasing, his face was even more unhappy. This is not feeling sorry for me at all. It's obvious that you think I'm dying too slowly. He looked so anxious that he was just about to send a wreath. Commander Kong was breathing heavily, and there was something unfriendly in his eyes as he looked at Li Guizhong. if looks could kill. Now grass has grown on Li Guizhong's grave. He stared at Li Guizhong, showing signs of getting angry. Where is the knife? I'm going to stab this bastard to death. They even brought out mechas for the military exercise. If they had known it would just be a yo-yo show. If this were a national military exercise, you could bring out the aerospace carrier. Commander Kong's guards and accompanying officers had extremely gloomy faces, as if water could be squeezed out of them. They also gnashed their teeth. Not for any other reason, just because the loss was inexplicable. Old Kong! Don't act like an angry wife. The Eastern Military Region and the Southern Military Region are both part of the Southeastern Theater. Look at you, can't you be more generous? Commander Kong was unhappy when he heard this. Old Li, don't talk without hurting your back. Love is not like having a 50 centimeters caliber double-barreled cannon blasted into your face. Do you know how embarrassed you made me? Speaking of this, Commander Kong pursed her lips, looking like a wronged little woman. We are all brothers from the same class. They are all soldiers from the Southeast War Zone. You have already equipped your mechas, but I have nothing. I don't care. You have to get me 2 of that mecha, no matter how good it is. I won't leave if one is missing. You still have to take care of the food. Li Guizhong was confused. Lao Kong is really throwing his face away. The commander of the 3rd Mechanized Infantry Division is acting like a scoundrel here? He looked unhappy and felt aggrieved. It made a lot of noise. The idea is to attack the mecha. He finally understood that Lao Kong was not here to attend a commendation meeting, nor was he here to call for justice. He was here to fight the local tyrants and divide up their land. It would be fine if it was anything else, but he actually dared to take his mecha. Those 2 mechas are his treasures. No one can say anything. Li Guizhong also became anxious. Kong Relengzi! I didn't expect you to be so cunning. Why didn't I see it before? You've been acting for so long, now you're showing your chicken feet, right? You want my mecha? No way. I don't have a mecha, and I don't want your life. When Commander Kong heard this, he immediately widened his eyes. Said angrily, You claim to be an old brother from the same class, but you have something good and you don't know how to share it. I'll kill you with it. Li Guizhong folded his arms and snorted coldly. Our division has 2 mechas, just enough to form a joint combat cover team. How can we have any extra for you? It will probably take another week for my mecha production line to go into mass production. Ah, no. At this point, Li Guizhong paused, laughed, and quickly changed the subject. By the way, Lao Kong, your exoskeleton armor is really good, awesome. However, Master Kong was not so easily fooled. Keenly captured the important information between the lines. His eyes lit up. Changing his face, he suddenly became gentle. Smilingly said, Mr. Li, we still have a week left before we can start mass production. We are all from the same class, so I want 50 units. Is that not too much? Ahem. 50 units? Only 20 units are produced in a year. Li Guizhong shook his head hurriedly. His troops will need at least 20 units to be basically equipped. Okay, we are old comrades, I can't be unreasonable. Master Kong rolled his eyes. How about this? You give me 5 this year, and 3 every year thereafter. Is that not too much? If you don't agree to this, don't blame me for talking nonsense outside. By then, how many war zones will ask you for help? Think carefully about it. The Marine Corps, the Air Force, if they hear any news, your phone will be flooded with calls. 046 The person who should get the honor is him. Li Guizhong waved his hands with a dark face. I thought I must give Lao Kong some benefits to shut him up. Otherwise, if you keep talking nonsense everywhere, he will definitely be annoyed to death. The brother troops are all asking for it. How are we going to divide it when the time comes? Too many wolves and little meat. The 2 men plotted for a while with their heads down. Finally, the deal was done. After mass production is achieved, we will first give 2 units to Mr. Kong, and then give him 2 more units every year. However, Commander Kong must allocate some money from military expenditure to cover the cost of related materials. Under Li Guizhong's deception, the cost of each mecha, which originally cost 5 million, became 10 million. After all this trouble, all the material costs for Li Guizhong were paid for by Commander Kong. It was such a pleasant surprise. After the two of them reached an agreement, they were both satisfied. Arm in arm, they walked towards the commendation meeting. This left the officers and guards on both sides looking confused. The two commanders were just baring their teeth, looking like they were about to bite someone. Now you're wearing another pair of pants. It's weird. It is almost noon and the commendation meeting is about to begin. The lecture hall, which can accommodate thousands of people, was packed. The heads of the Southeast Theater, Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong, have also taken their seats. Give enough face to the 8th Marine Armored Combined Division. But a big part of the reason is that Li Guizhong has a secret weapon. They could hardly contain themselves last night, and wanted to come and see it in advance. Now, sitting in the middle of the first row at the commendation ceremony, I feel like the days are passing by so slowly. What's the point of a commendation ceremony? It's so exciting to watch mecha demonstrations. After the host gave a smooth opening speech, he began to introduce the guests. Then the soldiers with outstanding performance in this army were commended. There are many people who were honored. There are soldiers who are determined to stop the frontal troops at all costs, and special forces who fight with the enemy's paratroopers. There are also reconnaissance teams that break into enemy nests alone and find the location of enemy headquarters. Especially when the real investigation team comes on stage. The audience burst into warm applause. At last, the host came on stage. Everyone, next, we want to commend the two mecha pilots. It was they who piloted the mechas and turned the tide, destroying the enemy headquarters in one fell swoop and capturing the enemy leader alive. Please come in, Comrade Wang Yixue and Comrade Tong Yao. There was thunderous applause. It sounded like a raging wave. Many people saw the mecha that day, and later received a gag order. Now you can see the pilot of the mecha with your own eyes. My blood suddenly started boiling. Mecha, that's every man's dream. The most romantic thing I can think of is to drive a mecha out to install walls. Some soldiers even ignored the feelings of the people behind them and stood up directly, wanting to see more clearly. So exciting. Only after being glared at by his leader with a deterrent look did he calm down. Everyone's heart seemed to be erupting like a volcano, and their breathing was like pulling a bellows. Huff huff. However, there was only one person in the audience whose face was as dark as if he had just returned from Africa. When talking about capturing the enemy leader alive, Commander Kong's teeth were chattering. Because the division commander who was captured alive was himself. During the previous military exercise, I was too excited to see it clearly. Now I see it clearly. It was these two little girls who drove their mechas and pointed their guns at his face. Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong had already lost interest. When he heard that the mecha pilot was going to the stage to receive an award, his eyes suddenly lit up. They also saw the two men through their mobile phones at that time, but it was too fast. He just gave his name and left. I am quite excited to see him again now. They have seen many tank and airplane drivers. This was the first time they had seen the mecha pilot at such a close distance. Amid the crazy applause of the crowd, Wang Yixue and Tong Yao, wearing Army Special Operations camouflage uniforms, quickly walked onto the stage, one on the left and one on the right. Stand at attention, head held high, and accept the commendation. Seeing their handsome looks, Luo Bing couldn't help but sigh. Women are indeed as good as men. The host saw the two people standing up. The award decision was announced immediately. In order to commend Comrade Wang Yixue and Comrade Tong Yao for their great contributions in the Red and Blue Army exercise, after discussion by the division headquarters, the following rewards are specially made. Award Comrade Wang Yixue and Comrade Tong Yao the Special Combat Hero Medal. Award the Special Combat Hero Medal to Comrade Wang Yixue and Comrade Tong Yao. Award the Second Class Merit Medal to Comrade Wang Yixue and Comrade Tong Yao. Award the Red and Blue Exercise Model Medal to Comrade Wang Yixue and Comrade Tong Yao. As the host spoke his award speech, the audience burst into thunderous applause. At the same time, Teacher Li Guizhong will personally come on stage and put the corresponding medals on the chests of Wang Yixue and Tong Yao. In the end, both of them won 5 medals each. This is an honor that no one in the entire division has ever had. However, Wang Yishio's face did not show the expected excitement and pride. Instead, his face looked a little depressed. It seems like he has something on his mind and can't help but express it. The award ceremony is over. The host signaled Wang Yishio and Tong Yao to step down, and then the leaders of the Southeast War Zone, Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong, could be invited to speak. However, the host discovered that Wang Yishio was still standing on the stage. Didn't go down. Tong Yao, who had just stepped off the stage, hurriedly called out to Wang Yishio, thinking that she was too excited and distracted. But Wang Yishio's expression was unusually calm. Standing upright on the stage, he glanced across the hall and slowly exhaled. Under the surprised gazes of Li Guizhong, Luo Bing and other leaders, Wang Yishio spoke slowly. The voice was even a little hoarse and low. "Commander, Division Commander, fellow comrades! Please allow Yishio to be willful for once. These honors are really tempting, but I feel unworthy of them and I really cannot accept them." Li Guizhong's heart skipped a beat, and he stood up immediately. In a low voice, "Yishio, don't be so petty, come down and tell me if you have something to say." Wang Yishio gave Li Guizhong an apologetic look. Continue. "There was a man. While I was enjoying my life in the greenhouse, he developed mechas and handed them over to the country for free. When I was honored here, he had been working day and night for more than 50 hours, and he is still working on the mecha production line. He donated his inventions, such as carbon iron alloy and superconducting alloy, which were worthy of winning the Nobel Prize, to the motherland free of charge. Alone, I worked hard, devoted my heart and soul, and overcame all difficulties. Devote everything to the country without regrets." Wang Yishio's eyes were filled with tears, and she became more and more excited as she spoke. "He is the backbone of the children of Xia country. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for us. Compared to him, I am so insignificant. The person who should be honored is Su Fan." Wang Yishio finished speaking. The whole place was dead silent. 047 Simulation Drill, Burnout Start. The powerful words touched everyone's heart. Men don't shed tears easily, but at this moment tears filled the eyes of countless people. Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong, leaders of the Southeast War Zone, also shed tears. After a brief silence, Li Guizhong suddenly stood up, his whole body trembling, and clapped vigorously and crazily. Immediately afterwards, countless people stood up and applauded. The two chiefs of the Southeast War Zone stood up and applauded without any airs. The applause lasted for 5 minutes. At Luo Bing's signal, he suppressed it. Luo Bing exclaimed loudly, "Well said! Comrade Wang Yishio, you're right! There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for us. But please rest assured, fellow soldiers, our Southeast military region will definitely give Comrade Su Fan the most generous conditions and the highest praise. I might as well let you know a little news. Honors and appointments are already on the way for scientific research, but this is not enough. Our Southeast military region will show greater sincerity and will definitely not disappoint any military scientific research worker." With Luo Bing's comfort, all the soldiers finally calmed down. Wang Yishio also showed a long-lost smile. What Luo Bing said just now also became the final summary of the commendation meeting. The conference ended successfully. Everyone went to the restaurant for dinner. Wang Yishio and Tong Yao were covered with medals. Li Guizhong secretly told Wang Yishio that in a few days Su Fan would definitely have no fewer medals than her. There will even be a medal. When the word medal came out, Wang Yishio and Tong Yao were both stunned. A difference of one word can make a huge difference. The weight of a medal is dozens of times more than that of a prize. Only those who have made outstanding contributions to the country are eligible to receive the medal. For example, Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua are both recipients of the Medal of Defense of the Nation. Only then did Wang Yishio realize that the reason Su Fan was not honored today was perhaps because some important rewards were on the way. When Su Fan is awarded the medal, what a glorious scene that will be. Thinking of this, Wang Yishio felt a little uneasy again. The more outstanding Su Fan was, the more inexplicably irritated she felt. It's like being afraid of losing something that originally belongs to you. Lunch is over. At the urging of the two leaders, the group came to the multifunctional combat command room. The relevant personnel are already in place. There is someone operating each instrument. On the front is a huge display screen that is more than 2 meters high. The left and right sides are split screen. The front display is divided into 2 parts. On the left is the real-time picture of Wang Yishua's holographic helmet, and on the right is the real-time picture of Tong Yao's holographic helmet. In the lower right corner of each screen is the data panel of each mecha. The small screen on the side displays real-time images of the mecha's exterior. In this way, both the inside and the outside of the mecha can be seen clearly. See, everyone is ready. Luo Bing glared at Li Guizhong fiercely. So you are already ready? Haha, the old commander is going to review the troops. Guizhong will do his best. After saying this, Li Guizhong couldn't help feeling a little excited. Before, these 2 old bastards didn't believe what he said, but today he will open their eyes. Pick up the mic. Yishue, Tong Yao, the simulation drill can begin now. The 2 received the order at the same time. Pull the joystick hard. The engine roared, spewing out blue flames. The huge thrust instantly carried the 2 people and their mechas out of the warehouse. It rubbed against the ground, producing violent sparks. This burning tire start move learned from Su Fan instantly caught the attention of Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong. Although they didn't believe that the mecha would be as awesome as Li Guizhong said, their love and curiosity about it were real. After they sat down, they quickly picked up the teacups and took 2 sips. Even when drinking tea, his eyes were still fixed on the screen, afraid of missing any details. Li Guizhong did not forget to explain beside the 2 of them. Commander, this is called a burnout, and the best is yet to come. Just as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of air tearing again in the screen. After Jiantian number 1 and number 2 slid out, they suddenly stopped with an emergency brake. Quickly adjust your posture and face upward. Pull the joystick sharply. Boom boom! 2 fierce blue waves of fire exploded on the concrete ground. At the same time, a conical sound barrier cloud wrapped around the back of the mecha, and with a sound that could tear the sky apart, it turned into 2 lines of fire and shot up into the sky. The sudden wild scene instantly shocked the 2 leaders. Puff! Luo Bing, who had just taken a sip of tea, suddenly spit it out. His eyeballs popped out of their sockets. Raise your arm and point at the screen. Sonic boom! Zhu Guodong next to him suddenly stood up, his arms shaking. His chin was trembling slightly. Also in een. They thought the best was yet to come, but they were thrilled right from the start. Li Guizhong had a blank expression on his face, but he actually felt a bit of contempt in his heart. Look at this mountain artillery entering the city. The first takeoff made you cry out in shock. What are you going to do next? Although he thought so in his heart, Li Guizhong comforted him on the surface. 2 commanders, please be patient. This is just a small scene. It's just a sonic boom takeoff. It doesn't count as a drill. Luo Bing's face twitched wildly and he looked at Li Guizhong with eyes full of resentment. This kid deserves a beating no matter how you look at him. Sonic boom takeoff is not considered an event. Is it only a nuclear explosion like yours that can be put on the stage? Is it a big scene if the entire Zhonghai is blown up with a bang? Etc. Zhu Guodong suddenly reminded with a trembling voice. Lao Luo, look at the data panel. Luo Bing looked at the panel in the lower right corner of the screen with a puzzled expression. Current mode master. Comprehensive thrust, 2200 kN plus, small thrust data ignored. Body temperature, 1100 degrees Celsius. Speed Mach 13. Comment, everything is okay. God! Mach 13! Luo Bing's pupils shrank suddenly, almost to the size of a needle tip. He cried out in shock and turned pale. The gray hair instantly became frizzy. His face was full of disbelief. Currently, the fastest fighter jet in the world is only Mach 3. You can reach Mach 13 by climbing vertically? I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. That's impossible. Zhu Guodong also kept shaking his head. This data is fake. Li Guizhong picked up the microphone helplessly. The commander said you are too slow, you can go a little faster. Okay. Wan Yixio and Tong Yao both showed joy on their faces almost at the same time. Leaders have always been reluctant to move too fast. I can finally drive faster this time. The climb button is pressed again. The data panel jumped rapidly. It can be seen with the naked eye that the sonic barrier cloud surrounding the mecha's body is gradually becoming sparse. And then disappeared. Luo Bing seemed to have grabbed Li Guizhong's pigtail. While looking at the screen, he laughed. Guizhong, the sound barrier outside the mecha has disappeared, which means it hasn't even reached supersonic speed. The data panel dares to show Mach 24. You are too fake. He didn't finish his words. The smile on Luo Bing's face froze. The whole person stood there like a clay or wooden sculpture. The air seemed to be stagnant. As the mecha turned around, in Luo Bing's pupils, a bright planet with a blue halo was reflected. 048 blowing up a satellite is not much more difficult than blowing up a dog bowl. A huge blue planet. It emitted a hazy light blue halo and suddenly appeared in the mecha's sight. An indisputable fact was presented to Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong. Mecha flew out of the earth. Luo Bing looked dazed, his face full of disbelief. There was a sound like the crowing of a rooster. There was a huge storm in my heart, and my inner being was shaking violently. It shattered his eyeball. It shattered his outlook on life. In less than 20 minutes, the mecha flew out of the earth. The speed of Mach 24 is absolutely true. Otherwise, how could it fly out of the earth so quickly? They can still figure out this simplest math problem. At this time, Wang Yixue's voice sounded. Reporting to the commander, we have reached low Earth orbit. Please give us your instructions. Li Guizhong looked at Luo Bing. Only then did Luo Bing recover from his trance. He said hurriedly, Carry out as planned. Yes. Wan Yixio and Tong Yao shouted in unison. Activate the dormant hydrogen-powered engine. 2 balls of fire suddenly exploded in the space. 2 red lights swooped down from space at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong were almost suffocating just sitting on their chairs and watching. The data panel shows that the dive speed has reached Mach 31 at this moment. Such a fast speed is unimaginable, so crazy. He is in his 60s. How can I bear this kind of stimulation? Both of them were breathing rapidly and their eyes were bloodshot. Abnormally excited mood. Li Guizhong on the side seemed to have expected this, and gave his men a look. The ventilator that had been prepared in advance was brought up. Looking at the nasal oxygen tube handed to him by Li Guizhong, Luo Bing frowned. Guizhong, what do you mean? I'm in good health and don't need this. I don't need it either. My health is not much worse than Lao Luo's. Li Guizhong had no choice but to ask someone to take it away first. I sighed in my heart, the old leader is really stubborn. The mecha was almost reaching its descent height. Li Guizhong immediately picked up the microphone and said loudly, Yixue, Tong Yao, show off for the chief. Yes. The 2 men obeyed the order. Immediately and accurately brake the mecha. The mecha that was originally diving quickly turned over. From the 4 giant vector nozzles on the back, blue fire snakes more than 5 meters long suddenly sprang out. The powerful hydrogen-powered engine has crazy output. Immediately afterwards, countless people saw a scene that made their blood pressure soar. The speed of the mecha swooping down from the sky suddenly dropped, and it made an emergency stop and turned around within a few seconds. The engine roared, and countless Mach rings flashed on the tail flame. The mecha soared into the sky again. Within a breath, the mecha completed a 180-degree vertical turn. Luo Bing's heart almost stopped. His eyes were so wide that they almost popped out of their sockets. There was a heavy breath coming out of his nostrils. The lower gums were shaking wildly and colliding violently with the upper gums. The whole face lost all color. Zhu Guodong is not much better. He is 5 years older than Luo Bing. The extreme emotional fluctuations made him overly excited. There is a clucking sound coming from the mouth. Eyeballs are rolling up. The stimulation was too much, and I couldn't breathe. Li Guizhong shook his head. whispered. I told you guys to breathe oxygen long ago, but you're still stubborn. Then who? Bring 2 pairs of nasal oxygen tubes and arrange for the chief. This time Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong did not refuse. Luo Bing, with a nasal oxygen tube inserted in his nose, murmured, Guizhong, does this flying maneuver have a name? Commander, this move is called the paperclip maneuver, and it was also invented by Su Fan. Too strong! Although Luo Bing tried his best to suppress his inner excitement, his heart still seemed to be about to jump out of his throat. If I were to measure my blood pressure now, it would probably be 580. In a trance, Luo Bing thought of a question that shocked him. Since the mecha can perform such extremely exaggerated tactical moves, it can even fly at a speed of up to Mach 30. So, could it be that Li Guizhong's previous descriptions of the power of weapons were true? Thinking of this, Luo Bing felt dry in the mouth, but he didn't have time to drink water. Asked directly, Guizhong, those weapon test results you mentioned before, could they also be true? Look at what you said, Chief. When has Guizhong ever lied to you? Li Guizhong said into the microphone. Yixue Tong Yao, start the weapons test. Wang Yixue and Tong Yao had been waiting for this order. They were already tired of flying mechas. Especially Wang Yixue. Ever since a Starlink satellite blew up in space. I love the shoulder cannon so much. I was still thinking about when to blow up the next one, and now I finally got the order to fire. Yes, Commander. Are we going to blow up a satellite in space this time? Forehead. Li Guizhong was so frightened by Wang Yixue's words that his whole body trembled. Instead of blowing up satellites, we can just blow up something normal. When Luo Bing, who was standing by, heard this conversation, his beard stood up. You two are talking as if there is not much difference between blowing up a satellite and blowing up a dog bowl. What the hell are you talking about this time? It's like it exploded last time. If it weren't for his status as the leader, Luo Bing really wanted to jump up and curse. Don't boo me, if you have the guts, blow one up and let's see. I've been displeased with Starlink satellites for a long time. After Zhu Guodong took 2 breaths of oxygen and drank a few sips of tea, he calmed down a little. Naturally, he didn't believe the conversation between Li Guizhong and Wang Yixue. To put it bluntly, Guizhong, I know this mecha is powerful, but isn't your satellite bombing a bit too exaggerated? Why, do you two leaders want to see it? Li Guizhong raised his eyebrows. Judging from what these 2 old guys said, they don't believe it. Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong looked at each other, and then looked at Li Guizhong. The look in his eyes seemed to be saying that it was the mule, or the stone horse that was pulled out for a stroll. What's the point of talking big? At least that's how Li Guizhong understood it. Li Guizhong understood immediately and said into the microphone. Yixue, what is the range of your Taoist robes? Can they hit the Starlink? Yes. I just scanned it with the quantum source phased array radar. It's less than 10,000 kilometers, within the range. The chief wants to see fireworks, you know what I mean? Fireworks? I know. Okay, do it more covertly. The 2 ended their chat. Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong were already standing there in a daze. Listen, is this human language? What kind of gun can have a range of 10,000 kilometers? What is the use of missiles when you have a cannon with such a long range? The 2 leaders' mouths were so big that they almost reached their ears. His 2 round eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His eyes were as big as a bell, staring straight at Li Guizhong. After the latter finished the conversation, he turned around and was immediately shocked. What's wrong with these 2 people? If you don't know, you would think they are ghosts. At this time, the picture on the screen has changed. Nursery rhymes aside. The big screen camera was completely focused on Wang Yixue. Jiantian No. 1 is suspended in the clouds. The shoulder rail gun made a click sound. A ball of red energy gathered on his shoulders. A crosshair appeared in the field of view of the holographic helmet. After a few jumps, it locked onto the target. 049 aliens are calling again. A virtual energy bar appears at the bottom of the data panel. A creepy mechanical sound rang in the ears of countless people. Mecha posture adjustment completed. Air status analysis completed. Distance 9,981 kilometers. Target lock. Railgun charging. Looking at the reading bar below filling up rapidly, Luo Bing felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Gudong sound. Swallow your saliva. Look at Li Guizhong. Guizhong, you are not serious about this, are you? Commander, we are all soldiers you led. When have we ever been vain? Is it too late to terminate now? At this moment, Luo Bing really believed it. Li Guizhong didn't finish his words. The orbital cannon on the shoulder of Jiangtian No. 1 exploded with a ball of red fire. A ball of fire shot up into the sky. Disappeared from everyone's sight at an incredible speed. Time seemed to have come to a standstill. The only sound in the command room could be heard was the heartbeats of the leaders. Plop! 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 Time seemed to slow down. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. No one spoke, everyone stared at the screen. On the screen, Wang Yixue has already locked onto the target direction using optical supermagnification imaging. Even if you can't see clearly. But there will definitely be fire feedback after hitting the target. Luo Bing clenched his fists. He even stopped breathing and didn't dare to blink. Afraid of missing something. Starlink satellite. It was a civilian exploration satellite built by Ma Sto, but was requisitioned by the American military. It became the butcher's knife in the hands of the executioner Eagle Sauce. The Eagle Sauce often uses it to carry out military operations or to explore and monitor the borders of other countries. Imagine someone installed a surveillance camera in your home, would you be happy? Luo Bing had long disliked them. I've had enough of this humiliation. If I could really shoot one down, at least I could vent my anger. What will happen if the Eagle Sauce finds out? If you don't agree, come and bang. If you really dare to move, believe it or not, I will send a mecha to fly over your Pentagon and shit on it. My fear of you has not disappeared, but that doesn't mean I will be afraid. If you want to fight, I will fight. 1.5 billion will be destroyed, come and fight me if you don't agree. Luo Bing straightened his back, dug his fingers into his palms tightly, and his old hands were full of wrinkles. At this moment, he was extremely nervous. Even with an oxygen tube stuffed in his nostrils, his breathing was still trembling. This was especially true for Zhu Guodong, whose old face was full of shock and expectation. 9 seconds. 10 seconds. A brilliant burst of fireworks exploded in the distant space. The colorful colors reflected on Wang Yixue's holographic helmet are breathtaking. The fire image was projected onto the large screen in the command room, covering half of the screen. Report to the commander, a perfect hit! As Wang Yixue's voice sounded. Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong stood up suddenly. Bang! His fist slammed heavily on the table. Well done, great job! Both of them had red eyes. After being bullied by the thing above my head for so many years, I finally get rid of my anger. Sooner or later, we have to get them all. The officers and soldiers from all departments in the command room all looked excited and were breathing rapidly. There was a gleam of excitement in his eyes. If the leader hadn't been here, they would have been so excited that they would have blown the roof off the house. Luo Bing said calmly at this moment, Immediately order Yixue and Tong Yao to return to the country. Yes, Chief. Li Guizhong also knew that time was running out. After all, now is not the time to turn against those wolf countries. Wang Yixue and Tong Yao were immediately ordered to return. The two mechas responded quickly. Disappeared into the clouds. Eagle Sauce Space Station. Ever since the last footage of aliens attacking the Earth was released, Zhui and Mi Zhen have been extremely terrified of the work of astronauts. After many applications, I finally got a response. They will be able to return to Earth in their return capsule soon. Today is their last extravehicular mission. As usual, after the pressure in the node cabin was relieved. With a click, Mi Zhen was the first to exit the cabin, followed by Zhui. The two of them felt somewhat uneasy. Zhui, do you think we won't encounter aliens again this time? Oh God, please don't let this happen to me again, it's so scary. The two just chatted. A beam of red light flew past the two men's faces, almost touching them. Shit! What the hell? Migan was horrified. He hurriedly looked in the direction of the red light. Boom! A ball of fire suddenly exploded in the distance. The two of them looked at each other sharply. Fuck! The aliens are here again! Mom, run! Enjoy and Mijan turned around abruptly and rushed into the node warehouse. Michigan picked up the satellite phone and called NASA. Hello? Boss, something terrible has happened. The aliens are attacking again. Really? I saw it with my own eyes. It had red skin, a head more than 2 meters long, and 18 eyes. More than 20 feet, one kick and the satellite will explode. Every word I say is true. I'd lie to you if you were my grandson. We request to return to the ground immediately. After an emergency call, Mijan calmed down a little. He looked to the side and saw Njay staring at him in shock. Megan said without changing his expression. Ahem, that's what we have to say, and we have to say it when we get to the ground. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to get us back to the ground right away. Once we get to the ground, we'll have to bite them to death. They're the aliens I just mentioned. Njay suddenly understood and gave Mijan a thumbs up. You're right. But you said the liar is his grandson. Megan smiled mysteriously. My grandfather died several years ago. The two of them lowered their heads and refined the details of the alien. Hang up their phone. Director Paul of the American Aeronautics and Space Administration was completely confused. What? More than 20 legs and 18 eyes. What he said even has eyes and nose. Just like the real thing. It seems that he has gone crazy in space again. However, a piece of news immediately reached Paul's ears. Another Starlink satellite was hit by an unidentified object. Already crashed. Paul shuddered suddenly and his expression instantly turned ugly. Thinking back to what Megan said on the phone just now, more than 20 feet kicked the satellite to pieces. I couldn't help but mutter. Something big has happened, the alien Zerg have invaded the Earth. Paul didn't dare to delay and immediately called the Pentagon. Xia country's airspace. 2 red lights fell from the sky. The outline of the mecha with an icy sheen gradually became clear. High in the sky, the air was torn apart. This time, no air raid alarm sounded in Zhonghai City. In light of the previous misunderstanding, both mechas have been secretly registered. Seeing the mecha return safely, Li Guizhong breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that the 2 little girls would have too much fun driving the mechas and might take down the space station. Killing the eagle sauce is a small matter. If someone destroys our own space station, we will be brought to a military court, and no one will be able to save us. Li Guizhong saw that the 2 leaders seemed to be satisfied and had a certain understanding of the performance and firepower of the mecha. Then he asked, Commander, is this the end of the simulation exercise? Aren't there micro-missiles, laser weapons, particle knives, and dragoon systems? Although there was a trace of fatigue between Luo Bing's brows, he still had some expectations in his heart. The railgun opened his eyes. Wouldn't this other weapon disappoint him? In that case, I will let Tong Yao give the 2 leaders a simple micro-missile target practice. 050 nuclear explosion. Seeing the 2 leaders nod, Li Guizhong contacted Tong Yao. Tong Yao, just use your satellite missile to simply hit the leader on the ground. Yes, Commander. Tong Yao gave a clear and concise answer. The mecha was suspended in midair. The quantum source phased array radar instantly covered the entire shooting range near the division headquarters. This is the place where soldiers from the division headquarters conduct target practice drills. There are many tank targets. Tong Yao found a target in the middle. Asked, Division Commander, is this 355 tank target okay? Alright, just beat it. You 2 will report back right away after you're done. Yes. In the command room. The picture on the big screen has been completely connected to the holographic display of the nursery rhyme. A crosshair similar to the one Wang Yishio used when launching the railgun just now appeared. After jumping a few times, it locked onto the 355 tank target. After the incident of destroying the satellite just now, the atmosphere in the command room is gradually relaxing. Some people were even whispering about whether they should go out for a drink after get off work to celebrate. Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong also looked much calmer. The nasal oxygen cannula was also removed. They could almost anticipate that the micro-missile target drills that Tong Yao was currently conducting would definitely hit the target. There can be no accidents. If we can shoot down a satellite 10,000 kilometers away, there is no reason why we can't hit a target thousands of kilometers away. No one even bothers to watch it because they have already guessed the result, and there is nothing good to watch. After Tong Yao locked onto the target, he pressed the launch button with a click. The tiny missile spewed red flames and rushed towards the target with ferocious energy. Afterwards, Tong Yao was too lazy to care about it anymore. After the missile was launched, it started to automatically position itself. She directly connected to Wang Yishua's mecha channel. "Yishua, I'm done here, let's go back." "Okay, our commander will scold me for coming back late." There was ease in their conversation. They had a lot of fun in this simulation exercise. It's a bit regrettable. The paperclip maneuver made by the two of them was far inferior to Su Fan's. It took them too long to slow down, turn around, and speed up. In real combat, the shorter the time, the stronger the aerial combat capability. Luo Bing, who was in the command room, smiled when he saw Tong Yao click the launch button. "Old Zhu, let's go, it's time for us to leave." "Well, there's an emergency video conference tonight. They say something amazing was discovered in Mariana." The two of them slowly stood up. Immediately afterwards, all the officers and soldiers in the command room stood up suddenly. "Salute!" Luo Bing glanced around and saw many young faces. "Praise! The Yangtze River's waves behind push the waves ahead. My Xia country will definitely stand up straight from now on. We will no longer be a country that allows itself to be manipulated by the great powers." The two old leaders laughed and turned to leave. Luo Bing's eyes just happened to sweep across the large screen in front of the command room. At this time, the micro-missile hit the target exactly. Almost at the same time, a dazzling light that could almost blind a person's eyes suddenly lit up. It was as if a light explosion instantly turned the screen silver-white. The white light disappeared in an instant. A huge fireball that could shake the heavens and the earth rose into the sky. The range of the fireball expanded rapidly, and the mechas of Wang Yishio and Tong Yao were both covered in it. There was violent shaking. The two hurriedly pulled the joystick to escape from the range of the fireball. The rapidly rising fireball, accompanied by black impurities, spread violently in all directions. In a blink of an eye, it has reached a range of 1 kilometer. There is no sign of stopping. The fire waves surged and the smoke was turbulent. A mushroom cloud that spanned the sky and the earth was reflected in Luo Bing's cloudy pupils. Luo Bing's hair stood on end, his body trembled violently, and his pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. His face turned pale. My mouth was trembling and I couldn't speak. His body shook violently, and he almost fell headfirst to the ground. The people in the command room also followed Luo Bing's gaze and saw this violent scene. There were sounds of shock all around. "Fuck! What the hell? My horse!" Before anyone could react, a deafening sound came over. Boom boom. The sound is long and has a strong aftertaste. The ground also shook violently almost at the same time. The monitor on the table was almost shaken over. There was a crackling sound in the room. In the end, the picture displayed on the screen turned into a distorted screen. "I can't see anything." Zhu Guodong slapped his thigh fiercely. "Something big has happened. This is a fucking nuclear bomb. Retreat quickly. Follow closely." A shrill alarm sounded. "Woo! Alarm! 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 Woo! Alarm!" The defense system detected an unnaturally strong shock wave, and it seems that a small nuclear bomb was detonated near my division headquarters. Please evacuate all personnel immediately. Please evacuate everyone immediately. The urgent alarm filled everyone's face with shock and urgency. Everyone knows that the real horror of a nuclear bomb is not just its earth-shattering destructive power. It also carries nuclear radiation, which is so terrifying that people shudder. Anyone who has been exposed to sufficient nuclear radiation will suffer gene mutations and develop cancer within a short period of time. It is no exaggeration to say that he is unable to live and unable to die. Li Guizhong was also panicked at this moment. He didn't expect that this miniature missile would actually be a nuclear bomb, and he was scared to death. Immediately notified the troops and evacuate quickly in company and platoon units. The other side. Zhonghai Military Research Base. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua were lying on a huge drawing doing research. The ground began to tremble. Immediately afterwards, the base alarm sounded automatically. The sharp, whoosh, sound is very harsh. Old Wang and Old Hua were startled and looked out the window. At some point, a mushroom cloud had already appeared in the distant sky. It can be seen with the naked eye that the mushroom cloud is expanding and rising rapidly. Nuclear explosion! Mr. Wang was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out. The pen in his hand fell to the ground with a click. Oh no! Something terrible has happened! Something happened over there, Guizhong! Mr. Wang exclaimed twice and quickly called Li Guizhong. At the same time, together with Mr. Hua, they rushed to the parking lot downstairs. After going downstairs, he shouted to the guard, "Quickly get the radiation detectors, get 2 more!" At this time, Mr. Hua also made a phone call. "Tong Yao, how are you guys doing?" Mr. Hua's words were full of anxiety. He could hear all the conversations between Li Guizhong and Mr. Wang. I know that Tong Yao and Wang Yixue were involved in it at the first moment. Mr. Hua, Yixue and I will go to the research base right away. Okay, you two, drive the mechas to this side of the building immediately. Hang up the phone. 2 steel behemoths crashed down. The guard also brought the instrument to Mr. Wang. Let's go to Li Guizhong's division headquarters. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua each rode in a mecha and asked the mechas to take all the instruments. Disappeared in the scientific research base in the blink of an eye. As soon as they arrived at the gate of the division headquarters, Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua deployed their instruments for detection. Ding ding ding. Detection results, no radiation. 051 What do you think of the 1 kilometer long giant pit, Mr. Hua? Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua were stunned. Mr. Hua pointed at the mushroom cloud in the distance and spat. It's impossible that there is no radiation. We've all seen that thing with our own eyes. It's definitely a nuclear explosion. If not, I'll eat this machine. Mr. Wang immediately took out a new nuclear radiation detector. At this time Luo Bing, Zhu Guodong, and Li Guizhong also came over. They were about to evacuate. I happened to see Mr. Wang and his team doing radioactive testing at the entrance of the division headquarters. They nodded to each other. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua concentrated their attention on the detection. As a result, the voice broadcast sounded again. Detection results, no radiation. Both Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua were confused. The 2 leaders standing by were also dumbfounded. Even Li Guizhong, who had never seen a nuclear explosion, pointed at the mushroom cloud in the sky, staring and shouting. If there is no radiation, then what is it? This question hits the nail on the head, and it is also the question in the mind of everyone present. Let's go to the shooting range. Mr. Wang didn't care what the 2 leaders thought and made the decision directly. This time, 5 people were riding in the car together, and the radiation equipment was always turned on. If they detect nuclear radiation, they will turn around immediately. However, as we headed toward the shooting range below the mushroom cloud, none of the 3 instruments detected any radiation. This made Mr. Wang and the others even more confused. The mushroom cloud above our heads is still spreading. Who would believe me if I said it wasn't a nuclear bomb? Longxi War Zone. Army General Staff. Long Tianyan, who was taking a lunch break, was awakened by a sudden ring of his cell phone. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the Electronic Reconnaissance Battalion calling. If you dare to call him at this time, it must be something big. As soon as I picked up the phone, there was a hurried voice from the other side. Reporting to the commander, our battalion detected a strong shock wave in the direction of the southeastern theater. It has been confirmed that it was man-made. And what? Stop being so fussy, Long Tianyan asked urgently. The technical department analyzed that it couldn't be an earthquake. It was most likely a nuclear bomb test in the southeast theater. We can almost see the mushroom cloud now, What? Long Tianyun jumped up from the bed in excitement. His eyes were as big as copper bells. Hang up the phone. Long Tianyun's hands were even shaking a little. Crazy! Crazy! What's wrong with that thick-browed, big-eyed guy Li Guizhong? In the entire Southeast Theater, there is no enemy capable of testing a nuclear bomb. Doesn't he know there is nuclear contamination? Not only the Longxi War Zone, the Tianyuan War Zone is also adjacent to the Southeast War Zone, and is located to the north of the Southeast War Zone. Unusual tremors were also detected. Inexplicably frightened. I don't understand what's going on in the Southeast War Zone. The international situation is so tense right now. You made this up. This may even aggravate the international situation. 8th Marine Armored Combined Division, shooting range. 2 Mengsher off-road vehicles were speeding on the dirt road to the shooting range. The car's rear left a long trail of dust. The 2 cars were driving at a speed of more than 100 miles per hour in the wilderness. Wan Yixio and Tong Yao, the 2 driving mechas, could hardly slow down. The car is running in front, and the soul is chasing behind. In less than half an hour, the group arrived under the mushroom cloud. Looking at the super-huge pit with a diameter of almost 1 kilometer. Everyone was in disarray. Next to it is a radiation detector that is always turned on. They have all come below the mushroom cloud. But there is no radiation at all. Looking at the big pit in front of me and the mushroom cloud above my head, everyone began to doubt life. Apart from a nuclear explosion, what else could create such a visually stunning scene? Mr. Wang began to have deep doubts about himself. There is absolutely no explanation for the situation before me. Mr. Hua's eyes also looked a little dull. The daily stimulation had caused him to suffer from Alzheimer's disease prematurely. When faced with this kind of situation, my brain is totally inadequate. Luo Bing saw that no one spoke. He leaned slightly towards Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua, what do you think of this pit? If you want to know what's going on, you have to ask that Xiao Su. Elder Hua's eyes looked somewhat empty. My brain almost stopped functioning for a moment. What was happening before my eyes was too contrary to common sense. Which Xiao Su? Luo Bing was stunned, and then suddenly thought of a person that Wang Yixio had mentioned at the commendation meeting. Su Fan? Yes, let's call that guy. Old Wang also nodded. Tong Yao took out her cell phone and dialed the number. The ringback tone lasted for a long time before it was connected. Brother Su, what's up with that micro-missile of yours? Micro-missiles? From the Jiangtian too? Fuck, I was wondering why I saw a mushroom cloud in the northeast. What a fuss, is it you guys testing a micro-missile? That scared me. I thought it was World War III. That missile is a little bit stronger than the average missile. Try to shoot from as far away as possible, otherwise you might hurt your own people. In addition to Su Fan's voice, there was also the humming sound of a machine on the other end of the phone. It sounded like Su Fan was debugging the machine and seemed very busy. When everyone heard Su Fan's words, they were all speechless. One of them fell and created a crater 1 kilometer deep. You call this a little bit stronger? I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding about something. Brother Su, is the missile you developed a nuclear bomb? Tong Yao asked again. Of course not. That is a polymer solid cold uranium bomb. The decay will be complete in the instant of explosion. There will be no nuclear radiation. Tong Yao looked at Mr. Wang and the others, and seeing that no one was talking, she thought that there was no problem. Of course, it is also possible that you didn't understand. So first of all, okay, Brother Su, you're busy. I'll call you if I have any questions. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua were still a little confused. But at least we know that the micro-missile is not a nuclear weapon, that's enough. Luo Bing stood on the edge of the deep pit. Looking at the circular pit that was several hundred meters deep, the shock in my heart could not dissipate for a long time. I thought the railgun was powerful enough. As a result, the micro-missile was comparable to a small nuclear weapon when it came out. It popped his eyeballs. Luo Bing also clearly understood Su Fan's abilities. Revitalizing the Xia kingdom depends on people like this. It seems that the rewards I thought of before are not enough, I have to increase them. We cannot let a genius who has dedicated everything to the country think that we are stingy. Thinking of this, Luo Bing looked at Li Guizhong. Guizhong, if Xiao Su has any requests, try your best to satisfy them. Everything that should be given must be given. We can't be stingy. Even if it shouldn't be given, give it appropriately. If there's any problem, I'll take responsibility. Yes, Chief. Li Guizhong stood up straight and saluted. The chief is giving Su Fan some special privileges. He treats Su Fan as his absolute treasure. At this time, a call came in from the Longxi war zone. Luo Bing took a look and saw that it was his old comrade in arms Long Tianyun calling. Lao Luo, you guys in the Southeast War Zone are awesome! It's only been half a year since we last met, and you've even managed to create a mushroom cloud. My political commissar said you stole the Sky Arrow Army's nuclear weapons. Let me make a phone call and ask if this is true. Luo Bing's face was dark. What a slap on the wrist! I just test-fired a missile. It's just a little bit more powerful. Old dragon, stop talking nonsense. Long Tianyun laughed. Stop talking nonsense. What kind of missile can create a mushroom cloud? If there is such a missile, then shouldn't you, Luo, arrange 100 or 80 missiles for your old comrade? Luo Bing instantly became alert. This person is definitely here to gather intelligence. 052 Emergency Meeting, Sudden Pressure. Luo Bing's eyes rolled. The research team made a half-finished product, and it exploded and it's gone. I still have to ask the director to help dispel rumors among the public, so I won't bother with you anymore. Come to the Southeast War Zone when you have time. Beep, beep, beep. Regardless of whether Long Tianyun had finished speaking or not, Luo Bing quickly hung up the phone. Long Tianyun is a cunning man. If he keeps talking, he will be tricked into revealing something. If the matter of the mecha is exposed, Su Fan's identity will no longer be hidden. When they are pushed to the forefront, Ying Jiang and Zairizi may take risks. It is easy to avoid an open attack but difficult to guard against a hidden arrow. This is not a good thing for Su Fan. What's more, the mecha production line has just taken shape and its productivity is insufficient. If the entire Longxi War Zone wants to get a piece of the pie, it will be even more difficult to divide it. This will be a troublesome matter at that time, and it might even get reported to the higher authorities, causing a very bad impact. Luo Bing just hung up the phone. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Guodong's cell phone rang again. The call came from the Tianyuan War Zone. Zhu Guodong and Luo Bing looked at each other helplessly and smiled. These guys have really good noses. After a round of deception, I was able to get away with it. The mecha simulation drill is declared over. Although Luo Bing was still eager to try out the remaining weapons, he had to hurry back to the headquarters to deal with the follow-up effects of the mushroom cloud. An emergency video conference is in the evening. I can only wait for a chance to watch it later. He and Zhu Guodong did not stay and left directly by car. Wang Yixio went to the third arsenal. It is more appropriate to call it a mecha production line now. When Wang Yixio arrived at the production line, she was completely stunned. Thanks to Su Fan's rush of work, the entire production line has been completely installed. A trial run is underway. Compared with Su Fan's multifunctional workbench, it is inferior in all aspects. But fortunately, each step can be completed in an orderly and slow manner. Most of the intermediate steps do not require human intervention and can be completed by the high-precision CNC machine tool's own robotic arm. Seeing Wang Yixue coming, Su Fan had just finished his task and wanted to go home to rest. So Wang Yixue drove Su Fan home. At the same time, the internet has completely exploded. News about the mushroom cloud was flying everywhere. Douyin Hot Search List Number 1, hashtag Mysterious Mushroom Cloud appeared 40 miles east of Zhonghai City, hashtag Hydrogen Bomb, hashtag Atomic Bomb. Fox News, hashtag Shocked. 36-year-old woman found a giant mushroom-like thing. It hurts. Top news list, hashtag Suspected Atomic Bomb Explosion Picture Trend. Xia Lang's Weibo Trending Search Number 1, hashtag Mushroom Cloud Witness Interview. Xia Lang's Weibo Trending Search Number 2, hashtag Nuclear Radiation Hazards. Countless news reports about the mushroom cloud flooded the country, sparking a heated discussion. Even many people are filled with worries in their hearts. After all, everyone knows how terrible nuclear radiation is. There are all kinds of videos and pictures on the internet, which are everywhere. However, just like the last Mecha incident, not long after, all the news about mushrooms and the monster mysteriously disappeared. Then I saw that the Douyin account, which the bureau chief had not used for a long time, suddenly posted a video status. Hello everyone. I am the director. Today in some parts of our country, many people saw mushroom clouds. I have confirmed from the meteorological department that the mushroom cloud was caused by extremely severe convective weather. It wasn't a nuclear explosion as everyone thought. Please don't believe in rumors or spread them. After all the explanation, I can only say that no one believed it at all. As soon as the video appeared, many netizens commented on it. Master, extreme weather can cause mushroom clouds. You are really good at bragging. Commander, I heard the explosion. Can you come out and explain this? Commander, when the explosion happened, my house was shaken. You wouldn't call this extreme weather, would you? Brothers, stop talking. The director is already confused. Haha, the director is about to be fired from the Strategic Research Institute. The director took a quick look at the comments and sighed helplessly, saying that the netizens these days are too shrewd. It's not easy to work in the Strategic Research Institute. Although the relevant videos and pictures have been removed from all major platforms. However, in many comment sections you can still see people chatting enthusiastically. I can't even suppress it. The other side. Southeast Theater. Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong were in the conference room, turning on their computers. There are 2 minutes left before the video conference begins. The meeting hasn't started yet. The top military scientific research departments of Southeast, Longxi and Tianyuan, as well as the war zone leaders, have all arrived. Even Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua participated in this video conference. His face also looked a little worried. They have learned that the person who chaired the meeting was 72-year-old Navy Vice Admiral Zhang Yuanshan, Commander Zhang. He once led a battleship and fought against 5 enemies alone in the Pacific Ocean without losing the upper hand. A legendary general of the Xia Kingdom. Unless the matter is very serious, he would never show up. Moreover, in just one video conference, 3 representatives from the 8 war zones came. In addition, all the more well-known scientific research departments from each war zone were present. All signs indicate that something might have happened at sea. While everyone was chatting, an old man with a dignified look and wrinkles on his face successfully connected. Entered the web conference room. Everyone straightened their backs and stopped talking nonsense. Faced this old man. Even Elder Wang and Elder Hua showed respectful looks. Commander Shang's old and muddy voice sounded. Everyone, let me make it short. This emergency meeting tonight is about one thing. A Norwegian research vessel has detected a new type of super rare earth in the Maria Trench in the Pacific Ocean, which is of vital importance to our country. We now need to develop a manned deep-sea submersible that can dive to 10,000 meters below the sea within 7 days. Which military industry department among you can shoulder this burden? There were more than 80 people in the online conference room, and no one spoke. We are all intelligent people. The Mariana Trench is over 10,000 meters deep. Currently, only the Eagle Sauce's manned submersible can dive to that depth. I have never heard of any other country having that strength. I want to stand up, but I don't have the strength to do so. At this time, Long Tianyun suddenly asked, Commander-in-Chief, to what depth can our country's manned deep-sea submersibles dive at present? 7,000 meters under the sea. It was developed and manufactured by Comrade Su Haiping, who died in the line of duty. Although Commander Zhang was old, he answered without hesitation. In other words, we just need to convert the 7,000 nautical mile submarine into a 10,000 nautical mile submarine. We have a deep-sea submarine expert from Zhang's country in our war zone, so maybe we can give it a try, Long Tianyun said. We also have an expert in related fields from the United States in our theater, so we can give it a try. Li Tianda from the Tianyuan theater also responded. After the 2 battle zones finished their speeches, there was silence in the online conference room. The pressure came to Luo Bing. The other 2 war zones have spoken, and it would be a shame if you don't stand up and say something. It's a disgrace to the entire Southeast war zone. Luo Bing could even see the smug looks on the faces of people in other battle zones from the video screen. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't think of any experts in deep-sea submersibles here. You can't force yourself to do anything. 3 minutes passed and no one spoke. Upon seeing this, Commander Zhang was about to give the final order. He just opened his mouth, but no sound came out. An old voice sounded. We also have an expert in deep-sea submersibles in the Southeast Theater, so we can be counted as one of them in this matter. 053 The monopoly will no longer exist in 7 days. The person who spoke was actually Mr. Wang. Luo Bing's eyes instantly turned red with emotion. At times like this, we still have to rely on the 70-year-old Mr. Wang to step forward. Luo Bing even felt that the expert that Mr. Wang was talking about might be himself. It's just that Mr. Wang doesn't like to show off, so he said that. Even with such an old body, he can still be at the forefront at the critical moment. Choked up. After Mr. Wang finished speaking, Commander Zhang did not wait any longer. Gave the order immediately. Let the 3 war zones immediately start research, development, and transformation of deep-sea submersibles. The existing 7,000-meter submersibles will be sent one each to each war zone. After the meeting, Luo Bing was still a little worried. Call Mr. Wang immediately. Mr. Wang, is there really such an expert on deep-sea submersibles in our war zone? Yes, and you have seen another one of his designs. Oh, don't keep us in suspense. What works has he designed? What are their names? Luo Bing was so anxious that he kept urging him, feeling very panicked. I'm talking about Su Fan. Didn't you just see the mecha he developed and manufactured today? Su Fan. Luo Bing was stunned for a moment, and shook his head quickly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He's only in his early 20s, how could he have the energy to develop anything other than mechas? If you think normally, there is absolutely nothing wrong with saying this. No matter who a person is, no matter how talented he is, his energy is limited. You can't have your cake and eat it too, that's the truth. Mr. Wang laughed twice and suddenly said, Commander Luo, isn't Su Fan always making the impossible possible? Luo Bing was stunned. Recall the scene where the mecha appeared before. There was a sudden silence. It seems to be just as Mr. Wang said. Su Fan always brings them surprises. Mr. Wang continued. Let's just give this task to him. There is no other way now. Luo Bing nodded slowly and had no choice but to make a decision. Good. Mr. Wang, then we will place our hopes on him. The two talked for a few more words and then hung up the phone. Luo Bing let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, Su Fan is in the Southeast military region. For now, I can only trust Su Fan for now. If the 7-day research and development fails, I will take full responsibility and resign. This kind of frustration should not be borne by a child in his 20s. When Zhu Guodong, who was standing next to him, heard what Luo Bing said, his pupils shrank sharply. A look of disbelief. Looking at Luo Bing in a daze. He just realized it now. My old friend, you are putting everything on Su Fan. This is a big gamble. The bet was won, and the entire Southeast War Zone gained glory. If he loses, he will take everything and take all the responsibility for the failure on himself. Right now, Su Fan is studying the design drawings of the Deep-Sea Titan in an abandoned warehouse. This kind of research began since the creation of Mecha. The more in-depth Su Fan's research is, and the more perfect the works he creates will be after the system is revised and improved. His father's last wish has been the knot in his heart for many years. Today's mecha simulation exercise is over. The technology points brought by the shock finally broke through to a full 10,000 points. He already has the most difficult conditions for developing a deep-sea submersible. All that remains is to purchase the materials. Since the military channel was opened, material issues are no longer a problem. Su Fan could hardly hold back and called Tong Yao right away to get the materials. Call. This way, after the system has been corrected and improved, it should be perfect. Deep-Sea Titan, I really want to see what you'll look like when you're done. Father, your wish may come true soon. At this time, a phone call came in. When Su Fan saw that it was Mr. Wang's number, he did not dare to neglect it. He quickly picked up the phone, stood up straight, and said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Wang." "Well, hello, Xiao Su." When Mr. Wang heard Su Fan's powerful voice, he must have been in high spirits and very satisfied. "A very important research and development task has come down from the war zone. In 7 days, develop a manned deep-sea submersible that can dive to 10,000 meters. I know you have done some research on this. I want to ask if you can take on this responsibility? Developing deep-sea submersibles?" Su Fan just felt sleepy and someone brought him a pillow. What a coincidence. He was thinking about how to find an excuse when asking Tong Yao for materials. After all, the country's things don't just come from the wind. Even if you have high authority, it is really unacceptable to want to take away huge amounts of materials without any reason. Now, the perfect reason has arrived. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Public and private affairs overlap. Su Fan cleared his throat and said seriously, "Mr. Wang, I'll take care of this matter. You may not know this, but my father is an expert in deep-sea submersibles. Make sure to complete the mission." Su Fan was so drunk that he was even a little excited and spoke in a firm voice, full of confidence. "Oh?" Old Wang was stunned. He had not expected this. "What's your father's name? Which scientific research unit does he work for now?" Su Fan's father is also a scientific research expert. It is true that like father, like son. Su Fan paused for a moment and sighed. "My father has passed away. His name was Su Haiping." "Su Haiping?" Mr. Wang on the other end of the phone was surprised. One could even hear over the phone that Mr. Hua beside him exclaimed in surprise. The phone also fell to the ground with a click. Now Mr. Wang finally understood one thing. No wonder Su Fan dared to contribute so many valuable research and development results. It turns out that he inherited his father's character. Su Fan's figure once again became much taller in the hearts of Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua. After a while, only then was the sound of Boss Wang's breathing heard over the phone. "The developer of Xia country's most advanced manned deep-sea submersible is actually your father. 10 years ago, he worked hard to develop deep-sea submersibles in order to break the foreign monopoly. Eventually, due to overwork, he collapsed at the workbench and never got up again. You two are both great." Su Fan heard that Mr. Wang was a little excited, so he said, "Don't worry, Mr. Wang. I will definitely help my father do his best in what he hasn't completed. In 7 days, I will develop the most powerful manned deep-sea submersible. By then, the foreign monopoly on related technologies will no longer exist." Mr. Wang was very satisfied with Su Fan's answer. Then he told Su Fan about the discovery of super rare earths on the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. At that time, the biggest use of deep-sea submersibles will be rare earth mining. In addition to basic performance, the submersible developed must also have certain functionality. It must be able to withstand the water pressure of 10,000 meters under the sea and have certain rare earth mining and loading capabilities. Su Fan understood immediately after hearing it. "Okay, Mr. Wang. I understand everything you said. That means the engine must be powerful, the body must be large, and there must be mining tools. Make sure to complete the mission." When Mr. Wang heard what Su Fan said, the corners of his mouth twitched. "Did I say this? Is there some misunderstanding here?" 054 Arrogant foreign experts. The brain of a genius is just different. That's all Mr. Wang could think of. Su Fan heard that Mr. Wang had nothing to say. After saying hello again, he hung up the phone. So he was conflicted. It's already 11 o'clock at night. Take a good rest first, or... "Hey, Tong Yao, don't sleep anymore, it's time to work." "Tomorrow? Tomorrow won't work. We have to do it today. The higher-ups have given us 7 days, no 5. Okay, I've sent you the materials list. I'll wait for you at the usual place." After hanging up the phone, Tong Yao was still confused. "I had just fallen asleep when the phone rang. I almost had a heart attack. When I looked at the number, it was Su Fan again. He is indeed a genius, his work and rest schedule is different from others. Let's do it. Tong Yao put on her clothes, grabbed her phone, and went out. Less than 2 hours. Tong Yao drove the truck and honked the horn right in front of the warehouse. Su Fan, who was dozing off in the abandoned warehouse, suddenly woke up with a start. Roll up your sleeves and get started. The material has been unloaded. Tong Yao left again because there were still several trucks left to be transported. In order to protect Su Fan, Mr. Wang didn't allow anyone else to get close to this side, so she had to bring all the materials over. A truckload of materials has been unloaded. Su Fan didn't wait any longer and started working. System, it's up to you. Byte. Super God Technology Workbench LV2 Start. The host has finished reading the concept of Deep Sea Titan. Comprehensive strengthening and correction of information data. Fluid mechanics calculations completed. Load calculation of miniature hydrogen energy module completed. Vector turbine propulsion device simulation proofreading completed. Correction completed. Material scanning completed. This construction consumes 9,000 technology points and is expected to take 120 hours to start manufacturing. As the machine roared, 10 robotic arms began to work. Su Fan also had a lot of information about deep-sea submersibles in his mind after being corrected by the system. After working all night, Tong Yao went back to sleep at dawn. For convenience, Su Fan removed the roof of the warehouse. No way. According to his idea. After the Deep-Sea Titan was built. It's 30 meters high, so his warehouse can't accommodate such a big thing. Except for Su Fan and his southeast war zone. Both the Longxi War Zone and the Tianyuan War Zone were busy. Meeting room. Early in the morning, Long Tianyuan invited the scientific research experts from Jian country. Call. Richard couldn't help but frown as he blew gently on the fine hair tips on the teacup. He has been in Xia country for half a year, but still can't like tea. I really don't know what's so good about Xiaogua's tea. How come so many people drink it? Richard put down his teacup and asked. Captain Long, what do you want me to do? Dr. Richard, our theater would like to work with you to develop a manned submersible that can dive to a depth of 10,000 meters. A 10,000-meter manned submersible? Richard frowned even more. How many years of development time? 7 days, Long Tianyuan said truthfully. Impossible. It can't be done in 7 days. When Richard heard the time, he immediately laughed. Developing anything requires a lot of time. It can't be done in a week. The Xia people are so ignorant. Being directly denied by Richard, Long Tianyuan felt a chill in his heart. What if even old John can't do this? I'm afraid no one else can do it. Long Tianyuan's expression changed. Lowering his posture, he asked again. Dr. Richard, is there no other way? This? Richard glanced at Long Tianyuan and his eyes rolled. If there is any indication. It's not impossible, but I'm afraid it will cost a lot. Please speak frankly. Long Tianyuan's face turned cold. Richard nodded and said without hesitation. The development of deep-sea submersibles requires importing powertrains from our country, Jian, and will also require the use of a large number of related patents. These will incur huge costs, and if you are willing to pay for them, then it's fine. Long Tianyuan understood immediately. His face also looked a little ugly. Richard's meaning was very clear. It was not about developing something new, but about assembling a hodgepodge of creatures. But there is no other way right now. This is all we can do since we are stuck in technology. He thought for a moment and said, We can pay for the expenses you mentioned. I will also satisfy you with your reward. But the submarine vehicle project is being developed simultaneously by the scientific research institutions of the 3 major military regions. If you win the competition in 7 days, I will pay all your fees in one lump sum. If we fail, we won't pay anything. Long Tianyuan said, looking at Richard expressionlessly. Do you accept this? You want to sign a bet agreement, right? No problem. Richard agreed without hesitation, his face full of confidence. Our Jian country has the best deep-sea submersible technology. Long Tianyuan signed a bet agreement with Richard. The cooperation started immediately. When Richard listed the total expenses, Long Tianyun was dumbfounded. Close to 1 billion. This amount of money is more than enough to develop rockets and satellites. It was obvious that Richard had deliberately jacked up the prices on everything. That's the power of monopoly. Long Tianyun felt helpless. It was really uncomfortable to be blocked by others in terms of technology. He can sell you something for 1 billion even though the material cost is less than 1 million. This is what happens when you fall behind. The other side. Commander Litienda of the Tianyuan War Zone also encountered the same problem. Arrogant Eagle Sauce expert Ed sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. The asking price is 1.5 billion. This is the price I accept, no room for negotiation. If you don't accept it, find someone else. Litienda's teeth were broken. But there is nothing I can do. If I could, I really want to slap this American foreigner. How shameless! But then again, there is really no other good solution when technology is the bottleneck. After some hesitation, Litienda finally accepted Ed's price. However, Litienda and Long Tianyun both made a bet agreement. Ed is very confident in his own technology. Not to mention 10,000 meters under the sea, even 12,000 meters under the sea is no problem. 3 days later. The research and development of the three companies is proceeding at a rapid pace. Commander Zhang received the research and development progress reports submitted by the three major military regions. When he saw that the developer of the Southeast War Zone was a 22-year-old kid, he frowned. His face turned dark and his face twitched with anger. What's going on with this Luo Bing? Is there no one left in the entire Southeast military region? Find a kid to take the blame? That's ridiculous. I hope the other two war zones are reliable. The fifth night. Su Fan took a nap in the roofless warehouse. Suddenly a crisp voice sounded in my ears. Bite. The Deep-Sea Titan is completed. Su Fan opened his eyes suddenly. 055 review begins, Richard and Ed's calculations. The Deep-Sea Titan is 30 m tall. In order to avoid causing trouble, Su Fan installed it lying flat. Even so, the height is still 15 m. Standing at the Titan's feet, he is not even as high as his heels. There are still 2 days until the final deadline. Su Fan thought about it and decided to deliver the goods ahead of time. Mr. Wang had instructed that he should be sent to the Yuntai Naval Base. The final review will take place there. As for the issue of transportation, he had already thought about it. A phone call was made to Tong Yao. Soon, Tong Yao arrived driving the Jiangtian No. 2. Even though it was too late to see clearly in the middle of the night, Tong Yao's eyes widened in shock just from seeing the vague outline. Su Fan personally piloted the Jiangtian 2. After hundreds of super steel cables were firmly connected, the hydrogen-powered engines operated at full capacity. The Deep-Sea Titan, which is 30 meters high and weighs nearly 100 tons, was lifted into the air. Slowly flew towards the nearby sea. Zhonghai City is close to the sea, and we arrived at the beach in a short while. As the Deep-Sea Titan was thrown into the sea, Su Fan asked Tong Yao to drive the Jiangtian 2 back to the scientific research base. He located the target location for the Deep-Sea Titan. Let it drive automatically and dive towards the Yuntai Naval Base. After reaching the destination, it goes into sleep mode and waits to be awakened. Afterwards, Su Fan sent Wang Yixue the news that the deep-sea submersible had arrived. And also transferred the operating app. Wang Yixue has been living with Mr. Wang recently, and she was afraid of disturbing Mr. Wang's rest if she sent messages directly to the old man. After doing all this, Su Fan can finally go home and have a good sleep. I've been in the abandoned warehouse a lot recently, and haven't had a good night's sleep. 2 more days passed. The 7-day deadline has expired. There is a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry post every 5 steps throughout the Yuntai Naval Base. The entry and exit inspections are very strict. Countless naval soldiers were full of energy and spirit. Those standing guard on duty always keep their backs straight. The Navy camouflage uniform had no wrinkles and was neatly arranged. Today, word came down from above that many important people will be coming. If anyone brings shame to the Xi'an Navy, it won't just be a matter of 50 laps around the playground. I guess your squad leader will take you to the Pacific Ocean by boat, and then you will swim back to the naval base by yourself. It's scary to think about it. Testing ground. 2 3-meter-high deep-sea submersibles are placed firmly on the concrete floor, wrapped tightly in black cloth. Next to it, all kinds of professional equipment are available. There are even large-scale compression testing machines. There are more than 30 special seats around the venue. Vice Admiral Zhang, Commander, Deep-Sea Submersible Expert Richard, and Ed were already seated. The rest are some naval officers and soldiers at the division and brigade levels, as well as test equipment operators. Wang Yixue also came early in the morning. She sat at the back and came as an operator. There's no way. Su Fan said he has to continue researching the acceleration backpack and the honeycomb weapon system and has no time to come. Facing many unknown bosses, Wang Yixue was a little reserved and didn't talk much. At this time, a steady figure was walking quickly towards them from a distance. It was the chief designer of the aircraft carrier, Mr. Zhang. Although he is also in his 70s, he doesn't look that old. He walks very steadily. Many Marines standing guard were secretly staring at their necks. I want to see what the chief designer of an aircraft carrier looks like. Commander Zhang saw Mr. Zhang coming. He quickly stood up to greet him. Mr. Zhang, it's really a bother for you to come all the way here. Commander Zhang, please don't be polite. I'm honored that my old bones can still be of some use. Haha, Mr. Zhang, please take a seat. Commander Zhang looked at his watch, and it was almost time for the test. Everyone, this is urgent. Let's begin the test. Dr. Richard, please introduce the deep-sea submersible you developed. Commander Zhang finished speaking. Richard nodded and walked towards one of the submersibles wrapped in black cloth with a confident smile. Grab a corner and flip it open. An elliptical submarine more than 3 meters high appeared before everyone. The first impression is that it is very simple. From the outside, it almost looks like a fat black sunfish. The difference is that there is a robotic arm on each side. Richard is very confident in the work he has developed. With a smile on his face, he introduced. My deep-sea submersible is called the Cuttlefish. It is designed to dive to a depth of 10,000 meters, and has an advanced infrared radar navigation system, as well as the most advanced power system currently available. It can carry 2 people and 500 kilograms. The 2 manipulators have a grasping capacity of 100 kilograms and can move freely even at a depth of 10,000 meters on the seabed. After saying that, he made a gesture of invitation to the tester. Then he returned to his seat. Hearing Richard's words, Commander Zhang and Mr. Zhang showed some joy on their faces. I didn't expect that this guy Zhang is so capable. When Richard saw everyone's surprised looks, he couldn't help but sneer. It seems to be saying that everyone sitting here is a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Ed kept his eyes closed and didn't even look at Richard's cuttlefish, as if he had seen it before. Wang Yixue secretly poked her head out and took a closer look. At the same time, people are speculating what the deep-sea titan developed by Su Fan looks like. There was a faint sense of anticipation in my heart. Commander Zhang gave the order. The testers got busy. Use various instruments to test and record various data on the cuttlefish. Soon, large compression testing machines were driven over. As a deep-sea submersible, the ability to withstand pressure is the most important indicator that determines whether it can actually dive to the expected depth. At this moment, a serious look flashed across Mr. Zhang's eyes. Whether the cuttlefish has the ability to dive to 10,000 meters under the sea will soon be revealed. Commander Zhang clenched his fingers. His eyes were fixed on the display screen of the pressure machine. Even Richard himself had something strange in his eyes. Ding ding ding. A clear voice broadcast sounded. Stress test completed. Compression resistance, 99.7 MPa, 0.997 tons. Diving capability, 9,990 meters. 10 meters short? Everyone around looked at Richard. Richard spread his hands and explained. It's normal to be 10 meters short. Any instrument has errors. The robotic arm can probe a total of 10 meters, which is just enough to reach 10,000 meters. I think you guys have no objection to what I said, right? Commander Zhang frowned. Richard's explanation is somewhat far-fetched. but it can be said to be acceptable. Then Ed's submersible was tested. As they waited for the black cloth to be lifted, everyone was stunned. Apart from the red color, there are some slight differences in some local details. The submersible developed by Ed is similar to the cuttlefish. Ed stood next to the red bathyscaphe. Folding his arms, he said calmly, "This is the red fish I developed. The data is the same as the cuttlefish. You can test it at will." After saying that, he returned to his seat. Commander Zhang's face darkened. The old face was cold, and there was some anger in his eyes. These two foreigners played this trick in front of Mr. Zhang. It's just like putting eye drops on him. He knew that the Longxi War Zone and the Tianyuan War Zone were gambling against them. These two people are clearly in collusion. This way, it's possible for both of them to tie for first place in the test with exactly the same performance. 056 Their submarine likes to play hide and seek. Commander Zhang's eyes were filled with thoughts. Mr. Zhang stepped forward and carefully compared the differences between the two squids. Ed said proudly, "Commander Zhang, isn't there still a submersible in the Southeast Theater that hasn't been tested yet? Would you like to test it together? I heard that you developed it independently. Let's see how it performs." Hearing this, Commander Zhang's expression became even uglier. Although there are also people from the Southeast War Zone present today. But he didn't bring the submarine with him. I guess the research and development failed. Commander Zhang did not answer. Richard laughed and said, "That's right. The deep-sea submersible developed by Xiaogua must have very good performance. It can dive to a depth of at least 7,500 meters. Ha!" Commander Zhang's mouth was already twitching slightly. Even after so many years of cultivating my energy, I couldn't help but want to slap these two people. "Call!" Commander Zhang let out a long sigh and said to the two of them, "The other submersible has not been delivered yet. Report!" Half the story. Suddenly someone in the last row raised his hand and reported. Interrupted Commander Zhang. Commander Zhang looked towards the back row and discovered that the person who spoke was a female soldier from the Southeast Military Region. Her name seems to be Wang Yixue. "Xiao Wang, what's wrong? Report to the commander." Wang Yixue stood up straight and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "Our military district's deep-sea submersible has been delivered a long time ago, and it should be able to be tested. Where is your submersible?" Commander Zhang looked around. There is nothing at all. Mr. Zhang standing by was also puzzled. Could it be that this little girl is talking nonsense in a hurry? Richard and Ed both had disdain on their faces. Who doesn't know? The entire field of deep-sea submersibles. Almost all cutting-edge technologies are monopolized by these two countries. Even if Xiaogua can develop it on its own, its performance could not possibly surpass their cuttlefish and redfish. The test later will be even more embarrassing and disappointing. The two of them looked at each other quietly and exchanged glances. They all looked like they were having fun. "Reporting to Commander Zhang, our submersible is in the sea near the dock," Wang Yixue said truthfully. Commander Zhang was even more confused. "Your Southeast Theater has developed a submarine. What does it mean to soak it in water without testing it?" Richard laughed and said, "Is the submersible you develop like a fish cannot live without water?" "No, no, no!" Ed immediately took over the conversation. "Their submersible loves to play hide and seek. Ha ha!" The two of them laughed so hard that they fell over. I feel extremely happy. An innate sense of superiority. It is undoubtedly demonstrated at this moment. Commander Zhang looked at the team of officers behind him. After asking around, I found out that no one had approached this military port in recent days. There are naval patrols every day. Even in the sea, there are phased array radars that scan 24 hours a day, around the clock. This is also to prevent foreign forces from prying into our military secrets. However, subordinates reported that no one had approached the Yuntain naval base recently. Commander Zhang was immediately displeased. It was already such a late hour and the little girl was still causing trouble. Asked directly, "Xiao Wang, are you sure you are not kidding?" "No, he's really in the water. If it's our Southeast War Zone's turn to test him, I'll get him out right away. Wang Yishua said this with great confidence. Commander Zhang was also a little unsure. Could it be true? Did our own people not notice it because of negligence? He looked at Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang thought for a moment and said, What Xiaowang said may be true. Some old-style sealing materials really cannot be kept out of water for a long time. It is estimated that the Southeast Military District's deep-sea submersible used that material. The radar didn't scan it, or maybe the submarine was too small to meet the radar's identification standards. How about we go over and take a look together? When Commander Zhang heard about the old-fashioned sealing material, he immediately lost half of his confidence. Even if this thing really exists, it must be a very backward design to use old-fashioned sealing materials. After the test, we saw that the diving depth was 5,000. How embarrassing! Didn't you see the looks on Richard and Ed's faces? Things have now come to this point. Commander Zhang had no other choice. I can only nod for now. Let Wang Yishua lead the way. Wang Yishua took out her mobile phone, opened the app, and conducted location navigation. At first glance, it's only 500 m away. He led everyone to the seaside pier. Yuntai Naval Base has its own naval dock, specially for naval vessels to dock. The load-bearing capacity of the wharf is also extraordinary, reaching over 100 tons. On the kilometer-long dock line, there are warships docked in 2s and 3s. On the deck of the warship, naval officers and soldiers were enjoying the sea breeze comfortably. Blue sky and white clouds. The blue sea is vast. The sea breeze blew on Wang Yishuo's face, feeling very cool. She came to the edge of the dock and compared it carefully. This should be the right location. Commander Zhang and Mr. Zhang were surrounding them, quietly watching Wang Yishuo standing on the edge, fiddling with her cell phone. Wang Yishuo opened the mobile phone app, entered the program, found the floating button and pressed it gently. Then he looked towards the sea level with anticipation. Seeing this, everyone followed Wang Yishuo's gaze and looked out. Commander Zhang saw how seriously Wang Yishuo was using her phone and he began to believe it a little bit. At this moment, Mr. Zhang's dim eyes seemed to be clearer. Cast an expectant look. Even if the final test results showed that they could only dive to 8,000 meters, they accepted it. It's progress after all. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. Except for a seagull that caught a small fish on the sea was calm. Commander Zhang looked at the sparkling sea and finally sighed. Let's go back to the testing ground first. Oh, maybe something unexpected happened and it sank to the bottom of the sea, Mr. Zhang helped explain. This can be considered as an excuse for Wang Yishua so as not to embarrass her. People turned around. Only Wang Yishua was left standing at the dock, a face full of confusion. Even she was wondering if Su Fan had sent her to the wrong place. Gulp, gulp. At this moment, the sound of countless bubbles surging out of the water suddenly rang in everyone's ears. The sound became more and more urgent. It's also getting bigger. Commander Zhang paused, then turned and looked at the sea. 057 Can the deep-sea titan come ashore? The people around also turned their heads. In just a moment, the sea water seemed to boil. Thousands of bubbles bubbled to the surface. Immediately afterwards, the sea water surged up wildly, raising the sea's surface by several meters in an instant. Commander Zhang looked horrified. Isn't it a tsunami? Richard on the side almost lost his temper and ran away quickly. So did Ed, and the two winked at each other. If it really was a tsunami, they would have no chance of survival given how close they were. However, the rise of sea water has not stopped, but has accelerated exponentially. There were rapid and intense vibrations under my feet. The low humming sound gradually rang in the ears of countless people. It makes people feel cold in their hearts. Commander Zhang could no longer bear it and ordered an evacuation. I just opened my mouth but didn't have time to speak. A dim red light lit up in the sea. The red light rises, quickly becomes transparent. A column of water almost 20 meters wide. Accompanied by a dull roar, it rose from the ground. It reached an immeasurable height. In a transparent water column, a giant steel beast that blocks out the sky and the sun. A red cross suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he appeared in front of everyone with a 30-meter-long steel anchor on his shoulder. The water column poured down. It fell into the sea again with a dull thud. Only a trickle remains. It trickled down from the steel behemoth's body that blocked out the sky and the sun. A huge body with a dark metallic luster. A ferocious momentum that can overturn heaven and earth. The moment it appeared, it instantly caught the eyes of countless people. Plop! Richard is timid by nature. My legs are out of control. One of them couldn't help it and knelt down on the spot. Even Commander Zhang, who has been fighting on the battlefield for many years. Faced with this huge monster in front of them, their hearts were shaken and their faces were terrified. Mr. Zhang was also dizzy and confused on the spot. I just couldn't believe what was happening. It's so unreal. I've lived 70 years and never seen anything like this. All three views were overturned. The 30-meter anchor carried on its shoulders can even sink an aircraft carrier. The officers watching were so frightened that their legs went weak. If they hadn't supported each other, they would have probably fallen to their knees. Countless people stared with their eyes wide open, staring at this huge steel beast. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. So shocking! Even from the warships in the distance, there were bursts of exclamations. Countless naval soldiers ran to the deck and looked over here. Screams rang out one after another. What the hell? What the hell is that? Holy crap! What an awesome submarine! Are you stupid? How can that be a submarine? The first mate asked me why I was kneeling on the deck. Could it be a secret weapon? The screams from the warship in the distance were so loud that even Wang and the others could hear them. After a long time, Commander Zhang finally calmed down a little. Even he had cold sweat on his palms at this moment. He looked at Wang Yixue, who was also shocked, and asked cautiously, Xiao Wang, you don't want to tell me that this is the deep-sea submersible developed by your Southeast War Zone, right? Reporting to the commander, this is the deep-sea submersible in our theater of operations. Yes, it is called Deep-Sea Titan. When Wang Yixue heard the leader's question, she gradually came back to her trance and answered loudly. Commander Zhang was so shocked that he couldn't express it in words. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it was true. Incredible. No one would believe it if I told them. No novels dare not write like this. Wang Yixue saw that Commander Zhang was silent again. Thinking of what I just said, I wanted to test. Asked directly. Commander Zhang, do you need further testing? This. Commander Zhang was confused. It's hard to get ashore with such a big thing. How to test? Forget it, let's arrange for someone to go into the water for testing later. As Commander Zhang finished speaking, a different voice sounded in the crowd. It's not fair! Richard clenched his fist and shouted loudly. Our deep-sea submersibles have been tested for pressure resistance, so you should also test this one. Based on my years of research, this thing of yours is definitely just a fake. It looks intimidating. It's actually a vanity project. It doesn't have any submersible capabilities, let alone diving to 10,000 meters below the sea. If we don't test it now, please judge us as the winner and pay the 2.5 billion design and manufacturing costs in full. Hearing Richard say this, Ed also stepped forward and stood with him. Nodding in agreement. Dr. Richard is right. If you don't test, then give me money. 2.5 billion US dollars, even if it's $1 less, I will file an international lawsuit. Commander Zhang looked at Richard and Ed with a sharp gaze and said coldly, Two doctors, when does Xiaoguai need you to point fingers at us when we do things? Richard and Ed shut up immediately when they saw Commander Shang's cold gaze. His eyes moved rapidly. Already thinking about how to discredit Xia's scientific research community. Commander Zhang saw the disgusting faces of the two men. I can't help but throw them into the sea to feed the sharks. But if I think about it rationally, I feel a little worried. It takes 7 days to build such a big thing, and it can sink to 10,000 meters under the sea. If this is true, that's really not something a 22-year-old college student could design. Maybe it's just something that looks scary. After careful analysis, Mr. Zhang said, This deep-sea titan is definitely not as simple as it looks. A lot of it is in line with fluid mechanics. 2/3 of him is now floating on the water, which means the thrust provided by the underwater force is amazing. When Commander Zhang heard what Mr. Zhang said, he immediately gained more confidence. I asked Wang Yixue tentatively, Xiao Wang, is it possible for you, a deep-sea titan, to come ashore? Wang Yixue thought for a moment and said, Commander, I haven't tried this either, but the person who designed it said it would work. Do you want to try it? Wang Yixue said this in a subtle way. According to her woman's perception, it is absolutely possible. She now has a mysterious confidence in Su Fan. No matter whether it makes sense or not, I just think Su Fan is right. Okay. Then you try to operate it. It's okay if it doesn't work. Commander Zhang nodded and agreed with Wang Yixue's words. Yes. Commander. After Wang Yixue saluted, she walked to the edge of the dock again. I tapped a few times on the phone. Then the deep-sea titan was seen slowly sinking and gradually submerged in the sea water. Even the red cross in its eyes could not be seen clearly. The situation at this moment made Commander Zhang a little confused. Didn't you say you wanted to go ashore? Why are you running? Richard had a gloating expression on his face. The corners of his mouth stretched to his ears. Laughing loudly. It's just a show-off. I was right about everything. Now let's see how you can deny your debt. Commander Zhang ignored the noisy creature and looked at Wang Yixue. What happened, Yixue? Wang Yixue curled her lips and said, I don't know either. Remote operation should be no problem. Just when everyone was confused, a rapid and violent alarm sounded from Wang Yixue's cell phone. 058 abnormal ability to withstand pressure. Alarm! Alert! Alert! Drivers, please stay away from this area. The deep-sea titan is about to land, please stay away. Alarm! Countless people were shocked and looked at Wang Yixue. Without waiting for Wang Yixue to say anything, the entire sea surface was boiling again. And this time, it is much more exaggerated than before. The whole sea seemed to be boiling. The kilometer-long pier was shaking violently. The warships in the distance were shaking. The ground also made a rumbling sound. Commander Zhang's expression changed completely and he exclaimed, Quick, evacuate! Everyone evacuate immediately! Everyone trotted away from the shore. Haven't run far yet. There was a dull roar on the sea surface. A huge steel figure as tall as a 10-story building used a huge 30-meter-long anchor to smash the 100-meter-long waves. He rushed out from the waves with a roar and stepped heavily on the dock with one step. The ground then shook violently. It was like a magnitude 10 earthquake, shaking people's souls. Commander Zhang and his group stood at the feet of the deep-sea titan, but not even one of them was as high as the top of his feet. Looking up at the top of my head, my pupils were trembling. I was shocked and uneasy. Everyone's clothes were soaked by the sea water brought by the deep-sea titan. Richard was stunned and his mouth was wide open. His chin was shaking violently. The lower body was even wetter. There was even a foul smell. Even Ed, who was on the same side as him, looked away with disgust. Countless officers looked up at the huge figure that was 10 stories tall. I feel insignificant, like an ant. This titan beast could crush them to death with just one kick. It's so spectacular. Now. The shock in Commander Zhang's eyes gradually turned into ecstasy. The excitement in his expression was simply indescribable. This deep-sea titan is so powerful. Just from the momentum he showed when he came ashore, Commander Zhang had already concluded that he was definitely not that simple. Zhang Laoging's eyes gradually lit up. This huge monster that blocks out the sky and the sun seems to be his dream lover. Love it! The layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. It is unimaginable that such a huge thing can be created. The balance system, power system, central control system, and construction materials involved all require top-level standards. There are many key questions in this, and even he can't figure them out. At this moment, Mr. Zhang was confused. As the chief designer of an aircraft carrier, he couldn't even understand the operating principle of a deep-sea submersible. This is simply unbelievable. He even suspected that it would take at least a year or two to make this thing. Thinking of this, Mr. Jean asked Wang Yixue seriously. Girl, did you really build this deep-sea titan in 7 days? Wang Yixue nodded first, then hurriedly shook her head. That's not right. 5 days. On the evening of the 5th day, the designer sent me a message saying that the item had been delivered. 7 days is already exaggerated enough, and now Wang Yixue actually said 5 days. Mr. Jean couldn't remain calm anymore. The pupil suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Disbelief was written all over the old face. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! If the designer you mentioned can make such a huge thing in 5 days, I will eat it. There was already a hint of madness on Mr. Jean's face. This was completely beyond his knowledge. This is totally unscientific. Mr. Jean couldn't calm down for a long time. Even if other war zones knew that there were difficulties here and wanted to help secretly in this way, it would be impossible for them to develop such a monster in a short time. Commander Zhang pinched his eyebrows hard. He felt that his heart could no longer bear it. He took a few deep breaths, and then said to Wang Yixue, The control of your deep-sea submersible is wrong. It should be called the Deep-Sea Titan. Come to the test site. The group quickly returned to the testing site. The Deep-Sea Titan stood silently beside the cuttlefish and the redfish. All I can say is that there is no harm without comparison. The cuttlefish and the redfish are at the feet of the Deep-Sea Titan, like 2 ants crawling under the feet of a mammoth. Richard and Ed looked very unhappy. This behemoth-like thing was far beyond their understanding. It is also beyond their knowledge. They didn't understand why this giant beast appeared, and why it was controlled by the little girl Wang Yixue with a mobile phone. Such a steel fortress can actually achieve remote-controlled autonomous driving? All this has destroyed their mentality and outlook on life. But no matter what, we have to find a way to get those more than 1 billion. With more than 1 billion, he will never have to worry about money again. There is no need to even do any scientific research anymore. With enough money, who the hell would be willing to suffer? Richard and Ed looked at each other and exchanged glances. Ed said loudly, Now that this intimidating-looking machine has landed, let's start testing it. I want to see how such a large machine can withstand the abnormal pressure 10,000 meters under the sea. Ed's words forced Mr. Jean to admit that from a scientific point of view, this was indeed the case. He was also very curious about how this machine could resist water pressure. Commander Zhang gave the order. The test officer among the officers came forward to operate the machine. Testing of the Deep-Sea Titan. Material could not be analyzed. The coating could not be analyzed. The airtightness cannot be analyzed. Various things that cannot be analyzed appear one after another. The testers were so confused that they were not willing to accept this strange result until they had tested the test 10 or 20 times. Finally, the large-scale compression testing machine came out. Commander Zhang, Mr. Zhang, Richard, Ed and others all stared at the screen. They are all wise people. The preceding ones could not be tested, perhaps because those materials had not been entered into the instrument's database or were beyond the detection range. But this will definitely bear fruit. This numerical result can basically prove whether this behemoth has the ability to dive to 10,000 meters under the sea. Ding ding ding. A clear voice broadcast sounded. Stress test completed. Compression resistance, 99999 MPa, 999.99 tons. Diving capability, 9999999 meters. Hiss. Countless sounds of people gasping for air were heard all around. All eyes popped out. I wish I could dig out my eyes and stick them against the instrument screen to see it clearly. Richard rubbed his eyes frantically. I totally don't believe what I see and hear is real. Until the cornea is almost rubbed off. My eyes are almost blinded by rubbing. Only then did he stop. However, the results are still the same. He understands what this number represents better than anyone else. To put it simply, this is not just about diving into the bottom of the sea. With this kind of pressure resistance, it is not impossible to dive into the center of the Earth. Impossible! This is absolutely fake. You found a faulty machine and committed fraud. Ed couldn't believe what he saw and jumped up from his chair, pointing at the instrument screen, eyes wide open, roaring loudly. You actually colluded to commit fraud! I don't accept it! 059 spy? He will be in jail forever. Ed's voice was like a thorn. It pierced the ears of the officers around. Mr. Jean's face turned gloomy due to the huge roar. Shout out to the testers. Push the other brand new compression testing machine over here too. The brand new pressure testing machine arrived, and everyone's expressions became tense again. The data just now is indeed incredible. Mr. Jean knew very well that not only Richard, but many officers would also guess that the machine was malfunctioning. Doing so will allow the truth to come out. If it is a machine failure, there is nothing to say. If the test result is the same as the previous one, then everyone can be shut up. No matter how shameless Richard and Ed are, they should have nothing to say. As instrument testing of the Deep Sea Titan begins, the data appears on the display again. Ding ding ding. The clear voice broadcast sounded again. Stress test completed. Compression resistance, 99999 MPa, 999.99 tons. Diving capability, 9999999 meters. The result is exactly the same as before. The whole place was dead silent. You can hear a pin drop. Richard and Ed were silent. Their pupils trembled and their eyes were full of disbelief. His face even looked a little silly. Brain cells died one after another. I just can't figure out what's going on. Who on earth could develop such a perverted product? Can this kind of thing really be developed in the current world? The smile on Mr. Jean's mouth gradually widened. The smile on his face seemed to be overflowing. My breathing also became much more rapid. Excited. Excited. This data is all true. The diving ability of this steel monster is simply indescribable. With this machine, you can go to the deepest seabed. The most important thing is that this thing is made in China. Finally, we are no longer constrained by foreign countries in this field. This must include countless cutting-edge technologies. Our Xia country is really about to rise. Mr. John seemed to see the hope for the real rise of Xia state. Commander Zhang's eyes were also a little wet with excitement. With this machine, super rare earths are sure to be obtained. Even the undersea methane hydrate that has been dormant in our territorial waters has a chance to be mined using this thing. Commander Zhang sneered at Richard, who had a dull look in his eyes. Do you have anything else to say, Dr. Richard? Richard gritted his teeth and said with difficulty. Even if you replace the machine, the test results may still be wrong. When this test machine was designed, it was probably not considered that there would be such a large submersible. So your test results are still inaccurate. Having said this, Richard's eyes were a little evasive. I don't even dare to look at others. It seemed that even he himself felt that what he said was a bit unreasonable. At this time, Mr. John smiled kindly and began to speak. Dr. Richard is only in his 50s, how come his memory is not as good as that of a 70-year-old like me? Submarines of various countries, even nuclear submarines, also use this instrument to measure pressure resistance before launching. A nuclear submarine is often hundreds of meters long, much bigger than this thing. Mr. John finished speaking. Richard wanted to speak, but in the end, nothing came out. No excuse. His face turned red like liver. Ed's face also became dull and uncertain, and no one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, Wang Yishua's cell phone suddenly rang. After taking a look, she frowned instantly and looked at Richard and Ed. He had a strange look on his face. He walked up to Commander Zhang, stood up straight and saluted. Reporting to the commander, the Deep Sea Titan's quantum source phased array radar system has detected that the two of them have infrared stealth cameras on them. When the voice fell, everyone was shocked. Richard's face changed completely and turned pale. All of a sudden, he lost all his color. His eyes were full of fear. You are talking nonsense! You are slandering me! Is this how you, Xia country, slander foreign scientists? I will expose your behavior on the internet. Ed's face also looked unhappy and his pupils shrank sharply. My mouth was dry and my calves were trembling slightly. I almost couldn't help but run away. But how could he possibly run away when he was at the naval base? He also started shouting, "You are persecuting foreign scientists! I want to call the embassy! I want to go back home!" After saying that, he took out his cell phone to make a call. But he was caught by Commander Zhang. Although Commander Zhang is already over 70 years old. After holding Ed's hand with one hand, the other party was unable to move, being pressed to death. Commander Zhang then gave the order, "Search!" The 4 guards nearby immediately stepped forward and controlled the 2 men. Richard was shouting even more crazily, "You are violating international law by doing this. I want to call the embassy of John's country. Let me go!" The 2 had similar reactions. But as the buttons on their bodies were discovered by the guards, the mezzanine was revealed. Finally, the shouting stopped. They sat on the ground with miserable expressions, like 2 pieces of rotten meat. "Take them away and interrogate them more carefully. Be careful not to let them commit suicide." Under Commander Zhang's order, Richard and Ed were taken to the interrogation room. What awaits them is endless imprisonment. It is impossible for them to come out again. Even for Commander Zhang. From the moment they saw the deep-sea Titan today, the fate is already determined. Carrying hidden cameras will only make their fate worse. Mr. Zhang was originally a little worried that asking too many questions might reveal secrets. As soon as Richard and the others were handcuffed and taken away, Mr. Zhang couldn't help but ask, "Girl, how many people can your deep-sea Titan carry? Where is the cockpit this high up? Can I go in and take a look?" Mr. Zhang asked 3 questions in a row, and it even looked like there were many more questions that he hadn't had time to ask. "Mr. Zhang, please be patient. This is the first time I've seen this. Let me do it." After Wang Yixue finished speaking, she clicked a few times on her phone. At this time, the head of the deep-sea Titan opened a cockpit hatch. A telescopic ladder quickly ejected and landed at everyone's feet. Wang Yixue called on Mr. Zhang, Commander Zhang and other officers who wanted to go in for a visit to climb up the ladder. Then the ladder retracted, bringing everyone into the cockpit. With the hatch closed intelligently, a space of 10 square meters appeared in the eyes of Wang Yixue and others. In addition to 2 driving positions, the cockpit is also equipped with relatively complete living facilities. There are even high-tech beds and bathrooms, and even 2 200-inch curved screen monitors. After Wang Yixue and the others came in, images of the deep-sea Titan's surroundings were played synchronously on the monitor. Even with the cockpit closed, they could still see what was happening outside on the monitors. After the visit, Mr. Zhang and his friends were so shocked that they were speechless. This steel behemoth looks like a product of future science. It doesn't seem like something from this era at all. The group became more and more frightened the more they watched. Mr. Zhang's eyes widened as he watched. 060 Deep-Sea Titan, attack! Half an hour later, Mr. Zhang and his colleagues left the cockpit reluctantly. Back to the ground. Commander Zhang looked at Wang Yixue. "Xiao Wang, tell me the truth, was this thing really made by your southeast military region within the past week?" Mr. Zhang also stared at Wang Yixue. This is also the answer he wants to know. I want to find clues from the changes in Wang Yixue's expression. But Wang Yixue did not hesitate at all. "Reporting to Commander Zhang, this deep-sea Titan was indeed built by our southeast military region in 5 days. The developer and manufacturer is named Su Fan. If you don't believe me, I can call our leader or Su Fan." "Okay. Call this designer now." Now that things have come to this, something so amazing has appeared. Commander Zhang was not going to be subtle anymore. Wang Yixue nodded and dialed Su Fan quickly. "Beep. Beep. Hey Yixue, what's up? I'm busy." Su Fan's voice came from the other end of the phone. There was a whistling sound of wind in the receiver. "Brother Su, I'm at the testing site. My leader told me to call you to confirm something." "Okay, ask quickly. I was flying in the sky and I accidentally crashed into the plane." When Wang Yixue heard Su Fan's words, she stopped dead in her tracks. Commander Zhang and Mr. Zhang beside them widened their eyes. Why is the guy on the other end of the phone speaking so exaggeratedly? When Wang Yixue heard that Su Fan was busy, she hurriedly asked, "Did you build this deep-sea titan in 5 days?" "Of course, who else could it be but me?" Wang Yixue looked at Commander Zhang, then at Mr. Zhan, and neither of them spoke. So Wang Yixue said, "Okay, then Brother Su, you go ahead and do your work. I'm hanging up now." "Okay, let's hang it up." "Oh my God, what a big eagle!" Wang Yixue hung up the phone. I was completely confused. I have no idea what Su Fan is doing. Su Fan previously said that Deep Sea Titan was not perfect enough. We need to develop acceleration backpacks and honeycomb systems. How can we crash into other planes in the sky if we are not careful? Mr. Zhan and Commander Zhang next to them were even more dumbfounded. Are you sure it wasn't a psychopath who answered the phone? If the Deep Sea Titan wasn't right in front of them, they would definitely think that Wang Yixue was teasing them. The simple test is over. All that remains is underwater testing. The underwater test was scheduled for the afternoon. To be on the safe side, Wang Yixue called Tong Yao over as well. The two of them are relatively familiar with Su Fan's central control system design habits, so it is safer to operate together. Commander Zhang issued an order that all the information seen today should not be mentioned to anyone. Violators will be court-martialed. Under such a strict order, all naval soldiers who saw the deep-sea titan could only imagine it in their own imagination. Even roommates in the same dormitory are not allowed to discuss this topic. After lunch, the results of Richard and Ed's interrogation came out before the underwater combat test began. The two men were suspected of espionage and were detained indefinitely. And he honestly confessed his crimes. But Commander Zhang and Mr. Zhan were no longer focused on him. The two of them came to the Navy's multifunctional command center. Wang Yixue has helped Commander Zhang to synchronize the holographic images of the deep-sea titan to the multimedia screen. He, Mr. Zhan, and the naval officers and soldiers only need to watch the big screen to switch to the driver's first-person perspective or the deep-sea titan's third-person perspective. Such advanced technology even made Mr. Zhan marvel. In addition to the two of them, the other person who came to the command center was Director Luo, who was in charge of the daily affairs of the command room. And naval officers and soldiers who came to observe and learn. Everything is ready. Commander Zhang gave the order. "Little king, little boy, let's get started!" Wang Yixue and Tong Yao were already in their positions in the cockpit of the deep-sea titan, wearing a holographic helmet. Hands on the joystick. Hear the commander give orders. Wang Yixue's eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. A slap on the start button. The deep-sea titan standing in the detection area had a sharp red cross in his eyes. A rapid mechanical voice sounded. Driver confirmed. Hydrogen engine started. Phased array situational awareness system has been activated. Each control unit is working normally. Anchor weapons are mounted normally. The deep-sea Dragon King cannon is mounted normally. Hive weapon system not mounted. Speed pack is not mounted. Countdown to attack. 5. 4. Countless people in the command center held their breath and stared at the screen. I didn't dare to blink, afraid of missing any shocking scene. They all clenched their fists. 2. 1. Deep-sea Titan. Attack! Squeak, squeak! Under the horrified gazes of countless people, the deep-sea titan slowly raised his right leg and took a step forward. Boom, boom! There was a strong vibration from the ground. The shock was transmitted to the deep-sea titan not far away, walking towards the coast with heavy steps. Every step he took would cause the surrounding ground to vibrate violently. Commander Zhang in the command center had cold sweat on his palms. Data monitoring is ultimately just talk. The real test begins now. Mr. Zhan also showed a nervous expression. I wasn't this excited even when I led the team to develop the aircraft carrier. The most shocked person present was Director Luo. He only saw it from a distance in the morning and was not at the scene. Now see the first-person view on the screen. It was as if he had transformed into a 10-story tall steel giant. This first-person perspective is so immersive. This is the ultimate weapon of mankind. It seemed that every step the deep-sea titan took, the trembling of his body and the collision of steel would be transmitted to the hearts of everyone in the command center. Wang Yixue is the lead, with Tong Yao as the assistant. Both of them have experience in driving mechas, so they won't be like headless flies when operating the Deep-Sea Titan. Walk to the pier. After a slight pause, he exerted force with his legs and jumped into the sea. Boom! It created a wave 100 meters high. The underwater visibility is not as good as that on land, but with the help of quantum source phased array radar, everything became much clearer. The heavy deep-sea Titan on land becomes extremely flexible after entering the water. Hundreds of underwater pump jet vector thrusters are opened on the surface of the fuselage. Especially the 3 giant nozzles on the back provide unparalleled thrust. The 100-ton deep-sea Titan disappeared near the coastline in an instant, heading towards the deep sea. PTZ Command Center. Commander Zhang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the deep-sea Titan safely launched into the water. Now he sees this steel behemoth as much more important than himself. Every move of this big guy makes him nervous. He looked at Director Luo beside him. Xiao Luo, is the audio system connected as well? Report to the commander. Everything is connected. We can communicate directly with Wang Yixue and the others through the microphone. Commander Zhang nodded and asked into the microphone. Yixue Tong Yao, how are you two feeling now? Report to the commander, everything is normal. After hearing the two's reply, Commander Zhang continued. Don't go too far, try diving 10 nautical miles from the coastline. Yes. After receiving the order, Wang Yixue pulled the joystick. The pump jet vector thrusters rotate rapidly, and the deep-sea Titan rushes towards the distant sea like a giant whale. Can the 061 deep-sea submersible be designed like this? Commander Zhang exclaimed. The young are really formidable, Mr. Zhang said. I guess the commander doesn't know the identities of these two girls yet? What is your identity? Wang Yixue is the granddaughter of Mr. Wang in the scientific research community, and Tong Yao is the major commander of the Electronic Reconnaissance Battalion of the Southeast Military Region. Commander Zhang was a little surprised. This was totally unexpected. Of course he knew Mr. Wang. At a previous meeting, he spoke on behalf of the Southeast Theater. He is also one of the most prominent figures in Xia State. Tong Yao looks so young. Judging from his figure and appearance, he is probably 16 years old at most, but he is already a major and a battalion commander. Why don't I have such excellent soldiers under my command? Mr. Zhang laughed and said. They are both the darlings of the Southeast Military Region. At this point, Mr. Zhang's eyes suddenly lit up. By the way, isn't it said that the designer and maker of the Deep-Sea Titan is named Su Fan? He's a senior at Shanghai University. Should we check him out? Mr. Zhang, now that you mention it, I'm interested too. Commander Zhang's eyes lit up. A look full of interest. He still suspects that the name Su Fan was completely made up. The phone call Wang Yixue made earlier was even more inexplicable. For him, a vice admiral of the Navy, it is easy to find out the truth about a person. The 2 stars on my shoulders are not just talk. Thinking of this, Commander Zhang made a phone call. Hello, Director Chen, help me check someone. His name is Su Fan. He's from Shanghai. He's a senior at the National University of Defense Technology in Shanghai. He must have invented something. He's 22 years old. Yes, it's urgent, check it now. Well, I'll wait for your call. Hang up the phone. Commander Zhang asked Mr. Zhang to stay calm. You can get information about Su Fan in less than 5 minutes. Mr. Zhang gave a thumbs up. Although Mr. Zhang wants to investigate someone, he also has a way to do it. He is not like Commander Zhang, who can check every detail of a person with just one phone call. 2 minutes later. The phone rings. Commander Zhang and Mr. Zhang looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. As if to say, look, that's fast. After clicking on the hands-free function, Director Chen said hurriedly in a panic. Commander Zhang, the person you are talking about does exist, but he is very wrong. The Information Bureau won't let us check it at all. At the same time, warn me not to investigate this person again. He also asked me who was checking him. Commander Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly. I said I understand. He immediately hung up the phone. This result shocked both him and Mr. Jean. Who is this Su Fan? Why are they not even allowed to investigate? Director Chen's rank is already quite high, but he doesn't even have the qualifications to investigate. This aroused Commander Zhang's curiosity even more. After all, this deep-sea titan was made by Su Fan. The future use, care, maintenance, and large-scale production lines are all inseparable from this person. You don't even allow us to investigate. Isn't that a bit too much? Mr. John seemed to have thought of something vaguely. Said, "Forget it, let's wait until the test is over. I'll try calling again, it shouldn't be a problem." After saying that, Commander Zhang looked in his phone's address book. Just about to dial out. My own phone rang first. A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, Commander Zhang. First of all, I want to tell you that our current call will be recorded in its entirety. I am Du Mingqing, the director of the Xia State Security Bureau." This was the first time Commander Zhang received a call from the Security Bureau at such an old age. Don't these people only appear when dealing with major national security incidents? Why call him? Mr. Zhang standing by also frowned. A face full of confusion. Commander Zhang paused and responded. "Hello, Director Du, what can I do for you?" "Well, I called you because you just tried to investigate a national secret sequence. And I want to inform you that you must stop the investigation." "National secret sequence?" Commander Zhang's pupils shrank suddenly and his face tensed instantly. National-level confidentiality sequence, which means that Su Fan is protected by the entire Xia country with all its might. It plays a vital role to the entire country. As far as he knows, there are no more than 20 people in the country who can reach this level. Mr. Zhang is one of them. While Commander Zhang was shocked, a voice came from the other end of the phone again. "Commander Zhang, with my highest authority, I can only tell you that the confidentiality level of the person you are investigating is top secret, level 10. The recording of this call will be entered into the top secret file. Goodbye." After saying that, the person on the other end hung up the phone without any emotion. Commander Zhang murmured, "Red top secret, level 10. Mr. Zhang, we can't investigate this person anymore." Mr. Zhang nodded and agreed. "Put down the phone." Commander Zhang couldn't calm down for a long time. Su Fan's identity really surprised them. What is certain now is that there must be something about Su Fan that they don't know. But the specific details are not something they can find out now. They both looked at the big screen. At this moment, the deep-sea titan is moving quickly in the sea water. Its huge body did not affect its speed. It doesn't look bulky at all. Like a nimble dolphin. Even if we don't know what its speed is at the moment, we can tell from the picture that it is definitely not slow. There are at least 30 sections. You should know that the fastest attack nuclear submarine in the world is only 35 knots. The expression on Mr. John's face shows that he is very satisfied with this deep-sea titan. Then asked the technician to switch the screen perspective to the third perspective. As the video perspective switched, the content displayed on the screen turned into the iron tower-like body of the deep-sea titan. I saw hundreds of vector jets opened on the giant steel body. Gas is constantly gushing out from the nozzle. The air currents formed a smooth air layer around the body of the deep-sea titan. At first glance, it looks like a nimble fish swimming quickly in the water. The moment the video switched, Mr. Jean was completely stunned. He breathed heavily with a huff and puff. "I can't move my eyes away anymore." He craned his neck and stared intently at the deep-sea titan swimming like a dolphin in the picture. This bold design completely breaks the convention. It can be said that it has opened up another design concept for underwater equipment. Director Chen standing by was so shocked that he stood up suddenly. The eyeballs seemed to be about to burst. It was like discovering a new world, and I cursed a lot. "What the hell? How does this work? I'm not dreaming, am I? This is outrageous." Director Chen's facial expression was distorted with extreme shock. The picture completely refreshed his inherent cognition. Countless officers were also exclaiming, no one had ever seen such a scene. It all felt like watching a science fiction movie. Even the usually steady Commander Jean looked at Mr. Jean in surprise. "Mr. Jean, can a deep-sea submersible be designed like this?" 062 Underwater Monster, Extreme Speed. This. Mr. John hesitated and didn't say any useful information for a long time. As the chief designer of an aircraft carrier, he had no idea how it worked. It's somewhat embarrassing to say it out loud. Finally, Mr. John said to Director Chen beside him, Xiao Chen, didn't Ishua say there was real-time data? Yes, there should be a data panel. Director Chen nodded in response. Click here to see real-time data. Yes. Mr. John. If Mr. John hadn't mentioned it, Director Chen would have almost forgotten about it. The main reason is that the picture was so attractive that I forgot about it. Director Chen quickly clicked the mouse on the computer screen a few times. His eyes lit up. Found it! A crisp clicking sound was heard. A real-time data panel appears in the lower right corner of the favorite screen. As soon as it appeared, it attracted Commander Zhang's attention. The officers in the command center also looked at the screen. As the most knowledgeable person present, Mr. Zhang straightened up. My eyes followed the data panel, reading down line by line. Current mode novice. Fluid bionic gesture dolphin. Hydrogen engine output power status, low power. Pump jet number 1 thrust, 180 kN plus. Pump jet number 1 thrust, 180 kN plus. Pump jet number 1 thrust, 185 kN plus. Flanking thrust, 109 kN plus. Body temperature, 80 degrees Celsius. Speed, 100 knots. Comment, it's okay to go slow as you're a novice. Looking down along the data panel, Mr. Zhang felt his scalp tingling. It wasn't until I saw the last speed column that my body shook violently. The pupils vibrated violently. My chin kept trembling. What? Mr. Zhang's water cup fell to the ground with a thud. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. The old face full of wrinkles was shaking wildly, and it looked like a Shar-Pei dog. This is impossible! I don't believe it! I absolutely don't believe it! 100 sections! Are you kidding me? Not only Mr. Zhang. Everyone here has a flower on their shoulders. Even if you don't understand fluid bionics or pumpjet thrust, you will be absolutely clear about the speed column. The fastest nuclear-powered attack submarine in the world, the Eagle Sauce, has a maximum speed of 30 knots. You are 3 times faster than him. How is this possible? Commander Zhang's breathing also became rapid. Even if he was old and confused, he couldn't believe such a thing. The data on the panel is even increasing. As the pumpjet thrust increases, the speed also increases rapidly. In a blink of an eye, it jumped from 100 knots to 148 knots. The sound transmitted synchronously by the deep-sea Titan also became a little dull from the low sound before. Mr. Zhang is in a bad state. Absurd! There must be something wrong with this data panel. 148 knots, this is a speed that an underwater manned machine cannot possibly reach. However, as the speed continued to soar, Commander Zhang suddenly saw a strange phenomenon in the picture. There was a hint of worry in his eyes. He pointed at the screen and asked, Why is there a translucent empty bag behind Mr. Zhang's deep-sea Titan? Is there a malfunction? Mr. Zhang had been staring at the data panel, but he didn't see it. When his eyes moved over there, his eye sockets cracked. The eyeball popped out of its socket. This is supercavitation. A tingling feeling on his scalp quickly rushed into Mr. Zhang's brain. The extreme shock made it difficult for him to breathe. He walked quickly and tremblingly to the screen. After looking at it carefully, I finally confirmed it. Even if the conclusion is unbelievable, it must be acknowledged. This is definitely supercavitation. The supercavitation effect will only occur when the speed of underwater equipment reaches over 100 knots. It's the same principle as a sonic boom on an airplane. The shock in Mr. Zhang's eyes did not fade away. Pointing at the screen with trembling hands, he said, Everyone, this is supercavitation. This is enough to show that this data panel is most likely true. There is no doubt that the speed of the deep-sea Titan must be this fast now. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a large supercavitation bubble to appear. Mr. John finished speaking. There were sounds of people gasping for air all around. Countless people stood up. Looking at the deep-sea titan on the screen, his expression was confused. After Mr. John finished speaking, he looked at the screen again. When you look at the data panel, the old body could no longer support itself. Shaking like crazy, it was about to hit the screen head-on. The guard at the door immediately trotted forward. Hold Mr. John tightly. He was a founding figure of the Xia Kingdom's navy, and if he fell here, that would expose the entire naval community to scandal. Mr. John stood firm with the help of the guards. His eyes never left the data panel. The numbers reflected in his pupils continued to soar. Mr. John also recited aloud. Speed 180. Speed 187. 193. 206. Mr. John was completely confused. The speed reaches 200 knots, which is simply beyond the concept of all ships. Without a doubt, the deep-sea titan in front of us has reached an unprecedented level of exaggeration. Commander John knew that it was fast, but he had no idea how fast it was. Then he asked, Mr. John, what does it mean to have more than 200 energy savings? It represents so many things. Mr. John's old eyes were a little cloudy. After the shock, my heart is already filled with excitement. Commander John, the average torpedo currently only has a speed of 70 knots. This thing, even a torpedo can't catch up with it. And now I can say that in the entire Xia country, and even in the entire world, this deep-sea titan has definitely reached the top level, no doubt about it. Commander Zhang looked suddenly shocked. Now he understood. People are also stupid. He could never have dreamed of it. A mere southeast war zone could actually develop such an exaggerated underwater monster. Commander Zhang nodded at Mr. Zhang, his eyes also filled with unspeakable joy. The underwater behemoth, even if it cannot reach 10,000 meters under the sea, is definitely a milestone invention of the Xia country. Mr. Zhang was helped by the orderly back to his seat. After sitting down, my eyes involuntarily looked at the screen again, and subconsciously glanced at the data panel in the lower right corner. One glance down. Mr. Zhang leaned back instantly, and his pupils shrank into needle points. My breathing suddenly stopped. 500? Mr. Zhang stuttered in shock. It's even harder to speak clearly. Director Chen standing by wasn't in much better condition, his expression was twisted into one that looked incomprehensible. There was also an aba sound coming from his mouth. Like crazy. He desperately pulled at his few remaining strands of hair. It was originally guangmingding, but now the few remaining ones have been plucked out. 063 phased array radar cannot be found. Commander Zhang, who was usually calm, couldn't hold back at this moment either. My mouth was dry and my eyes were bloodshot. He just listened to Mr. Zhang's explanation. The torpedo is only 70 knots. You run 500 knots? Doesn't this mean that when fighting underwater, if you sense that you are being locked by a torpedo, you can simply accelerate and disappear? If the torpedo had feelings, it would be stunned on the spot. Here comes a triple mess. Who I am? Where am I? Where is my goal? Obviously, everyone present had already thought of this. Everyone stood there in a daze. Speechless. After a long time, Mr. Zhang said calmly, Everyone, you have all heard of the Caspian Sea monster, right? Everyone recovered a little from the shock and cast doubtful looks at Mr. Zhang. Everyone has heard of the Caspian monster. That was a seagoing monster developed by the predecessor Damao. The shape is so unique that it cannot even be described as sailing. More people think it is actually flying on the water. No one understood why Mr. Zhang suddenly said this. Mr. Zhang then explained. I once had the pleasure of coming into contact with the Caspian monster. That thing can go 500 knots. But he was sailing on the sea, and our deep-sea titan can reach this speed underwater, which is unprecedented. The officers now understood better. Commander Zhang is completely numb. If he wasn't over 70 years old, he really wanted to ride the deep-sea titan for a stroll. Give those shameless guys a good scare. Next time if someone says a certain island belongs to them, a 30-meter anchor won't be able to kill him. Torpedo me? Sorry, let me ask first if the torpedo can catch up. Commander Zhang couldn't stop smiling just thinking about it. It feels so fucking good. Deep Sea Titan, this is something a real man should play with. The speed was so fast that Commander Zhang was curious about where Wang Yixue and the others were now. So I looked towards the command center. The radar soldiers should have already locked onto the Deep Sea Titan's location, right? Where is she now? The radar soldier showed an embarrassed expression on his face and swallowed his saliva. Said with difficulty, Commander, I was just about to report to you that our active phased array radar network has not found any trace of the Deep Sea Titan so far. What? Commander Zhang's eyes widened. It's been such a long time, and you haven't found any trace of it. The radar system at Yuntai Naval Base is more dense than anywhere else. The radar soldiers under his command are among the best in the world. Now the radar soldier told him that he had not found it. It's simply horrifying. Another female radar soldier next to her had a worried look on her face. Mustering up the courage to say, Commander, from the time the Deep Sea Titan appeared to the time it left, we didn't detect even a single ghost on our radar. We also suspect that there might be something wrong with the radar. But other ships can detect it. We even saw a small fishing boat on the ocean border just now. Commander Zhang was confused. What is this? The officers in the command center were all dumbfounded. They didn't understand what was going on. Why can't the Deep Sea Titan be seen by radar? The huge monster, which is more than 30 meters in size, has become invisible on the radar. No one would believe it if I told them. At this time, Director Chen slapped his thigh fiercely. Fuck, I got it! Director Chen didn't care about the dirty words and said directly, It's stealth technology. The Deep Sea Titan uses some unique design to achieve radar invisibility. As soon as these words were spoken, Mr. Zhang on the side nodded in agreement. Director Chen is right. But the stealth ability probably doesn't come from the unique design. To be precise, it should be the dark coating on the surface of the Deep Sea Titan. Mr. Zhang finished speaking. Commander Zhang instantly thought of the Deep Sea Titan he had seen before. The surface does have a fine black coating. I have always thought that was the color of its main material. Now it seems that it is actually an extremely powerful invisible coating. That's incredible! This Deep Sea Titan is truly amazing! Commander Zhang couldn't help but admire again. At such a close distance, the high-density active phased array radar didn't even detect a shadow. No wonder no one at the naval base noticed the Deep Sea Titan after it was sent here. After all the fuss, this is the real reason? If this thing gets involved in the next rim of the Pacific military exercise held by the Eagle Sauce, it will definitely scare the shit out of the Commander-in-Chief of the Eagle Sauce fleet. Someone drilled a hole in his submarine, and he didn't even know who did it. Mr. Zhang didn't know about Commander Zhang's special interests. His face was also filled with ecstasy. The emergence of this invisible coating represents far more than just a Deep Sea Titan. The shape of the Deep Sea Titan should have had a huge radar cross-section. But it is because of this unique stealth coating that the entire Deep Sea Titan has achieved radar invisibility. Just imagine this. This technology is currently used in various fields such as aviation, ground, and navigation. What a huge boost it will bring to the national strength. It's hard to believe that someone could actually develop such a powerful invisible coating. Mr. Zhang was almost unable to think. In less than a day, his brain cells died one after another. But inside I was extremely excited. Mr. Zhang finally understood why the man named Su Fan was a top-secret level 10 red secret. Even if Su Fan is just a code name for a team, the entire country must be mobilized to protect this code name. There can be no mistakes. Because Su Fan is so important. What we have developed is truly a work of the future. In the command center, everyone gradually calmed down. The smile on his face was vaguely visible. I can't see it on radar, so I can only ask in person. Commander Zhang picked up the microphone and cleared his throat slightly. He asked in a gentle voice, Yixue, can you hear me? Where are you now? Wang Yixue was having fun driving the Deep Sea Titan when she heard a magnetic voice coming from the headphones. I was stunned for a moment, then I realized it was Commander Zhang. He quickly straightened his face and stood up straight. He replied, "Reporting to the commander, we are now 10 nautical miles from the coastline. Okay, let's test our diving abilities right there. Be careful." "Yes, Commander." After receiving the order, Wang Yixue quickly pulled the vehicle to a stop. "Start adjusting the posture of the Deep-Sea Titan." PTZ Command Center. After Commander Zhang finished speaking, he gently put down the microphone. It seemed that they were afraid of making some noise and affecting the operations of Wang Yixue and Tong Yao. This behavior stunned countless Air Force officers in the command center. No one has ever seen that Commander Zhang, who has always been ruthless, has such a gentle side. When he spoke, his voice was almost like a clip. Mr. Zhang shook his head and smiled. He knew that Commander Zhang loved the whole family because of his love for her. "I like Deep-Sea Titan so much. Wang Yixue and Tong Yao are the drivers of Deep-Sea Titan, so of course they like it together." Moreover, Mr. Zhang knew that Commander Zhang was particularly protective of his own people. After this incident, no matter what Wang Yixue and Tong Yao ask for, Commander Zhang will definitely help them to the best of his ability. Even if Mr. Wang dared to be mean to Wang Yixue, Commander Zhang would have to go to his house in person and plead for Wang Yixue. "No matter who you are, even the Lord can't harm my Deep-Sea Titan pilot." 064 The spy submarine of the day is coming. Deep-Sea Titan cockpit. Wang Yixue and Tong Yao are working more and more in harmony with each other. As the joystick clicks, a mechanical sound was heard all around. Diving posture adjustment completed. Terrain scan completed. Water flow measurement completed. Self-check function is normal. Beep beep. Alert! 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 An unidentified submarine was detected moving directly below me on the seabed. Intelligent analysis. It does not have the ability to cause any harm to us. Wang Yixue could hear the sound, and naturally the people in the command center could also hear it. The alarm sounded and Commander Zhang was shocked. I immediately looked at Director Chen. "Director Chen, are there any of our submarines carrying out missions in the nearby waters today?" "Commander, after the Maria rare earth incident in the Pacific, most submarines have been out on missions. There shouldn't be any submarines here in the past month," Director Chen said solemnly. Bang! Commander Zhang immediately understood that this was a spy submarine sent by a certain country. Taking advantage of the empty base, he approached to gather intelligence. He was a little confused because of concern. Should we let the Deep-Sea Titan go down and take a look, or even drive them away? According to the Deep-Sea Titan's voice, it poses no threat. But he was also worried that if the Deep-Sea Titan dived and encountered an enemy submarine, unexpected situations might occur. The two little girls are in their prime, so how can they explain to the Southeast War Zone if anything happens? At this time, Wang Yixue on the screen had already pulled the joystick to control the Deep-Sea Titan to start diving. Director Chen exclaimed and looked at Commander Zhang. Commander Zhang seemed to have made up his mind. Speaking into the microphone. "Yixue Tong Yao, be careful. If there is any movement, return immediately." "Yes." In the cockpit. When Tong Yao received Commander Zhang's approval, she became even more excited and her eyes lit up. Press the dive button hard. There was no sign of worry in her expression. The nursery rhyme on the side was chanting. "Yixue, slow down, slow down." Finished giving instructions to Wang Yixue. Commander Zhang looked at Director Chen. "Immediately dispatch the 055 battleship to the 10-mile position. If anything happens to the Deep-Sea Titan, I will make that submarine die with it." Director Chen's expression suddenly changed drastically. The 055 battleship can be regarded as one of the top battleships below the aircraft carrier. He knew exactly what Commander Zhang meant by this. This is for the Deep-Sea Titan, no matter what battle it takes to fight the enemy submarine. By then, the incident may trigger a real war between major powers. Crazy. It's driving me crazy. Director Chen did not dare to neglect Commander Zhang's order. Contact the captain of 055 immediately and convey the commander's order. As soon as Commander Zhang gave an order, the entire command center became tense. There was a strong sense of oppression in the air. It seems like a war is coming. The diving speed of the deep-sea titan is amazing. It seemed to carry a tremendous force of 10,000 pounds, holding a huge 30-meter anchor. With unstoppable momentum, it fell fiercely towards the bottom of the sea. The sea water vibrated violently. Countless people in the command center looked at this shocking scene, their hearts in their throats. His eyes were fixed on the screen, not daring to blink. Blue Sea, the largest territorial waters of Xia Kingdom. A small submarine. Unnoticed by anyone, in silence. Follow the ocean currents and keep moving forward. Boom! The submarine suddenly felt a slight vibration, causing the dozing little bird Erlang to startle suddenly. "What's up, fatty?" Kotori Jiro exclaimed while wiping his saliva. "Captain, don't be too nervous. It's just a minor bump on the coral reef," Deputy Captain Makoto Ito said calmly. "Baka!" When Xiaotiao Jilong heard that he had hit a reef, he immediately frowned. Running aground in the deep sea can easily lead to disastrous consequences. After saying that, Xiaoniao Jilong raised his eyebrows slightly and asked lightly, "Where is the submarine now?" "Captain Xiaoniao, we have entered Xia country's waters." Ito Makoto's face was full of excitement. "As long as we keep the propeller running at a very low speed, we can follow the Pacific warm current and get closer to the Xia country coastline. It won't be long before the garrison situation along Xia country's coastline and naval intelligence will be recorded by our spectral sonar system." Seeing that Ito Makoto was quite excited, Jiro Kotori sneered. He looked like he had never seen the world. Or some top student in navigation from Shijing University. What a loser. Just a small scene. As the genius of the Kotori family, Jiro Kotori's intelligence even surpasses that of his older brother Taro Kotori. The eldest brother is just a civilian airliner pilot, but he is a real submarine captain. Although it is a small submarine, there were only 2 people on the entire submarine, the captain and the deputy captain. Boom! The submarine emitted continuous vibrations again. The entire submarine shook violently. A crunching sound was heard. Kotori Jiro suddenly became angry. "Ito Makoto! What happened? Did you hit the rocks again?" "No way! We've already passed the coral area and the terrain nearby is flat. How could there be reefs?" Makoto Ito was also a little confused. Jiro Kotori glared at Makoto Ito with disappointment. "Go to the observation window and look outside. Under the illumination of the submarine's strong underwater lights, you can basically see it clearly. Under the strong lights, countless mud and currents seem to be gushing out from the ground like crazy. Roll back upwards. The fish and shrimps around sense something extremely terrifying. Desperately burrowing into the sand." Kotori Jiro frowned even more tightly. "What's going on? I have worked in submarines for 10 years and have never seen such an amazing phenomenon. Did we encounter a whale?" Makoto Ito also looked out from the observation window out of curiosity. "Nothing but chaotic currents and mud." The submarine's shaking continued. Kotori Jiro was too lazy to continue guessing. He is not afraid as long as a monster doesn't come out. "Ito Makoto, forget it. There's probably an undercurrent. It will be gone in a while." After saying that, Kotori Jiro was too lazy to look anymore. As he took a step away, Ito Makoto next to him suddenly narrowed his pupils and took a breath of cold air. The whole person was shaking madly. Little, Captain Bird, something seems to be sinking." Jiro Kotori cast a disdainful look at Makoto Ito. "Look outside through the observation window again." His expression suddenly changed. A dark shadow that blocked out the sky and the sun enveloped the entire sea. The water flow on the nearby seabed became extremely violent. It surged wildly in all directions, almost forming an underwater whirlpool. The fish and shrimp in the sand were swept upward by countless chaotic currents. It was as if sending out a silent cry for help. Immediately afterwards, the shadow's true form appeared. The 2 black paws slammed down on the sand and gravel on the seabed with tremendous force. Boom, boom! More than 3 meters thick sand was washed away by the turbulent current in an instant. The rocks below were also trampled by these 2 huge feet, leaving spiderweb cracks that stretched for hundreds of meters. A violent deep-sea titan. A cross of red light burst out from his eyes. The entire seabed was rendered blood red. The horrifying scene instantly exploded Kotorijiro's eyes. The bone-chilling coldness suddenly rushed up from the soles of his feet to his back, causing cold sweats on his head and making it difficult to breathe. The lower jaw hit the gums so hard that the front teeth were broken. My legs couldn't stop shaking. The yellow liquid flowed down the trouser legs and all over the floor. With great excitement, Kotorijiro's head turned red. Use all your strength and shout loudly. Run away! Godzilla is invading the Earth! 065 High Explosive Torpedo. The deputy captain Makoto Ito at the side also went crazy and stumbled towards the driving seat. Press the automatic return button sharply. At the same time, turn the submarine power to maximum. He was so frightened that he lost 2 of his 3 souls. He looked as if he had just donated 2,000 cubic centimeters of blood, and his face was frighteningly pale. Under his emergency operation, the submarine was like a slippery ball of mud. Turn around quickly and return to the country of our dreams. When Wang Yixue and Tong Yao saw the submarine, they were stunned for a moment. Immediately, the voice system was used to contact the command center, and the image of the submarine was transmitted back to the big screen. Commander Zhang and Elder Zhan shouted almost in unison, "This is a spy submarine from the day!" Hearing this, Wang Yixue and Tong Yao looked at each other. They all had murderous looks in their eyes. Can this still let you slip away? Instantly switch to Deep Sea Titan's offensive mode. A mechanical voice without any emotion sounded in the cockpit. Fluid bionic posture conversion. Conversion completed. Hydrogen engine output power state, medium power. Current fluid bionic posture, shark. Melee combat state switching completed. Boom boom. The Deep Sea Titan grabbed the huge anchor that was 10 stories high with his backhand. The anchor, as hard as steel, hit the rocks on the seabed, making a rumbling sound. This is the posture of the Deep Sea Titan ready to attack at any time. Hundreds of miniature vector nozzles on the steel body are operating rapidly. A transparent air shield like a shark forms around the Deep Sea Titan. The 3 huge pump jet vector propulsion devices on the back blasted a cavity hundreds of feet wide under the seabed. The huge reverse thrust pushed the Deep Sea Titan's body weighing hundreds of tons forward. Under the powerful thrust, the Deep Sea Titan took huge steps on the seabed and chased after the boy Japanese submarine. Every step you take is like an astronaut in space, sliding forward a certain distance. After landing, he crushed the rocks under his feet into pieces. The entire seabed was turned into a mess. The large fish nearby also fled like crazy, trying to escape before the monster arrives. Once the monster's turbulent flow swept up, not even a trace of the body would be left. Within 100 miles under the sea, the rapid rumbling sound was getting faster and faster. Every step seems to fall on one's heart. Plop! 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 It's almost enough to crush a person's heart, making it beat wildly and unconsciously. Almost jumped out of my throat. In a submarine. Jiro Kotori was almost going crazy as the monster behind the submarine was getting closer and closer. He had already turned on the power of the submarine to the maximum, and the current speed was close to 30 knots. How could that thing still catch up? As the huge rumble approached rapidly, his heart began to beat wildly. It almost broke through the ribs and jumped out of the chest. His blood pressure is also very high now. If measured, it would be at least 820. He was completely panicked. I don't know what to do. The same thing happened to Ito Makoto. His trouser legs were also wet. A yellow liquid flowed out. Seeing the footsteps of the monster getting closer and closer, Ito Makoto grabbed Kotorijiro's thigh hard. The intense pain instantly made Kotorijiro sober up a lot. Baka! Why the hell are you pinching me? Kotorijiro was angry, but his mind became much more rational. It was like a last glimmer of light. His eyes swept over the submarine's operating panel. Suddenly I saw the torpedo launch button. Suddenly a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. How could I forget it? Although our submarine is small, it is also equipped with the latest high-explosive torpedoes. Even if he is Godzilla, I have to break one of his thighs. There was a crazy look in Kotorijiro's eyes. At this point I can't care so much. He didn't even bother to ask for instructions. After setting the torpedo to automatically search for targets, he raised his palm and slapped it on the launch button. 2 holes suddenly opened above the submarine, and 2 torpedoes drilled vertically out of the launch ports, crashed towards the deep-sea Titan. The moment the torpedo appeared, 2 extra red dots suddenly appeared on the deep-sea Titan's cockpit radar panel. Almost at the same time, 2 red boxes appeared on Wang Yishio and Tong Yao's holographic helmets. This sudden change made Commander Zhang in the command room break out in a cold sweat. At such a deep seabed, any submarine or other submersible vehicle hit by a torpedo would be doomed. There is absolutely no possibility of survival. Can this deep-sea Titan survive a torpedo attack? Commander Zhang was very pessimistic. But it's too late to send a voice message now, and it will disturb Wang Yishue's operation instead. I originally thought it was just a signal-collecting submarine, but I didn't expect it to be loaded with torpedoes. What a great day! Commander Zhang slammed his fist on the table. The old face was extremely cold, and there was a cold light in his eyes. Said to Director Chen beside him, "Tell 055, if you let this submarine escape safely, don't come back to see me." "Yes, Commander." Director Chen was equally nervous and hurried to give orders to the 055 combat ship that was going to intercept. On the big screen, Commander Zhang, Mr. Zhan, and the officers' hearts were in their throats as they watched the torpedo that was about to hit them head-on. Commander Zhang's heart was like a rubber band, about to break. The deep-sea Titan is his baby, if it were really to be destroyed by the torpedo of daily life. It will be the biggest regret of his life. I have no face to face the ancestors of my Xia country in my 9 springs. Deep-sea Titan, you must get out of the way! Although the deep-sea Titan has a stealth coating, it only works on radar. But the torpedo is equipped with infrared heat sensors. The deep-sea Titan is so huge that even if the heat it emits can be kept at 100 degrees, it is difficult to escape detection by torpedoes. 2 torpedoes arrived in front of the deep-sea Titan in an instant. A hint of madness flashed across Wang Yishue's pretty face. She clenched her teeth and performed extreme operations. The deep-sea Titan held the anchor in his backhand and swung it forward violently. An arc-shaped bubble was created in the sea water ahead. The tip of a torpedo struck the hook of the anchor. A violent explosion followed. Boom! The sea is surging. The fish and shrimps around were instantly shaken into pieces by the strong shock wave. It was too late to block the other torpedo. Wang Yishio brazenly controlled Titan's left hand and grabbed the torpedo, so that it can't move forward. The iron palm exerted a tremendous force. In an instant, he grasped the torpedo tightly. Crack! With a crisp sound, the torpedo was directly crushed into 2 pieces by the Titan. It became a dud. In the command center, countless officers stared at the shocking scene on the big screen. His eyeballs popped out of his head in shock. Its mouth is wide enough to fit an ostrich egg. They began to have deep doubts about life. My outlook on life collapsed. Values are shattered. Even Commander Zhang stood in front of the screen with a dull expression, completely confused. 066 the power of a 30-meter anchor. Mr. Zhan even sat down on the chair. I felt limp and my mind was blank. Thinking can't keep up with the development of things. Even if he used his scalp as brain cells, he still couldn't figure out why an anchor could be used to hit a torpedo. After smashing it, the anchor is still as bright as new. Rub the torpedo with your bare hands and crush it into pieces. What kind of vicious operation is this? If it were him, he would never dare to do this. So horrible. How could his 70-year-old heart withstand such a shocking impact? Mr. Zhan just felt that he couldn't breathe. The guard next to him was holding a Shandong Niuhuang pill in his hand. Just wait until Mr. Zhan or Commander Zhang is in bad condition, and then give them food immediately. This stuff can save lives. In the deep-sea Titan, Wang Yishua breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he or she would be fine even if the missile hit the Titan's body. But in order not to take risks, I took the action just now. It was her first time to rub a torpedo with her bare hands. My heart is pounding and a little excited. With excitement on their faces, they looked at Tong Yao, who was sitting in the driver's seat next to them, and said proudly, Xiaoyao, am I cool? You're awesome! Tong Yao was speechless. Driving with Wang Yixue, it takes a really big heart. After praising him, Tong Yao said, But can I just say that I can do it too? Seeing Wang Yixue having so much fun, she just assisted with the operation and had basically nothing to do. I also wanted to sit in the driver's seat and do some operation. Wang Yixue was just getting excited, so how could she let go? He said with a smile. Xiao Yao, I'll drive this time, next time it's your turn. After saying, the deep-sea titan took a step and suddenly leaped up. The powerful impact caused the sea water to churn violently. With the submarine right in front of us, how could we let it escape? In a submarine. Jiro Kodori and Makoto Ito are in the submarine, stepping on yellow water stains. With 2 pieces of wet toilet paper blocking his nostrils, he lay on the observation window, looking behind the submarine. At a glance, nothing at all. All I could feel was the submarine shaking violently. It seemed as if the monster was very close. But I can't see anything. Kodori Jiro was depressed, with a face full of question marks. You can tell from the sound that it was a direct hit. Why can't I see anything? Bagia Road! Where did you go? How could Godzilla be blown to pieces by just 2 torpedoes? Ito Makoto also looked confused. Completely confused. Captain, were you scared away? Shina, you idiot, how could Godzilla be scared away? Jiro Kodori glared at Makoto Ito fiercely. But I was still extremely nervous inside. The calmer it was outside, the more frightened he felt inside. This feeling of oppression from deep within his heart made it almost impossible for him to breathe. Sudden. The submarine began to shake rapidly. It feels like the resonance you feel when you are close to some huge machine. Kodori Jiro was so scared that his face twitched, his teeth chattered, and his pupils trembled wildly. He could feel that something was coming. Above the submarine, the deep-sea titan carried a huge falling force of hundreds of tons, holding a 30-meter-long huge anchor in both hands. Swing from behind. Smash it down suddenly. The seawater seemed to be shocked by this huge force that created the world, and it spread violently in all directions, forming a huge circular underwater wave. Bang! A dull metallic collision sounded. The 10-meter-long submarine was hit in the middle by a 30-meter-long anchor. A rumble accompanied by a creaking sound rang out on the seabed. The heavy force continued unabated and the submarine could not withstand even a second before it broke into 2. Seawater poured into the submarine's compartments frantically. In an instant, all kinds of machines and tools inside rushed out. The anchor continued to move forward and eventually got stuck in the hard rock on the seabed. In an instant, stone chips flew everywhere. This unstoppable blow seemed to be able to blow through the entire seabed. After hitting the target, he reeled in the anchor and a cross of red light suddenly shot out of his eyes. The entire seabed was dyed bright red. Standing on the dark and quiet seabed, looking down on the world. It looks like a deep-sea monster. Unrivaled. Yuntai Naval Base. Command Center. Commander Zhang stared at the big screen. His eyeballs popped out of focus with shock. His face twitched, and his jaw was shaking so much that it almost dislocated. All 3 views have been completely overturned. I can't utter a word. Lost the ability to speak. Mr. Zhang's eyes were shaking wildly, almost popping out of their sockets. My pupils are almost dilated. He was so shocked that his body, leaning against the chair, twitched wildly. Both toes were almost stretched straight. The guard standing by was so busy looking at the screen that he had long forgotten his mission. If Mr. Zhang doesn't take the Shigong Myohuang pill in his hand, he will die. At this time, Director Chen, who had recovered a little, noticed the situation and hurriedly reminded him. This is how it was possible to avoid a serious mistake. After taking a pill of Shigong Myohuang pill, Mr. Zhang finally felt more stable. The remaining shock on his face still hadn't disappeared. Countless people had tense expressions, their eyes fixed on the screen, not moving away. What just happened was too horrifying. The officers all felt like they were dreaming. If I hadn't twisted the thigh of my comrade next to me, I would have thought I was dreaming. After a long time, Commander Zhang then took a few slow breaths. With a smile on his face, he clenched his fists and said in ecstasy, "Okay. Well done! This is a great military achievement. Wang Yixue and Tong Yao should be awarded first-class merit." Mr. Zhang shook his head and had a different opinion. "Commander Zhang, I'm afraid you have to add another person's name to this first-class achievement." "Are you talking about Su Fan?" Commander Zhang's eyes suddenly lit up and he nodded heavily. "It really should be added, and it can't be just a first-class merit." The conversation between the two basically determined Su Fan's status in the naval circle. However, Commander Zhang is not yet sure whether Su Fan is a person or a code name. There is no way to check it even if you want to. As soon as Su Fan's name is mentioned, the Security Bureau will definitely call. As the two were talking, there was a cry of surprise from the command center. Commander Zhang and Mr. Zhang hurriedly looked at the screen. A conical escape capsule emerged from the submarine that was broken into two sections. The escape pod has a small propulsion unit at the tail. It is floating up diagonally at a very fast speed. At this moment, in the small escape cabin, Jiro Kodori and Makoto Ito were huddled together. The escape pod, which was originally designed for one person, was squeezed with two people, making it almost impossible to breathe. The escape capsule has an automatic navigation and survival system, which will return to the sea surface and then sail towards its home country without any operation. At the same time, a distress signal will be sent to domestic ships. Jiro Kodori struggled to take out the satellite phone in the confined space. He hurriedly dialed the number of the Maritime Self-Defense Force headquarters. After an anxious wait, the call was miraculously connected. "Hello, I'm the captain of the Nilong submarine, Jiro Kodori. I have urgent military information to report. I'm looking for Chief of Staff Sakai." The person on the other end realized the situation was urgent and immediately transferred the call. "Hello, I'm Sakai, Chief of the Marine Staff. What urgent military information do you have?" When Kodori Jiro heard this majestic voice, he instantly found support. "A feeling of grievance from the bottom of my heart suddenly hit me." With a snot and tears, he choked and said, "Sir, you may not believe this, but when we were on a mission to gather intelligence on Xia country, we were attacked by the monster Godzilla. The submarine was bitten in two. If Ito Makoto and I hadn't gotten into the escape pod in time, he would have eaten us." 067 100 million people die in glory? Listening to this exaggerated description on the phone, Chief of Staff Sakai was silent. He was the supreme commander of the Navy, but he was played around by a small submarine captain. The monster bit off the submarine with one bite. Is this something a human can say? Does that sound reasonable? Sakai tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart. Said coldly, "Attacked by Godzilla? Great! Describe what Godzilla looks like." "He has dark skin, is as tall as a 20-story building, and his eyes flash a red cross. He is very scary." Kodori Jiro immediately began to describe it vividly. In order to make my description more convincing, I also imagined various details of Godzilla. Until finally Sakai couldn't bear to listen any longer. "Baka! Shut up! Kodori Jiro, your brother Kodori Taro lied a while ago that aliens were invading the Earth. It made everyone in the world panic. Now you're here again, making up some story about Godzilla invading the Earth. Do you want to be court-martialed?" Hearing this scolding, Kodori Jiro looked miserable and said in a pleading tone, "Chief of Staff Sakai, you have to believe me. The footage taken by the submarine should have been automatically sent to the Maritime Self-Defense Force base. You will be able to see it soon." "Okay, I want to see what you sent me." Chief of Staff Sakai never wanted to talk to this idiot again. This person probably failed in his mission and made up an excuse. It's not easy to escape punishment. Just when Chief of Staff Sakai was thinking about how to punish Jiro Kodori, a report sounded at the door of his office. The female soldier in naval uniform walked in quickly after getting permission. "Hand over a USB flash drive." A hint of doubt flashed across Chief of Staff Sakai's eyes, and he immediately inserted the USB drive into the computer. Click to take a look. The picture is a little blurry and a little garbled, so I can only see the general idea. The sound is also very chaotic. As the picture changes, a black figure with red eyes appeared in the picture. Holding a huge mysterious weapon, he smashed the torpedo into pieces and crushed another torpedo with his bare hands. Then he took a step and jumped up from the bottom of the sea, smashing the top of the submarine heavily with the weapon in his hand. The picture stopped abruptly. Chief of Staff Sakai was dumbfounded. The female soldier next to her was also confused. The two looked at each other and saw the shock and confusion in each other's eyes. Chief of Staff Sakai's first thought was, "Why are you asking me to watch a science fiction movie?" But the number in the upper right corner of the video shows that the source of this video is Jiro Kodori's nylon submarine. This video is enough to prove that what Kodori Jiro said is true. Thinking about what Kodori Jiro said on the phone just now, that Godzilla was still chasing them, and Chief of Staff Sakai suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. "Oh my God, something big happened. What if they chase us to our homeland? Godzilla is bound to turn the entire country upside down. It is even possible that our country will be destroyed. Monsters are totally inhumane. The seriousness of the matter is of no small importance." Chief of Staff Sakai took only a moment to make his decision. Said to the secretary, "Send a fleet immediately to rescue Kodori Jiro. Notify all our ships sailing in the nearby waters to return to port for refuge. Maritime self-defense forces, all gear up and prepare to fight the monsters to the death." 3 orders were issued. Chief of Staff Sakai's momentum suddenly rose by 10 feet. It was as if this middle-aged man had just revealed his truly powerful side. The female soldier at the side couldn't help but murmur, "It turns out that he can be powerful at times. He's not always incompetent." After Chief of Staff Sakai gave the order, he immediately made another call to Prime Minister Kishida's residence. Kishida was taking a lunch break when his personal phone suddenly rang. The person who called him at this time must have something urgent to do. As soon as he saw the phone number, his expression suddenly tensed up. As soon as I clicked the answer button, I heard the shrill voice of Chief of Staff Sakai. "Your Excellency, Prime Minister, something terrible has happened. Our submarine was attacked by the monster Godzilla. The submarine has been destroyed. The captain and the deputy captain are using the lifeboat to escape." While he was speaking, Kishida received a video from Sakai on his phone. It's such a big deal, there's no way Sakai would joke about it. No matter how unbelievable it was, Kishida chose to believe it. After a brief silence, Kishida said, "Stop Godzilla outside our territorial waters at all costs." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Kishida immediately contacted the Chief of Staff of the Ground Self-Defense Force and the Chief of Staff of the Air Self-Defense Force. Make the urgency and seriousness of the matter clear. Let all self-defense forces soldiers prepare for a decisive battle with the monsters. Truth cannot be hidden, especially since the Army, Navy and Air Force are all reacting violently. Just less than 10 minutes. The entire small-time media gave live coverage of the monster attack. The entire island nation fell into unprecedented tension. Trains stopped running, work came to a halt, and all the people hid in their homes, feeling extremely anxious. They are all people who grew up watching monster movies. If a monster really came now, everyone knows what kind of horror they would face. The terrifying memories of the special effects dramas in my childhood seemed to be awakened. The images of heaven and earth destruction impacted everyone's brain. Immediately afterwards, Prime Minister Kishida's press conference began. All the well-known media in the world were present and started the live broadcast. This is a live broadcast from the top leader to all citizens. Countless people watched the live broadcast on their mobile phones or televisions. At this time, a backbone is needed to stand up. Lead the common people to repel the monsters. The news of Kishida's live broadcast has not only spread in Zairizi country. Even Shagwa, Eagle Sauce, and Western countries know about it. No one understands what's going on in our daily lives. In the spotlight, Prime Minister Kishida was wearing a black suit, and he looked resolute yet a little vulgar. Stand in front of the camera. He clenched his fists and spoke passionately. "Dear people! First there was an earthquake, then a volcano, and now even Godzilla is here. Disasters always befall our kind and simple nation. But we are unbeatable. We will fight the disaster to the end. We will never surrender. We would rather die than surrender to the monsters. Kishida's generous words excited all the reporters at the press conference. Led by some people, everyone raised their arms. They shouted in unison, 100 million will die in glory! The deafening shouts even infected the countless people watching the live broadcast. Most people got excited and started shouting. The sound echoed in every street and alley, including international airports which are suddenly overcrowded. Countless people watched the live broadcast on the big screen in the waiting room, waving their arms excitedly and shouting, 100 million people will die in battle. Even the shipping sector suddenly had countless more people wanting to go out to sea on a ship. Everyone was watching the live broadcast and shouting, 100 million people will die in glory. Passionate. Xia Country. Yuntai Naval Base. Commander Zhang looked at the live broadcast on the side screen of the command center with a strange expression. Looking at Mr. Zhang beside him. Is there some misunderstanding here? 068 countries showed their swords to compete for super rare earths. Director Chen at the side asked hesitantly, Commander, do you want to communicate with Xiaori? That's absolutely not necessary. Just let them make a fuss. People who have never seen the world are like this. Commander Zhang held back his laughter for a long time and wanted to laugh out loud. The imagination of daily life is really rich. Godzilla? You really think about it. But to be honest, if you take a quick look at it in the sea, you might really think so. After that, Commander Zhang picked up the microphone and said to Wang Yixue in the Deep Sea Titan, Yixue, there's no need to chase them, just let those two escape. If they escape back, it will make Xiaori more convinced of the reality of Godzilla's attack. Besides, we don't have time. You must set off immediately. The destination is the Maria Trench in the Pacific Ocean. The coordinates are 11 degrees 20 minutes north, 142 degree 11.5 E. Don't worry, our warships will catch up quickly. You and Tong Yao have the entire Xia Kingdom to back you up. Wang Yixue and Tong Yao in the cockpit heard that the mission had finally been completed. I was extremely excited. The next step is a real head-on confrontation with the world's superpowers. Wang Yixue shouted in a resounding voice. Yes. With one operation, the fluid bionic posture of the Deep Sea Titan is switched to a dolphin. The Deep Sea Titan seemed to be about to blow through the entire seabed. It rushed towards the distant sea at an extremely exaggerated speed. Japan's sudden national high level of war preparedness has attracted widespread attention. The Eagle Sauce troops stationed in the territory of Xiaori received a distress message. The commander of the Eagle Sauce fleet treats his daily life as if the whole country has contracted a neurological infectious disease. Kishida called the American president directly, but all he got was sarcasm. Related discussions have also appeared on foreign websites. Most people speculate that the Japanese people are infected with a neurological virus. Once infected with this virus, one will suffer from paranoia. You'll feel like you might be attacked by a Godzilla monster. Countless countries responded quickly. Take circuit breaker measures immediately. After the plane from Xiaorizi country lands, a super strict anal swab test will be conducted. He was then locked up in a solitary residence and isolated for half a month. They will be released only after everything is okay. China is not very good at anal swab sampling. A group of strong men from the White Elephant Kingdom were specially hired. These three brothers are strong and muscular. I am very interested in taking anal swab samples for Xiaori, and the salary is very low. They have already said that they do this job not only to make money, but also for personal interest. It is a bit strange that when the third brother is working, the sampling time will be longer. It could last up to an hour, maybe more. After coming out, they all looked relaxed and comfortable. On the other hand, Xiaori cried after being sampled. She looks just like a young wife who has been wronged. After completing the sampling, the three brothers will post their personal sampling experience and insights on the internet so that other countries can use it as a reference. As a result, many countries followed the example of Xia. Hire a third brother to do anal swabs for the newcomers. In addition to this news, another piece of news is also quite popular on the internet. In the end, The popularity even surpassed that of the events in Shaorizi country. That was the Maria Super Rare Earth event. Internet users in countless countries are watching the development of this incident. There has been a huge uproar on the internet. Korean netizens. Our country's submersible is the best in the world and can dive to 10,000 meters below the sea. If you don't agree, come and argue. Picture. Zyorizi netizens foreign login account. You still have two firsts. You men have the shortest penises in the world. The amount of cultural theft is also the highest in the world. Korean netizens. At third brother, there is someone here who has not done an anal swab. Please arrange it quickly. Netizens from the United States. What are you arguing about? Let me show you the world. Picture. This is the deep-sea submersible we have sent out, the Neptune. It can dive to a depth of 12,000 meters and has 4 robotic arms. Both Korea and the United States have revealed the deep-sea submersibles deployed by their own countries. Other countries are also getting anxious. It's a matter of national reputation. The desire to win must be taken seriously. John Wynn netizen. Elizabeth, also with 4 robotic arms, can dive to a depth of 10,000 meters. Picture. Netizens from the Bear country. Big Bear, dive to a depth of 10,000 meters. 2 robotic arms, 2 powerful drills. Picture. Many powerful countries have shown off their own submarines. Submersibles are not military secrets, they are only used for seabed mining. Countries did not keep it strictly confidential. Finally, all netizens discovered a problem. That is, Xia country, the newly rising superpower, did not say a word. The American netizens were instantly overjoyed. All along, the Xia kingdom is a thorn in their eyes. The fact that Xia kingdom failed this time shows that their position as the world's #1 power is still very stable. Even his younger brothers became happy as well. Follow the discussion in the comments section. Ijang netizen. Xiagua is totally doomed this time. Kangaroo country netizen. Their submarine technology is okay, but there is still a difference between underwater vehicles and submarines. Gull netizen. This time they want to dive to 10,000 meters, so it's normal that they didn't build it. Korean netizens. Super rare earth, they have no share. Ijang netizen. Maybe in the next 10 or 8 years, they will be able to dive there and pick up some rare earth or fragments. Zyorizi netizen, account logged in from abroad. Picking up rags is in line with their temperament. Netizens from many countries are mocking Xiagua for his incompetence. Failed to keep up with the changes brought about by super rare earths. There are also a few countries that firmly support Xia State and believe that Xia State is remaining silent only because it is planning something. Pacific Ocean. A giant steel beast was moving forward at high speed with a dull sound of underwater air explosions. We will also encounter some submarines or surface ships from other countries along the way. Wang Yishio automatically ignored it. Some of his submarines have sonar systems that can even detect deep-sea titans. By the time I reacted, he was gone. It can only be regarded as an instrument failure. Because there are no submarines or submersibles in the world that can travel that fast. Not even whales can do that. The Maria Trench is not far away. You can see the deep blue water gushing out of the trench. There are unique submarine currents here. At this time, the person driving the deep-sea Titan had been replaced by Tong Yao. Wang Yishua has been driving for 2 hours and is now lying on the bed in the cockpit playing with her mobile phone. Yishua, we'll be there soon. The quantum source phased array radar scan has detected a number of warships and even aircraft carriers in the nearby waters. It is estimated that fleets from many countries have arrived, and their submersibles should have already gone down. We have to act quickly. When Wang Yishio heard this, she jumped up from the bed and hurried back to the driver's seat. Her driving skills are now better than Tong Yao's. Controlling the deep-sea Titan, it advanced another mile forward. Even with such a huge body, the deep-sea Titan looks like a lone boat above the endless abyss of the sea. Only then could Wang Yishio see clearly that the sea water here was almost entirely black. It's bottomless. A lifeless abyss. It's like a forbidden zone for life. People with deep-sea phobia would definitely not be able to stay here for a moment. After switching to diving posture, A dark red light was released from the pupils of the deep-sea titan as it dived rapidly. With a gurgling sound, it disappeared above the vast trench. 069 The Crisis of the Big Bear. The Bear Country's deep-sea submersible, the Big Bear. Diving rapidly. They were already late. Deep-sea submersibles from several other countries, including the United States Neptune and John's Elizabeth, have already been launched. In the narrow cockpit, Ivankov pulled the joystick to its limit. The 5-meter-long deep-sea submersible fell madly into the bottomless abyss. Mark next to him was still urging him. Ivankov! Too slow, did you miss lunch? We can't let those bastards Eagle Sauce and Pickle get ahead. Press on! Speed up! Ivankov pulled the dive lever with all his might. The joystick had been bent and was about to break. Mark kept urging for more. Ivankov cried out. Mark, this is the fastest we can go. If you push any harder, I'll break this damn pole. Well, hopefully we can catch up with the submersible down there. Mark then curled his lips and stopped urging. Ivankov continued. Believe me, our current diving speed has reached 50 knots. Torpedoes are not as fast as us. The Russian bear will win. Ola! Ola! As the Big Bear hurtled downward, the sound of Ola echoed throughout the submarine. The command room of the Bear Country. Military satellites help. The audio and video information in the Big Bear deep-sea submersible will be transmitted synchronously to the temporary command room of the Russian warship on the sea. Lieutenant General Cherkov looked at Ivankov and Mark, who seemed to be crazy, and felt a little uneasy. But their Slavic blood did not allow them to retreat at this time. If he were driving the Big Bear, he would drive even harder. If you can't surpass those bastards from Eagle Sauce, then sink them. Not long. A ball of light appeared below the Big Bear. Before setting off, Ivankov knew what deep-sea submersibles from various countries looked like. Just a glance. I knew it was the koala of Kangaroo Country. Ivankov picked up the radio and turned on the full-band communication button. Ouch! Which country's submarine is this? Why is it as slow as a koala? The two kangaroo pilots on the koala were confused. I didn't see what it was at all, it passed by in a flash. Faster than any torpedo. What kind of joke is this? If it weren't for this set of radio audio signals, they would have thought that a sea monster had appeared. After all this time, it turned out to be the Big Bear from the Bear Country. Driving the submarine so fast is like rushing to be reborn. Judging from his condition, he was definitely drunk again. Maybe the wine you drink is fake. The two had absolutely no intention of competing with each other. Just dive slowly and leisurely, safety first. Leaving the koala far behind. Ivankov looked extremely proud. Mark on the side gave a thumbs up. Ivankov, well done! Would you like a drink? As he spoke, Mark took out a small iron wine flask from his pocket. When Ivankov saw it, his face was shocked. Surprise and joy. Mark, you're really a talent. You can even bring this thing down. Of course, drinking vodka 6,000 meters under the sea has a different taste. Mark looked proud. Ivankov was almost drooling, and quickly grabbed the wine jug and took 2 gulps. Ola! It feels so good. Cherkov's face at the Maritime Command Center turned as black as the bottom of a pot. These two are really good at making things happen. I must give them a good lesson when I come back. Just at this moment, Cherkov looked through the screen and saw 10 red dots of different sizes appearing in the abyss below. He quickly picked up the microphone and shouted, Ivankov, look, what's down there? Ivankov was startled by the sudden voice. He quickly looked out through the submersible's built-in screen. 10 light sources emitting crimson light were blocking the way directly below. If this continues, we will inevitably be hit head-on. Ivanov quickly controlled the propeller of the Big Bear to reverse and achieve the fastest deceleration. Fortunately, there was no front windshield, otherwise both of them would have flown out of the windshield. It finally stopped before the collision. Ivankov and Mark, feeling dizzy, couldn't help but feel a little scared. At this time, Cherkov's creepy voice came from the voice communication. Look, what is that? At the same time, Ivankov looked at the built-in screen of the submarine with a puzzled look. Suddenly, his pupils shrank into pinpoints. My hair stood on end, I broke out in a cold sweat, and my body was shaking violently. 10 huge tentacles wrapped the entire big bear in the center. At the base of each tentacle, there is a blood-red eyeball, emitting a captivating red light. Further up is a giant octopus head. The slippery and thick tentacles are nearly 7 meters long and slowly shrink. It was about to come into close contact with the big bear. Through an external camera, you can clearly see the dense red epidermal cells and mucus on the tentacles. This turned out to be a giant squid that had never been seen before. Scandiac! A violent vibration sounded. The 10 tentacles finally completely wrapped around the big bear. The submersible shook violently and the situation became extremely urgent. It was about to be destroyed by the giant. I can't even float up or dive down. This instead aroused Ivankov's bloodiness. Big squid, it's not that easy to take down the big bear. After a burst of rapid operation, the big bear's 2 robotic arms and 2 high-speed drills were running frantically. The drill bit penetrated deep into the tentacles. The blood plasma splashed, partially blocking the external lens. After being hit, the tentacles will quickly change positions. The force of the wrapping has increased several times. The big bear made a creaking sound and it looked like it would be destroyed soon. Cherkov in the command room on the sea surface no longer hesitated, and hurriedly asked his superiors for instructions. After approval, an international distress signal was sent to many countries. The current situation is extremely urgent. Maria Trench, 6,000 meters underwater. We can only hope that deep-sea submersibles from other countries will come to the rescue. They only have this one deep-sea submersible. There is no other way. Command centers in countless countries received rescue requests immediately. When the Eagle Command Center saw the message, it simply chose to ignore it. He even showed a sarcastic look. Their deep-sea submersible has successfully dived to a depth of 8,000 meters. Preparations are being made for further dives. How could it possibly surface again to rescue a submarine from a hostile country? Gaul also received requests for international aid. Their commanding generals directly rejected it and said they were powerless to do anything. After receiving the international rescue signal, John country, Kimchi country and other countries showed a gloating look on their faces. It seemed as if something happened that made them very happy. Every country that has deployed an underwater submersible has received a request for rescue. But no one was willing to help. At this time, Cherkov looked at the list handed over by his men and suddenly frowned. Puzzled. Why is Xiaoguan not on the list? 070 Rescue from Xia Country, Dawn of Hope in Despair. The subordinate said respectfully. Report to the general, Xia Kingdom did not send out a deep-sea submersible this time. Cherkov always felt that something was wrong, but he was too anxious to think about it. Over time. 10 minutes have passed. Ivankov and Mark on the Big Bear suddenly discovered that there would be no rescue at all. They are on the verge of despair. In the past, when many countries' ships were trapped in the Antarctic or Arctic, it was the bear country that drove icebreakers to rescue them. Now when they need rescue, no one helps. They are all a bunch of ungrateful wolves. Crack! A crisp sound. A mechanical drill on the hull of the Big Bear was dismantled by the tentacles. Nothing to think of except despair. There is no doubt that he is dead. Cherkov on the sea was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in the command room. At this time, the men came to report. Report! The kangaroo country's koala is about to reach a depth of 6,000 meters and is in the same diving area. It is likely to encounter our country's Big Bear. Help me get through to the kangaroo country's surface command ship right now. I want to talk to the other side's commander. As Cherkov's order was issued, among dozens of warships on the sea, a warship with a kangaroo pattern painted on it received a satellite voice signal. After connecting, I realized that it was the Russian Bear that connected. And the signal men already knew that the other party was the Soviet Navy Vice Admiral Cherkov. Because there is simultaneous interpretation, there is no need to worry about language problems. Hello, Lieutenant General Cherkov. What can I do for you? It's great to be able to contact you. It seemed as if Cherkov had grasped the last straw. He said a series of things quickly. Our underwater submersible was attacked by a suspected mutant giant squid. We ask you to ask the pilot of the koala to help drive away the giant squid. That ugly thing should be about 10 meters away. With 2 deep-sea submersibles covering each other, we will definitely be able to drive it away. After Cherkov finished speaking, he waited anxiously for the other party's answer. At this moment, a burst of laughter came from the communicator. He instantly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, I heard a sarcastic voice from the other side. Haha, respected Lieutenant General Cherkov. I'm sorry, we have something else to do on the koala, so we can't help you drive away the giant squid. Thank you for your reminder. We will let the koala avoid that dangerous area. Goodbye. Beep, beep, beep. Cherkov's face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip out of it. He had already begged humbly, and the other party only needed to do a little favor. After the success, we would gain a good international reputation and the goodwill of the bear country, and save 2 lives. They refused such a thing that could kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Helplessly, Cherkov gave up. He picked up the heavy microphone and said in a low voice, Ivankov! Mark! I'm very sorry to tell you that there will be no rescue. You will be awarded the Order of the Golden Double-Headed Eagle, and your family will receive a pension of 3 million rubles. If there is anything else you want to do, please tell me now. I swear as a Vice Admiral that I will do everything I can to help you achieve it. A series of voices finished. Ivankov and Mark were both silent. There is nothing more cruel than being sure that you are about to die while you are still alive. The 2 looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Martin said into the communicator, Lieutenant General Cherkov, I have only one request. Don't tell my wife that I smuggled in the wine. Otherwise she would definitely say that I was drunk and missed the job. Ivankov also said into the communicator, Please tell my wife to hide the pension and don't let my idol brother steal it. Cherkov's eyes were red. I feel extremely guilty. He slammed his fist on the table. I feel so upset. Looking outside through the battleship's window. More than a dozen large warships were drifting in the nearby waters. They all serve as temporary command centers for deep-sea submersibles, but no country is willing to rescue people. Huh! Cherkov vaguely saw a familiar warship. I thought I saw it wrong. I rubbed my eyes and found that it was correct. That is Shagwa's 055. A gleam of light suddenly flashed in Cherkov's eyes. Since 055 has arrived, it is impossible that Xia country has not sent out a deep-sea submersible. Those international news turned out to be smokescreens released by Xia country. Can you believe this? Cherkov even immediately thought that Xiagwa must be making a fortune quietly by doing so. He once led the Black Sea Fleet and conducted military exercises with the Xia Navy. He had once had the honor of being on the deck of the 055 battleship, so it was impossible for him to make a mistake. Think about it this way. Is that old friend here too? Cherkov immediately shouted to the signalman. Hurry, help me connect with the 055 battleship in the southeast. Quickly! The 2 countries are all-round strategic partners and their communications are connected very quickly. On the 055 battleship, Commander Zhang and Mr. Zhan had just arrived and were sitting in the temporary command room, keeping an eye on the situation of Wang Yixue and the others. At this moment, the signalman suddenly came walking quickly. Report to the commander, Lieutenant General Cherkov of the Bear Country will call. Commander Zhang took the communication headset. Old friend, long time no see. Commander Zhang, my old friend, it's great to be able to contact you. Cherkov was so moved that he almost cried. I saw that all hope was lost and everything was over, but now I have found a little light in the despair. How can I not be moved? Cherkov didn't waste any words and said directly, Our Big Bear deep-sea submersible was attacked by a giant squid over 10 meters long. Old man, can you help with the rescue? After the mission is accomplished, our Bear Country will reward you handsomely. After hearing this, Commander Zhang knew the matter was urgent and stopped talking. Directly. The Russian Bear is our friendly country, and we have no choice but to do our part. Cherkov's face was filled with ecstasy, and his heart was filled with deep emotion. This is what it means when a friend in need is a friend indeed. He quickly reported Ivankov and his team's location. Currently at a depth of 6,000 meters on the seabed, coordinates 11 degrees 21 minutes north, 142 degree 11.3 E. After the two finished communicating, they hung up the phone immediately. Now is not the time for idle chatter. Commander Zhang immediately issued a rescue order to Wang Yixue. At this time, the Great Bear was already overwhelmed. 2 robotic arms and 2 high-speed drills have been dismantled by the tentacles. The signal transmitting and receiving devices used for communication were also destroyed. Communications with the command room were disrupted. The entire Big Bear was like a shark with its fins cut off, without any attack power. Just wait till death. Fortunately, the external camera is still intact. The mucus that had previously splashed onto the lens has been washed away by the ocean current. They can now watch through the screen as the giant squid uses its 10 tentacles to tear apart the entire Ursa Major. Those 10 eyes emitting scarlet light seem to be able to suck away people's souls. The two had completely given up hope. A small bottle of vodka has been finished. The fear did not disappear, but became more intense. Both of them were drenched in cold sweat. All the color had gone from his face. The skin was as pale as freshly scraped putty. Crunch! The tentacles were almost about to open their airtight cabin. Once this hole is opened, tons of seawater poured into the cabin. The two of them would instantly have their internal organs crushed by the extremely terrifying high pressure. Crunch! Crunch! Ivankov slumped in the driver's seat, giving a miserable smile. Are you going to die? But He was halfway through his speech. The Big Bear suddenly shook violently. Even the giant squid stopped moving. The 10 scarlet eyes looked around. As if sensing some danger, he actually showed a bit of human alertness. The sea water surged wildly under the huge pressure. A low roar came from far away. The heart-pounding sound grew louder and louder. A dark shadow covered the entire deep sea. The black shadow's eyes glowed with a red cross. The sea water, which was almost black, turned blood red. The giant squid was also frightened, as if it had seen the most terrifying thing in its life. Abandon the Big Bear immediately, and run away. But then the black shadow dragged a huge anchor that was so long that the end of it could not be seen, and swung it towards the giant squid. The force was too fierce. A violent explosion sounded on the seabed. The anchor seemed to be blowing through the sea floor. There is a long iron chain dragging at the tail, and the other end is connected to the palm. With its unstoppable inertia, even the sea water cannot stop it. In a blink of an eye, the giant squid's huge head was smashed into pieces. It still kept going forward, charging forward in a reckless manner, as if it wanted to penetrate the center of the earth. The sea water also surged violently, as if it was about to cause an 18-magnitude tsunami. The Big Bear was like a helpless drowned rat in the extremely turbulent sea water. Ivankov in the cockpit was so shocked that his skull was about to explode. The 2 eyeballs were thrashing around in their sockets and were about to pop out. His mouth was too big, and both corners of his mouth were torn and bleeding. But I didn't feel any pain at all. People are completely stunned. An absurd yet extremely real feeling kept hitting his brain. His remaining brain cells turned into tofu. Even though the Big Bear was shaking wildly, he himself seemed to be frozen. Unable to move. Unable to take self-examination. People are stupid. Martin on the side looked even more crazy. He banged his head hard against the operating table beside him. Bang! Bang! He kept making strange noises from his mouth. This is impossible. This is absolutely fake. I must be dreaming. Why are you still dreaming? If you don't wake up, I'll crash to death. 071 Eagle Sauce's global live broadcast. Not only them. Inside the 055 battleship, Commander Zhang and Mr. Zhang were also shocked by Wang Yixue's action. The sight of picking up the anchor and throwing it out almost made the 2 old men dig their eyes out. So thrilling. So exciting. The Marines on the battleship had never seen such a scene before, and they couldn't believe it was real. The blood in my body is almost boiling. No one expected that the motherland had already hidden such a powerful weapon. So cool. especially the red cross light emanating from the eyes, which is exactly in line with the aesthetic taste of young people. This is the ideal charmer in a man's heart. Wan Yixue hit the giant squid with one strike, her face full of pride. Tong Yao, who was sitting next to him, was so fascinated by the scene that she wished she could take the driver's seat and experience the same thing. This thing also has a fatal attraction to women. The iron chain on the palm of the deep-sea titan made a cracking sound. Quick recycling. The anchor embedded in the rock was quickly tightened, and a loud bang was heard the next moment. Flying quickly towards Titan. Boom! Holding the anchor firmly in her hand, Wang Yixue's mouth curled up in a confident arc. At first she thought that the machines in the sea would definitely not be flexible enough, nor as cool as mechas. Now it seems I am still young. No matter from which aspect you look at it, this thing's combat capability is in no way inferior to that of the Crimson Sky mecha. The giant squid was destroyed, and the big bear was safe. After the shock, Ivankov was finally able to think normally. He suddenly realized that the giant beast had no intention of hurting him at all. While the submarine's power system is still normal, quickly surface. After a flurry of operations, the big bear quickly surfaced with the help of the dark sea water surging from the abyss. Mark also regained his senses from his fright. After wiping the blood off his forehead, he exclaimed that it was a close call. I almost died here today. I'm lucky enough to have survived this time, but I'll definitely teach Eagle Sauce and his bunch of lackeys a lesson in the future. You ungrateful thing! Next time when you ask for help in the Arctic, don't even think about breaking the ice. Just use the icebreaker to sink that damned ship. Only in this way can I feel relieved. Wang Yixue watched as the big bear was safe and sound and quickly surfaced. Then he asked his superiors for instructions on the next step. Commander Zhang immediately gave the order to continue diving. Too much time is wasted nowadays, we must hurry up. The other side. In the command room of the USS Nimitz nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Admiral William carries 3 dazzling stars on his shoulders. Through the communication screen, we can see that the 2 Neptunes have reached a depth of 8,000 meters on the seabed as scheduled. And so far, they are in a completely leading position. The super rare earth is already in his pocket. At this time, we must maximize our profits. He immediately said to the signalman beside him. Immediately start the live broadcast for all Eagle Sauces. I want all Eagle Sauces, and even the whole world, to know that Eagle Sauce is still the strongest country. Only by following the footsteps of the Eagle Sauce can our country survive safely. The signalman raised his hand and saluted, shouting, Yes! Maria Trench. 8,000 m depth position. The 2 Neptunes were quietly suspended in the lonely and dark deep sea. The cockpit of Sea King 1. When Enjoy heard in the headset that the live broadcast of all Eagle Sauces was about to begin, he suddenly became a little excited. I didn't expect that I would have such an opportunity to show myself just after changing my job to become a deep-sea submersible pilot. He quickly straightened his collar. After all, there are cameras in the cockpit. You have to pay attention to your image. Mi Zhen standing by also quickly followed suit, thinking that if he could perform well this time, he might be able to get a promotion and a raise. Ever since they returned to Earth from outer space after the last emergency, they have been unwilling to go into space to carry out missions again. Became unemployed. Later, because of my experience in aerospace, I had the honor of becoming the pilot of Poseidon 1. The pilots of the Aquaman 2 are Jerson and Jack. When they heard that the show would be broadcast live to the entire nation, they were extremely excited and stood up straight. An order came from the communicator. 2 blue deep-sea submersibles moved quickly at the same time, diving to a depth of 9,000 meters under the sea. All major mainstream media outlets in the United States have started live broadcasting of the entire event. The official live broadcast room of Milientia has the largest number of visitors. Not only can you watch the live broadcast on TV, but they also have live broadcast rooms on online platforms. Within a few minutes, hundreds of thousands of people flooded into the live broadcast room. The barrage of comments was even more lively. The Eagles are still the strongest country after all. They easily won first place. The Eagle Sauce is the most democratic and free country. Long live the Eagle Sauce! I heard that Xia country didn't send out a submersible this time, ha ha. When the critical moment comes, Xiagua is not even worthy of carrying our shoes. I immigrated here a long time ago. The Xia country I lived in before was really too dark. The person speaking above, why do your online name and profile picture look a bit like a transnational fugitive? Shit! Run away! After the news that Eagle Sauce had started live streaming came out, people from more countries entered the live streaming room. Countries such as Kangaroo Country, John Country, Gaul Country, and others did not choose to broadcast live footage of their own submarines. The first thing they need to do is to dive deep and be willing to broadcast live. Now they have fallen behind others, so what is there to broadcast? So the whole world's attention was attracted to the live broadcast of Eagle Sauce. William leaned back in his chair and took a long drag on his cigar, a face full of satisfaction. I took a quick look at the number of people online in the live broadcast room, and it has exceeded 8 million. It's about to reach 10 million. Even the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy called just now. Verbal praise was given. Praise him for a job well done. This is a perfect opportunity to showcase America's status as a great power. Let the whole world see that the Eagle Sauce is still young. The power is still there. Don't doubt the strength of the United States just because some countries show the slightest signs of rising. People like Xiagua or White Elephant are no match for the Eagle Sauce. The Xiagua media also relayed the live broadcast of Yingjiang. I was extremely angry after seeing the comments from American netizens. Some people couldn't help but ask, why doesn't our Xia country have its own deep-sea submersible? This has become a question in the minds of all the people. Neptune 1 and Neptune 2 dived safely under the attention of people all over the world. With sufficient power and a shape that is consistent with fluid mechanics, the two Neptunes can dive very quickly. Enjoy looked at the depth value on the screen and felt extremely excited. Even a little nervous. Michigan, we've already reached the bottom of the ocean, so we won't run into aliens again, will we? Crow's mouth, can you say something auspicious? Megan just finished speaking. Neptune 1 shook violently. Enjoy and Migung's pupils trembled instantly. Immediately afterwards, Neptune 1 vibrated even more violently. A familiar feeling of palpitation suddenly appeared in the hearts of the two. Enjoy's face changed drastically, and he looked at me, Jen. The two men's faces turned pale. I felt extremely nervous. This feeling is very much like encountering an alien mecha in outer space. 072 Poseidon 2, dead. Countless people watching the live broadcast also noticed something was wrong. Both the images in the cockpit and the external camera images were shaking violently. This feels like a precursor to some supernatural disaster that is about to occur. Countless people held their breath. His eyes were fixed on the live broadcast screen. In Aquaman 2, Jerson and Jack were not as nervous as in Jue and Mijen. They were military men and thought it was some kind of underwater current activity. Just when countless people were wondering, a blinding red light suddenly appeared. The entire seabed was rendered red. A series of dull, gurgling sounds rang out across the entire seabed. A huge black shadow dragged a long red light and fell rapidly from above. The entire seabed was stirred up by a huge undercurrent. Enjue looked horrified. His face looked very ugly. I was almost scared to tears. The first time I screamed, "Aliens are coming again! Run!" Mijen, who was standing by, was also so frightened that he was at a loss, pressing buttons frantically on the operating table. I was so scared that I couldn't find the floating button at all. In a blink of an eye, the black shadow had carried a huge ocean current 100 meters wide and passed straight through. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the Neptune. Driven by the strong ocean current, both submersibles began to spin like crazy. Like two spinning tops turned sideways. The black shadow continued to rush downwards without any pause. Jerson immediately performed skillful operations to stabilize the Neptune 2. He looked at the back of the giant. At the same time, his camera also focused on the past. Countless people in the live broadcast room wanted to see what this thing was. The dark body is extremely huge. In his hand, he was holding a black anchor that was dozens of meters or even hundreds of meters long. The chain at the end of the anchor was casually wrapped around its arm. Under the strong impact of the ocean current, a dull metallic collision sound was heard. The red light in the eyes almost illuminated the entire deep sea. The speed is so fast that I can't see its shape clearly. It seemed to penetrate the entire center of the earth. Jerson's eyeball made a crackling sound and instantly split into two halves. The heart beat so wildly that it could smash the entire chest cavity. In extreme fear, blood flowed from his nostrils and eyes. There was a ga goose-like sound coming from its mouth. He couldn't breathe and was about to die. Mark next to him was equally shocked, but he still retained a trace of rationality. In a desperate situation, open the first aid kit and find the adrenaline. A sharp needle pierced into Jerson's thigh. This allowed Jerson's pupils to regain focus. If the injection had not come in time, he would have died. In the command room of the USS Nimitz, William looked at the indescribable monster in the picture, fear written all over his old face. His face was twitching crazily. It's like taking a hair dryer and blowing it on a Shar-Pei's face. His gloomy eyes were now filled with horror. If he hadn't been leaning on the chair, he would have collapsed on the ground because of weak legs. This monster, which he had never seen before, made his whole back cold and made it difficult for him to breathe. Even on an aircraft carrier, I didn't feel safe. That monster. It seems like it can burst out of the water at any time. An anchor sank the aircraft carrier. Eagle Sauce Live Room. Millions of viewers were shocked. Barrages of comments were flying everywhere. Oh my God! What is that? How scary! Could it be Godzilla? Shit! I was so scared that I peed myself. My grandma asked my mom and I why we were kneeling to watch the live broadcast. FUCK, is humanity finally going to be extinct? I don't want to die. This dark shadow. It completely caught the eyes of tens of millions of people. It hit the hearts of the American people hard. Aquaman 2. After Jerson was injected with adrenaline, a little color returned to his face. In front of the people of the whole world, he has completely lost face today. There was a flash of madness in his eyes. Little monster, huh? Take this deep-sea torpedo if you dare! When William saw Jerson's crazy expression through the screen, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He quickly picked up the communicator and was about to speak. Without waiting to speak, Gessen completed the target alignment and firing. A circular launch port instantly opened at the bottom of Neptune 2. The deep-sea torpedo chased towards the black shadow with an unstoppable momentum. This scene made the entire American population excited. The barrage in the live broadcast room completely exploded. The Sea King is actually carrying torpedoes. Driver Gershon is awesome. You are not afraid of monsters at all. You are worthy of being a member of the Great Eagle Empire. Driver Gessen, we all support you. Everyone stand up. Salute to the great and heroic pilot Gessen. Driver Jerson is so handsome. Crazy praises filled the entire live broadcast screen. The whole of the United States is praising Jerson's bravery. They stared at the live broadcast screen, waiting for the violent explosion to come from the deep sea below. That would be the feat of the Gessen pilot, using a deep-sea torpedo to sink the supermonster. There is no one before him and no one after him. Countless people clenched their fists in excitement. He kept repeating in his mouth, "Blow up this damn monster." On the USS Nimitz, William vaguely felt that Jerson had made a big mistake. Years of combat experience told him that this behemoth should not be provoked. Dare to fire a torpedo at him. They are putting themselves in danger. The same sea. On the 055 battleship. Commander Zhang's mouth curled up. There was a flash of disdain in his eyes. Deep-sea torpedo? Just garbage. He murmured, seeking death. Pick up the microphone and give orders to Wang Yishue. Yishue, destroy this submarine. I want to see them all mourning for Jerson. Wang Yishue in the cockpit of the deep-sea Titan immediately took orders. The deep-sea torpedo in Titan's hand was suddenly crushed into two pieces. Turn your body around. A giant energy hole over 8 meters wide instantly opened in the Titan's chest. That emotionless mechanical voice rang out in the cockpit. Quantum source phased array radar locks on target. Target defense assessment completed. Water flow measurement completed. Beta super energy ray is fully charged. Deep sea Dragon King cannon fired. Boom! A beam of high energy radiation that almost evaporated the entire ocean. It roared and shot out from the 8-meter wide chest muzzle. A green beam of light was formed, penetrating through the seabed. In the live broadcast room of Eagle Sauce, suddenly someone saw a little green light. I was confused. Shouldn't the color carried by the shock wave of a torpedo explosion be green? When he was in doubt, the light expanded instantly, and in an instant it surged to the point of covering the entire Neptune II. In the submarine, Jerson saw a green light in his eyes. I was so shocked that I couldn't speak anymore. Manhwaedit was completely stunned. In a trance, he saw an angel waving at him. God was smiling upon him. He even saw his father, who had passed away many years ago, come to pick him up in person. Ha! Very nice. I'm so happy, I finally got to see my damn dad. 073 Eagle Sauce, have you come to this day? Mark, who was standing by, was completely filled with fear when he saw Jerson's expression. He had already guessed that it was the monster's counterattack. I am dying. He hated Jerson, the damn idiot. He should have known not to give him adrenaline. Damn it! If you want to die, go die by yourself. Why do you have to drag me, your grandpa, with you? If I meet you in the next life, I will kill you with one knife, you idiot. Shit! Neptune II was hit by the green light in an instant. The moment it touches, it turns into crumbs. The consciousness of the two people completely dissipated in the green light. Stirred by the turbulent ocean currents, the submersible left no trace at all. The audience in the Eagle Sauce live broadcast room witnessed everything through the external camera of Aquaman 1. Tens of millions of people have collectively lost their voices. His eyes were dull and his spirit had suffered a severe blow. Not a single barrage is left. The pupils of countless people experienced a 12-magnitude earthquake and drool flowed from the corners of their mouths. After a long period of suffocation, some people gradually shed tears of fear. A shadow of death loomed over the entire Eagle Sauce. Countless people have the illusion that they are about to die. In the command room of the USS Nimitz, Admiral Williams slumped in his chair. The cigar that had been in his mouth fell to the ground with a pop. His face was full of wrinkles, and it almost shook out from the top of his head. He uttered a few broken words with difficulty and bitterness. What the hell is this monster? The entire aircraft carrier command room was silent. There were many top experts present, but no one could answer this question. Countless people now have the idea of escaping quickly. On the 055 battleship, Commander Zhang watched the scene of the destruction of Aquaman 2 in the Eagle Sauce live broadcast room. There was a gleam of light in his eyes. Even his breathing was filled with excitement, and he shouted loudly, "Happy! This is what happens if you dare to attack the deep-sea titan." Mr. John was laughing so hard that his eyes almost disappeared. He had a vague feeling. Xia country is really about to rise. In the cockpit of Sea King 1, all the color had gone out of Megan's face. Both legs were shaking wildly. The cockpit was filled with the sound of his teeth chattering. And Joey just kept rolling his eyes. His legs were stretched straight as if they were about to collapse. Mi-Jen thought quickly and took out a medicine with a needle from the first aid kit. A fierce needle pierced Joey's old waist. It seemed to have pierced the bone. The intense pain made Joey's hair stand on end. Consciousness quickly regained. Megan heaved a sigh of relief. If he were the only one left in this bottomless abyss, he would be scared to death. And Joey was sweating from the pain, holding his waist, and asked, "Michigan, what medicine did you give me?" Megan glanced at the potion in his hand and read the name written on it. "Insulin, huh? Not adrenaline?" This moment, the air stagnated. Megan forced an awkward smile on his face. "Actually, this thing is pretty good, it helps digestion." And Joey's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. A surge of anger rose up. Furious. "Give yourself a shot and try it." His eyelids twitched wildly and his eyeballs were covered in bloodshot. If it weren't for Megan, it would have been well-intentioned. I really want to make this shit right now. But they would both probably die soon. Now that Aquaman 1 has been taken down, they will definitely be the next. However, 5 minutes later there was still no green light. A glimmer of hope gradually appeared on Enjoy and Mi-Gen's faces. Doesn't the monster intend to kill them? Enjoy and Mi-Gen were not the only ones who thought so. Even William in the aircraft carrier's command room had this guess. It seems that the reason why the monster attacked Poseidon 1 was only because of the provocation of the deep-sea torpedo. Think of this level. William immediately gave orders to Enjoy and Mi-Gen. You two, continue diving and carry out the mission of mining super rare earths. Enjoy jumped up immediately and managed to escape the disaster with great difficulty. It is absolutely impossible to let them dive now. However, before Enjoy and Mi-Gen could refuse, an unquestionable voice came to their ears. This is a military order. If you refuse to comply, you will be sent to a military court. The sound goes through a private line and cannot be heard in the live broadcast room. Enjoy and Mi-Gen both looked extremely ugly. Everyone knows that being brought to a military court means certain death. The two had no choice but to continue to carry out William's orders. In the live broadcast room of Eagle Sauce, countless people were stunned when they saw Enjoy and Mi-Gen controlling Neptune 1 to continue diving. Facing the giant beasts of the deep sea, he remains calm and fearless. This courage and spirit has aroused a bit of ruthlessness in the hearts of countless American hawks who are filled with fear. As the parties involved, Enjoy and Mi-Gen dared to face the monster head-on. They are in their own country, yet they are so scared. Gradually, the number of barrages in the live broadcast room increased again. Well done, Imogen, we are proud of you. You are the best. All 400 million people in the United States are with you. We are your strong backing. Don't be afraid of the monsters. Go ahead. William saw the changes in the barrage and finally let out a sigh of relief. The appearance of the monster almost destroyed the national confidence of the entire Eagle Sauce. At present, we can only use the indomitable spirit of Enjoy and Mi-Gen as an example to stabilize the public's mentality. Although Enjoy and Mi-Gen don't seem very reliable. As Neptune 1 continued to dive on the battleship of the Bear Country, Cherkov and his men witnessed the disaster that occurred on the Eagle Sauce Poseidon 2. He was so happy that his mouth was about to be crooked with laughter. Their big bear simply encountered a giant squid. The Neptune was ruthless and directly provoked a monster. All I can say is it was a beautiful job. Thumbs up for Brother Monster. If there was a reward function, Cherkov would not hesitate to give the monster brother a cloud-piercing arrow. This thing was done in a really frank way. It's so refreshing. Damn Eagle Sauce, you deserve this day. If the big bear hadn't surfaced yet. He even wanted to prepare some hard dishes and drink 2 pounds of vodka. Commander Zhang of Xia State had already been notified and the rescue was successful. Ivankov and Mark are currently surfacing. Unfortunately, the communication function was damaged and we were unable to learn about Ivankov and the others' situation in time. The deepest part of the sea. The deep-sea Titan paid no attention to the overwhelming water pressure. Even at a depth of 9,880 meters, it is still rushing. The supercavitation behind is very eye-catching. The originally stagnant seabed was stirred up by the huge force of this native land, and it could no longer be at peace. The entire seabed was in turmoil. As the focus appeared in her sight, Wang Yixio's eyes suddenly lit up. Surprised? It seems we have reached the end of the nursery rhyme. The desolate, pale rocks and sea sand covered the entire seabed. The deep-sea Titan quickly adjusted its posture. His feet landed firmly on the rocks on the seabed. Boom boom! The rocks were blown into pieces by the huge force, splashing everywhere in the violent and chaotic ocean current. Spider-web-like cracks spread from under the Titan's feet to the surrounding areas, and only stopped when they reached a range of 1 kilometer. Wang Yixio glanced around. The excitement was palpable. 10,000 meters under the sea, here we come! Tong Yao was also extremely excited, but she frowned after a moment. Where are the super rare earths? 074 bold idea. Wang Yixue looked around. It was pale and there was no sign of life. Even the most resilient fish can only survive at a depth of 8,300 meters underwater. This is truly 10,000 meters below the sea, and no fish can withstand such strong high pressure. Not even light can reach it. Occasionally, some strange sounds can be heard in the extremely silent seabed. If the deep-sea titan hadn't given people enough sense of security, Wang Yixue and Tong Yao would have jumped up in fright. "Yixue, you've worked hard on this journey, take a rest first." Commander Zheng's familiar voice came to my ears. Wang Yixue immediately responded respectfully. "Yes." Then he immediately asked, "Commander Zhang, where are the super rare earths? It's all white underground and I can't tell." Many countries have learned the exact coordinates of this simple super rare earth, and we are no exception. It is at 11 degrees 41 minutes north, 142 degree 31.3 E. Once you arrive at this location, you should be able to find its trace. Clear! Get the exact location. Wang Yixue and the others didn't really rest. Driving the deep-sea titan, he took powerful steps towards a place not far away. Every step you take is accompanied by a dull rumbling sound. The ground shook violently, and the rocks were crushed into pieces. According to the coordinates, it should be not far from here. After walking more than 500 meters, Wang Yixue's eyes lit up as she looked at the rock in front of her that was flashing with silver-white light. A careful look will reveal that this piece of rock is different from the surrounding rocks. Wang Yixue controlled the deep-sea titan and raised her hand to smash an anchor on the rock. The stone broke into countless pieces in an instant. But Wang Yixue clearly noticed his difference. This kind of rock is much harder than ordinary rock. If it were an ordinary rock, it would have been smashed into pieces when she dropped the anchor. Yet these are still stones. It's already very good. At this time, Commander Zheng's excited voice came from the headset. "Yixue, you found the right thing. This is the super rare earth ore. Just take a quick look at the reserves. If there aren't many, find a way to bring them all back." Infected by Commander Zheng's excitement, Wang Yixue and Tong Yao were full of energy. I explored the surroundings. It was discovered that this type of ore was found within a radius of 1 kilometer. So I started studying depth again. This is also simple. Come to the edge of the vein and wave the anchor. After just over 10 hits, they reached the bottom boundary layer of the vein. Wang Yixue immediately reported the situation. Inside the 055 battleship, Commander Zhang and Mr. Zhang were instantly caught in a dilemma. Considering the scarcity of super rare earths, this reserve is already astonishingly large. Although the deep-sea titan is powerful enough, it can't take away much at most. What should I do now? Take some away and leave some for the eagle sauce and others? As soon as Commander Zhang had this idea, he immediately rejected it. There was a solemn look in his eyes. Commander Zhang said solemnly into the microphone, "Yixue, take as many as you can. If you can't take anything away, move it to another location. If you really can't take it away, just blow it up." After receiving the order, Wang Yixue and Tong Yao began to think. The leader said that you should take as much as you can. You mean take as much as you can? Think of this. Wang Yixue and Tong Yao looked at each other. Almost in unison. "I have a bold idea," Wang Yixue said. "You speak first." "You speak first." "Okay, let me tell you first, this is what I think." After the two women communicated, they found that they had the same idea. So we took action. According to the time calculation, the Eagle Sauce's Poseidon 1 is estimated to be reaching a depth of 9,000 meters. After Commander Zhang gave the order to mine, he and Mr. Zhang and the others turned their eyes to the screen next to them. What is being played here is the live broadcast of Eagle Sauce. They were destroyed by a mysterious monster, and one of their deep-sea submersibles was destroyed. It was precisely because one of their robots had been killed by the monster that they received more attention. Now the number of online users in the Milian News Agency's simultaneous live broadcast room has exceeded 30 million. The popularity is almost catching up with the popular events in the Olympics. The bravery of Enjue and Nikon touched every American citizen. Countless people choked up. The barrage was filled with praises. As expected of a man from the Eagle country, well done! Enjoy and me gum are the hope of Eagle sauce, and Eagle sauce is the hope of all mankind. Eagle sauce is so great! The freest, most democratic and safest country. After looking at the content of the barrage, Admiral William finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, public opinion was turned around. He sneered and said to the people around him, "Continue to increase public opinion guidance, divert the public's attention to other places, and dilute the monster incident." "Yes." William gave the order. More content gradually appeared in the barrage. Neptune 1 is about to reach a depth of 9,000 meters. So exciting! As expected, my Eagle-chan submarine is the most powerful. Why didn't we see Xia country sending out a submarine? It's a slap. Shit! What qualifications does Xiaogua have to be compared with me, Eagle sauce? That's right, what kind of rubbish country can dare to touch the Eagle sauce? After some inexplicable comments appeared, countless American citizens followed suit and expressed their opinions passionately. They began to criticize the Xia kingdom. The whole screen was filled with mockery of Xia's poor technological capabilities. They say they steal technology and have no independent research and development capabilities. When someone mentioned the J-2 series of fighter jets recently developed by Xiaogua in the barrage, they were completely ignored. When they want to spray you, you're guilty of even breathing. More people joined in the verbal attacks on Xiaogua. It was as if he wanted to vent all his previous fear and loss of composure on Xiaogua. Only by trampling on the Xia kingdom can they prove their greatness. Many Xiaogua netizens are paying attention to the live broadcast. They fired back at the barrage. It worked a little at the beginning, but later the U.S. news agency directly shut down all the barrages sent by Xiaogua from the background. That way, there would be no dissenting voices. Commander Zhang watched everything with a sneer in the warship. These ignorant grasshoppers, let's see how long they can continue to jump around. If you want to obtain super rare earths, don't leave even a single stone for them. Finally, Neptune 1 dived to a depth of 9,000 meters. The comments in the live broadcast room were so happy. Long live Eagle sauce! Great Eagle, my mother! Oh my God, this is a feat that will go down in history. I'm proud of you. Long live! The entire barrage was cheering. An atmosphere of joy filled the entire Eagle sauce. Under some deliberate guidance, they seemed to have forgotten the fear that the monster had just brought to them. Neptune 1 is a lone boat that hesitates to go deep into the seabed. There were only 2 of them in this dark world. The situation in the cockpit is not as optimistic as that outside. The atmosphere of terror has never disappeared. And Joy and Mi-Jen could vaguely hear a low scandium scandium sound from below. As the dive depth increases, the sound becomes louder. I don't know what it is. Both of them felt a little uneasy. But for now I can only comfort myself that it was caused by some small volcanoes or crustal movements on the seabed. 075 Proud Eagle sauce. Entered a depth of 9,000 meters. Admiral William was almost certain. Super rare earths must be the first ones they obtain. But the Neptune is only so big, how many can it bring aboard? That's the problem. Admiral William's eyes rolled, and he immediately had an idea. Immediately publish a message on the Eagle Sauce News Network. The Eagle Sauce Sea King 1 is about to reach 10,000 meters below the sea. Based on the principle of first come, first served, all the super rare earths will belong to the Eagle Sauce. When this news came out, countless countries were shocked. What does first come, first served mean? This is an international practice. Even the diehard followers of Eagle Sauce are somewhat unhappy. They spent a lot of effort to build a deep-sea submersible, and finally the time came to pick the fruits. You, Eagle Sauce, pick the first fruit first. This wild fruit tree will all be yours. How can this be true? More than a dozen countries, including the Kangaroo Country, the Pickle Country, the Gaul Country, and the John Country, have lodged protests. He claimed that he totally disagreed with this statement. They all know how precious super rare earths are. How can it be so easy to give in? Not long after, another piece of news appeared on the Eagle News Network. Although the super rare earths should belong to us, the Eagle Sauce, but considering the development of all mankind, The Eagle Sauce has decided to sell some of them to foreign countries, with priority given to friendly countries. As soon as this statement came out, the eyes of those countries that did not send out submersibles lit up. Especially the Little Days. They originally had a submarine, but the monster attack forced two well-trained pilots to flee to another country to avoid the monster. So they were unable to participate. I waited for almost a day, but the monster didn't come. Now we can also spare some energy to mix in super rare earths. So Xiao Rizi was the first to set an example. Paid a down payment of $5 billion US. This is the beginning of our happy life. Immediately, several other countries also paid deposits. When the kangaroo country saw this, it found that its own submarine was also at the end. He might as well just hand over his own $5 billion deposit. Then the Kingdom of Kimchi, the Kingdom of John, the Kingdom of Gaul, and others also became anxious. The extent of super rare earth reserves is still unknown. In case there is only a little bit, if you don't pay the deposit now, you will definitely have no share when the time comes. I could only pay the deposit one after another. When Admiral Williams saw that many countries paid money, he smiled so hard that his mouth was crooked. Not only did they collect huge amounts of military funds, but they also obtained sole ownership of super rare earths. It's so cool. Seeing so many countries have already bought the quota before they even saw the super rare earths. The Camel Kingdom could no longer hold back. Also applied to Eagle Sauce to pay the deposit first. But at this time, the response from Eagle Sauce to Camel Country was, because the quota is limited and the price of rare earths has increased, the deposit now needs to be $10 billion US. When the Camel Kingdom royal family saw the reply, their faces suddenly darkened. Curse the Eagle Sauce for not being fair. It was definitely a deliberate targeting. In recent years, Loatua has become close to the Xia state and has purchased a lot of military equipment from the Xia state. The Eagle Sauce has long been jealous. So they are trying to make things difficult for me and trip me up. Despicable behavior. However, because the Eagle Sauce's submarine is indeed the fastest, it will arrive first. The royal family of the Camel Kingdom was helpless and could only accept defeat if they wanted to obtain super rare earths. Similarly, the Bear Country also wants to buy it. Their submersible was attacked by a giant squid and failed. The source of the signal has just been found and the salvage operation is underway. We don't know whether the driver inside is alive or dead. At this critical juncture, if there is a chance to buy super rare earths, they are naturally willing to pay some money. To this end, Cherkov contacted Admiral William directly. The reply they received was that they needed to pay a deposit of 20 billion yuan, and there was no guarantee that they would eventually get the rare earths. Cherkov was furious and hung up the phone. It's not that easy to get something for nothing. Others charge $50, but his is $200. This is so unfair. Even more cruel than trapping a camel. The Russian economy is in a tight spot right now, so how can it afford to pay a deposit? Seeing that he had lost the super rare earth, Cherkov was in a terrible mood. At this moment, we suddenly received a call from the search team. A light finally flashed in Cherkov's eyes. This should be the only good news of the day. The big bear has been found. Both drivers were still alive and well. Soon, both Ivankov and Mark were brought before Cherkov. The two of them recovered quite well in their mental state. Standing straight with chin raised, he gives people a feeling of arrogance. Cherkov looked them up and down and was very satisfied with the two warriors. It's not your fault that this operation failed. You have performed well enough. When this matter is completely over, there will be rewards. Tell me what happened to you after the signal was interrupted. Ivankov and Martin looked at each other. Let me tell you. At that time, our communicator was destroyed by a giant squid. Just as the sealed hatch was about to be opened, the entire seabed suddenly surged wildly, and a blood-red cross of light illuminated the entire seabed. After Ivankov finished speaking, Cherkov was completely stunned. What kind of science fiction movie is this? Can you speak human language? Ivankov was not at all surprised to see Cherkov's expression. As if it had been expected. Martin on the side echoed. What he said is all true. We saw it with our own eyes. There is a video recording device in the cockpit. You can check it. Quick, get me the video recording device first. Cherkov was still in shock and looked incredulous, and he immediately gave the order. Not long. A scene that shocked everyone was played on the big screen in the temporary command room of the warship. Cherkov sat down on a chair with a thump. The shock in his pupils was beyond description. He immediately thought of another picture. Instantly, the monster encountered by the Eagle Sauce Poseidon was brought up on the screen next to it. Comparing the two, it turned out to be the same monster. The huge anchor and the red cross in the eyes are the most obvious features. Cherkov was so shocked that he was speechless. Breathing rapidly. The huffing and puffing sound is like pulling a bellows. The entire temporary command room fell into silence. Cherkov felt that he didn't have enough brain cells to think. What on earth is going on? After a brief calm, Cherkov's eyes suddenly gleamed with a light. Suddenly looking outside the warship, he saw the 055 battleship not far away. A creepy feeling rose from the soles of his feet, and instantly his skull was knocked off. He thought of an explanation that seemed impossible but extremely reasonable. Only in this way can everything make sense. Cherkov did not say it directly. Because the matter is too big. His whole face was filled with shock and fear. Trembling slightly, he sighed. The world is about to change. 076. The entire seabed flew out. The officers on the side looked into the distance. The sky is cloudless, how could the weather change? The lieutenant general speaks very strangely. After a long silence, the shock on Cherkov's face slowly faded. A hint of teasing gradually appeared at the corners of his mouth. To those around you. The matter of purchasing super rare earths from the Eagle Sauce has come to an end. There is no need to think of any other way. General, the powerful effects of super rare earths have been confirmed by all powerful countries. Do we really want to give up? The staff officer next to him asked doubtfully. It's not giving up, it's just that they can't even get it themselves. After explaining casually, Cherkov immediately said to the people around him, Help me connect to the president right now. I have urgent military intelligence to report. While Cherkov was talking, everyone was dismissed. And the calls were encrypted. No one knows what he said to Putin. It's just that his phone call just ended. News came out that the Bear Country was going to pay a friendly visit to the Xia Country. Moreover, the Bear Country directly and unilaterally declared to the outside world that it would form a united front with the Xia Country in the future. At the same time, the entire Far East and Siberia region was open to the Xia Kingdom to show sincerity. The 4 words, United Front, carry extremely heavy weight, and they are one-sided. The meaning of this has left countless countries baffled. It seemed as if in an instant, the Russian bear was suddenly willing to recognize Xiagua as its big brother. This is simply bizarre. His mother opened the door for bizarre, and bizarre is home. The real world seems to have become strange and difficult to distinguish. Many countries are scratching their heads. There are also some voices within Xia State. People on the domestic internet are asking why our country doesn't buy super rare earths from the United States. The functions of super rare earths have long been known to be miraculous. Many people believe that obtaining super rare earths can greatly enhance the country's national strength. However, another piece of information appeared on the Eagle News Network. Super rare earths will not be sold to Xia Country, and any country is prohibited from reselling them to Xia Country. This was undoubtedly a ban on the Xia Kingdom. When the people of Xia learned the news, they were all filled with indignation. I feel a strong energy in my heart. Some people abroad went to the live broadcast room of Xinjiang and asked, Why don't you sell it to us? The American netizens responded complacently, We just won't sell it, so what? The arrogance of the Eagle Sauce has angered countless people in the Xia Kingdom. This is too much. At this time, the highest authority in Xia State issued a very brief message. Just 5 words in total. No need to buy. No need to buy. Could it be that something comparable to super rare earths has been discovered? Or have we already obtained super rare earths? Countless Xia people came to their senses. They all speculated on various possibilities in their minds. So far, the authorities have maintained an extremely secretive attitude. It was as if the chaos outside had nothing to do with me. The only certainty is these 5 words. There must be a deeper meaning. On the 055 battleship, Commander Zhang had just finished a call with his superior and glanced at the progress of Wang Yixue and the others. I was suddenly confused. Mr. Zhang, what do you think Yixue and the others are doing? This? Mr. Zhang couldn't understand it either. Such a short while. Wang Yixue has dug up the entire 1-kilometer area. It can be seen that the depth of the super rare earth vein also reaches 1 kilometer. After digging all around, the deep-sea titan dug another huge cave under the vein, leading to the center of the vein. Then I squeezed in. The anchor is attached to the back. When we got to the bottom of the mine, we heard a click. 2 giant cranes rested on the mineral veins above their heads. Commander Zhang and Zhang Ge took a deep breath, with an expression of disbelief on their faces. Could this be? Really? A cold mechanical voice was heard on the screen. Fluid bionic posture switching, humpback whale. Hydrogen engine output power state switching, high power. All units tested normal. Pump spray vector nozzle adjustment completed. Deep Sea Titan. Attack! In an instant, the engine roared loudly. The 3 pump jet thrusters are operating at full power and full load. The entire seabed seemed to be blown up, and the sea water was rushing left and right like crazy, surging endlessly. Commander Zhang's eyes suddenly widened. The pores all over my body burst open. His expression was almost distorted. Roaring and shouting. They actually want to take the entire mine away. Nonsense! Mr. John standing by also had his mouth twitching and his eyes trembling. The body trembled slightly. If I hadn't taken the magical Nyohuang pills before, I would have been lying down now. The entire command room was stunned. A question arises in the minds of countless people. Could it be that the deep-sea titan could really lift up the entire mineral vein? How is this possible? Absurd. It's like an ant trying to shake a tree. Countless people clenched their fists until their fingers turned white. I have absolutely no idea what these 2 beautiful drivers are thinking. Commander Zhang couldn't bear it any longer. I was about to use the communicator to ask. A violent and dull rumble was heard again in the picture. A powerful sound. It seemed as if it was going to turn the entire seabed upside down. A violent underwater wave. Suddenly there was an explosion underneath the super rare earth mine. The visible shock waves of seawater rushed rapidly in all directions with tremendous force. The violent earthquake shook the entire seabed upside down. Boom boom! The rumbling sound sounded again. Dark cracks appeared beneath the kilometer-long seabed mineral vein. Endless seawater poured in violently. The red light in the deep-sea titan's eyes almost condensed into substance. It's like a laser is going to pierce through the seabed. With the engine roaring, the entire mine actually rose from the ground. Held in the arms of the deep-sea titan. Carrying endless seawater, it flew diagonally upwards. Fuck! What the hell? It's really lifted up. I am so blind, what did I see? My legs are a little weak, help me up. Brother, I'm torn. The entire command center was amazed, and countless officers cursed subconsciously. Commander Zhang no longer dares to give orders casually. It's not just as simple as not obeying orders from troops abroad. The main thing is that the picture in front of you has a visual impact. The deep-sea titan is 30 meters in size, which is already very huge. For example, a kilometer-long mineral vein above your head seems a little small. What if Wang Yixue and Tong Yao are distracted and the mineral vein is blocked? What should we do then? How to rescue people 10,000 meters under the sea? Now they can only trust Wang Yixue and Tong Yao completely with a nervous mood. Complete trust in Deep-Sea Titan. Completely trust the mysterious developer, Su Fan. Now, all I can give is trust. In the cockpit of the Deep-Sea Titan, Wang Yixue and Tong Yao were also very excited. I was thinking of giving it a try. Turns out this thing is too strong. At this time, the nursery rhyme suddenly said, Yixue, I just saw you quickly draw a pattern next to the deep pit. Wang Yixue smiled mysteriously. That's the gift I leave for those who come after me. I don't know if they will like it. Tong Yao remembered that Su Fan had carved words on the moon before. I can't help but sigh, he is really worthy of being Su Fan's disciple. Even the habits are so similar. The other side. In the spotlight. Neptune 1 only needs a few hundred meters to reach 10,000 meters under the sea. At this moment, Enjue, who was staring at the screen, suddenly had his pupils tremble. Vaguely visible. A huge black shadow was rapidly rising diagonally above them. This black shadow is much larger than the previous monster. This feeling is like flying out from the entire seabed. The huge feeling of oppression made Enjue breathless. In a hurry, he grabbed Mi-Jen and said tremblingly, Mimi, I think I saw the monster's grandfather. 077 The Scary Days. Mi-Jen, who was taking a nap, was startled by En's pursuit. Look at the built-in screen in the cockpit. A vast black shadow was flying rapidly upwards. It creates huge underwater turbulence along the way. The ferocious seawater is surging madly across the entire seabed. This is not the grandpa monster, this is the fucking ancestor monster. Mi-Jen was so frightened that his whole body was shaking like a sieve. Their small submarine, which is only 8 meters in size, is like a grain of sand in the Milky Way compared to the monster that stretches as far as the eye can see. If the monster wanted to kill them, it would be easier than stepping on an ant. Command room of the USS Nimitz. Admiral Williams stood up suddenly in shock, his pupils trembling violently. I was extremely nervous. At one point, he even wanted to order the aircraft carrier fleet to evacuate immediately. Stay away from this sea. But Eagle Sauce's live broadcast is still going on, and there are already hundreds of millions of online viewers from all over the world. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue commanding here. The entire command room was filled with a dead atmosphere. The air seemed to have stopped flowing, as if everything had died here. Countless American officers felt difficulty breathing and could hardly catch their breath. The visual impact of the black shadow in the picture almost broke their brains. Lost the ability to breathe and couldn't think. If this continues, he might even suffocate to death because he forgets to breathe. This is what fear looks like when it reaches its extreme. The netizens in Ingjiang's live broadcast room also looked unhappy. Everyone was even a little worried that if this was really a monster, would it pose a threat to them? Especially the American people. The monster before blasted Aquaman 2 into ashes with a beam of green light. The 2 crew members above are real American hawks. The seeds of fear had already been planted in their hearts, and now when they saw this huge black shadow, the seeds of fear took root and sprouted. They will be uneasy and worried all the time for a long time to come. Even after turning off the live broadcast, the dark shadow in my mind still lingers. That would be their nightmare. The warships of the Bear Country are now on their way back. Their mission had failed. But it has already been contacted above. Moreover, the top leaders of both sides have had several phone calls and should have finalized some cooperation agreement. Even though Cherkov knew the truth, he was still horrified when he saw the horrifying scene on the screen. So shocking. A country of small days. After the Godzilla incident calmed down slightly, the country announced that the crisis was over. Countless citizens breathed a sigh of relief. Prime Minister Kishida watched the live broadcast of Eagle Sauce as soon as possible. When he saw the monster, he gasped. He instantly understood why Godzilla didn't chase him. After all this fuss, we finally went to Maria Trench for fun. Will the monster come back in the future? This made his heart race. At this time, people who were watching the live broadcast of Eagle Sauce asked a soul-searching question on the Zaireizi website. Is the monster that Eagle Sauce is encountering now the same monster that originally planned to attack Zaireizi's homeland? Prime Minister Kishida had no choice but to come forward and respond online. This big black shadow should be Grandpa Godzilla. The one that was chasing our country's submarine before was just Godzilla's grandson. There was an immediate uproar in public opinion. Someone matched the relevant information instantly. It turns out that the earth-shattering green light that killed Aquaman 2 was Godzilla's atomic breath. No wonder it's so strong. In an instant, Aquaman 2 was blasted into pieces. Countless people who have a little knowledge suddenly thought of the terrible bad news. The Maria Trench is so close to our homeland that there's no guarantee that Godzilla will come to play on land someday. When the time comes, the whole Osaka will be gone. One trampling attack, and Hokkaido was reduced to ruins. Then it launched another biting attack and bit Mount Fuji into pieces. After having fun, release it into the Red Lotus form. Just a few atomic breaths, and the entire little Riviera sank into the Maria Trench. This reasoning appeared on the internet. It instantly ignited the hearts of all citizens. Countless people are offering advice to the country. Some people even ask other countries to take them in at international forums. They have all been rejected by countless countries. Finally, he turned his attention to Xia State. Xiaogua was angry because of Ingjiang's arrogance and tyranny, and heard that Xiao Rizi was here to make trouble. No need to be polite, just say it directly. Females between 18 and 25 years old were kept, and the rest were fed to Godzilla. So the Xia Kingdom's road was cut off. In the end, the Russian Bear Country miraculously agreed to accept them, and this was even announced via an official account. We, the Bear Country, are willing to accept all the citizens of the little world. After seeing this news, all the ordinary people were moved to tears. Many people later commented on the greatness of the Russian bear. Some other countries also say that the Russian bear is inviting a wolf into the house. But immediately afterwards, the Mao Xing account posted another update. We welcome you very much in Siberia. The potatoes you grow are very delicious. The boys suddenly realized that something seemed to be wrong. These words reminded them of some strange memories. Countless foreign netizens also asked questions. Sure enough, this account posted 2 updates again. After you come here, you only need to plant potatoes 24 hours a day. If you get sick, you don't need to be treated. We will directly provide cremation services in the incinerator. You will be tied up with iron chains and burned. If you're lucky, you might be able to dig up your grandfather while digging potatoes. Then you can be reunited with him. See this dynamic. Netizens all over the world can't hold back any longer. The Russian bear is not being kind at all. This is called killing people and destroying their hearts. Netizens protested for a long time, but the post was still not deleted. I have to say, the Russian bear really knows how to play. Neptune 1. We have descended close to the seabed and can even see white rocks. While Enjoy and Mijen were worried, the black shadow finally moved away from them. Disappeared in the deep and vast Pacific Ocean. The entire audience in the Eagle Sauce live broadcast room also breathed a sigh of relief for the two. They slowly descended the Sea King 1. Finally it stopped on the white gravel. This depth is 10,000 meters under the sea. Admiral William, who had been living in fear, finally showed a hint of color on his face. Successfully reaching the seabed means they can locate, search for, and mine super rare earths. He gradually became agitated. After so much effort, I finally got what I wanted. This landing has far-reaching significance. It represents the most advanced technology currently available to mankind, reaching the deepest part of the Earth. Sure enough, only my great Eagle Sauce can accomplish such a world-shaking and soul-stirring feat. Countless American citizens who have recovered from the fear of the monsters spoke out in the live broadcast room. Even monsters can't stop our great Eagle Sauce from obtaining super rare earths. It turns out that the United States is the greatest country. Justice will prevail over evil, and victory belongs to us. Eagle-chan, my mother! Everyone is paying attention to this moment. Admiral William gave the order. Neptune 1 used coordinate positioning to begin searching for the location of rare earth veins. Enjoy and Mijen also began to operate the positioning seriously. Finally, they came to the edge of a dark pit. The pit is 1 kilometer wide and should be at least 1 kilometer deep. Enjoy was confused. Where are the super rare earths? 078, the 6th one is actually me? Megan also stared at the deep pit with a dull look, muttering, Will he be eaten by a monster? Enjoy. That makes sense. The two men controlled Neptune 1 and began searching around the deep pit. At this time, William in the command room looked extremely ugly. He has already assured his superiors that rare earths must be obtained. If you get nothing in the end, it will be a serious problem. We have received deposits from so many countries, and now you tell me that super rare earths are gone? How to explain this to those countries? How to explain this to my superior? William just felt that he might get into big trouble. Dense beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead. The fingers were also tightly pinched together. The nails almost dug into the flesh. His eyes were fixed on the submarine in the picture. One can only hope to discover something next. It's not just William who is anxious, all the countries that have paid the deposit are anxious. They have handed over real money, but what will happen to their money if there is nothing in the end? There is no precedent for wanting to get money back from the Americans. When the Eagles do business, they are all eating human flesh and leaving no bones. Almost everyone around the world watching the live broadcast had a question in their mind. Where did this super rare earth go? As the live broadcast continues, Enjoy and Mi-Jen almost circled the entire pit. When it's almost finished, Enjoy was suddenly attracted by the texture on the rocks in the distance. So he controlled the submersible to get closer. The audience in the live broadcast room also noticed something strange. He held his breath and stared at the screen without blinking. Horror, thrill, uneasy. Countless negative emotions enveloped everyone. There were crazy guesses on the barrage. It must be these two ancient monster totems. It could also be a medieval magic circle. I think it's more like opening a channel to other parallel universes. Could it be a mysterious formation that summons an ancient demon? As people's speculation deepens, the submersible also came above the rock. Enjoy's eyes swept across the pattern on the rock. His whole body trembled violently. The pattern on the boulder is so familiar. That's something I could never imagine. A big hand raised a middle finger, as if giving them a friendly greeting. Whoa, wodafa. A feeling of shock mixed with a sense of humor instantly flooded into my brain. Enjoy's expression was distorted with shock, and his eyeballs were shaking wildly, almost breaking his eye sockets. Mi-Jen took a deep breath and almost fainted. He clasped his fingers tightly under his nose, fearing that he would faint at this critical moment. After all, he doesn't want to take insulin. In the live broadcast room, countless people were stunned. My outlook on life completely collapsed. Values were shattered. The expressions of countless people were frozen on their faces, as if they were frozen. Unable to move. The brain cannot think either. This is an internationally accepted friendly greeting gesture that everyone understands. But when it appeared here, more than 100 million people in the live broadcast room didn't understand. Countless people began to doubt life. I even feel like I'm just having a long dream. This is absolutely fake. In the command room of the USS Nimitz, Admiral Williams' mouth twitched violently, almost tearing his face apart. The shock in his eyes was gradually replaced by shame. He is not a fool. This definitely wasn't done by a monster. How could a monster humiliate someone like that? This is definitely a humiliation to them by a certain country. That's too much. As the world's hegemon, he was actually given the middle finger in front of the whole world. What a shame! Admiral Williams slammed his fist on the table. He was so angry that he wanted to find this country immediately and launch an aircraft carrier fleet to fight a decisive battle. Find out which country got there first. Don't let me find you! The entire command room was filled with the smell of gunpowder. 055 battleship. Now on the way back. They no longer have any control over what happens here. Commander Zhang saw it as early as when Wang Yixue was secretly drawing the pattern. He didn't stop. If it were him, he might be more direct. He even had the urge to drive the deep-sea Titan to destroy the USS Nimitz. It's too cheap for them to just draw a pattern. Don't worry about the subsequent impact. Eagle Sauce is powerful though. But with the combat effectiveness of the deep-sea Titan, even when facing the Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier fleet, it is not without the ability to fight. However, once the war really breaks out, the entire Xia country may be affected by the war, so there is no need to tear each other apart now. The people of Xia who were watching the live broadcast of Eagle Sauce couldn't help but burst out laughing after seeing that international friendly gesture. Which country did this? Well done! This is a way to put some eye drops on the Eagle Sauce Navy. He did what all the people of Xia wanted to do but never had the chance to do. Let out a breath of anger. The whole network is talking about it. People on the streets are talking about how the United States was overtaken by a mysterious country, which snatched the super rare earths, and then drew patterns to show contempt. The eagle sauce has lost face in front of the whole world. Gradually, someone started analyzing. Who is this mysterious country? Some people think of Xia State's attitude since the emergence of rare earths. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with Xia State. This reveals the extreme irrationality. Also, when netizens were discussing online why Xiagua did not buy rare earths from the United States, the 5 words restored on Xiagua's official website, "No need to buy," combined with Xiagua's long-standing habits. Some have come to a surprising conclusion. Could this mysterious country be the Xia Kingdom? Is this pattern the counterattack of the Eagle Sauce when it wanted to use super rare earths to block the Xia Kingdom? As for the monster, netizens even wondered whether there was a possibility that the monster was captive by the Xia Kingdom? Otherwise, how can we use submarines specifically to attack the Eagle Sauce? Well-founded. The more netizens thought about it, the more it made sense. If you want to make a fortune in silence, you have to look to Xia Kingdom. It made a lot of noise. The 6th one is actually me? It feels so damn good to do this. He kept the rare earths for himself and left the other party with no evidence. Netizens called him an expert. Countless Xia people living abroad directly typed 666 on the Eagle Sauce public screen. While these 5 people were talking, the 660 SIXS floating all over the fair are undoubtedly the most direct fans, killing someone and destroying their heart. When netizens were discussing Zhenghuan, the Xia country officials could no longer sit still. Especially the Strategic Research Institute. The chief said that this generation of netizens is really difficult to lead. Just by following some clues and making reasonable guesses, we were able to come up with an almost correct answer. The higher-ups have already given the director an order to suppress the rumors. Since we are making a fortune in silence, this news can't really be spread out. When the trend was at its peak, all related topics and hot lists were removed from the shelves. But surprisingly, no one was angry at all this time. Instead, he secretly said that he did the right thing. On the Douyin platform, a rumor-refuting video immediately appeared on the bureau chief's account. 079 return. Hello, netizens. We meet again. I am your old friend, the bureau chief. I believe everyone is very concerned about the recent rare earth monster incident in the Maria Trench in the Pacific Ocean. Especially the final destination of the rare earths and the origin of the monsters. I solemnly declare here that these things have nothing to do with our Xia country. Please don't believe in rumors, don't spread rumors, and don't be deceived by certain false statements. Thank you for watching, goodbye. Same as always. In just 1 minute, there were already thousands of comments below. At Bureau Chief, I stand on your side this time. If any of you say something nonsense again, I will get angry with you. At Bureau Chief, that's right, those super rare earths that mysteriously disappeared were definitely not taken away by us. At Bureau Chief, that monster certainly has nothing to do with us. We believe in you, Bureau Chief. At Bureau Chief, that's right. We are innocent, we didn't take anything, and we definitely don't want to be the 6th one. After seeing the comments, the Bureau Chief choked up. Damn it. After working in the Strategic Research Institute for so many years, netizens finally cooperated tacitly for once. My eyes are filled with tears. Thinking of this, the director made a phone call. Mr. Wang, I'm happy today, let's get half a caddy. No, I'm going to pick up my granddaughter. 10,000 meters below the sea. The super rare earths disappeared completely. Not even a scrap of residue was left. And Zhui and Mijian finally received the order to return immediately. They were waiting for this order until they were about to cry. Finally back to the lovely land. They swore that they would never go to the sky or the sea again. There are aliens in outer space and monsters in the sea. It's still safer on land. With excitement, they drove the Neptune 1 and began their return voyage. As for the problem of not getting rare earths, they are not frustrated about it. Instead, I feel fortunate. Because they were forced down. It would be great if I could get home quickly. In the cockpit of Sea King 1, Migan urged desperately. Enjoy, didn't you eat? Hurry up! Give it some gas! Speed up! Enjoy twisted the joystick like crazy, almost breaking it. Along the way, the koala, which was also rising, saw a beam of light flying up from not far away. My eyes were wide open with shock. The pilot of the koala exclaimed, "Wasn't the big bear killed by the monster? Who else can be so fierce besides them?" While thinking, the entire koala was suddenly blocked by a huge force. Take a look through the external lens. The driver was so scared that he peed his pants on the spot. God, what is this? More than a dozen giant tentacles, each at least 20 meters long, wrapped the entire koala. The huge jellyfish cap was emitting a terrifying red light. In an instant, the koala's mechanical arm was broken. Oh my God, help! The kangaroo country discovered that its own submersible was attacked by a giant jellyfish. Seek help immediately. When many countries heard about the 20-meter-long tentacles, they immediately ordered their own submersibles to run. The koala fell into despair. The eagle sauce failed to obtain super rare earth. All countries are anxious. Ask the eagle sauce to refund the deposit. The eagle sauce was reluctant to withdraw at first, but was later forced into a corner by countless countries. They had no choice but to return all the more than 150 billion US dollars. This calmed the public anger. But the eagle sauce itself is even more angry. That's a full 150 billion. So much money flew away in vain. Admiral William was so angry that thick green smoke came out of his head. His eyes glowed red if he found out which country was behind this. He must be killed. Pressure has been put on William from above to find out everything as quickly as possible. William gathered with many advisors to think over the whole matter. After discovering this incident, I found that the whole process was indeed strange. At this time, someone also mentioned the incident in which the Shaori Z submarine was attacked by a monster. There may be some connection between them. When the Eagle Sauce mobilized various departments to start investigating. The deep-sea Titan has already reached the halfway point carrying a 1-kilometer-long super rare earth or vein. The diving speed is much slower than when we came here. Even so, it can still maintain a speed of 80 or 90 knots. It was getting dark. Commander Zhang did not rest in the temporary command room of the 055 battleship. Mr. Zhang also had no desire to sleep. Their warships could not catch up with the deep-sea Titan. I can only follow from a distance. By midnight, the deep-sea Titan was not far from the territorial waters of Xia State. And this is also the most dangerous time. Because there are other countries nearby. Such as daily life. The deep-sea Titan's attack was generally smooth. But the closer you get to the final level, the more careful you have to be. To make a fortune quietly, the key is secrecy. The characteristics of super rare earths are obvious. As long as you see it up close, you can recognize it. Wan Yixue and Tong Yao also put in their best efforts. They were prepared in case they were seen by warships or submarines. Directly use the undersea Dragon King cannon to destroy the opponent. Dead people can't talk. Don't be too polite when it comes to the little things in life. Fortunately, 1 kilometer of super rare earths was finally transported back to the blue ocean without any danger. The moment when the super rare earth arrives, Xia State immediately announced it to the public. Conduct large-scale military exercises. No country or individual may set foot near Xia country's blue ocean. Dongfeng Express is blind and may accidentally land on your warship. Don't cry. Finally, a dull roar was heard in the sea outside the Yuntai naval base. Late at night, a cross of red light emerged from the water. Wang Yixue and Tong Yao emerged from the part of the deep-sea Titan that emerged from the water. Walk up the telescopic ladder to the shore. They were greeted by Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua. Grandpa Hua, why are you here? The two girls were very surprised to see the two men. Although this day is not long. However, going deep into the seabed 10,000 meters deep did have some impact on the two people's mood. When you see the person closest to you, joy is evident on your face. Yixue, Xiaoyao, you two did a great job. You have performed a great deed this time. You must be starving, go eat something good. Several people got on a jeep with military license plates and disappeared into the night. Late at night, Admiral William, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly received an emergency call. After hanging up the phone, a burst of anger suddenly appeared in his eyes. Xiao country! It really has something to do with you guys. I felt from the beginning that you were too calm this time. Admiral William made a phone call to the Pentagon. Hello, I'm Admiral William. Help me connect to General Mike. I'm sorry, General Mike has gone to bed. Please inform General Mike immediately. I have urgent military information and must speak to him right now. This? Go! Idiot! Yes. 080 Commander Zhang received. The next day, the United Nations suddenly held an emergency meeting. All permanent representatives are required to attend. As a permanent member of the Security Council, Xia is naturally no exception. At 9 o'clock in the morning, more than 100 people were already seated in the venue. As soon as the meeting started, the representative of the Eagle Sauce, Saxon, couldn't wait to speak. Everyone, we have received almost accurate information. The super rare earth ore that disappeared in the Pacific Ocean yesterday was all dug away by Xiagui using special methods in advance. Xia country representative, please give us an explanation for this matter. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a burst of exclamations. Many countries are still wondering where yesterday's rare earth mines went. A shocking piece of news broke out today. Countless eyes turned to the representatives of Xia State. Everyone was curious about how the Xia State representative would defend himself. Under the gaze of countless people, Xia State's representative Gung Jian slowly cleared his throat. He moved the microphone closer and said calmly, I have 2 questions to ask about Eagle Sauce's ridiculous remarks. First, Eagle Sauce, do you have any real evidence for what you said? If not, please shut up, lest you make a fool of yourself. Second, you Eagles like to steal oil from Syria, Afghanistan, and other countries. Everyone knows it. You are the ones who like to steal. Who else can transport rare earths away without anyone noticing under the noses of warships of various countries? After Gung Jian finished speaking, he nodded slightly. From his words to his temperament, he was gentle and elegant, showing his gentlemanly demeanor. In contrast, the Eagle Sauce representative's face had turned black. It's obvious that they are trying to divert the trouble away. The Eagle representative clenched his fist and spoke again. I propose that we send a team of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations to conduct an in-depth investigation of Xia country. Let's take a show of hands on this matter. Voting begins. Eagle Sauce was the first to raise his hand in agreement. Immediately afterwards, countless Eagle Sauce followers also raised their hands. Seeing this scene, Gung Jian sneered. Beside, a colleague who is also from Xia said, Look, those who followed suit and raised their hands are all the great sons of their Eagle Sauce dads. Gung Jian shook his head indifferently. Let these lackeys raise their voices, it's meaningless, they will veto it later. Just as countless people raised their hands, a rough voice suddenly sounded. You lackeys of the Eagle Sauce, stop raising your hands. When Gung Jian heard this unrestrained tone, he immediately looked towards the location of the Bear Country. Really? The speaker was none other than Russia, the representative of the Bear Country. Countless people looked at Oigu. But the latter snorted coldly. We, the Bear Country, will veto this proposal. Wow! The whole audience was in an uproar. Investigate Xia country. What the hell is going on in your Bear Country? Countless countries were stunned. The Eagle Sauce was even more speechless. Is the Russian Bear Country crazy? You must be sick. Even Gung Jian was stunned for a moment. I don't understand why the Bear Country suddenly helped the Xia country. However, in fact, Russia and Iraq received a call last night, asking them to provide all possible assistance to Xia State at the United Nations General Assembly in the future. Today, seeing that Eagle Sauce suddenly attack Xia State, I naturally had to take action. There is no need to wait until Xia State exercises this right itself. The Bear Country has already taken the lead. Faced with this situation, the Eagle Sauce representatives can only stop their actions for the time being. Report the situation. Of course, this matter will not be let go like this. Xia country. Zhonghai City, Nanshan District. It was noon. Su Fan was holding a watermelon and showing off. Looking at the workbench with sparks flying everywhere, he smiled with satisfaction. With one more day, the acceleration backpack and honeycomb weapon system should be completely completed. The Deep-Sea Titan performed its mission perfectly, but in Su Fan's opinion it still had some flaws. For example, when returning with the ore vein, the speed is very slow. And although the Deep-Sea Titan has a stealth coating, it is not very maneuverable and does not have many other means. I looked at my watch, and it was almost time to set off. He received an invitation from Commander Zhang of Yuntai Naval Base yesterday. Promised to go there today. I put some documents that had been prepared on the table and the USB flash drive that had been copied in advance into my backpack. Su Fan set off. It only takes 1 hour to reach Yuntai City by high-speed rail. After getting off the bus, Wang Yixue had been waiting there early. I'm wearing a white lace camisole today. The lower body is matched with denim hot pants. A pair of straight beautiful legs, as if they came out of a comic book. The whole body is filled with the breath of pure sunshine. A pair of star-like eyes lit up the first time they saw Su Fan. Su Fan, this way! Su Fan was wearing white casual clothes and carrying a backpack. His facial features are clearly defined, his brows are firm, and he is quite handsome. She is 1.8 meters tall, half a head taller than Wang Yixue. Commander Zhang was afraid that you might be in danger, so he asked me to pick you up. Su Fan curled his lips. How could a grown man like him be in danger? Need a little girl to protect? Commander Zhang's train of thought is truly bizarre. Wang Yixue was driving Commander Zhang's military-licensed car. The road was smooth and we arrived directly at Yuntai Naval Base. We walked to a huge dock that was more than 50 meters high. This was originally a shipyard for producing large destroyers. Now it is just right for docking Deep-Sea Titans. Now, the Deep-Sea Titan's entire body glows with a cold, dark metallic luster. Like a giant beast from the ancient times. It is quietly lying dormant in the dock. Seeing his own work again, Su Fan couldn't help but feel excited. My father's last wish will be perfectly fulfilled once the acceleration backpack and honeycomb weapon system are installed. Seeing Su Fan in a daze, Wang Yixue gently tugged at the corner of Su Fan's clothes. The two continued forward. Following the crisscrossing iron mesh corridors, we arrived at an aerial platform. The platform is almost right next to the cockpit of the Deep-Sea Titan. You can feel the cool black metal coating with your hands. Xiao Su, I finally meet you in person. An old but tall and steady figure walked towards them quickly. It was Commander Zhang. Su Fan quickly straightened his back and shook hands with Commander Zhang respectfully. Following closely behind was Mr. Zhan, who was also quite old, and Director Chen and 7 or 8 other scientific researchers. Mr. Zhan became very excited when he saw Su Fan. My breathing is a little rapid. He is a scientist who has been engaged in scientific research for 50 years. There are too many questions about this invention of Deep-Sea Titan. Unable to hold back, I asked directly. Comrade Su Fan, did you really develop and manufacture the Deep-Sea Titan by yourself? His tone was full of urgency. Yes, Su Fan said truthfully. Are you really just a student? Mr. Zhan stared at Su Fan. If Su Fan's eyes were evasive or strange in any way, it would mean he was lying. Yes, I am currently a senior student at the National University of Defense Technology in Zhonghai. Su Fan said this seriously and took out his student ID from his trouser pocket. Mr. Zhan took the student ID and his jaw twitched twice. His brows were twisted into a knot. Look at Commander Zhang standing aside. Commander Zhang sighed inwardly and shrugged helplessly. I thought this guy was really well prepared. It seems that the mysterious scientific research institution behind it has done a good job of covering up. 081 Special Lectures. Mr. Zhan handed the student ID back to Su Fan. Looking at Wang Yixue. Yixue, you are an honest child. Tell me, is what Su Fan said true? Mr. Zhan and the scientific researchers all looked at Wang Yixue. In this situation, Wang Yixue shouldn't lie, right? Commander Zhang said with a straight face. Yixue, tell the truth. Wang Yixuan nodded. Then he looked up at Mr. Zhan and said solemnly, Mr. Zhan, I can prove that everything Su Fan said is true. I don't believe it. When Mr. Zhan heard this, he almost jumped up. One person developed such a big thing in less than 7 days. The power system, the central control system, the weapon system, the casting of each component, and the magical coding. Speaking of this, Mr. Zhan paused suddenly. Regardless of his image, he grabbed Su Fan's arm. Close to the deep-sea titan, pointing at the black metal of the cockpit's exterior. Squinting his eyes, he asked, Since you developed all of this, then this. You must be asking about this black nano-invisible coating? Su Fan gave Mr. Zhan a discerning look. He introduced with great excitement. This material is a new type of metal coating that I recently developed. It has unique physical properties, which makes it extremely stealthy to radar detection. Plus, when it comes into contact with the carbon-ion alloy, it naturally forms a strong honeycomb structure. It reduces the radar cross-section more effectively. Finally, the entire deep-sea Titan has achieved complete radar invisibility. I think you should understand what I mean, right? Mr. Zhan's face froze. My eyelids twitched slightly. This? For a moment I didn't know what to say. Wouldn't it be a bit embarrassing to say I didn't understand? The problem is that I really didn't understand. What are the unique physical properties? And what material is that carbon-ion alloy? Mr. Zhan thought that his knowledge was broad enough. I didn't expect that I would be stumped by a little kid today. His old face couldn't help but turn red. Director Chen and the researchers standing by were also stunned. What the hell is this talking about? Is it really because their knowledge is too narrow that they cannot understand? Mr. Zhan paused slightly. He was breathing with a huffing and puffing sound through his nostrils. Then he pointed to the core engine of the deep-sea Titan. Xiao Su, what's going on with this engine? Su Fan looked at the hydrogen-powered engine. There was an unconcealable fondness in his eyes. You're talking about that? The hydrogen-powered engine. Unlike ordinary hydrogen fuel engines, the hydrogen fuel here is stored in a high-pressure liquid state and works in a gaseous combustion mode. The mechanical energy converted by combustion accounts for less than 5% of the loss. Intake, compression, power, and exhaust have all reached near-perfect conditions. This is the true essence of this deep-sea Titan. When running in humpback whale mode, it can burst out an amazing power of 300,000 horsepower in 0.01 seconds. And then there are the small combustion chambers scattered around the group, which you are no doubt aware of. You don't need me to tell you, right? Mr. Zhan's face trembled twice again. Because there were so many people around, I didn't speak directly. I asked Director Chen beside me. Director Chen, you should understand, right? I'm okay. Director Chen's face looked a little stiff. Mr. Zhan turned his head and looked at the researchers around him. Do you guys understand? Several people looked at each other and finally said, Not bad. How can we make do with this? Mr. Zhan's eyes lit up, and he pretended to puff out his beard and glare, and gave a cold lecture. Then he looked at Su Fan and said with a kind smile, Xiao Su, why don't you explain it to those who don't understand? Su Fan nodded. Continuing from what I said before. The small combustion chamber utilizes the excess fuel in the main combustion chamber. Its function is to form a gas bionic foam around the deep-sea Titan. That is to say, Su Fan said a lot of things like pouring beans. A group of people kept taking notes in small notebooks. Mr. Zhan was completely in the mood. At this moment, he seemed to have become a primary school student. When Su Fan was talking about the main point, someone asked a few questions. After I understood it, I was as happy as a child. After more than 20 minutes, I finally finished. As usual, Wang Yixuan handed Su Fan a bottle of water. Su Fan took 2 big gulps. Mr. Zhan, do you have anything else to ask? No one spoke. Except for Mr. Zhan, the researchers around him all looked confused. I wrote dozens of notes, and now I look back at them. Can't say I don't understand. I can only say that I don't know what I wrote. Commander Zhang doesn't know much about scientific research. But Su Fan answered with ease. Again. So, you really took charge of the development and manufacturing of this deep-sea titan by yourself? Of course. Su Fan nodded vigorously. After a slight pause, he explained. You don't know, I just came off the mecha production line. Stop! Stop! What mecha production line? Commander Zhang suddenly interrupted. Su Fan covered his mouth fiercely. Damn, I let it slip. The mecha is still a hidden project and cannot be made public. Ahahaha, there are no mechas. Ahem. I mean, I just finished my work and the leader's instructions came down. They said they wanted us to build a deep-sea submersible that can dive to 10,000 meters below the sea. It requires a powerful engine, a large body, and mining tools. Think about it, the leader has spoken, how can I not do my best? I worked day and night and finally finished it in 5 days. You may not believe this, but I have lost a pound. After saying. Su Fan also showed her arms symbolically. When Wan Yixue heard Su Fan say that she had lost weight, she silently gave her a distressed look. Let's talk about it in one call. Commander Zhang was even more confused. Wang Yixue said before that it was made in 5 days. Now Su Fan says so too. Mr. Zhang on the side already began to believe it. Su Fan knows the entire deep-sea titan like the back of his hand. He even knew how many rivets were used in each place. At this moment, Su Fan suddenly thought of the backpack he was carrying. Take it down quickly. I almost forgot. I also brought these blueprints for you. Su Fan took out all the drawings from his school bag and handed them to Mr. Zhang. There were also 2 USB flash drives with large storage capacity, which were also handed over. So, Deep-Sea Titan has some minor problem or something. They can solve it themselves and he won't have to run around. It can save a lot of trouble. The moment Mr. Zhang took the drawing, he saw the contents on it. He took a deep breath. The pupils also shrank into small black dots. This is the blueprint of the Deep-Sea Titan? The voice was trembling, full of excitement and excitement. 082, you are in your 70s now, aren't you too sensitive? Yeah, these things are useless to me, but you might need them. Su Fan said casually. Mr. Zhang's whole body was twitching and shaking with excitement. Plop! 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 Heart beating rapidly. I was almost bursting by the hot blood in my body. He has been doing research for so many years that he can tell whether the drawings in his hands are real or fake at a glance. Absolutely true. The seemingly simple drawing would be a shame if it were placed in the open. It will definitely attract countless countries to fight for it at all costs. It would not be surprising if World War III broke out. Too expensive. After all, the power of the Deep-Sea Titan is obvious to all. Not to mention ordinary submarines, even an aircraft carrier is just a little brother in front of him. Commander Zhang obviously also understood the value of this manuscript. There is also the USB flash drive that Su Fan just modified. These things must contain all the technologies of the entire Deep-Sea Titan. He was also full of excitement. Looking at Su Fan's backpack, I couldn't help feeling a little dry in my throat. Xiao Su, did you carry all these things in a backpack? Yeah, these things are heavy, my shoulders are sore. No, forget it. Commander Zhang was also speechless. He found that talking to a genius was a torturous experience. Something this important can, without exaggeration, trigger a world war. You just carried it with a backpack like that. If you had told me earlier. I'll say hello to the army. It's not an exaggeration to ask them to send an armored combined division to escort you. The more Commander Zhang thought about it, the more dangerous it seemed. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. I will have to criticize the Southeast Military Region later. Su Fan has gone out with the design drawings of Deep-Sea Titan, and you haven't made any movement. Is this fucking reasonable? Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. At least arrange a main force to escort them. If something goes wrong, it will be lost along the way. You 2 old guys need to be court-martialed. This was done carelessly. After handing over the things, Su Fan was so lazy that he didn't even bother to take the backpack and handed it to the researchers around him. Mr. Jean folded the manuscript papers one by one and put them into his backpack. My eyes are red. Tears welled up unconsciously. Such a valuable thing was given to them so casually. Donated to the country free of charge. This breadth of mind. Vast bearing. It makes him, an old man who has worked hard for the country for decades, feel ashamed. What a good boy. The world today. Such selfless dedication and patriotic youth are rare. When people get old, they become sentimental. Mr. Jean almost cried. He handed the packed backpack to Director Chen. Seriously. These materials are classified as top secret. At the same time, this backpack cannot be thrown away. Put in the Navy's highest technology exhibition hall, it looks ordinary, but it represents a heavy meaning. Director Chen hugged the entire backpack tightly. The whole person couldn't help but tremble. This thing is too heavy. Commander Zhang's eyes also turned red and his chin was trembling. Su Fan is a young man with great ambition to serve the country and the people. It is worth learning for everyone. Their actions confused Su Fan, who was standing by. What happened to this group of people suddenly? Inexplicable. It's just a school bag. If you really like it, I'll give you another one each. Such cautious driving attitude made him feel a little embarrassed. I just brought the scrap manuscript to them. Why are you so excited? She is already in her 70s and is about to cry. Isn't she too sensitive? Then several young scientific researchers asked Su Fan some professional questions. Su Fan always answered with a smile. Of course, there are also good-looking girls among them. Wang Yishu had just watched Su Fan answer quietly. When Su Fan is thirsty, he will naturally hand over the water. There's no jealousy or anything. She believes that she is no worse than others. In the evening, Su Fan stayed at the naval base. The acceleration backpack and honeycomb weapon system should be completed tomorrow. By then, I can also teach Wang Yishu and Tong Yao how to operate them. Commander Zhang also said that there will be an awarding ceremony in a few days. Su Fan didn't know what the award was and didn't take it too seriously. After 2 rounds of design and development, he has fallen deeply in love with the research, development, and manufacturing of military technology. This time my father's last wish was fulfilled. Really devote yourself to the cause of scientific and technological research and development. He lay on the bed, unable to sleep, watching short videos. Most of them are related to super rare earths. The Eagle Sauce's super rare earth mining failed and was humiliated by the mysterious pattern. Everybody knows. The entire internet treated Eagle Sauce as a joke after dinner. It really made the entire American community lose face. In contrast, the Xia Kingdom seemed to have done nothing, but its morale was unprecedentedly high. Su Fan's mobile phone can browse the internet anywhere in the world. He aimlessly browsed to the official website of the Eagle Sauce Navy. Look at the comments from American netizens below. Disband the damn Navy! What a shameful, ruined piece of rubbish! You still have the nerve to come back? Don't come back! You have brought shame upon the United States. If I were you, I would just jump into the sea and commit suicide. You are wasting food if you stay alive. I have to say that the netizens in the United States are quite honest. Su Fan laughed like a pig. The next day, the first rays of sunlight rise in the early morning. Su Fan got up early and came to Mato. Wang Yishu got up earlier and was exercising. Reflecting the morning sun, looking far away. Wang Yishu's curvy figure was shining like crystal jade in the morning light. It's really pleasing to the eye. After Su Fan stepped forward, Wang Yishu stopped exercising. The two chatted casually for a while. Wang Yishu talked about her experience of diving 10,000 meters into the Pacific Ocean. Her pretty face was full of pride. Even a little bit arrogant. It seems to be saying, "Look, how powerful I am." Su Fan also praised generously and gave a thumbs up. The two chatted while watching the sunrise. It was a leisurely morning. A piece of news suddenly reached Commander Zhang's ears. The Eagle Sauce Fleet, together with other countries such as China, launched a Pacific military exercise. The location of the exercise was actually set near the Blue Sea. Xia's diplomatic department immediately lodged a protest. The Eagle Sauce only publicly responded to the protest with one sentence. "We are sailing freely without causing any harm. Even if we enter your country's territorial waters, it is normal." The United States has used the guise of freedom of navigation to induce countless regional unrest and maritime accidents. It's already known to everyone. The wolf ambition is obvious. Now he even dares to openly challenge the Xia kingdom. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. The Xia country officials spoke out again. "Whoever invades our territory will be punished no matter how far away they are." In the command room of the USS Nimitz, Admiral Williams saw the notice issued by Xia State. With a sneer, "I will send an aircraft carrier into your Xia country's territorial waters in a moment. I want to see how your Xia kingdom can punish the enemy even though they are far away, ha ha." The chief of staff and officers beside him also started laughing. Xiaoguo's remarks were just a joke. 083 Deep Sea Titans plug-in. The Eagle Sauce military exercise is massive. A total of 10 countries participated. They all dispatched their main battleships. Among them, the most powerful is the USS Nimitz nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of the United States. In response to the provocation from the Eagle Sauce, the leaders above have already issued a statement. All phased array radars along the coast operate 24 hours a day. Always monitor their every move. As long as it invades within 12 miles of our territorial waters. Report immediately. Take corresponding actions immediately. Countless netizens were also outraged when they saw the related news. I wish I could drive the battleship myself and crash those shameless bastards to death. The whole country is holding its breath. Someone mentioned vaguely on the forum. Is it possible to let the monster bite those bastards to death? There were comments immediately afterwards. You can have this. Support. Put it up there and let the authorities see it. Fuck Eagle-chan. Yuntai Naval Base. Commander Zhang is over 70 years old and can't stand this kind of humiliation. The Eagle Sauce is showing off its power by relying on its own aircraft carrier fleet. This is really too much. The bullying has come to my doorstep. He even wanted to command the warships and fight the Eagle Sauce right now. At such a close distance, an easterly wind blew over the mainland of Xia. How many of your Eagle Sauce's fleets could survive? You ungrateful people, I will kill you sooner or later. He has ordered radar soldiers to keep watch at all times. As long as the Eagle Sauce's warships for exercises enter the territorial waters of the Xia country, report it immediately. At 10 o'clock in the morning, a crisp voice appeared in Su Fan's ears. Acceleration backpack and honeycomb weapon system are completed. A smile gradually appeared on Su Fan's lips. It was completed just in time. The international situation is very tense now, and the Deep Sea Titan may be deployed at some point. It would be great if we could strengthen our strength first. Su Fan called Wan Yishuet and Tong Yao. Show them how to use the speed pack and hive system. After hearing this, Commander Zhang and Mr. Zhan immediately followed. Of course, Director Chen and a group of scientific researchers are also indispensable. Seeing so many people, Su Fan didn't say anything. Look at the girl next to you. Yishue, drive the Deep Sea Titan to the dock. Wan Yishio nodded obediently. In a short while, a wave hundreds of feet high rolled up on the sea near the pier. The Deep Sea Titan kicked the waves to pieces and came with a roar. The whole pier shook violently. A group of people stood under the Deep Sea Titan, not even as tall as the steel foot. The figure that blocks out the sun and sky is still oppressive even though I have seen it countless times. Wang Yishua opened the cockpit, poked her little head out, and looked proud. I am very proud of the way I log in. Su Fan covered his face. Was Yishua suffering from some kind of Chunibia syndrome? Wait until Yishua comes down. Mr. Zhan asked. Xiao Su, why do we need to install an acceleration backpack and a honeycomb weapons system? Because the current Deep Sea Titan has defects. That's it, there are flaws? Mr. Zhan widened his eyes. He really couldn't understand. This thing was so powerful, how could it have any flaws? Seeing that everyone around him was puzzled, Su Fan explained. Although the deep-sea Titan is powerful, it has two weaknesses. The first is that there's almost no electronic countermeasure capability. The second is that the mobility is not strong enough. Mr. Zhang's lower lip trembled twice. I wanted to say something, but I held back. Commander Zhang was a little confused. You talk about electronic warfare, I don't care. But you said that the deep-sea Titan can speed 500 knots underwater, which means it has poor maneuverability. It can't even be caught up by mines, so how can you call this a lack of maneuverability? What tiger and wolf language? Are you sure it's not intentional? Seeing that no one spoke, everyone fell silent. Su Fan continued. To this end, while developing the deep-sea Titan, I also developed a matching acceleration backpack to enhance mobility, and the Hive weapon system to enhance electronic countermeasures capabilities. After explaining, Su Fan looked into the distance, as if looking for something. Commander Zhang asked in confusion. Where are these two things? How many people do we need to send to get it? In everyone's mind, the equipment that comes with the deep-sea Titan must also be incredibly large. It's not easy to get it without attracting attention. No need for anyone to pick them up, they should be here soon, said Su Fan. Commander Zhang nodded. I think Su Fan should have said hello to the Southeast Military Region. Someone was sent over there to deliver it. Then he doesn't have to worry about it. Director Chin, tell the guards on duty that someone from the Southeast Military Region will be coming to deliver something soon. Let them pass. Yes, Director Chin responded. Turn around and make a phone call. No need. They're already here. Su Fan's hearty voice landed. Immediately afterwards, a sharp and urgent alarm sounded over the Yuntai naval base. Woo! Woo! Commander Zhang's expression changed drastically. Enemy attack? Air raid sirens? This thing means there is an enemy attack. What era is this? There are still people who dare to launch a missile airstrike against a military power in such a high-profile manner? Crazy. When everyone was terrified, Commander Zhang's phone rang. I answered the call immediately, and heard a hurried and nervous voice coming from the other end. Report to the commander. 7 supersonic cruise missiles detected southwest of our base. We are rushing towards your location at a speed of Mach 10. This is an enemy attack, and it must be aimed at you. Request to launch anti-aircraft missiles. Request to intercept. The voice on the phone was so loud that everyone present could hear it. Commander Zhang was confused. Su Fan on the side said, Commander Zhang, could that be what he's talking about? Everyone looked in the direction of Su Fan's finger. 7 streams of light streaked across the sky. It shot out from the sky with a long white tail of flame. Among them, 1 is large and 6 are small. The speed is incredibly fast. Commander Zhang's throat moved slightly. Xiao Su, that thing couldn't be your acceleration backpack and honeycomb weapon system, right? Su Fan nodded. He didn't expect to make such a big mistake. At this time, Commander Zhang's voice on the phone became more urgent. Commander! Those things have entered our anti-aircraft fire network. Please give the order to destroy them immediately. This is a provocation from foreign forces. Anti-aircraft missiles have been loaded. Kill those bastards. You can tell that the person on the other end of the phone is very excited. I can't wait to launch an anti-aircraft missile across the level. Stop! Cancel the air raid alert immediately. Commander Zhang's entire face turned red in an instant. I almost passed out. Relieve wartime tensions. That's our aircraft. An order came down. The alarm stopped. Countless officers present were gasping for breath. The sudden air raid alarm raised many people's blood pressure to 380. At this time, the acceleration backpack and honeycomb weapon system were already hovering in the sky. 084 underwater sonic boom, it's awesome. Su Fan took out his cell phone slowly and pressed a few buttons on it. The deep-sea Titan made a clicking sound. At the same time, a shocking cold mechanical sound was heard above my head. Body detection on. Open the interface. Acceleration backpack signal access. Honeycomb 1 access. Hive 2 access. Hive 6 access. Start docking and mounting. Commander Zhang and Mr. Zhang looked a little dull, looking up at the huge monster that is 10 stories high above my head. People are completely dumbfounded. The acceleration backpack hovering in the sky dived down first. The tail has its own propulsion device, which can instantly attach to the back of the deep-sea Titan. Click! Perfect connection and seamless fit. Following closely, the 6 honeycomb prismatic modules also use their own propulsion devices to make adjustments and attach themselves to the arms on both sides of the deep-sea Titan one by one. Heavy metallic collision sounds came one after another. The arms of the deep-sea Titan are like wearing a layer of armor. The acceleration backpack is mounted. The honeycomb weapon system has been mounted. 2 mechanical and indifferent voices exploded above everyone's heads. Fuck! What the hell? Oh my god, this is too sci-fi! Countless young scientific researchers couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. I almost forgot that the leader was still around. Commander Zhang came back to his senses in a trance. I just felt my throat dry and my eyes were full of disbelief. Everything overturned his cognition. Is this really something humans can do? Unbelievable. Everything happened right before my eyes. It was so shocking. Stand at the feet of a deep-sea Titan. Mr. John's eyeballs were shaking wildly and his cornea was about to shatter. I can't hold it anymore. The technology contained in it was beyond his imagination. It's something from the future. So amazing. So shocking. With his perspective, he couldn't understand how this was done. The energy microcontrol and precise positioning involved are far beyond the technological realization of this era. Installation completed. Su Fan called Wang Yixue and Tong Yao and entered the cockpit. The 2 of them are currently the pilots of the Deep-Sea Titan. Start teaching how to use these 2 new equipment. And a demonstration of Deep-Sea Titan driving. With Su Fan's operation, the Deep-Sea Titan quickly dived into the sea. Watch the behemoth disappear before your eyes. Commander Zhang couldn't calm down for a long time. I'm afraid it will take a long time to recover from the shock in my heart. Come on, Mr. Zhang, let's go back to the command center and see what the difference is between Xiao Su driving this monster and Yixue driving it. Through the screen in the command center, you can see Su Fan driving the Deep-Sea Titan. Several people walked quickly towards the command center, afraid of missing any wonderful scenes. Some even started to jog. A few minutes later, back to the command center. The communication soldier immediately connected to the Deep-Sea Titan's footage. The driver's first-person perspective, the cockpit perspective, and the Deep-Sea Titan's third-person perspective are projected onto the main screen and 2 subscreens respectively. Just at this moment, the radar soldier suddenly came running over with a nervous look on his face. He said hurriedly, "Report to the commander. The Eagle Sauce 7th Aircraft Carrier Fleet, which is in the midst of a military exercise, has entered 12 nautical miles of our country. Completely intruded into our territorial waters." Bang! Commander Zhang slammed his fist on the table. "These jackhals are really bold. This time let them know that the jackhals are coming and there are shotguns. Help me connect with my superior." After a phone call, there was a gleam of madness in Commander Zhang's eyes. "Pick up the dialogue device with the Deep-Sea Titan," Commander Zhang said solemnly. "Xiao Su, urgent mission. The Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier fleet led a mob and invaded our territorial waters. I order you now, immediately, go to that area and teach those jackhals a lesson." Su Fan's expression was shocked, and he felt inexplicably excited. He straightened up and said cleanly, "Yes." The joystick made a scan sound in his hand. The Deep-Sea Titan, which was originally diving normally on the seabed, seemed to have taken stimulants. A red light flashed in his eyes, almost condensing into substance. The 3 huge pump jet vector thrusters and the acceleration backpack behind it were running rumblingly. A crazy thrust broke out. It created a supercavitation bubble 100 meters long on the seabed. It seemed as if it was going to blow through the entire seabed. With a fierce roar, it rushed towards the Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier. Wang Yixue was sitting on the passenger seat and Tong Yao was sitting on the passenger seat. seeing Su Fan in such an energetic state. I couldn't help but look at each other, whispering, "Is Brother Su in high spirits?" "No, when he's driving a mecha, he's even more powerful than this." "Too violent!" Commander Zhang gave the order. His eyes were fixed on the screen. Don't dare to relax at all. Although the order has been issued, there is still need to be some control over Su Fan's actions. What if this stupid boy and those two stupid girls, together, plan to attack the Charlotte Naval Base in the Eagle Sauce country? That would really be World War III. By that time, mushroom eggs will be flying all over the sky, which would be too exciting. Commander Zhang saw that Su Fan seemed to be driving the mecha a little too fast. Subconsciously, I asked Mr. Zhang what the current speed was. Mr. Zhang looked at the data panel. Current mode King. Fluid bionics mode Killer Whale. Hydrogen engine output power state, high power. Pumpjet comprehensive thrust, 1750 kN+. Acceleration backpack thrust, 3690 kN+. Body temperature, 130 degrees Celsius. Speed, 1020 knots. Comment, everything is okay. 1020th section. Mr. John was shocked. The tone of voice has changed. I quickly opened my eyes wide and looked at it carefully again. Confirmed. 1020 sections? What the hell? How is it possible? He suddenly stood up from his seat. The hand pointing at the data panel was shaking wildly. His expression was broken. What speed? Fuck underwater until a sonic boom. This is absolutely impossible. It's even more exaggerated than having epilepsy. Countless people looked at the data panel. A series of gasps were heard in the command center. Director Chen standing by couldn't help but yell out loud. This is really supersonic underwater, right? Mr. Zhang's eyes suddenly turned to the third-person perspective image of the deep-sea Titan. In the tail supercavitation created by the deep-sea Titan. Sure enough, a cone-shaped mist can be seen. Suddenly my heart started beating wildly. Breathing almost stopped, and I was completely suffocating. His wrinkled face was almost flushed red. I could hardly breathe. Commander Zhang immediately noticed that something was wrong with Mr. Zhang. He hurriedly patted Mr. Zhang on the back. Then pinched the Renjong point hard. Only then did Mr. Zhang recover slightly. I almost couldn't catch my breath. After comforting Mr. Zhang, Commander Zhang couldn't help but sighed with a trembling voice. Xiao Su, you are not in the posture of a killer whale, you are a real tiger. You may be the first person who can achieve supersonic speed under the sea. You are the first person to shock the chief designer of Xia's aircraft carrier to the point of almost suffocating him. 085 The Eagle Sauce fleet is aggressive. In extreme shock, countless people's eyeballs were cracked. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, the huge sonic boom and water mist behind the 10-story high body of the deep-sea Titan, you would never believe it was real. This is like a heifer riding a rocket. Awesome to the point of outer space. Supersonic speed underwater, this is absolutely a miracle. Neither Commander Zhang nor Mr. Zhang could calm down. Su Fan's operational proficiency is obviously much better than Wang Yishua's. The grasp of every detail of the deep-sea Titan is almost as easy as commanding one's own arm. It was as if he himself was the Titan of the deep sea. It gives people a feeling of flesh and blood blending. Plus the extraordinary power of the acceleration backpack. Everyone felt as if the deep-sea Titan driven by Su Fan and the one driven by Wang Yishua were not the same. Even Wang Yishua felt that what she was driving might be a low-end version. At Su Fan's current speed, it won't take long for him to reach the sea area where the Eagle Sauce and his multinational military exercises are being conducted. Commander Zhang's eyes were burning and his expression was excited. Murmured, Eagle Sauce, will you lower your proud head this time? On the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier USS Nimitz. General William leaned back in the recliner in the command room, crossing his legs. He held a cigar in his mouth and puffed out smoke. The Chief of Staff came over at this time. General, our aircraft carrier fleet has penetrated within 12 nautical miles of Xia country. Please give us your next instructions. William casually glanced at the sky outside the control tower. He exhaled a puff of smoke comfortably. Hiss, whoosh. Chief of Staff Magellan, don't you think the sky in Xia country is more beautiful? Chief of Staff Magellan was stunned and didn't understand what Admiral William meant. I am stupid and didn't see it. William wasn't angry either. Slightly more serious. I order the 7th Carrier Fleet to enter within 12 nautical miles of Xia's territorial waters, and then take a half-day break. At the same time, let the American media take action and spread the news. Magellan immediately took the order and left. William's mouth curled up. He looked out the window with sinister eyes. The sky and the ocean in Xia country are both beautiful. I like them very much. A few minutes later, the news that the Eagle Sauce's 7th Aircraft Carrier Fleet forcefully entered the territorial waters of the Xia Kingdom instantly went viral on major domestic and foreign online platforms. This news is also spreading on mainstream American social media platforms such as Facebook and Twitter. The original voices of dissatisfaction of the Americans with their own navy were gradually silenced by this news. Some netizens have even begun praising the Navy's bravery. After all, in their minds, the evil Eastern Empire is the biggest enemy of the Eagle Sauce. The fact that they were able to suppress the Xia Kingdom with such force shows how powerful the Eagle Navy is. Public opinion began to shift. My Eagle Sauce Navy is not all good for nothings. The 7th Fleet did a great job. Nice. Xiagua is only good at talking nonsense, he is so cowardly. It's just free sailing. My great Eagle warships can go wherever they want. Which country dares to object? If Xiagua dares to make any move, we'll beat them and make them call us father. Countless American citizens began to look favorably upon their country's navy. They seemed to have only 7 seconds of memory. Forgot about the embarrassing scene that happened to Eagle Sauce yesterday. More people have joined the ranks of praising the Eagle Sauce Navy. At the same time, he did not forget to criticize the Xia Kingdom. It seemed that only by stepping hard on Xiagua could they pick up the dignity they lost yesterday. At the same time, many countries also followed suit. On the internationally renowned forum YouTube, many countries have firmly sided with the Eagle Sauce. Daily life netizens. It's just free sailing, there's no harm, people can go wherever they want. Kimchi netizen. Although I usually don't speak human language, what I said today was indeed correct +1. Gaul netizens. Xiagua will just protest verbally. If he has the ability, he will stand up. If he doesn't, he will shut up. German netizens. As a trash country, facing the Eagle Sauce's aircraft carrier fleet, you can only tremble in fear, right? Kangaroo country netizens. Are all the people in your country so idle? Can you please rescue our country's submersible? It's still floating at a depth of 8,000 meters. Big Bear country netizen. You bitches, shut up, you lackeys, especially you German. Believe it or not, I will send you to see God with a big Ivan. Xiagua netizens. When the village dog barks, all the other dogs follow suit, but they don't know why they are barking. The remarks made by netizens from Xia country have left netizens from countless other countries scratching their heads. What the hell does that mean? Can you say something understandable? I guess it's not a good thing, but I can't find its meaning in the dictionary. The people of Xia also deeply detest the actions of the Eagle Sauce. Almost all online platforms are criticizing the Eagle Sauce's brutal behavior and hegemonism. This incident topped the trending charts on Douyin, Manzho, Weibo, and other platforms. The whole network was jealous. The Eagle Sauce's arrogant behavior aroused the anger of 1.5 billion people in Xia country. Some people even went to the official websites of the major navies of the Xia Kingdom to ask for orders. I request that we go to war with the Eagle Sauce even at the cost of the lives of 1.5 billion passionate citizens of Xia country. Countless retired soldiers and reservists contacted their superiors. I vow to bleed on the battlefield. The soldiers of the Xia Kingdom never feared death. Want to step on my head? Then you have to let me die first. Countless passionate petitions were received from people in all parts of the Xia Kingdom. There was intense turmoil within the field armies, armored divisions, and the Army, Navy, and Air Force. Countless people shouted, Whoever offends China will be punished no matter how far away they are. Fuck Eagle-chan. Let the invaders never return. The Xia State Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which had been keeping silent for a long time, finally showed up. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs did not protest strongly this time. No accusations were made. It was just a simple message released to the 7th Fleet of the United States. You have half an hour to get out of Xia's territorial waters, otherwise you will stay here forever. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Countless citizens were shocked. My eyes are filled with tears. Everyone finally saw that Xiagua's backbone had straightened up. This time, we will make the invaders pay with blood. This is the ultimatum. None of the Xia men retreated. Countless people signed up enthusiastically, willing to die on the battlefield. We are willing to sacrifice our lives to resist aggression. Even if I die, I can bring honor to my family. The name can be written on the front row of the family tree. Live as a hero, die as a heroic ghost. In the underworld, I can stand up straight and face my ancestors. On the USS Nimitz, General Williams saw the ultimatum from Xia Kingdom handed over by the Chief of Staff. Laughing so hard that he fell backwards. His eyes were all gone from laughing. Ha! This garbage country has changed its tactics this time. An ultimatum? If you have no ability, you will just bark like a dog. William laughed for 2 minutes. Then he held back his laughter. He said to Chief of Staff Magellan, "Tell all the warships of the 7th Squadron to advance another 2 nautical miles. I want to let Xiagua know who is the overlord of this world. Xiagua, you can only kneel and tremble before me. 086 7th Fleet, no one can escape. PTZ Command Center." Commander Zhang looked at the radar image. After the Xia Kingdom issued its ultimatum, the Eagle Sauce fleet actually once again penetrated 2 nautical miles into my country's territorial waters. The rage in his eyes was almost impossible to suppress. Even though I am 70 years old now, I still want to go into battle myself and fight against the American aircraft carrier fleet. He came to the table breathing heavily. Pick up the communication microphone with the Deep Sea Titan. Xiao Su, where are we now? Report to the commander, we are about to reach the 10-mile position. The quantum source phased array radar has captured all the Eagle Sauce aircraft carriers and escort submarines. Are you sure you can do it cleanly? No problem. I heard Su Fan's decisive voice from the other side. Commander Zhang held the microphone tightly and said in a loud voice, "Then crush them. Take no prisoners. No need to hold back. Leave no one alive." In the command center, countless people couldn't believe their ears when they heard this order. Their eyes were bloodshot and their fists were clenched. I have waited too long for this moment. 10 years to sharpen a sword. What you are waiting for is now. Finally, I can teach that arrogant eagle a lesson. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the big screen. The joystick in Su Fan's hand was almost broken. After all the micro-operations, Wang Yixio and Tong Yao couldn't say that they didn't understand it. I just can't understand it at all. The violent killer whale mode, under Su Fan's king-level meticulous operation, broke out at its most ferocious side. Almost overturned the entire blue sea floor. Rapidly approaching the Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier fleet. After arriving at the designated location, Su Fan did not hesitate. Keep your body steady. Expand virtual touch. Fingers dancing, pointing in the air. A cold mechanical voice sounded rapidly. Hive weapon system activated. Honeycomb 1 autonomous energy is successfully activated. Honeycomb 2 autonomous energy is successfully activated. Honeycomb 6 autonomous energy is successfully activated. Hive weapons deployed. The sound landed. The 6 prismatic honeycombs attached to the body of the Deep Sea Titan, with their autonomous pumpjet thrusters, quickly rushed in all directions. A hexagonal yellow light curtain pattern appeared on Su Fan's holographic helmet. 6 small spots of light were flying towards the 6 corners of the hexagonal pattern at an extremely fast speed. Su Fan quickly changed the posture of the Deep Sea Titan and held the 30-meter anchor in his backhand. In fighting stance. Bite. All honeycomb weapon systems have arrived at their designated locations. Please issue orders. The corners of Su Fan's mouth curved into a crazy arc. Today, the Eagle Sauce will collect some interest for bullying the Xia Kingdom for so many years. Activate the electromagnetic blocking force field. Su Fan gave an order. All seawater and ships are covered by the hexagon composed of the honeycomb weapon system. Emitted a burst of intensive vibrations. All the seawater seemed to be boiling, as if the entire ocean was shaking. The Eagle Sauce 7th aircraft carrier formation was just covered in it. This moment, the communication system of the entire aircraft carrier formation was interfered by mysterious electromagnetic waves. Unable to communicate normally. Almost at the same time, countless power systems failed and the aircraft carrier's steam turbines stopped working. Countless once majestic warships lost power and became like toads with broken legs, unable to move. William in the command center suddenly saw black in front of his eyes. If there was no light coming in through the windows of the command tower, nothing would be visible in the entire command center. He looked horrified and frightened. No longer as calm as before. This situation has never happened before. Chief of Staff Magellan! Magellan! Shout twice. Chief of Staff Magellan stumbled over. Admiral William, something bad has happened! Countless power systems were inexplicably interrupted. The communication system is paralyzed. Carrier-based aircraft cannot take off. William shuddered violently and gradually leaned backwards. Leaning firmly on the chair. Pale face. Exclaimed. Use the backup power! Chief of Staff Magellan had a sad face. Report to the General. The backup power supply has also failed. William just felt like he was going crazy. Once the connection with the outside world is cut off, the power system will fail, which means the synchronous failure of the power system. The entire aircraft carrier fleet is completely paralyzed here. What happened? There were countless question marks on his forehead. Boom boom. Suddenly, there was a violent vibration, accompanied by the sound of metal colliding. Admiral William's face turned pale and he trotted out of the command tower without caring about his image. I came to the deck and looked up. It turned out to be their own aircraft carrier frigate, which crashed straight into the lower cabin of the aircraft carrier. Seeing that the frigate was already emitting thick black smoke, William's face lost all color. Finished. This is serious. He was eager to know why the communications and power systems were suddenly interrupted. Could it be that Xiagua was behind this? But he knew very well what Xiagua was capable of. They definitely don't have the ability to paralyze the entire aircraft carrier battle group. Now we can only hope that the outside world will find a way to get in touch after discovering that the aircraft carrier group has lost contact. He had a feeling that he was being watched by a demon. It makes my spine cold and my hair stand on end. Did I really offend the devil today? In the cockpit of the Deep Sea Titan, Su Fan saw a prompt pop up on the screen of the holographic helmet. The power system and communication system of the aircraft carrier battle group have been paralyzed. It can also be seen on the helmets worn by Wang and Tong Liao. The two of them gasped suddenly. It is known that the honeycomb weapon system is used for electronic countermeasures. But I didn't expect it to be this powerful. Paralyze the enemy aircraft carrier formation in an instant. Tie up the enemy's hands and feet, poke out his eyes and plug his ears. Can't this be ravaged at will? Can this be called electronic warfare? Wouldn't it be more appropriate to call it electronic crushing? Who can resist this? It's simply shocking. Commander Zhang at the command center was even more surprised and happy. I was so excited that it felt like a second spring had begun. At this moment, both presbyopic eyes became clear. The shock in Mr. Zhang's heart became even stronger. No one knows it better than him. To achieve this level is impossible even in theory. I have never figured out how to smooth out the wrinkles in my brain. The officers were also filled with emotion as they watched. Some even suggested it. Take advantage of the fact that the Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier fleet is grounded. Now send our aircraft carrier fleet over there and kill them. Commander Zhang rejected it. Because today is the hunting time for the Deep Sea Titan. Screen. A cold light flashed in Su Fan's eyes. Said coldly, We're just getting started. The stage has just been set up and the show is only about to begin. Today, no one from the 7th Fleet can escape. 087, I will send you to Reunion now. Seabed. A cross of red light flashed in the deep-sea Titan's eyes. The entire seabed seemed to have turned blood red. The steel giant clasped the huge iron chain at the tail of the anchor. Splash, splash, spinning and waving on the seabed. The sea water mixed with mud and sand quickly formed a 100-meter vortex on the entire seabed. Countless fish and shrimps desperately fled in all directions. Being caught in the whirlpool means being smashed to pieces. The sea was surging like crazy. The roar seemed to shatter the entire Earth's crust. The force with which the deep-sea Titan swung the anchor gradually increased, and the chain became longer and longer. The whirlpool even rolled onto the sea surface. People who lost radar and other equipment for observation suddenly discovered. A whirlpool with a radius of 1 kilometer appeared under their hull at some point. Like the eyes of the devil, it enveloped the entire fleet. As the vortex rotates faster, its range becomes wider. The roar caused by the surging ocean current can almost shatter a person's eardrums. Howls of fear were heard from countless warships. Devil! Demon! The devil must have been watching me! Run away! Help! Mom, save me! The sound of panic resounded throughout the sea. Some people are so frightened that they jump directly into the vortex. It was instantly submerged by the 100-meter-high waves. Many warships swayed from side to side, and finally were completely submerged in the sea with a loud bang. 1, 2, 5. Crash! The telescope fell heavily onto the deck. William's scalp tingled, his expression was terrified, and his eyes were filled with sadness. His body swayed and he sat down on the ground. Chief of Staff Magellan next to him quickly reached out to support him. But found out. At this moment, William was like a puddle of mud, unable to be helped up. William's face was ashen and his pupils were trembling. The whole person felt like he had just been hit in the kidney. There is no energy at all. In less than 10 minutes, the entire 7th Fleet collapsed. All frigates, supply ships, etc. were sucked into the center of the vortex. The USS Nimitz relied on its huge hull to avoid being swallowed by the whirlpool immediately. But he still had a feeling that he was doomed. He felt that the devil was coming for him. He is the highest commander of this fleet. It's over! Am I going to die too? Tell me quickly, am I going to die too? William suddenly rolled up and grabbed Magellan by the collar. Howling like crazy. Has lost his mind. PTZ Command Center. Commander Zhang saw that the red dots representing the Eagle Sauce warships on the radar image disappeared one by one. His expression was extremely shocked and excited. My heart was beating so fast that I could hardly bear it. I don't know if it's because my heart is stuck in my throat, but my breathing is extremely difficult, and I can barely breathe. Even so, he still tried his best to exclaim in amazement and praise. Well done! One more! Pretty! Yes, let's take down this 80,000-ton destroyer too. Cool! Mr. John, look, the 80,000-ton giant is gone! Commander Zhang was dancing with excitement, spitting everywhere. Mr. Zhang glared at Commander Zhang with a dark face. Lao Zhang, we may be happy, but what the hell do you mean by washing my face with your spit? Mr. Zhang, look, I think their aircraft carrier can't hold on any longer. Commander Zhang didn't hear what Mr. Zhang said at all. Still excited to share his joy, Mr. Zhang wiped his face and looked at the synchronized screen of Deep Sea Titan. Just ignore Commander Zhang. This old guy has gone crazy. Screen. With the Deep Sea Titan as the center, the sea water was surging wildly around it. From the rumbling sound coming from the screen, we can tell that the water flow speed must be extremely exaggerated at this moment. All the micro-vector nozzles on the body of the Deep Sea Titan opened, used to offset the rotational force of sea water. Embed the Deep Sea Titan firmly in place. Above your head, submarines, warships, and countless steel fortresses collided from time to time in the surging ocean currents. Dull thumping sounds came one after another. It's like an underwater symphony. Very pleasant to the ear. Su Fan raised his head and looked upwards. The wreckage of the battleship is increasing. On top of all the debris, it was the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier that was still intact. Su Fan turned on the quantum source phased array radar system. Find the communication system. Click on the link. Speaking directly into the microphone in the holographic helmet. Are you getting impatient waiting? Don't worry, I'll reunite you now. The soul-stirring voice rang out through all the broadcasting systems on the USS Nimitz. Admiral William on the deck shuddered violently. His face looked extremely ugly. Devil, this is the devil's voice. No, I want to run. Run! William was in a trance and suddenly ran towards the edge of the aircraft carrier. Magellan was also extremely frightened, but he was better than William. He hurriedly chased after him and grabbed him. William almost jumped off the aircraft carrier. General, calm down! You are our backbone, you must stay calm. Magellan shook William frantically. This made William sober up a little. The two supported each other and walked towards the command tower. Just at this moment. Boom boom! A huge force suddenly hit the bottom of the aircraft carrier. The moment of contact, the bottom of the aircraft carrier was penetrated directly by the unparalleled force. The ferocious impact force remained unabated and penetrated through the deck of the aircraft carrier. An anchorhead more than 20 meters long, with a black gold metallic luster, was firmly fastened to the deck. The earth-shaking roar almost knocked all the sailors on the aircraft carrier unconscious in an instant. The huge hole created by the collision attracted endless sea water to rush in. It quickly poured into every compartment of the aircraft carrier. There was no time to even shout. Like an ant being crushed to death by an unrivaled force, William was about to escape into the command tower. Looking at the huge anchor chiseled out from the bottom of the aircraft carrier, my eyes almost popped out. His expression was completely distorted. His pupils were filled with resentment and regret. This anchor seemed to have chiseled open his head, making him completely lose the desire to live. The tears and snot brought by fear almost drowned him. Magellan also had no strength left. There was a dead silence in his eyes. Are you going to die? I'm finally going to die. I won't accept this. It seemed to be a response to Chief of Staff Magellan's words. Crunch! Crunch, crunch! A series of harsh noises appeared again. The aircraft carrier was pulled and tugged by a huge force coming from the anchor. Quickly roll over. The endless sea is surging. Quickly devour the entire aircraft carrier. The USS Nimitz, which was supposed to take at least a week to completely sink, disappeared completely below the sea level in just a few minutes. With the surging sea water, it quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. PTZ Command Center. Commander Jean looked at the screen. The anchor of the deep-sea Titan was stuck in the center of the aircraft carrier, like dragging a sea lion. His entire expression was numb. His eyes became dull. There was a silly smile on the corners of his mouth. All I could think of was the exciting scene of the deep-sea Titan throwing out a 30-meter anchor and piercing through an aircraft carrier. This moment, he was completely dumbfounded. Mr. Jean was also very excited. His eyes kept rolling back and his two old legs were stretched straight. I was about to lose my breath again. The guard hurriedly gave him the Shigong Yohuang pills. This eased things a bit. Director Chen standing by was even more dazed. His lips kept trembling. Make an ABA sound from your mouth. Just when everyone thought the battle was over. But I saw it on the screen in the command room. The deep-sea Titan's steel body, with a black gold luster, rapidly rose up. There is no intention of taking a break at all. In the cockpit, Su Fan tapped the virtual buttons in midair. Lines of numbers appeared on the holographic helmet. Quantum source phased array radar life detection completed. 83 enemies successfully escaped. Radar chart position calibration completed. A cold light flashed in Su Fan's eyes. Anyone who dares to invade Xia country armed must die. 088 Eagle Sauce, why do you lower your proud head? In the sea water, the violent currents rushed in all directions. Thousands of escape pods. Only less than 100 were undamaged. Admiral William and Chief of Staff Magellan squeezed into an escape pod. Still in shock. Their faces were as pale as if they were waxed. "Thank God, General William, we caught up at the last second." Chief of Staff Magellan saw that William was terrified, trembling all over and unable to speak. Perhaps it was to ease the fear in my heart. Magellan continued, "General, rest assured, we are safe now. As long as we follow the ocean current and enter the area outside the signal shielding, we will automatically send a distress signal." William's convulsions gradually subsided, and he nodded slightly. The escape pod surfaced. Through tempered glass cover, they could already see the white clouds in the sky. William was so moved that he burst into tears after surviving a disaster. Magellan was covered in tears and snot. Magellan's eyes were full of disgust, but considering that he would have to rely on this guy for promotion and wealth in the future, he endured it. Except for the two of them. Other escape pods also surfaced one after another. Countless people were lucky to have survived the disaster. I burst into tears when I saw the beautiful sunset and the blue sea. It's great to be alive. However, the happiness lasted only 3 seconds. A green light suddenly appeared in their eyes. The light suddenly increased. Dozens of escape pods were reduced to rubble. Magellan saw the green light enveloping him. I immediately thought of Aquaman 2, which was killed instantly. The will to survive that had just arisen in my heart collapsed in an instant. There was endless regret in his eyes, and everything along with the escape pod was reduced to ashes. On sea level, the deep-sea Titan opened the 8-meter-wide deep-sea Dragon King cannon in its chest. Beta super-energy rays flashed within a 2-kilometer radius. All the escape pods and the people hiding inside were killed. This moment, the entire sea was completely silent. Half of the deep-sea Titan's body floated above the water. Su Fan in the cockpit looked at the sparkling sea. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. They arbitrarily invade other countries' territorial waters by armed force, maliciously stir up trouble around the world, and attempt to dominate the world by force. Warmongering and arrogance. This is what happens to you. No matter how many come, we will kill as many as you want. Wan Yixia and Tong Yao did not think there was anything wrong with killing everyone. On the contrary, they were very supportive and also discovered another side of Su Fan. In addition to serving the country and the people, he is also an unparalleled patriot. He is also a warrior who hates evil and always thinks about defending his country. Wang Yishua's gaze towards Su Fan became softer. The sunset reflected the sea red. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the black body of the deep-sea Titan, giving it a crystal-like luster. Very beautiful. Let's go, we have one last thing to do. Su Fan recovered the honeycomb weapon system and controlled the joystick again. The deep-sea Titan pulled the chain on his arm, rushing towards the distant sea. The wreckage of the Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier was hanging on the anchor at the end of the chain, and was dragged away like a dead dog and disappeared into the waters of Xia country. The USS Nimitz is a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, and its wreckage cannot be left within the territory of Xia. Command Center. Commander Zhang had tears in his eyes. I have never been so excited in all these years. So happy. My heart is pounding and my blood is boiling. This is a very significant achievement. Unprecedented results. As soon as he reported the battle situation, everyone above was in an uproar. For a while, his phone was almost blown up. Even Mr. Zhang and Director Chen next to him kept receiving calls. Commander Zhang immediately issued a gag order to the remaining officers. Without permission, the information of this operation was leaked without authorization. Charged with treason. Everyone understands the interest involved and no one dares to joke about it. Some people have even decided not to go home overnight in order to avoid letting something slip in their sleep. When the leaders above heard the name Su Fan, after asking for a series of relevant information, several leaders expressed their concern for Su Fan. The military, political departments, scientific research and military industry departments, etc. have all made their words clear. We must not treat our meritorious officials unfairly. We cannot let the soldiers who serve our country and our people shed blood and tears. We must not let down the scientific researchers. We must solve all worries for our good comrades. Don't be stingy with praise. Such a good comrade must be given what he deserves. Even if it's something you shouldn't give, you can still give it. Comrade Su Fan can refuse it, but we can't refuse it. Countless instructions. To put it simply, it means basically the same thing. Whatever this talented young man wants, he'll get it. Even if you don't want it, you have to give it. Please protect this young master for us. If you lose even a single hair, I'll kill you in minutes. The bosses from all sides will not forgive you. Commander Zhang's mood, which had originally been good after winning the battle, suddenly became not so good. He is a man in his 70s, and was given all kinds of instructions and threats by a group of old men. Cold sweat covered his forehead. It's simply unbearable. There was no such great pressure when developing aircraft carriers. In fact, they didn't need to tell him that Commander Zhang already treated Su Fan as his treasure. If anyone threatens Su Fan now, he will definitely mobilize the Navy's aircraft carrier fleet to push forward. In Su Fan, he saw an opportunity for Xia State to rise as a great power. The burden of the rise of the entire Dacian nation may fall on this young man who is only 22 years old. Don't be careless. In the command room, Commander Zhang let out a long breath. To Director Qin. In 5 days, prepare for the multi-party honoring ceremony for Comrade Su Fan. Go and get ready!